Chapter 1. I really didn't mean to time travel. Chen Yang looked at the gloomy world in front of him with a face full of despair. He didn't understand why a glass ring that came as a free gift with his online snack purchase could bring him to such a place. Apart from a backpack full of snacks, he had nothing else. What a sin. Is real-time travel really this unreliable? It's not what the books say. Truly, trusting in books is worse than having none at all. The ancients did not deceive me. Chen Yang sighed deeply. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he suddenly spotted a girl squatting by the roadside, not far ahead. The girl had her back to him, and her shoulders were moving as if she was doing something. Further away, he could vaguely see some shacks, as if people were living there. Chen Yang's spirit lifted, and with a joyful expression, he quickly ran towards the girl. At least there's someone. In just a moment, he reached the girl's back, panting heavily, and for a moment, Chen Yang instinctively felt a bit dazed. Because the girl's outfit was really quite blood-pumping. Hot pants, a crop top showing her waist, and long hair cascading down. Her figure was extremely slim, yet curvy. So much so that even though Chen Yang had no idea where he had time traveled to, he just arrived and happened to encounter such a girl with her back to him, and she was squatting by the roadside, making sobbing noises, which made him unable to resist wanting to lean down to comfort her. Since he was already here, overthinking was useless. He might as well make peace with it. Years of reading online novels told him that time travel was akin to hitting the lottery. That's a shortcut that could change one's life. Chen Yang feigned calm on the surface. Inside, he was actually panicking like crazy. But no matter how anxious he was, he had to maintain the appropriate demeanor in front of a beauty. A mature LSP should possess such professionalism. He reached out and patted the girl's shoulder, asking, "Hey, beautiful, did you encounter something sad? Maybe you can talk to me about it? We're both lost souls, and coincidentally, I also have a pretty ridiculous problem." The girl, squatting down, clearly paused for a moment, then slowly turned her head. In the next second, Chen Yang's face turned pale with horror. What kind of face was this? Her eyeballs were hanging out, connected by a thin thread. Her rotting skin was riddled with countless tiny blood holes. A tumor on her right cheek was oozing green pus. Between two rows of sharp teeth that lost their lip cover, a long, barbed tongue was sticking out. A foul smell hit him in the face. Only then did Chen Yang realize that the monster in front of him wasn't sobbing. It was actually gnawing on a human arm. What the hell? Chen Yang's scalp went numb, and he instinctively jumped back a few steps. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran. What the funk? Where the hell had he time traveled to? He could hear clear footsteps behind him. Tears of emotion filled Chen Yang's eyes. After living for over 20 years, this was the first time he was actively pursued by a female. Thinking about it carefully, he felt a bit excited. What the hell? Help me. Chapter 2. Testing the Edge of Death. Chen Yang shouted desperately. He was still a virgin. He didn't want to die. Others' time travel stories were the beginning of reaching the pinnacle of life. Why had his time travel turned into the end of a short life? This isn't scientific. If he were black, he might be able to solve this problem through a protest. Unfortunately, he was Asian, so he could only rely on his legs to escape. Listening to the footsteps getting closer behind him and smelling that foul odor again, Chen Yang's face was filled with despair. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the inconspicuous glass ring on his hand suddenly flashed. Instinctively rubbing his eyes, after confirming he wasn't seeing things, Chen Yang's mood instantly became excited. Heaven has eyes. Could it be that his time travel wasn't a one-time deal, but that he could jump back and forth between two worlds? That's amazing. This is a perfect score. So how exactly should he operate this? So to go back, he just needs to think about it in his mind. With this thought in mind, Chen Yang's vision suddenly blurred again. The monster that had nearly become his psychological shadow reappeared before him. At such a close distance, Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat, and his brain went blank. Swallowing hard, Chen Yang instinctively waved his hand. With a stiff face, he said, "How what a coincidence we meet again." Roar. The monster opened its mouth and let out a roar at Chen Yang. The strong smell made Chen Yang nearly choke. Good grief. What a waste of that body. Before turning into a monster, she must have been a beauty, right? How could she not even have the habit of brushing her teeth? No, wait. This isn't the time to think about that. Get home. Right now. Immediately. Phew. This is too thrilling. It's like testing the edge of death. But since he confirmed that this sudden time travel ability truly allowed him to come and go freely, didn't that mean he could do whatever he wanted? Chen Yang took off the glass ring on his hand and held it up to his eyes, examining it carefully. But aside from being completely transparent, he found nothing else. Whatever. Not important. The important thing is that this ring gives him the ability to freely travel between two worlds. Let's go. In front of Chen Yang, the fiery-bodied monster appeared again. However, with ample mental preparation, he felt no fear at all. Huh, you think you can bite me? Hey, I'm leaving. Hey, just playing around. What can you do to me? Damn. After repeating this process of time travel over a dozen times, the monster seemed to have gained some experience for being teased. When Chen Yang appeared again, the monster suddenly snatched the ring from his hand. Then, in the stunned expression of Chen Yang, it directly threw the ring into its bloody mouth. Chen Yang was left dumbfounded. Chapter 3. Just escaped from the tiger's den and fell into the wolf's lair. I'm so done for. Chen Yang's eyes widened in shock. He felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. The ring was swallowed whole. This was a matter of life and death. Without the ring, would he have to say goodbye to his original world forever? This can't be. The ring is not at fault. The one who holds the ring is. Give me back my ring. The feeling of fear was completely suppressed. Chen Yang went crazy and suddenly lunged at the voluptuous monster. He gripped the monster's neck tightly with both hands and shook it vigorously. Strictly speaking, this monster resembled a zombie from a sci-fi movie. Although it had a voluptuous figure, the female body was ultimately on the smaller side. So after being firmly grasped by Chen Yang's hands and shaken forcefully, it immediately lost its balance. With a thud, the female zombie fell backward in a standard manner, like a bird landing on the ground. Chen Yang then took the opportunity to ride on the female zombie. With both hands still gripping the female zombie's neck tightly, he exerted all his strength to lift the female zombie's head and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Spit it out, you bastard. Give me back my ring. Chen Yang continuously lifted the female zombie's head and slammed it heavily onto the ground. With a surge of adrenaline, he managed to suppress the zombie beneath him, leaving it completely unable to fight back in a short amount of time. It was unclear whether this action actually had an effect, but the ring that had originally been swallowed by the female zombie was unexpectedly regurgitated during Chen Yang's relentless shaking. With a strong stench, it was sprayed directly into Chen Yang's mouth due to his shouting. Chen Yang, I banana you, huh? Are you still using chemical weapons? Chen Yang almost vomited on the spot and instinctively released his grip on the female zombie. After getting up from the female zombie, he felt completely weak. He took the ring out of his mouth and hurriedly put it back on his hand, feeling utterly helpless. What a mess this is. Just when Chen Yang was filled with despair, the female zombie he had pinned to the ground got up again. But before he could react, a gunshot suddenly rang out beside him. Accompanied by the crisp gunshot, the female zombie was shot in the head right in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang was startled and shivered, immediately looking in the direction for which the gunshot came. A stunningly beautiful girl with an impressive figure entered his line of sight. She stood a few meters away from him, holding a gun and walking towards him with a blank expression. Chen Yang couldn't help but swallow. The beautiful girl who saved him was wearing clothes that were too patriotic. It was really too vulgar. It was simply a disgrace to decency. Chen Yang originally wanted to reprimand her like this, but she was just too imposing. Just as Chen Yang was lost in thought, the girl had already walked up to him. At the same time, the gun that had just saved his life was smoking and pressed against his forehead. The girl, who had saved fabric for the country, was staring at him with a cold gaze. Chen Yang felt a sense of being out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. Raise your hands. Accept the interrogation, the girl warned coldly. Chen Yang. Chapter 4. Turning the Tables. Name? The beautiful girl asked sharply. Chen Yang. Gender? Beautiful lady. Can't you see for yourself? Do I really have to answer whether I'm male or female? Chen Yang looked speechless at the beautiful girl in front of him, feeling that the term big-chested and brainless was simply tailor-made for her. However, compared to the fear he felt when encountering monsters before, he was not the least bit flustered now, even with the gun aimed at his head, because at least the other party was a person, and a very beautiful woman at that. More importantly, she spoke Mandarin. Since communication was possible, the danger was not great. The beautiful girl's expression turned serious as she sternly reprimanded him. Mun. Chen Yang rolled his eyes weakly. Age? 22. Why did you suddenly appear near our camp? Also, what's in the backpack behind you? The pretty girl questioned sternly. If I say I'm lost, would you believe me? As for the backpack behind me, it's filled with food. Do you want to give it a try? Chen Yang spoke while taking off the backpack behind him. After unzipping it, he casually took out a pack of biscuits and handed it to the girl, his face full of sincerity. This is what they call a wise person who knows how to adapt. It's also thanks to the snacks he purchased online, all handmade by the shop owner. Therefore, although there is packaging, it is all in transparent bags with no information at all. To say it's a Thrino product wouldn't be an exaggeration. Is it good? Can I try some? The pretty girl asked with a skeptical look, reaching out to take the pack and tearing it open. She sniffed the aroma, and saliva instantly started to flow uncontrollably, while her stomach also began to growl. She hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. This situation is quite common in the wasteland. So, swallowing her saliva, the pretty girl cautiously lowered her head and took a bite of a biscuit, then began to chew it carefully. The next second, her eyes widened in shock. It was as if she had discovered a new world, and she could no longer maintain her previous cautious demeanor. Instantly, she sped up her chewing and, in no time, devoured the entire pack of biscuits. Chen Yang watched in astonishment at such a scene. I'm sorry, it was just too delicious, so I couldn't help it. Noticing Chen Yang's expression, the pretty girl's face turned red, and she awkwardly stammered. At the same time, the gun that was originally pointed at Chen Yang was also put away by her. Her wariness towards Chen Yang had clearly decreased significantly. With a somewhat distracted glance at the backpack in Chen Yang's hand, the pretty girl said, if you're lost, I might be able to guide you, on the condition that you pay me a reward, something like what you just gave me. A guide? Pay a reward? Sounds good, but I know nothing about you. Chen Yang blinked, and for a moment, he felt a surge of affection for this world. A pack of biscuits could win over such a beautiful girl? What kind of magical world is this? What do you want to know? The beautiful girl asked in surprise. Name? Huh? What do you mean, huh? Name? Oh, Li Lu. Gender? Can't you see for yourself? The beautiful girl glared with her phoenix eyes. Do you still want the biscuits or not? Female. Age? 19. Considering you're so grown up, I'll hire you as my guide. Looking at the beautiful girl behaving quite obediently under the threat of food, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. However, this statement left the beautiful girl looking completely bewildered. Grown? I'm only 19. How am I grown? Chapter 5. Terrifying returns having reached a basic employment consensus. Li Lu led Chen Yang into the shanty area before them. Along the way, she greeted the people they encountered and briefly introduced the situation of the shanty area to Chen Yang. Chen Yang listened very attentively. Even during the final year of high school when he was cramming for exams, he had never been this focused. According to Li Lu's introduction, this shanty town is a micro-survivor settlement. Of course, in Chen Yang's view, it is more accurate to call it a refugee camp rather than a settlement. Despite being small, broken, and precarious, this settlement still has its own name. Quite strangely, it is called Grey Mouse D. Chen Yang listened to Li Lu introduce the situation of the shanty town while occasionally interjecting to tell her what he wanted to do. He realized that food had a huge allure for Li Lu, which led Chen Yang to come up with many ideas. If food was precious in this world, could he use the food he carried in his backpack to try in exchange for something? Through trading, he could better understand what food meant in this world. After sharing this thought with Li Lu, she clearly found Chen Yang's decision puzzling. However, she was just a guide, so she did not question his decision. This room next door is my shanty. This is roughly what our settlement looks like. Although small as a sparrow, it has all the essential parts. What do you want to exchange for with this food? Just tell me directly, and as long as the settlement has it, I can guarantee I can find it for you. After introducing the situation in the settlement, Li Lu patted her ample chest with confidence and said. Chen Yang subconsciously swallowed, barely pulling his gaze away, and asked, how do you conduct your daily transactions? I mean, is there common currency? Currency? No. Since the Great Cataclysm broke out, nearly 10 years have passed, and the entire world's order has collapsed. Naturally, we cannot maintain any financial system, so our transactions are all barter, Li Lu replied after a moment of stunned silence. Shaking her head, I see. Well, that's fine. You can take the backpack. It contains the food I brought this time. Try to use it to exchange for some, gold and silver. Do you know what that is? Chen Yang said as he handed his backpack to Li Lu. Gold and silver? What do you need that for? It was valuable before the Great Cataclysm, but now it's just like the gravel on the roadside. No one is interested in it. Li Lu looked puzzled as she unzipped the backpack. Then she saw that it was filled with food. Her eyes widened instantly, and her breathing became much quicker, causing her face to flush. Ahem. Since this is our first transaction, what's important is not what we exchange, but building mutual trust. It lays the groundwork for future transactions. So just do as I say. And as long as the deal goes through, 1/10 of the food in this bag will be your commission, which won't conflict with your earnings. Chen Yang coughed and started talking nonsense to persuade her. Li Lu's expression seemed a bit serious as she tightly gripped her backpack with one hand, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Yang. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Do really trust me this much? This is our first meeting, and you're giving me such valuable food to handle? Aren't you afraid I might just keep it for myself and cause you a huge loss?" Huge loss? Now, it was Chen Yang's turn to be stunned. Nearly 100 yuan worth of snacks. It seemed, indeed worthy of the term huge loss. After all, he was currently unemployed and had not yet found a new job. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to pay next month's rent. Of course I trust you. If you want to use someone, you shouldn't doubt them. This is just our first transaction. As long as it goes smoothly, there will be a steady stream of transactions in the future. You're a smart girl. You definitely wouldn't do something as foolish as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, right? Chen Yang wore a smile on his face as he spoke about the ghost stories he himself didn't believe, yet Li Lu listened with utmost seriousness. It was as if a heavy responsibility was resting on her shoulders, and she nodded vigorously, seeing Li Lu's expression as if she were about to face a death sentence. In her posture holding the backpack like she was carrying the weight of the world, Chen Yang felt a moment of sympathy. But in an instant, he cast that sympathy aside. After all, it was $100. That was indeed not a small amount. Upon entering, Chen Yang noticed that the inner walls of the shed were plastered with old newspapers, likely to block gaps and prevent drafts. The content of these newspapers could provide him with a more direct understanding of the current world. Soon, 2 hours passed, and Chen Yang sat on the only rickety bed in the shed, looking utterly bewildered, his face filled with existential doubt. If the content of the newspapers wasn't joking, it meant that the world he had come to was actually Earth 200 years in the future. In other words, his journey was not a spatial one, but a temporal one. The reason Earth had become what it was now was due to a nuclear war that swept across the entire globe. Tens of thousands of nuclear bombs had exploded worldwide, altering the entire planet's ecology and causing at least half of the population to die in the nuclear conflict. A significant number of plants and animals that survived the war also mutated due to radiation. Now, the world had gradually evolved into a wasteland-like environment. Various zombies and strange creatures were everywhere, and the air was thick with the scent of death. Just as Chen Yang was lost in thought, the door of the shed was pushed open from the outside, and Li Lu, drenched in sweat, walked in, struggling to place the backpack at Chen Yang's feet. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Chen Yang instinctively looked down, only to find that the backpack was so swollen that it couldn't be zipped up. It was filled to the brim with shiny gold and a small amount of silver. Chen Yang was completely stunned. Now it was his turn to breathe rapidly. Instinctively bending down, he took out a gold bar with no markings, feeling the touch of the gold, and swallowed hard. This world really needs me. The wasteland won't give birth to someone like Chen Yang. It's an eternal night. The people are flustered, just trying to scrape together a few pieces of silver. But those few pieces of silver can alleviate countless anxieties in the world. Chapter 6. Strengthening Potion. There is very little gold and silver in our settlement. Almost all of it is here. Since it has no practical use, no one collects it all. The value of your food far exceeds that of this gold and silver. So besides these, I also use some food to exchange for a first-level strengthening potion for you, Li Lu said, pulling out a syringe from her pocket and solemnly handing it to Chen Yang. You are obviously just an ordinary person, not a strengthened person, and definitely not an evolved person, so I don't know how you managed to trek to our settlement without any weapons. But there are dangers everywhere outside, and luck cannot protect you forever. You need the power to protect yourself. It's just a pity that our settlement is too small, and we could only exchange for the lowest level, first level, strengthening potion. This was my own decision, so I hope you don't mind. The purity of the strengthening potion is very high. You can just inject it directly when using it. We only have a few left in our settlement, and in a few days, we might have to go to a nearby town to find a way to replenish some. After saying this, Chen Yang eagerly shouldered his backpack. But the weight was a bit exaggerated, nearly causing him to pull a muscle. However, his face still wore an uncontrollable radiant smile. I have received professional training. I usually don't smile, unless I can't help it, Chen Yang said with some difficulty. Li Lu didn't really understand what kind of technological power could achieve what Chen Yang mentioned. However, Chen Yang seemed to be full of secrets, and such people were not uncommon in the wasteland, so Li Lu was too lazy to delve deeper. As long as the other party could continuously provide food, that would be enough. Chen Yang walked out of the settlement, ran behind a big tree, and furtively observed his surroundings for a while. The place was about 12 square meters, his residence in the capital city. Besides a bed and a set of tables and chairs, there was nothing else in the bedroom. He shared this 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other girls. Although he only rented a side room, the rent was still as high as $500 per month, even though the apartment was located on the edge of the 5th ring road. For Chen Yang, who had just been laid off and suddenly lost his income, this rent was almost suffocating. Fortunately, he inexplicably possessed a magical ring. After several trials and tests, he had a great success. The next problem to face was how to convert this gold and silver into real income. So, it was best to find a gold shop, and he had to control the amount. Otherwise, it would be easy to scare people. While pondering these matters, Chen Yang took out 12 gold bars from his backpack and stuffed the remaining gold bars along with the backpack under the bed. He wrapped the gold bars in old newspapers, put them into a plastic bag, and then took out the syringe from his pocket to study it carefully. Inside the transparent syringe, the deep blue liquid seemed to have a life of its own. After staring at it for a few minutes, a conflicted expression appeared on Chen Yang's face. If he directly injected it into his body, would there be any problems? But no matter how he thought about it, Li Lu had no reason to harm him. Moreover, if something really went wrong, it would only be bad for Li Lu with no benefits at all. Why did this thing not even come with a manual? It was really neglecting user experience. Murmuring to himself, Chen Yang, although a bit scared, decided to take a gamble. After all, from any angle, it seemed the risk wasn't that big. Having made the decision, he no longer hesitated, rolled up his sleeve, aimed at the vein on his arm, and directly jabbed the needle in. Soon, he injected the entire syringe of medication into his body, withdrew the needle, and then clenched his fist hard, but he didn't feel anything unusual. Just as he was confused, a sudden wave of excruciating pain hit him. The pain surged through every inch of his skin and limbs without warning, soaking his clothes with a sudden burst of sweat. He opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to scream to alleviate the agony, but he couldn't make a sound. His muscles seemed to be undergoing reorganization, and the overwhelming pain was caused by the muscle restructuring. The entire process lasted several minutes, as the intense pain gradually subsided until it completely disappeared. Chen Yang's clothes were drenched as if he had been caught in a downpour. He turned on a shower head to wash off the sweat, and, after cleaning himself, he took a towel and stood in front of the bathroom mirror to dry off. However, the next moment, Chen Yang was stunned, because he discovered that the person in the mirror had a flawless, perfect body. His 8-pack abs were aesthetically pleasing, paired with a standard inverted triangle physique. Lea Fing Chen Yang momentarily does it. This is my body. This is the effect of the enhancement potion. If he remembered correctly, according to Li Lu, the one he injected was still the lowest grade enhancement potion. What kind of astonishing changes could the higher grade enhancement potions bring? Thinking of this, Chen Yang suddenly felt restless and exited the bathroom with a chaotic mind. Just then, the sound of the door unlocking echoed in the rental apartment. In the blink of an eye, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a beautiful girl who looked to be in her early 20s walked in with a dejected expression. She was completely unguarded. In an instant, their eyes met. Chapter 7. Profitable Ventures. The beautiful young girl in front of him was named Shuya, the same age as Chen Yang, and her current profession was an actress, only occasionally landing supporting roles. So to survive in the capital, she often took on odd jobs. Something unexpected happened. She didn't pass the audition, Shuya said helplessly. Then she stared at Chen Yang carefully, and then couldn't help but laugh and shake her head, turning to enter the bathroom. Bang! It was too embarrassing. Should he just invite Shuya to dinner tonight? To express his apology? After all, today was a big harvest, and if everything went smoothly, he probably wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. Speaking of which, this situation really isn't fair. After shouting the slogan of gender equality for so many years, will men finally stand up? Furious, while lost in thought, Chen Yang quickly put on a new set of clothes. He picked up the plastic bag and cautiously reopened the door, hearing the clear sound of the shower coming from the bathroom, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Swallowing hard, Chen Yang called out, "Shuya, I have something to do. I need to go out. If you're free tonight, can I treat you to dinner? To apologize for what happened earlier." "Sure, we can have dinner, but there's no need to apologize. After all, technically, you were the one who lost out," came Shuya's teasing voice from the bathroom. Her tone was full of playful mockery, making Chen Yang dare not respond and hurriedly put on his shoes and fled. Chen Yang had been sharing the apartment with Shuya and another girl for exactly 3 months. The three of them got along quite well, as they all had relatively easygoing personalities and wouldn't fuss over trivial matters. They looked out for each other, so their relationship was closer than that of normal roommates. They could probably be considered friends. In such a situation, even if some embarrassing situations arose, it wouldn't lead to any real misunderstandings. Standing at the entrance of the community, he took out his phone, opened a map, and searched for nearby places, choosing a personal gold shop that was clearly not a chain. Those well-known chain jewelry stores might not be willing to accept gold of unknown origin, but personal gold shops didn't have such concerns. A low-risk, high-reward transaction was definitely something they would be willing to do. Thinking about these things, Chen Yang's steps quickened. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. Besides becoming even stronger and more muscular, filled with power, his visual acuity had also significantly improved compared to before today. Everything around him appeared much clearer. Not only that, but his hearing, taste, and smell, everything related to the five senses, seemed to have also been enhanced to some degree. However, he couldn't verify the specifics of the enhancement at the moment. This meant that the first-level enhancement potion provided a very comprehensive improvement to physical qualities. From this perspective, even though the wasteland world had experienced a nuclear war, turning the entire planet into a massive ruin, the scientific research technology it possessed in certain fields was still far ahead of the current world. After all, it had a 200-year accumulation ahead of the current world. And even though most of it should have been destroyed in the nuclear war, the remnants still held an era-defining advantage over the current world. There seems to be quite a lot of room for maneuver here. After pondering for a while, Chen Yang realized he had already arrived at the door of a personal gold shop. The shop was not large, with only 2 tellers working. As Chen Yang walked in, the 2 tellers immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "Is your boss in the store? I want to sell some gold bars, and the amount is quite large. So I need to talk to your boss." Chen Yang smiled and spoke. The 2 clerks were taken aback for a moment, and one of them quickly reacted, nodding and saying, "The boss is here. Please wait a moment, sir." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the staff break room. After a short while, a middle-aged man dressed simply appeared before Chen Yang, walking steadily. He shook hands with Chen Yang, then watched as Chen Yang unfolded the newspaper from the plastic bag, revealing the dozen or so gold bars. Raising an eyebrow, the middle-aged man took one of the gold bars out, examined it carefully, and said gently, "I need to use a device to test the purity. My friend shouldn't mind, right?" "Of course, go ahead." Chen Yang had no objections. In the world of wasteland, gold and silver were useless, so these neatly arranged gold bars would definitely not be a problem. After all, no one would want to waste their effort tampering with them. Sure enough, through the instrument's identification, these gold bars were all standard pure gold. The middle-aged man spoke while observing Chen Yang's changing expressions. Chen Yang was well aware of the thoughts of middle-aged people and couldn't help but smile. "I know what you're guessing. To be honest with you, these gold bars do not have invoices or receipts, but you can rest assured that the source is absolutely clean and there will be no trouble. The middle-aged man showed no surprise at Chen Yang's words. In fact, those who think of coming to a personal gold store like his to cash in gold usually have some issues with their gold items. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more appealing to go to a bank or a large chain jewelry store to cash in gold? Therefore, looking at the gold bars in front of him, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Even for him, the 3,000 grams of gold in front of him was quite a significant transaction. Thinking of this, a troubled expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he said, "Without proper procedures, it's going to be difficult. After all, no matter how you assure me, words alone are very risky for me. Boss, I prefer to be straightforward, so we can skip the bargaining tactics. Just tell me how much you can offer, and if I find it acceptable, we can proceed with the transaction. If I feel it's not acceptable, we can just consider it a friendly meeting, right?" Chen Yang waved his hand, ignoring the middle-aged man's somewhat clumsy acting, and sincerely said, "You make a valid point." The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then looked closely at Chen Yang, his previously troubled expression fading away as he nodded with a smile. "What you said makes sense. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. 200 per gram. If you agree, I'll take all of it. 200 per gram for a total of 3 kilograms amounts to 600,000? After silently calculating in his mind, Chen Yang felt his heart race instinctively. The key point is that these gold bars together are roughly only about 1/5 of that backpack full of gold. Who said that methods for quick wealth are all written in the criminal law? In a wasteland world like this, the criminal law definitely doesn't apply. Although he felt a thrill of surprise, as if he were picking up money, Chen Yang still controlled his emotions. He frowned and said in an unhappy tone, "Boss, that's too much. You're cutting it in half directly? This gold isn't stolen. It just lacks paperwork. I would feel like I'm losing out even with a 10% cut. How about this? A flat price of 360. Are you kidding me? I have to bear the risk too. 360 is absolutely unacceptable." The middle-aged man looked as if someone had stepped on his tail, his eyes widening in shock. The two immediately began to haggle. After a full half hour, they finally reached a consensus, 280 per gram, totaling 840,000. Moreover, the other party would settle in cash according to Chen Yang's request, completing the transfer transaction immediately in his bank account. Clearly, the middle-aged man was a major client of the bank. Otherwise, such a high daily transfer limit wouldn't be possible. After waiting a bit longer in the gold shop, Chen Yang's phone finally rang with a pleasant notification sound. Chen Yang checked his account and confirmed that the 840,000 in cash had been received, causing his heart to race once again. However, his expression remained unchanged as he calmly shook hands with the middle-aged man and nodded, saying, "Our transaction is complete. It was a pleasure doing business." "Of course it was a pleasure. If you have any more gold bars to handle in the future, feel free to come back," the middle-aged man said, his earlier demeanor of haggling replaced by a warm smile, speaking very gently. "I hope there won't be a future." Chen Yang also smiled and turned to leave the gold shop. Although there were still more than 10 kilograms of gold under his bed, for safety's sake, he didn't plan to sell it all at one gold shop, by spreading it out over several different personal gold shops. The transaction scale of just a few $100,000 at each shop would not attract attention. After all, this was the capital, where the most expensive housing prices had even exceeded 200,000 per square meter. A few $100,000 couldn't even buy a toilet. Thinking of this, Chen Yang suddenly felt that he should have a brand new pursuit. Repeatedly exchanging for gold in the wasteland world and then running back to his own world to sell it, relying on the price difference to become rich, was definitely unrealistic. When there was not much money, it was naturally not a problem, but once wealth accumulated to a certain extent, various kinds of scrutiny, both overt and covert, would definitely come. Therefore, to legitimize his earnings, the best way was to establish a corresponding business in his own world. It was time to set a small goal, to earn 100 million first. However, he still needed to think carefully about what kind of business to engage in. It would be best if he could utilize his advantage of being able to go to the wasteland world at any time. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste? Just as Chen Yang was pondering, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the number, he found it was his college roommate, Wu Guangji, calling. "What's up, Guangji? Did you suddenly call because you miss me?" After answering the call, Chen Yang asked with a smile. There were 6 people living together in the college dormitory, and Wu Guangji was the brother sleeping on the upper bunk above him, with whom he had the best relationship. After graduating, he also chose to stay in the capital to work hard. Yangzi, are you doing okay now? You didn't tell me you were laid off. If I hadn't run into Feng Jia this morning and heard her mention you, I wouldn't have known you were unemployed. Are you tight on cash? Considering the time, you should be due to pay rent, right? I have some spare money. Why don't you take it for now? Wu Guangxi's concerned voice came through the receiver. Chen Yang felt a warmth in his heart and said lightly, "It's not a big deal. I know you're busy right now, so I won't add to your troubles. As for the money, you should keep your meager savings for yourself. I'm quite well off." "Well off my ass. You borrowed the deposit for the rent from me. Although you paid me back quickly, you definitely don't have much left on hand. Hurry up. How much do you still need to pay for the rent? Just give me a number." Wu Guangxi's voice sounded somewhat displeased. "Really well off. I made a bit of money from some small business these days. You know what kind of person I am, right? If I were really short on cash, I wouldn't be pretending to be rich. By the way, how did Feng Jia know I was unemployed? I haven't contacted her." Chen Yang quickly changed the subject and asked. Wu Guangxi's voice showed a noticeable pause. After a few seconds, it hesitantly resumed. "It's that grandson, Jiang Jinglong, who said it to Feng Jia. You know, that grandson has always been interested in Feng Jia. Ever since you broke up with her, he's been pursuing her for more than a year. Also, according to Feng Jia, your sudden dismissal was also schemed by that grandson, Jiang Jinglong. The carefree gaming company you work for was actually opened by his family." Chapter 8. Money is the courage of heroes. Chen Yang didn't chat with Wu Guangxi for too long. After repeatedly assuring him that he really wasn't short of money, he joked a bit more and then hung up the phone. However, the figure of Feng Jia unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Strictly speaking, Feng Jia was his first love. The two met in their freshman year, mutually infatuated, and spent quite a happy 3 years together. However, shortly after the start of their senior year, they broke up amicably. The reason was very realistic. Feng Jia began to think about the future. She hoped to stay in the capital after graduation, so she wanted to find a local boyfriend. Chen Yang's family background is very ordinary, and his abilities are not outstanding. Wanting to obtain a household registration in the capital city is basically a pipe dream. As for having his family pay a down payment to buy an apartment in the capital, there is no hope at all, which certainly does not meet Feng Jia's requirements. In this situation, when Feng Jia proposed to break up, Chen Yang, despite feeling very painful, could only agree. It was at that time that Jiang Jinglong began to pursue Feng Jia. However, although Feng Jia's goal was very clear and Jiang Jinglong completely met her standards, she knew very well as a classmate that Jiang Jinglong was a thorough playboy. Over the 3 years of college, he reportedly changed girlfriends at least a dozen times, which was something Feng Jia could not accept at all. After all, according to Feng Jia's thoughts, she hoped to step into the marriage hall. Only in this way could she truly settle down. Shuya's room door was tightly closed, and soft music could be faintly heard from inside. Reflecting on himself, the reason he chose to stay in the capital to work hard after graduating from college was partly to prove himself. However, ideals are often rich, while reality is stark. Everyone around seemed to bow their heads in front of life, while he seemed to be directly bowing to life. If it weren't for suddenly gaining the ability to freely travel back and forth to that wasteland world, the rent due next month might have already prematurely declared the end of his life in the capital, right? So, the fact proves that true success does not require talent and hard work. Luck is the fundamental factor that determines everything. For an entire afternoon, Chen Yang visited several individually operated gold shops and successfully sold all the gold he had in his backpack. Consequently, after selling all the gold, Chen Yang's bank card now had an astonishing amount of 1 million. This unexpected windfall put Chen Yang in a state of uncontrollable excitement. He had never seen so much money in his life. After taking a moment to calm down and noticing that it was getting dark, Chen Yang took out his phone and called Shuya. "The Bai family courtyard? Are you crazy? That place costs at least 500 per person, right? Did you win a lottery?" Shuya's surprised voice came from the phone. Hee, it's pretty much like winning the lottery. Anyway, I can definitely afford it. Just take the subway over, and I'll call to reserve a table right now," Chen Yang said with a smile. Shuya tried to persuade him. After finishing, Chen Yang directly hung up the phone and called the reservation line of the Bai family courtyard booked a table, and extravagantly ordered a private car. Although he was still dressed modestly, Chen Yang's mindset was completely different from before. Money is the courage of a hero. This feeling of confidence was enough to make anyone truly stand tall. The sky was dimming, and as the rush hour approached, the main roads of the capital city began to enter a state of congestion. Chen Yang sat comfortably in the backseat of the car, completely unbothered by the traffic jam. No matter how congested it was still much more comfortable than squeezing into the subway. Despite the surge in taxi fares due to the congestion, it didn't matter. After all, he was a man with a small goal of making 100 million. A mere taxi fare was nothing to worry about. After being stuck for about an hour, Chen Yang finally arrived at the entrance of the Bai family courtyard, where he saw Shuya already waiting for him at the door. She had clearly gone through a careful makeover. The white-fitted dress accentuated her long legs and slim waist perfectly, although she wore only a light makeup that slightly highlighted her features. It made her facial contours very three-dimensional. Every smile and frown was filled with breathtaking charm. Shuya already had an excellent foundation, and with her appropriate attire and makeup, she truly resembled a stunning beauty. So much so that when Chen Yang got out of the car and saw Shuya, he instinctively lost his composure. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Yang who couldn't help but be taken aback. The men passing by Shuya, ranging from 80 to 18, were all stealing glances at her from the corner of their eyes. Even in a place like the capital, it was extremely rare to find a girl as beautiful as Shuya. Ahem, we've been co-renting for 3 months, and I never realized you were this good-looking. Chen Yang walked quickly to Shuya's side, awkwardly touching his nose and clearing his throat twice before speaking. That's because you don't have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering things. Come on, let's go in together. You suddenly invited me to such a high-end place. I can't let you lose face, so I made an effort to put on makeup. Isn't it quite impressive to bring such a beautiful girl like me out for dinner? Shuya said with a beaming smile, naturally wrapping her arm around Chen Yang's. She continued, let me tell you, just now on the subway, all the guys around were sneaking glances at me, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if questioning why such a beautiful girl would take the subway. I really wanted to tell them that even the prettiest girl has to take a dump. And it definitely stinks too. What's wrong with taking the subway? It's really infuriating. Can't a pretty girl be self-sufficient? Listening to Shuya's complaints, Chen Yang felt somewhat distracted because her intimate gesture of wrapping her arm around him made his heart race uncontrollably again. Soon, they entered the Bai family courtyard and sat at the table that had been reserved in advance, leaving out a private room since it was just the two of them. Chen Yang and Shuya each took the menu handed to them by the waiter. As they looked at the prices of each dish, Shuya couldn't help but gasp inwardly. She instinctively felt a strong urge to pull Chen Yang up and leave immediately. Chen Yang noticed the change in Shuya's expression and knew that even if he let her order, she would probably hesitate. So he took the initiative and ordered several signature dishes along with 2 treasure crabs. He also got Shuya some juice. And only after she gave him several warning looks did he refrain from ordering more. Just as the waiter was leaving with the menu, Shuya immediately widened her eyes and whispered, "Are you crazy? Coming here to eat crabs. I saw the price list. 2 treasure crabs cost 1,000 yuan. Is this something we can afford to eat? Don't worry, I have plenty of money right now. We can definitely afford 2 crabs." Chen Yang said with a smile. Shuya said earnestly, All right, I understand. Let's have a good meal tonight to make up for what happened during the day. I won't be so extravagant in the future, okay? Chen Yang nodded sincerely. That's more like it, but I mentioned before that if we really think about it, I should be the one taking advantage of you. So the idea of compensation doesn't hold. Let's just treat tonight's meal as a gathering for the 2 of us. Shuya rolled her eyes at Chen Yang and said, Don't be like that. I promise to treat you. If you're uncomfortable with this, you could just take me out for barbecue in a few days, right? Chen Yang hurriedly refused, saying, How much can barbecue cost? This meal of yours tonight is probably going to exceed 2,000. Be honest, what exactly happened? If you can't convince me, we have to split the bill tonight. Shuya said seriously, let me remind you, you mispronounced that word. It's not shufu, it should be shuefu. So you mean I have to shuefu you for you to accept me treating you tonight? Chen Yang said with a smile, Who is discussing pronunciation with you? Shuya glared at Chen Yang, but before she could finish her sentence, it abruptly stopped. Her pretty face instantly flushed with an alluring redness. and she bit her teeth in annoyance, saying, "Stop changing the subject and talking nonsense. You think you can make me sleep with you? If I let you sleep, do you dare? Idare." Chen Yang really wanted to respond with that line, but he was afraid of truly angering Shuya. So he could only scratch his head and explain with a reason that everyone could accept. "My family is being relocated." Shuya was taken aback, staring at Chen Yang for a while before suddenly realizing. "So that's it. No wonder. Then I can eat this meal without any psychological burden. This is called robbing the rich to help the poor." Seeing Shuya finally able to relax, Chen Yang was naturally quite happy. Joy needs someone to share it with. Even though he couldn't tell Shuya the real situation, it didn't stop her from feeling happy for him. There are always some people in this world who are truly kind-hearted. After eating for about an hour, the two of them were completely full. Shuya let out a burp without any ladle-like image, while Chen Yang paid the bill. Just as they were about to leave, someone suddenly called out to them from behind. "Chen Yang, what are you doing here?" Instinctively turning around, Chen Yang's brows furrowed tightly when he saw who it was. Jiang Jinglong was standing right in front of him with Feng Jia. What a coincidence! In such a big city like Beijing with over 20 million people, he didn't expect to run into them while out for a meal. Chen Yang nodded slightly and spoke up. "Are we going out to eat?" "Chen Yang, did I hear that right? Can you afford this place? Back in school, you wouldn't dare spend more than 10 yuan on lunch, right? Coming here to eat? Don't tell me you were just pretending to be rich. I heard you were just fired from your job not long ago, and you still haven't found a new one, right? Can you even pay your rent?" Jiang Jinglong said this with a tone full of sarcasm while looking at Chen Yang, and only then did he notice Shuya beside him. His eyes immediately lit up, and a greedy expression could not be concealed on his face. He swallowed hard, put on a courteous demeanor, extended his right hand toward Shuya, and smiled, saying, "Beautiful lady, don't be fooled by Chen Yang. This guy is really poor. Bringing you to a place like this to eat, he must be spending a lot just to make you think he has money. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Jinglong. My family runs a gaming company." Shuya raised her eyebrows, showing no intention of acknowledging Jiang Jinglong. Instead, she directly wrapped her arm around Chen Yang's and turned to him, asking, "Are they your friends?" "Not friends. This Jiang Jinglong is my college classmate. And as for this lady, her name is Feng Jia. She is my ex-girlfriend." Chen Yang took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. "Ex-girlfriend?" Shuya curiously glanced at Feng Jia, continuing to ignore Jiang Jinglong's right hand still suspended in the air. Instead, she smiled at Feng Jia and said, "Hello, I'm Shuya, Chen Yang's current girlfriend. Thank you very much for breaking up with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find such a good boyfriend." After saying this, she didn't care about the change in Feng Jia's expression and turned back to Jiang Jinglong, sneering disdainfully. "As for you, Mr. Jiang, I hope you can learn to respect others. I know better than you about my boyfriend's situation, and I don't need you to criticize it. I don't care whether he has money or not. I have money anyway." Seeing Jiang Jinglong's face darken after being stunned, Chen Yang couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. Although he knew that Shuya was trying to give him face, he still couldn't control the rising emotions in his heart. Just like that, he was directly pulled out of the Bai family courtyard by Shuya. After hailing a taxi on the street, Shuya couldn't help but stick out her tongue at Chen Yang. A bit embarrassed, she said, "I pretended to be your girlfriend without asking for your consent. Mainly, I couldn't stand the disgusting demeanor of your classmate and didn't want you to lose face. Don't take it to heart." Chen Yang smiled and joked, "Wonder Woman's outfit. It's hard not to take it to heart. Come on. I was just trying to provoke your ex-girlfriend, make her regret breaking up with you. Don't overthink it." Shuya couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Anyway, thank you. To be honest, after suddenly having money, I was originally considering what field to make a career in, but just now I ran into that Jiang Jinglong. This might be fate's arrangement, so I've decided I want to open a game company specifically to make games." Chen Yang said seriously, "Game company? That must be expensive, right?" She asked in a daze. "Not necessarily. It depends on how it's done. Don't worry, I'm not being impulsive. Just wait and see," Chen Yang said confidently. Chapter 9. The True Wealth of the Wasteland World. Strictly speaking, the idea of starting a game company was not an impulsive decision. When he was stuck on the road to the Bai family courtyard, Chen Yang had carefully considered this issue. In the Wasteland world, what advantages exist compared to the current main world? At the beginning, Chen Yang had thought about starting a pharmaceutical company because he personally experienced the miraculous effects of first-tier enhancement potions. Thus, if he set the goal of his business on enhancement potions from the start, the costs involved would likely be quite exaggerated. Moreover, since it involved the medical field, the various interpersonal relationships that needed to be handled in the current world would also be very complex. But apart from enhancement potions, Chen Yang had no further understanding of the wasteland world for the time being. He only knew that it was Earth 200 years later, which had experienced a great catastrophe, and nearly 10 years had passed since then. The civilization established by humanity had almost been destroyed, and how much of the remaining technological achievements were left was unclear to anyone. In this situation, after careful consideration, Chen Yang found that the most reliable way to utilize advantages was actually to focus on people. It had only been 10 years since the great catastrophe broke out. Although it changed the entire world's ecology, the knowledge and the minds of all survivors could not simply vanish, especially for survivors aged 30 to 50. They had received the most complete education before the catastrophe, and some might have even achieved small successes in their respective fields, potentially even being called experts. If he could find such people in the wasteland world to hire and work for him, then based on the loose salary requirement of 15 packs of spicy strips a month, the labor costs he would need to pay could be completely negligible. However, the knowledge and technology they possessed that had been ahead of the current world by 200 years were priceless. What is most valuable in the 21st century? Talent. What is cheapest in the wasteland world? Also talent. Perhaps finding cutting-edge scholars and technical experts in various fields would be very difficult. But just finding some ordinary programmers should be quite simple, right? With this judgment, the idea of making games naturally arose. As long as he could fully utilize the technological advantages that were 200 years ahead of the current world in the wasteland, creating truly groundbreaking games would make it very easy to become popular and make money. The most important point is that starting his career in the game industry would not touch upon any possible taboos. Compared to other industries, the game industry pays quickly and is very safe. This would leave him ample time to develop cautiously. Full of motivation, Chen Yang was busy until late at night before finally falling into a deep sleep. Whether it was due to his enhanced body or not, he only slept for about 6 hours before waking up spiritedly from his dreams. First, he looked online for an agency that specializes in handling such matters, and after detailing his requirements to them, he quickly negotiated a corresponding agency fee. Following that, Chen Yang simply freshened up and found that Shuya had already left, while the other roommate, Zhou Dandan, seemed to still be sound asleep, likely due to working late the previous night. Chen Yang deliberately lightened his footsteps to avoid disturbing Zhou Dandan's rest and quickly left the house. To avoid trouble, this time Chen Yang did not buy any packaged food, but instead purchased a large amount of raw meat and vegetables. Previously, he had carelessly brought snacks into the wasteland world, not realizing that it was actually a future 200 years ahead. Fortunately, he didn't have much, and he should have consumed it all by now. Otherwise, if someone noticed the production date on the food packaging, who knows what kind of trouble it would bring. Although he could use some excuses to brush it off, there was no guarantee it wouldn't backfire, so it was better to be cautious. It seemed he needed to quickly find a food factory to cooperate with, one that specializes in producing food products without dates or any clear labeling, only simple packaging, which would better meet his current needs. After all, it wasn't feasible to only provide raw meat and vegetables. There needed to be a variety of products. As he wasn't a shady businessman, Chen Yang stood in his bedroom, looking at the 2 large bags of food in front of him, pondering to himself. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the ring on his left middle finger suddenly flashed. Immediately after, the 2 large bags of food disappeared from his sight out of nowhere. What the hell? Chen Yang's eyes widened immediately. In his mind, he suddenly saw a space that was almost 1 cubic meter in size, and those 2 large bags of food were quietly stacked in the corner of the space. He tried to give the command to retrieve them in his mind, and the 2 large bags of food reappeared out of nowhere in his bedroom. This is subspace? It turns out that the ring not only grants him the ability to travel to the future world, but also provides services similar to a dimensional pocket. That's too amazing, right? But I like it. Chen Yang had a look of surprise on his face. It was indeed a case of being drowsy and finding a pillow, as he was struggling with the inconvenience of carrying items while crossing over. But the ring directly provided a corresponding solution. This service attitude is comparable to that of Hidalgo. It's a pity there is no rating system. Otherwise, he would definitely give it a 5-star review along with a kiss. The only problem is that this subspace for storing items is still a bit small. I wonder if there's a way to increase the volume of the subspace? Chen Yang was thinking while once again putting the 2 large bags of food into the subspace. Expanding the volume of the subspace wasn't an urgent matter. It was better to quickly find the talents he needed in the wasteland world first. Otherwise, the company wouldn't be able to operate at all. With this in mind, Chen Yang suddenly disappeared from the bedroom. In a shed at the survivor, gathering point gray mouse in the wasteland world. Li Lu was sitting on the only bed in the shed, lost in thought. The previous pack of biscuits had given her a long-lost pleasure of eating. The perfect taste experience during the process made her feel as if she was in heaven. Hidden under the bed were more than 10 other packs of different snacks, which were her reward for helping Chen Yang complete a transaction yesterday. Of course, it was impossible to be full. It was just enough to meet the minimum standard for survival. So Li Lu was very satisfied. Just by helping to complete a transaction, she could receive such a generous reward. Chen Yang's generosity left a deep impression on her and generated a great fondness. In terms of value, the pack of biscuits she had eaten before, even just taking out a few pieces, would be enough to make any girl in the gathering point willingly take off her pants. Of course, she was definitely not included. Li Lu's eyes were unfocused as she murmured to herself. Since finishing that pack of biscuits yesterday, she had been thinking about Chen Yang the whole time. At that moment, the door of the shed was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Chen Yang, holding 2 large plastic bags, stepped in. Li Lu was stunned for a moment. In the next second, she jumped off the bed and rushed into Chen Yang's arms, hugging him tightly and tremblingly exclaimed, You really came? That's great. I thought you yesterday was lying to me. Feeling the sudden warmth in his embrace, Chen Yang was completely confused. He instinctively asked in bewilderment, Lying to you? Why would I lie to you? Li Lu bit her lip and replied. Chen Yang finally understood and couldn't help but laugh and cry as he said, What are you thinking? The forces behind me won't blame me for this. You can understand it as my position in our organization is actually quite high. I have the final say on many matters. So a mere backpack of food is nothing to worry about. As he spoke, Chen Yang threw the 2 large plastic bags of food onto the ground. To avoid exposing the subspace, he took out the 2 large bags of food when he reached outside the shed. The bags hit the ground with a muffled thud. Li Lu, who was holding on to Chen Yang tightly, was drawn in by the sound. Hearing Chen Yang refer to himself as a high-ranking member of the organization, she completely relaxed and let go of him. Oh my God, this is vegetables? Are these really vegetables? Incredible. It's unbelievable. Your organization can actually grow vegetables. How did you manage that? Carefully squatting next to the 2 large plastic bags, Li Lu cautiously took out a stalk of celery, her face showing an expression of disbelief. It was no wonder she was so excited. The last time she had truly eaten vegetables was when she was a child. Back then, before the great catastrophe broke out, the world was peaceful. Life was simple and happy, and material wealth was abundant. Unfortunately, the great catastrophe destroyed all of that, and in just 10 years, the once vibrant planet had turned into a living hell. Although food issues could be barely managed, the world's land was severely polluted, and only a few hardy crops could survive in such contaminated soil. The vegetables that could be freely eaten before the catastrophe had completely vanished. Yet unexpectedly, today she was fortunate enough to see vegetables again. Thinking of this, tears streamed uncontrollably down the corners of Li Lu's eyes. Chen Yang never expected that something as simple as some vegetables could have such a big impact on Li Lu. Seeing her silently shedding tears, he suddenly felt a bit flustered. He hurriedly approached and gently patted Li Lu's back, saying, Why are you still crying? If others see this, they'll misunderstand that I'm bullying you. Don't cry. If you like these vegetables, you can have them all. It's no big deal. Li Lu's tears instantly stopped, and she turned to look at Chen Yang with an expression of disbelief. Pointing at herself, she asked blankly, Give them to me? Yes. If you like them, take them all. Consider it your bonus. After all, you're employed by me now, and as your boss, I can't treat you unfairly. Chen Yang said matter-of-factly. He wasn't being overly generous. It was merely that his mindset hadn't completely changed yet. Although he had traveled to the wasteland world several times and knew that food was an extremely precious strategic resource there, he still lived in an era of explosive productivity. And it would take time for him to shed his subconscious instinct to underestimate food. Li Lu was completely stunned by Chen Yang's big-heartedness. She quickly stood up, took a deep breath, and then seriously bowed to Chen Yang at a 90-degree angle. She said, "You are a good person. In this world, there are hardly any good people like you left. These vegetables are too precious. I can't even determine their value, so I can't accept them. Since you have hired me, I will only take the compensation I deserve. Rest assured, I won't be greedy. As your employee, I will definitely be responsible for you." Chapter 10. Relatively primitive in fact. From the first transaction completed yesterday, Chen Yang could tell that although Li Lu lived in the wasteland world, she had her own principles and a bottom line she adhered to. Being able to hire someone like her to serve him, despite knowing almost nothing about the wasteland world, was undoubtedly very fortunate. Therefore, he wasn't surprised when Li Lu respectfully refused his good intentions. It was just that being inexplicably labeled as a good person made Chen Yang a bit displeased. After all, good people often don't get rewarded. If you have any special requests, you can bring them up directly to me. As long as I can meet them, I will do my best to accommodate you. Of course, correspondingly, your service quality must keep up. You not only need to act as my guide, but also as my personal secretary here, answering all my questions. Glancing at the raw meat mixed in with the vegetables, Li Lu instinctively swallowed. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she nodded vigorously and said, "You can count on me. I will do my utmost to make you satisfied. Even if you want me to accompany you, I can accept that." Accompany? Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment and didn't understand what Li Lu meant. "Please rest assured, I have also injected the enhancement serum, and I am one of the very few in the settlement who have injected the second-tier enhancement serum. So my body is very clean and has no radiation contamination." Li Lu thought that Chen Yang was a bit disdainful and hurriedly explained. Chen Yang finally realized what Li Lu meant and suddenly felt a bit dry in his mouth. Although he had been in a 3-year relationship with Feng Jia, he still preserved his genuine first time. However, at his age, it was impossible not to yearn for such things. Throughout his relationship with Feng Jia, he had sought opportunities several times, but each time he was firmly rejected by her, leaving Chen Yang without truly experiencing the pleasures involved. Hearing Li Lu's statement all of a sudden, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. After all, Li Lu's looks and figure, possibly due to the use of enhancement drugs, were top-notch. If she were in his world, she would definitely be a goddess. However, despite being tempted, Chen Yang also had his own bottom line. No matter how much he longed and desired, he could not accept contact without any emotional foundation. Therefore, he waved his hand towards Li Lu and smiled, saying, "It's not that exaggerated. We are just in an employee-employer relationship. I pay you for your services, and that's it. The reason I brought meat and vegetables this time is that I want you to help me hire some more people. These people need to meet certain capability requirements and have a considerable level of loyalty. Where do you think would be a good place to hire?" Still hiring? Around Gray Mouse Town, there are a total of 12 small settlements, named in alphabetical order from Gray Mouse A to Gray Mouse L. Our settlement is Gray Mouse D, with a total population of 213, ranking in the middle among the 12 settlements. We completely depend on Gray Mouse Town for survival and go there to try to trade when we want to exchange some scarce supplies. Chen Yang finally understood why the settlement, where Li Lu was located, had such a strange name. He nodded and said, "So, to hire some manpower, it's best to go to Gray Mouse Town, right? I plan to hire some programmers who understand computer programming, preferably those who can make games. Are there many people like that in Gray Mouse Town?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang noticed a strange expression appear on Li Lu's face. Computer? What a historical term. "Boss, are you referring to that primitive product that was all the rage hundreds of years ago?" Li Lu asked. Primitive product? Can something like a computer even be described with the word primitive? But thinking about the era in this wasteland world, it seems Li Lu's description of computers isn't entirely unreasonable. This is really mind-blowing. Yes, it is a bit old. So is it hard to find people who understand computer programming? Chen Yang scratched his head and asked with a somewhat uneasy mood, "Well, I'm not quite sure. Before the Great Cataclysm, We were already using intelligent brains equipped with corresponding artificial intelligence, which basically met all our daily needs. How about this, boss? I'll take you to meet someone. He is the most knowledgeable person about intelligent brains in our gray rat D community. Before the Great Cataclysm, he seemed to be a technical supervisor at a tech company. However, after the Great Cataclysm, the knowledge he had about those intelligent brain technologies became useless. As Li Lu spoke, she hid the 2 large bags of raw meat and vegetables under the bed. After finishing this, Li Lu clapped her hands in satisfaction, grabbed Chen Yang, and exited the shack. As for whether someone would take the opportunity to sneak into the shack and accidentally discover the food, Li Lu was not worried at all. Not to mention that the people in the settlement were all very poor, making it impossible to find anything of value in the shack, which greatly reduced the probability of sneaking into someone else's shack. Furthermore, the relationships among the survivors in the Gray Rat D settlement were extremely good and very united, so such situations would not occur. Under Li Lu's guidance, Chen Yang soon arrived at the door of another shack just a few dozen meters away. He watched as Li Lu knocked on the door, and then followed her into the shack. A scruffy middle-aged man, who looked to be around 40 years old, was carefully skinning a rat corpse that was at least half a meter long in the shack. The rat was gray-black all over, and its fur seemed quite tough, making the process of skinning it somewhat laborious for the middle-aged man. Despite this, an excited expression still appeared on his face. When Li Lu brought Chen Yang in, he merely looked up for a moment before continuing with his work, happily saying, "Xiao Lu, what brings you here today? You're in luck. I just hunted an adult gray rat. Finally, I can have a good meal today. Once I finish processing it, I'll give you both its hind legs." Chapter 11. The Technical Talent of the Wasteland. This mutated large rat is called a gray rat, known for its speed, cunning, and strong aggression. The body length of an adult gray rat is generally around half a meter, not including the tail. Some particularly strong individuals can even fall into the category of different species, with body lengths often exceeding 1 meter. Li Lu very diligently began introducing the large rat to Chen Yang. Within the range of Gray Rat Town, these gray rats are everywhere due to their strong reproductive capabilities. Compared to zombies and other, they are not particularly dangerous, making them the main food source for the survivors in Gray Rat Town. The entire town is named after these rats. After a brief introduction, Li Lu then looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle Wei, I'm not here to take advantage of you. I'm here to introduce you to a job. This person next to me is named Chen Yang, my current boss. He is willing to offer very generous food as compensation to hire some manpower, provided that these workers meet his requirements." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was stunned, and his actions came to an immediate halt. A look of suspicion appeared on his face as he scrutinized Chen Yang closely, seemingly not fully believing what he saw. Chen Yang was very clear that he was too young, and his appearance did not have much persuasive power to make the people here work wholeheartedly for him. He had to offer the most practical benefits. So he spoke directly, "Uncle Wei, right? I heard from Li Lu that you are the most knowledgeable person about smart brains in this settlement. Coincidentally, I need to hire some technical talents. As long as you meet my requirements, you don't have to worry about the compensation at all. How about 30 gene of rice and flour, and 10 gene of raw meat every month? I can pay in advance. 30 gene of rice and flour, 10 gene of raw meat." The middle-aged man's eyes widened instantly, and he suddenly stood up in a somewhat disordered manner, exclaiming, "Are you serious? Uncle Wei, I can guarantee it's true, because I have a lot of raw meat provided by the bosses in my shack right now. If the boss decides to hire you, I can immediately give you the meat first." Li Lu chimed in with a smile. The middle-aged man clearly trusted Li Lu very much. With Li Lu's assurance, the middle-aged man's attitude towards Chen Yang underwent a 180-degree change immediately. He suddenly appeared much more restrained, rubbed his hands forcefully on his dirty, ragged pants, and nervously said, "Mr. Chen Yang, I am indeed the most knowledgeable person about smart brains in the Gray Rat D settlement, but my technical skills, to be honest, are quite average. So if you have cutting-edge smart brain technical problems that need solving, I'm afraid I won't be able to help." "Oh, you misunderstood. What I want to do is unrelated to smart brains. Do you know about computers? The kind of personal computer that was all the rage about 200 years ago." Chen Yang waved his hand and asked, "Computer? That's basically an antique, right? In the field of intelligent brain development, there have been detailed descriptions of computers. But those things are too primitive, and the user experience is terrible. They have no value now. In fact, even intelligent brains have little use in this wasteland. Only the most advanced intelligent brain technology might still be able to earn a meal, while ordinary intelligent brain technology, people like me, who are neither here nor there, are simply unwanted. The middle-aged man shook his head with a bitter smile, his face full of emotion. Chen Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the middle-aged man's comments about the computer. The cognitive differences caused by this technological gap were really frustrating. Ahem. What I actually need are talents who understand that kind of primitive technology. Since you know about computers, you should understand the operating principles of computers, right? If I give you a computer now, can you program it? Chen Yang cleared his throat and then looked at the middle-aged man with an eager expression, asking. The middle-aged man was taken aback, completely not expecting to hear such a request from Chen Yang. It was almost like asking an excavator operator if they could use a shovel to dig. Was it even a question of whether they could do it? As long as they had hands, it should be fine, right? Mr. Chen Yang, computer programming is a completely obsolete skill. Although I haven't been in contact with it, I understand the principles and rules. If I had a computer to use and a couple of days to study it, I could definitely complete all programming tasks within the hardware's capabilities. But what is the point of this? The software effects produced by computer programming are on a different dimensional level compared to an intelligent brain, like the difference between a nuclear weapon and a fruit knife. And it might even be a greater gap than that. Studying this is simply a waste of time, right? The middle-aged man scratched his head, clearly puzzled and asking. Chen Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself, am I not aware of this? But the problem is, only by relying on computers as a hardware foundation and developing more advanced technologies and software can it be considered impressive. Being a step ahead is genius. But being 10 steps ahead, that's a monster. One must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. This is the wisdom passed down from our ancestors. Of course, these reasons could only be kept to himself and could not be expressed. So Chen Yang straightforwardly showed his impatience. He said, Uncle Wei, I'm not someone who likes to explain. I hire people simply hoping they will work for me, not to question my motives. So, you only need to tell me if you can do it, and if you're willing to accept my employment if you can. The rest is none of your concern. This impatient attitude indeed startled the middle-aged man. The already nervous man began to stutter as he spoke. Secan, this is. There s no. No difficulty at all. The only difficulty is I don't know where to find a computer. I'll handle the computer. Do you have any other requirements? Let me know all at once. As long as you can produce something that meets my requirements, you can rest assured that your employment will be long-term. I guarantee you won't have to worry about filling your stomach anymore. Chen Yang nodded and said, if I could have a smart brain, that would be even better. I could first develop a small program for conversion, directly using the smart brain for software design, and then convert it to a computer version. Due to the generational gap, the most complex program running on a computer could be completed in just a few minutes on a smart brain. It doesn't have to be a high-end smart brain. Even the lowest configuration would suffice. The middle-aged man said cautiously. After that, Chen Yang turned and left the shed. Chapter 12. The idea of establishing a base. Where can I buy a smart brain? Chen Yang looked at Li Lu, who had just come out of the shed with him, and asked. This question left Li Lu somewhat confused. Although smart brains had become useless to the vast majority of survivors in the wasteland, they still held some value for larger organized factions. Therefore, any faction of medium size or larger would typically have a stock of smart brains. In Li Lu's view, since her boss's faction could provide ample food, it must be quite large, so it should be normal for them to have a significant amount of smart brains stored. Why was there still a need to ask where to buy them? As long as we can buy them, it's fine. We don't need gray rat meat. We can directly trade with the kind of raw meat I provided you, which is definitely of better quality than gray rat meat, so the price should be lower. Also, you mentioned that there are no enhancement potions in the settlement. Can those things be bought in Gray Rat Town? Chen Yang continued to ask. Yes. The enhancement potions are divided into 10 tiers, but Gray Mouse Town only sells first and second tier enhancement potions. The first tier potion is the cheapest and can be exchanged for 5 pounds of gray mouse meat, while the price of the second tier potion is generally about 5 times that of the first tier potion. Chen Yang instinctively calculated in his mind. 5 pounds of meat for a first-tier potion, even based on pork prices, that would only be around 100, right? That's too cheap. A second-tier potion is about 500? I really want as many as I can get. While he was thinking, he heard Li Lu continue. To the east of Gray Mouse Town, about 30 kilometers away, there is a medium-sized settlement controlled by a medium power. There are members of the Doctors Association stationed there, and you can buy up to 5th-tier enhancement potions, but the prices are extremely outrageous, and most people can't afford them. The ruler of Gray Mouse Town is a 5th-tier enhancer. The Doctors Association? Chen Yang noticed a brand new title. Boss, don't you know? This is one of the top powerful forces in the wasteland. All survivors in the wasteland should know about the Doctors Association, Li Lu asked curiously. Ahem. My faction has always been relatively closed off and self-sufficient. I'm basically unaware of the outside situation. So I'm thinking, should we establish a branch base here to facilitate our operations? Chen Yang rubbed his chin and said. This was the thought that emerged in his mind during his earlier conversation with Uncle Wei. If he really wanted to establish his own talent center in the wasteland world and hire enough people to work for him, he would inevitably need a stable working environment. However, the wasteland was fraught with dangers. Even if the food problem was solved, various other threats still had to be faced. Whether it was zombies, mutants, or potential malice from other factions, all of these had to be taken into consideration. Therefore, establishing a force capable of self-defense was a top priority. Establishing a branch base? The investment would be enormous, right? Li Lu hesitated before speaking. It's okay. You need to have confidence in your boss. For me, as your boss, any problem that can be solved with food is not a problem. I noticed that you seem to have a good relationship with the others in the Gray Rat D settlement earlier, right? Don't you want them to live a better life? Chen Yang waved his hand grandly and continued. Imagine if Gray Mouse D develops into the shape of Gray Mouse Town. What kind of life could the survivors in Gray Mouse D have? What if it continues to develop into a more powerful force? In life, one must have dreams. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and zombies? Hearing these words, Li Lu was momentarily stunned, then truly began to fantasize, a look of longing appearing on her face. Before meeting Chen Yang, she had been struggling just to survive every day, exhausting all her efforts, and naturally had no room for any other extravagant thoughts. But Chen Yang's sudden appearance and the abundant food reserves he had shown over the past 2 days made Li Lu feel as if she had been activated entirely. Boss, do you mean to establish a base based on Gray Mouse D? Li Lu took a deep breath, trying to calm the emotions stirred up by Chen Yang's few words, and asked, That's right, what do you think? I don't know much about Gray Mouse D. Do you think it's worth investing in? In other words, are the people in Gray Mouse D reliable? Chen Yang nodded and asked, That must be reliable. For survivors in small settlements like ours, trusting and uniting with each other is a necessary prerequisite to survive in the wasteland. If you boss have really thought it through, I personally suggest that it's best to first purchase a batch of enhancement potions. This will allow the survivors of Gray Mouse D to become somewhat stronger, at least having the ability to protect themselves, before considering the establishment of subsequent forces. Li Lu said solemnly, That makes sense, but how can you guarantee that they will still be willing to obey me after they become stronger? After all, people's hearts are hard to read, and I don't want to waste a lot of resources only to raise a pack of ungrateful wolves. Chen Yang asked a very realistic question. Boss, rest assured, as long as we ensure that your enhancement level is always above everyone else's, this issue will be more than half resolved. Moreover, the rewards you can offer are likely far superior to those of even large factions, so I can't think of any reason they would betray you. Li Lu bit her lip and continued, We are just trying our best to survive. If there is a chance for a better life, I believe no one would hesitate to cherish it. Well, how about this? Please give me a simple budget first. How much food would be needed for trading to elevate everyone in Gray Mouse D to a level where they can protect themselves? At the same time, please help me gauge the willingness of the people in Gray Mouse D to accept this kind of employment. After thinking for a while, Chen Yang didn't dwell on it too much and directly chose to agree. Making such a decision wasn't actually difficult. The main reason was that the cost of trial and error was simply too low, which made Chen Yang not worry about potential risks at all. Even if he made a wrong decision and incurred some losses, so what? It was just some food, Yes, boss. I will complete the task as soon as possible. Lilu responda energetically. Chen Yang said as he waved goodbye to Lilu and turned to walk outside the gathering point. It wasn't until he was out of sight that a look of hesitation appeared on his face. After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind and turned back toward his shelter. Chapter 13. The good tradition of shared housing. He was in a good mood because through his conversation with Uncle Wei, he had confirmed that his previous idea was feasible. 30 pounds of rice and flour and 10 pounds of fresh meat a month could hire a technical director-level programmer. Calculating, the monthly cost would be around $400. That is not just a bargain. That is practically a price that would make you jump off a building and break your bones. Moreover, the uniqueness of the wasteland world meant that those technical talents were worthless there. So, he wouldn't face any competition in acquiring the necessary talent. There was no better deal than this. With this exhilarated feeling, Chen Yang left his bedroom. He needed to go to the mall to buy a top-spec computer to take to the wasteland world. As for the power issue, there was no need to worry. Grey Rat D clearly had the capability to supply power. After all, generating electricity wasn't difficult. For Earth 200 years later, even if the whole world was destroyed, supplying power on a small scale would still be very easy. However, just as he pushed open the bedroom door and hadn't had the chance to step outside, he froze in place. The curtains in the living room were drawn, making it a bit dark. On the sofa, his roommate, Zhou Dandan, was sprawled out comfortably, her legs resting on a coffee table, happily scrolling through something on her phone. That was fine, but the problem was, couldn't she at least wear something? That phone is really big. No, wait, that sofa is really white. Also not right. Wow, what is going on? Just yesterday, he had found himself in an embarrassing situation in the living room. And now Zhou Dandan was doing the same? Was this about turning letting loose into a good tradition in their shared house? It sounded not bad. Chen Yang only felt his head buzzing, his thoughts tangled into a mess. Rationally, he told himself there must be a misunderstanding. From a gentleman's perspective, he should immediately avoid eye contact. However, his body was very honest. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who should be embarrassed is others. At this moment, Zhou Dandan, who had been scrolling through her phone, finally sensed the unusual atmosphere. She put down her phone in confusion and then saw Chen Yang standing dumbfounded at the side of the door, causing Zhou Dandan to momentarily feel disoriented. Is this a hallucination? How is Chen Yang home? In the next second, Zhou Dandan reacted, quickly raising both hands to shield herself, while her face turned pale as she screamed. Why are you home? Didn't Tu and Shuya leave? I even checked your bedroom earlier, and there was clearly no one there. Chen Yang was startled by Zhou Dandan's scream. Saying this, Chen Yang quickly put on his shoes and dashed out of the rented house. Zhou Dandan's face turned bright red as she watched Chen Yang escape, unable to help but bite her lip. Deep down, she wasn't really that angry. She just felt a bit confused, not even sure if Chen Yang was still at home. At that moment, Chen Yang had already run out of the residential community and hopped into a taxi, heading to the nearest shopping mall. What lingered in his mind were the matters concerning the wasteland. If he wanted to truly achieve something in his current world, then the wasteland world was his foundation. Despite appearing to trust Li Lu very much, Chen Yang had basically not rejected any of Li Lu's previous suggestions. But in reality, this was just a strategy for him. Discussing the term trust with someone he had only known for a couple of days was quite absurd. However, Chen Yang had to test an experiment, quickly opening up a certain situation in the wasteland world. Otherwise, he didn't know how much unnecessary time he would waste. Moreover, even if the test failed and Li Lu let him down, his loss would only be a batch of cheap food. The cost he had to pay could basically be ignored, so Chen Yang was naturally bold enough to act. If Li Lu and the people from Grey Mouse D were indeed reliable, it would obviously be excellent news for Chen Yang. He wouldn't have to go through the hassle of finding new agents or searching for new places to establish a base. Everything could proceed relatively smoothly. Of course, even if Li Lu and the people from Grey Mouse D were unreliable, it wouldn't matter. He could just look for new targets. After all, in the wasteland world, as long as there was food, one could have everything. After coming up with the idea of establishing a base in the wasteland world, Chen Yang elevated it to a strategic level. Once he aimed to form his core technological competitiveness in the current world through the programmers in the wasteland, then the relative stability of the wasteland world must be ensured. But maintaining stability in such an environment as the wasteland was far from easy. At first, it was manageable. Small settlements like Grey Mouse di Wooden Tea attract much attention. However, as time went on and the food Chen Yang transported increased, Grey Mouse di Wooden Tea possibly keep its situation under wraps indefinitely. Therefore, once it was confirmed that Grey Mouse D would be established as his base in the wasteland world, it was imperative to strengthen Grey Mouse D as quickly as possible. This was a race against time. While pondering these matters, Chen Yang had already arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. There was a specialty store for alien computers in this mall, where Shuya worked part-time, aside from when she had auditions and took leave to pursue roles. She spent most of her time at the store. Due to Shuya's nearly perfect appearance, she had a strong advantage in attracting neutral customers. So even though she often took leave, the store always provided her with this part-time position. Of course, aside from a basic salary and commissions, they didn't provide insurance for Shuya or sign a formal labor contract, making it mutually beneficial. As Chen Yang walked into the alien specialty store, Shuya, who was explaining something to a customer, immediately brightened up. She said something to the customer, then came directly to Chen Yang. She visibly relaxed and whispered, "What brings you here? But your timing is pretty good. That customer was really annoying, constantly trying to take me out to dinner, subtly telling me that if I agreed to the invitation, he would buy a computer worth 20,000. I was really fed up. My commission for one computer is less than 200. Does he really think I'm that kind of person?" Chapter 14. Company registration completed. If the commission were 2,000, you would definitely go right away. Chen Yang said with realization, "It depends on the person. Okay, if it were you, I might consider agreeing, but for someone who clearly has ill intentions and is up to no good, why would I want to make things difficult for myself? Don't change the subject. Why did you suddenly come over? You didn't come just to see me out of boredom, did you?" Shuya rolled her eyes and replied, "Of course I'm here to buy a computer. What else is there besides computers? Am I supposed to come here just to eat? You do it," Chen Yang said helplessly. "I dare to do it, but do you dare to eat it?" Shuya glutted at Chen Yang. At that moment, the three of them had just signed the rental contract, and to celebrate, Shuya took the initiative to cook and made dinner. Chen Yang swore that it was the most unappetizing meal he had ever eaten in his life. Zhou Dandan's face turned pale as she ate, and even Shuya felt that her cooking was hard to swallow. After the meal, the three unfortunate Beijing drifters were left with expressions full of despair, slumped on the sofa, questioning their lives. They also confirmed that from now on, the strategic guideline would be to allow Shuya to do anything except cook. So this statement had much more power than the question, "I let you sleep, do you dare?" However, Shuya's habitual, self-destructive way of confronting others seemed to easily have bugs. Shaking his head, Chen Yang helplessly said, all right, get me a computer, the highest configuration desktop. I have use for it." The highest configuration desktop? Why? Are you going to start a game company to make games, not just to play them yourself? The highest configuration desktop in the store would cost nearly 100,000, which is extremely low in cost effectiveness. It's really not worth buying. Shuya asked in surprise. "I have money. I'm being willful. Is that okay? I don't need cost effectiveness. I just need to get a desktop with the highest configuration under mass production. I want to see the software limits that such a computer can handle. Of course, there's no need for those high-end customized models. Those are the ones that aren't cost-effective," Chen Yang casually said. Seeing Chen Yang's serious expression, it was clear he wasn't joking. Shuya couldn't help but frown but didn't say more, just nodded and said, "All right, you wait here. I'll go get you the computer." At that moment, the male customer who had been bothering Shuya deliberately raised his voice and huffed. At the same time, he pointedly said to the male staff beside him, "Forget it. A computer worth over 20,000. I might as well buy a high-end Apple one. At least the people in the Apple store have a much better attitude than you aliens. I don't want to spend money just to suffer. In this day and age, is there really a lack of places to spend money if you have it? My budget for this computer is just a basic 20,000, and I definitely need to buy various other external configurations, plus warranty and other costs. I estimate it will cost at least 30,000. If you aliens don't want it, there are other stores that will." After saying this, the male customer deliberately looked at Shuya, trying to find some regret on her face. Shuya understood his thoughts, and behind the male customer's back, she rolled her eyes at Chen Yang, then deliberately raised her voice and said, "Sir, The total price for your computer, including the main unit, screen, and other peripherals, is 100,000 and 3,000. Do you prefer WeChat or Alipay? 100. 3,000? The male customer was stunned, staring blankly as Chen Yang really took out his phone and went to the counter to check out. The male customer felt a burning sensation on his face for a moment. After glaring at Chen Yang resentfully, he turned and quickly left in embarrassment. "I want to buy the warranty for you. Anyway, if there's any problem with the computer, I'll help you deal with it. Also, Chen Yang, we're friends, so I have to advise you, sudden wealth from things like demolition can often make people feel elated. You can't be like that. Of course, you should spend the money that needs to be spent, but unnecessary expenses shouldn't be wasted. You understand?" After sending Chen Yang out of the store, Shuya worriedly reminded him, "I understand. I know what I'm doing. Do you think I'm the kind of spendthrift who wastes money?" "Yes. Girl, do you know that chatting like this means you won't have any friends?" Chen Yang glanced at Shuya, and amidst her charming laughter, he headed straight to the supermarket located on the basement level of the mall. Along the way, he made a stop at the public restroom, confirmed there were no surveillance cameras, and directly tossed his computer into his dimensional bag. With a volume of 1 cubic meter, it wasn't particularly big or small. If filled entirely with pork, it could hold approximately 970 kilograms. If filled with rice, it could accommodate around 800 kilograms. However, if packed with flour, it would only hold about 500 kilograms. Therefore, to maximize the transportation of food in the early stages, Chen Yang decided to use the space entirely for raw meat. After all, the dimensional space was clearly in a state of absolute stasis with no concept of time. So he didn't need to worry about spoilage regardless of how much he stored inside. Once in the supermarket, considering he had already placed a computer in his dimensional bag, Chen Yang conservatively purchased over 20,000 yuan worth of raw meat. This quantity left the supermarket staff astonished. Due to the large amount, the supermarket offered a rare home delivery service, making Chen Yang even more eager to own a food processing factory. Relying solely on purchases from the supermarket was ultimately not a long-term solution. On his way home, Chen Yang received a call from the agency, informing him that the application for his company, Chen Yang Technology Company Limited, had completed all processes, with a registered capital of 1 million. The business scope was determined to be very broad, covering software, hardware, games, systems, network engineering, and so on. Moreover, it wasn't limited to computers. Mobile phone business was also included. If new projects outside the approved business scope were discovered as the company developed, additional supplements could be made. This was clearly good news, indicating that his career was finally taking off. However, for the company to operate normally, it couldn't just have the owner and technical staff. Although Chen Yang believed that the advanced technology provided by the wasteland world was his greatest asset and core competitiveness, personnel from other areas were also indispensable. Finance, human resources, business, legal affairs, operations, and customer service all required hiring. Dan seems to be in finance. Why not just recruit her to manage the accounts? At least she's one of his own. Standing at the door of his rental house, Chen Yang suddenly thought of Zhou Dan's job and rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself. Chapter 15. A Cabbage in the Wasteland World. Li Lu walked expressionlessly into an abandoned city full of ruins. The survivors in the abandoned city cast dangerous glances at her, revealing ill intentions. However, upon noticing the powerful rifle in Li Lu's hands, they quickly averted their eyes to avoid provoking her hostility. Although electromagnetic rail weapons and laser weapons had matured and begun to be deployed before the cataclysm. With the outbreak of the cataclysm, humanity's energy system was completely destroyed, and such high-energy consuming weapons gradually fell into oblivion. Except for a few large factions that could still afford energy weapons, the vast majority of wasteland dwellers could only seek outdated individual gunpowder weapons. However, compared to previous gunpowder weapons, the current ones had seen a significant enhancement in power, with the widespread application of mechanical exoskeletons. The frail human body was no longer a limiting factor for the power enhancement of individual weapons. The recoil inherent in powerful individual weapons could easily be absorbed by the mechanical exoskeleton. Although almost all mechanical exoskeletons were destroyed after the cataclysm, The emergence of enhancement and evolution potions manufactured by the Doctors Association made humanity stronger, allowing them to use these weapons without the need for mechanical exoskeleton assistance. In short, powerful individual gunpowder weapons paired with enhanced humans could ensure at least a basic level of safety in the wasteland world. The prerequisite was not to carry anything of high value. Therefore, Li Lu appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was extremely anxious. She was carrying a large cabbage. The bulky full combat suit concealed the presence of the cabbage, merely making Li Lu look quite strong. In the wasteland, such strong women were common and wouldn't raise suspicion. This abandoned city was actually controlled by a medium-sized faction located more than 30 kilometers from Greymouse Town. With Li Lu's second-tier enhanced physical fitness, she could cover the 30-plus kilometers in about 2 hours without exhausting herself. Nevertheless, Li Lu still tried to minimize her departures from the settlement. After all, the dangers in the wasteland were too numerous, and staying in the settlement with others provided a stronger ability to withstand risks. Once she left the settlement, who knew what unexpected situations she might encounter? The abandoned city covered a large area, but the space that survivors had cleared and occupied was quite small, amounting to just a few blocks. The edges of the blocks were surrounded by electric fences, completely isolating them from the rest of the city. Although the electric fences posed no threat to powerful mutants, they were sufficient to keep ordinary zombies at bay, making this area undoubtedly safer than Greymouse Town. Over 30,000 survivors crowded into these few blocks, living a meager existence under the exploitation and oppression of the ruling faction. Li Lu walked cautiously down the street, appearing calm but being extremely vigilant. The iron-fisted oppression of the ruling faction had established a relatively stable order in these blocks, and generally, serious dangers did not arise. However, Li Lu knew very well that she must not show any signs of weakness. Otherwise, those lurking in the shadows, watching her, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tear her apart without hesitation. In the wasteland, there was no distinction between men and women, young and old. Only strength mattered. In no time, Li Lu spotted the emblem of the Doctors Association on a storefront. Her tense emotions finally relaxed a bit as she stepped inside. This was her goal in daring to come to this abandoned city after leaving Greymouse D. After Chen Yang left, she made the decision to trade a vegetable of immeasurable value for the highest tier enhancement potion possible at the Doctors Association's distribution point. This would allow Chen Yang to become powerful in the shortest time. Although Li Lu was very puzzled as to why her boss had never used enhancement potions despite the faction having no shortage of food, the facts were before her. Instead of digging into the reasons, it was better to quickly resolve this shortcoming. As long as her boss became strong enough, many problems would naturally be solved. The distribution point of the Doctors Association was not large, only about 20 square meters, and there was just one person from the Doctors Association idly sitting inside, casually browsing through some things on their personal smart device to pass the time. Even when Li Lu entered the store, the person from the Doctors Association showed no intention of getting up. He didn't even lift his eyelids, merely extending his hand to point at the walls on either side of the store. They were covered with various low-tier enhancement potions, and the corresponding prices were very clear. The potions sold by the Doctors Association were all fixed prices, never discounted, and this was something everyone in the wasteland was very aware of. As one of the top powers in the wasteland, the Doctors Association was clearly different from other top forces. Although this faction was extraordinarily powerful, it had little aggression. In almost every moderately sized settlement in the wasteland, there was basically a distribution point for the Doctors Association. Such a fair and just practice made the Doctors Association highly regarded in the wasteland, and its apparent harmlessness made it very popular and easily accepted. Therefore, the establishment of distribution points by the Doctors Association had never encountered any obstacles or difficulties, and for some smaller settlements, the establishment of a Doctors Association distribution point was seen as an acknowledgement of them. At the same time, the association had performance standards for each distribution point, with the quantity of potions sold each month being a hard indicator for assessment. Thus, it was easy to understand why this person from the Doctors Association was so slack. The current settlement cleared from the edge of this abandoned city was relatively barren. The number of people who could afford the potions sold by the Doctors Association was extremely rare. Among the survivors who entered the distribution point, 99 were just there to broaden their horizons. So it was no wonder this person from the Doctors Association appeared so uninterested. However, the next second, this person realized he had made a big mistake because Li Lu pulled out a cabbage from her pocket. Chapter 16. Amazing value. He Genian thought he must be seeing things. Otherwise, how could he possibly see a living cabbage? One is a fruit and the other is a vegetable. Severe radiation pollution had caused significant changes in the composition of the soil surface across the planet. Only a few exceptionally resilient grains could survive in this contaminated soil. Even these grains that could still survive had drastically reduced yields, and the harvested food was fraught with various problems. Coupled with the main source of meat being from mutated creatures, the food quality in the wasteland was extremely low. In this context, the value of fruits and vegetables had far surpassed that of the top black truffles, which were once called diamonds of the food world before the catastrophe. After all, before the catastrophe, as long as you had money, you could still easily get top black truffles. But now, even if you were at the pinnacle of the wasteland, able to determine the lives and deaths of thousands with a word, you still couldn't get any fresh fruits or vegetables. Currently, the only way to eat vegetables in the wasteland was to look for military rations stored in secret underground bunkers. Although those military rations were long past their expiration dates, the contents were still edible. Just the taste. Well, having something to eat was good enough, but finding those underground bunkers was very difficult. At least most factions in the wasteland did not have such capabilities. Even if a faction was lucky enough to obtain a batch of military rations, those cans would be immediately sealed and elevated to a strategic level. After all, eating one can mean one less can. This thing does not know how to reproduce. Therefore, when He Genian saw a genuine cabbage right in front of him, his first reaction was that he must be dreaming. However, the next second, He Genian snapped back to reality. He jumped up from his chair as if electrocuted, and in Li Lu's astonished gaze, he rushed to the store's entrance and forcefully closed the door. Such a reaction truly startled Li Lu. Although the reputation of the Doctors Association was very good, there was no guarantee that there weren't any bad apples among them. If the other party was tempted by money, it would indeed be a big problem. So Li Lu unhesitatingly raised her powerful rifle, aiming it at He Genian, who had just closed the store's door. At this point, He Genian had turned around and noticed Li Lu's reaction, but he didn't mind. His eyes were fixed on the cabbage, and, after swallowing hard, he said in a dry voice, "Although I am just the head of this remote distribution point, I was actually assigned here, so I am actually a 9th-tier enhancer. Your weapon does not pose much of a threat to me." Li Lu's face instantly turned pale. This situation was entirely beyond her expectations. Normally, in such a small place, the distribution personnel arranged by the Doctors Association would not exceed the 5th tier, and anything beyond that would be a waste of resources. Arranging a 9th-tier enhancer to come here. Wasn't that insane? The resources consumed compared to the expected returns would definitely be a losing deal, right? Don't be afraid, I don't have a habit of strong-arming. The Doctors Association values fair trade and equivalent exchange. This is fundamental to the association's development to its current scale. I just lost control a bit upon seeing this cabbage. Is it really cabbage? Can I inspect it? You know, if this cabbage is genuine, its value is extraordinary, and I must be cautious. As He Genian spoke, he reached out his hand towards Li Lu, his gaze still fixed on the cabbage, showing no interest in Li Lu herself. Li Lu couldn't help but show a hesitant expression. After some hesitation, she handed the cabbage to He Genian. He Genian took the cabbage as if he had obtained the most precious treasure in the world, holding it with utmost care and trembling slightly as he examined it closely. After a moment, He Genian was in tears. It really is cabbage, fresh cabbage. This is a miracle. Seeing He Genian lose control of his emotions, Li Lu understood quite well. So she waited for a while, allowing He Genian to calm down before she spoke. As you can see, a real cabbage. My obtaining it was also by chance. The refrigeration technology before the catastrophe was quite good, but after 10 years, only this one remains. I want to use it to exchange for equivalent potions. He Genian took several deep breaths, finally managing to regain some calm. Confirming that the cabbage was indeed genuine, he said in a deep voice. This cabbage is precious due to its scarcity, but its actual edible value is rather average, so the demand is not high. For most people, it can't even fill their stomachs. That's right, but coincidentally, the Doctors Association is the demand side, because you don't have to worry about hunger. Liluraplia. You are correct. I just don't want you to mistakenly overestimate the value of this cabbage, and thus ask for an exorbitant price. Jian finally shifted his gaze to Li Lu's face and continued. As a distribution personnel of the Doctors Association, I've seen too many idiots like that. They accidentally obtain something of value, and then open their mouths wide like lions, hoping to get rich overnight. They're like gamblers who have lost their minds, unable to remain rational. Li Lu nodded in agreement and said, people like this often don't live long. Don't worry, I have enough sincerity to complete this deal. Jian showed a surprised expression, raised her eyebrows, and after thinking for a moment, said straightforwardly, then I won't haggle with you. A complete set of enhancement potions, from 1st to 6th tier, plus a healing potion that can effectively cure all diseases caused by cellular mutations. At the same time, I also have a piece of graphene bioarmor, covering the whole body, leaving only the head exposed. Li Lu was taken aback and instinctively said, but I only have this one. Before she could finish her sentence, Jian decisively interrupted her. Li Lu thought for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Chapter 17. Employee number 1 confirmed while Li Lu was risking herself in the wasteland world to exchange potions for Chen Yang. Chen Yang had just pushed open the door and entered the rented house. He then saw Zhou Dandan sweeping the floor in the living room. Since the three of them got along very well, many things were actually handled quite vaguely. For example, regarding the cleanliness of the house. Aside from their own bedrooms, which were definitely cleaned by themselves, the common areas were generally cleaned by whoever had free time. In this regard, Chen Yang did comparatively less. It wasn't that Chen Yang was lazy. It was simply that there was a significant difference in cleanliness standards between men and women. Zhou Dandan glanced at Chen Yang, and then turned her face away somewhat awkwardly. Although she didn't really care about the previous matter, she still felt a bit shy. Chen Yang said as he took off his shoes and entered the living room. You started a company by yourself? In the capital? Zhou Dandan was completely stunned. Yes, a technology company. Initially, I planned to start with online games. Don't look at me with that expression. What I'm saying is true. The company has already been registered. It's just that I haven't hired any employees yet. Chen Yang took a can of happy water from the fridge in the living room, opened it, and took a sip. He noticed that Zhou Dandan still had a look on her face, as if to say, are you kidding me? He couldn't help but shake his head in helplessness. He could only bring out his big weapon again, and said, my home is being demolished. Only then did Zhou Dandan show a look of realization and accepted this setting without any hesitation. She said enviously, that's great. I probably won't get to see my home demolished. I heard that the housing renovation might be stopped. Besides, in my small county, even if they do demolish it, there won't be much money. If I rely solely on my income, dreaming of making a down payment in the capital city is just that, a dream. By the way, how much do you earn now? Chen Yang held a bottle of happy water and asked. They said it was 7,000, but after deducting the 5 insurances and 1 fund, only a little over 5,000 was left. If it weren't for the company providing meals and transportation subsidies, I really don't know how to get by. Zhou Dandan sighed and said somewhat disheartened. I see. Then, have you considered changing jobs? Like coming to my company? How about a basic salary of around 15,000? However, my company is still in its infancy and has nothing, so you might also have to take on some HR responsibilities. Chen Yang expressed his proposal. Zhou Dandan was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Chen Yang to say such a thing. But soon after, she became intrigued and quickly calculated in her mind. If the monthly salary was 10,000, after deducting social insurance and taxes, she would probably take home around 12,000. Excluding the most basic living costs, she could save around 7 or 8,000 a month. If she could save nearly 100,000 by the end of the year, that would be much better than her current job. The premise is that Chen Yang's company doesn't go bankrupt. Of course, even if it does go bankrupt, she could just look for a new job then. For finance personnel, finding a job is actually not difficult. Could you briefly tell me about your company's situation so I have an idea before making a decision? Zhou Dandan asked. Of course. Chen Yang nodded and then detailed the current status of his company to Zhou Dandan. Upon learning that the technology company Chen Yang ran did not need to pay any research and personnel costs for the technical team, Zhou Danden's face was filled with disbelief. After repeatedly confirming with Chen Yang, although she felt that the company was highly unreliable, she still nodded in agreement under Chen Yang's hopeful gaze. This made Chen Yang very happy, and he immediately communicated some of his initial ideas to Zhou Danden. The previous Uncle Wei had made it very clear that as long as a transcoding software was developed, creating a game based on the current world hardware conditions would be very easy and would take no more than a few days. Consequently, the recruitment of personnel for Chen Yang's technology company had to be put on track immediately. Otherwise, if the game was developed but there were no corresponding staff to distribute it, it would greatly delay the progress of Chen Yang technology. As for the operational costs after hiring supporting staff, Chen Yang was very certain that the nearly 4 million in his personal account was sufficient for the initial startup process. He just needed to lend this money to the company in a legal personal loan manner. After discussing for a full hour with Zhou Danden, the rough framework was finally established. However, compared to Chen Yang's full confidence, Zhou Danden wore a worried expression, because if her understanding was correct, Chen Yang's company could now be said to have nothing but money. At the same time, a series of subsequent tasks would require her to be busy. Recruitment of personnel, drafting contracts, developing work content, and even leasing office space. All of these had to be completed by her. Contracts were easy to handle since there were standardized templates available. Recruitment was also simple. In a place like the capital, as long as the salary and benefits offered were not too poor, finding suitable employees would not be a problem. Leasing office space was also straightforward. Since Chen Yang had not set any upper limit on rent, there would certainly be plenty of office buildings available for immediate occupancy in the capital. As for developing work content, although she had no experience in the gaming industry, it was merely about initial distribution and contacting various platforms for sales, which did not require much technical knowledge. So, it seemed that each of these tasks had no difficulty. However, putting all these tasks together and placing them on her shoulders, with various tedious matters intertwining, became quite daunting. Your 15,000 monthly salary is hard to earn. Zhou Danden sighed, feeling very exhausted. Okay, I'm really a bit busy, so you'll have to take on more at the beginning. Once the company is on the right track, I'll give you a bonus. If you feel the salary is too low, we can negotiate again. Chen Yang said with a smile, that's not too much. I just graduated a year ago, and you're offering me 15,000, which is quite exaggerated. It's just that I've never done so many things before, so I'm not confident and I'm afraid I won't do well. Zhou Danden pouted and said, it's okay. You can learn while doing. As long as the product is solid, other issues won't be a problem. Chen Yang said indifferently, Chapter 18. Terminal illness? This was Chen Yang's true thoughts. He didn't need to hire someone with strong work capabilities, because he was extremely certain that the products obtained from the wasteland world would undoubtedly be the best. The absolute technological lead is crucial for a tech company, and this is something anyone can understand. Just like the impact of 3D games on 2D games back then, if true holographic games could be realized on the current hardware, what kind of sensation would that create? There's no need for exceptional support and promotion personnel. Such a groundbreaking product inherently possesses incomparable news value. Of course, whether such a sci-fi concept as holographic games can actually be realized on the current hardware is still unknown to Chen Yang. Even if it could be done, a sufficient preparatory process will be necessary for people to accept it smoothly. The games the company initially planned to make certainly couldn't be that extravagant. What exactly to make would need to be decided after a detailed discussion with Uncle Wei. Perhaps mobile games would be a more suitable choice. After all, mobile platforms have become the mainstream for internet access, boasting the widest user base in the world. Moreover, the review, production, promotion, and distribution of mobile games are much simpler than those for PC games, so starting with mobile games should be more prudent. After communicating with Zhou Danden, Chen Yang became a hands-off manager. Therefore, she needed to immediately enter work mode, first resigning from her original company, and then completing the onboarding procedures for Chen Yang's company as soon as possible to start subsequent work. The thought of having to handle her own onboarding procedures made Zhou Danden feel increasingly unreliable. But there was no way around it. Since she had inexplicably agreed to Chen Yang, she could only do her best. Watching Zhou Danden leave the house, Chen Yang couldn't help but stretch. Having someone to handle those troublesome processes undoubtedly allowed him to free up time to focus his main energy on the wasteland world. After all, the wasteland world was his core competitive advantage. The previously planned matters were proceeding in an orderly manner, and the heavy pressure that had been weighing on his shoulders had basically dissipated. At this moment, what he should do most was to completely relax and have a drink. Therefore, Chen Yang took out his phone, intending to call Wu Guangji, his best buddy from college, to invite him out for a fun drink that evening. However, before he could even open his contacts, his phone suddenly rang. Noticing it was his dad calling, Chen Yang quickly pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, his dad's voice came through the earpiece, but it was very low, as if he was not in good spirits. "What's wrong, Dad? Did something happen?" Chen Yang furrowed his brows and asked what. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. He was completely unprepared for this news. His grandfather had just turned 69 this year and had always been in good health. How could he suddenly be in the late stages of liver cancer? "I'll book a flight right away. I could be home this afternoon." With urgency, he rushed out of the house, hailed a taxi outside the community, and headed straight for the Beijing airport. On the way, he first bought a ticket for the next available flight, then sent WeChat messages to Xu Ye and Zhou Dandan, simply stating that there was an urgent matter at home and he needed to leave Beijing for a few days. After finishing these tasks, Chen Yang finally closed his eyes, leaned back against the seat, and tried to calm himself down. As the eldest grandson in the family, he had always been favored by his elders. Although they were an ordinary family, he had never suffered even a bit, and even when he often got into trouble as a child, he had hardly ever faced punishment from his parents. His grandparents had always spoiled him, even unable to bear seeing his parents discipline him. He originally planned to work hard after graduation, achieve success, and repay his grandparents for their kindness, ensuring that their later years would be filled with happiness. But he never expected that just as his career was beginning, his grandfather would reach his end. No, he couldn't let his grandfather go just like that. Although late-stage cancer is an incurable disease in the current world, perhaps there could be a miracle drug in the wasteland world. After all, it's Earth 200 years in the future, even after experiencing a great catastrophe. The development of something as miraculous as enhancement drugs indicates that medical technology hasn't stagnated. Therefore, after 200 years of development, finding a method to completely cure cancer shouldn't be too difficult. With these thoughts flooding his mind, Chen Yang's initially anxious mood finally settled down. Taking a deep breath, he decided that once he got off the plane, he would immediately head to the hospital, inquire about the specific situation with the doctor, and then go to the wasteland world right away. About an hour later, Chen Yang entered the terminal of the Beijing airport. Since he had bought a last-minute ticket for the next flight, the economy class was already sold out, so he had to buy a business class ticket. When he arrived at the boarding gate, the flight was just starting to check tickets, and business class had a separate lane, so there was no need to queue. After taking his seat according to the ticket number, Chen Yang began to quietly wait for the boarding process to finish. Soon, the economy class passengers boarded one by one. Just as Chen Yang was resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt a light tap on his shoulder, and a surprised voice rang in his ear. "Chen Yang, is it you? What a coincidence. Running into you on a plane?" Instinctively lifting his eyes, a delicate face with exquisite makeup came into view. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, and then he recognized who the beautiful young girl in front of him was. His middle school desk mate, Lu Churin. They had been desk mates for 3 years, but they didn't end up at the same high school, and they had basically lost contact. So it had been 7 years since they last met. Back then, they were just beginning to develop feelings for each other, and their relationship was somewhat ambiguous. Thinking back on it occasionally brought him warmth. "Excuse me, please take your seat quickly to avoid blocking the aisle." The flight attendant next to them hurriedly reminded when she noticed Lu Churin suddenly stop. The passengers behind Lu Churin began to show signs of impatience as they halted with her. "Chapter Tizenkilet, on nop minsopilu a. Saw thee. Chen Yang, my ticket is in economy class. I'll go ahead. Let us chat when we get to Wanghai." Chen Yang looked at the empty seat next to him, turned to the flight attendant, and asked, "Hello, has this seat next to me been sold?" "No, sir. Only your ticket has been sold for the 4 business class seats in this row." "I see. Then could you please upgrade that beautiful lady from earlier?" "I'll cover the cost. and arranged for her to sit next to me. Chen Yang spoke up. The flight attendant didn't seem surprised at all and smiled as she nodded in agreement. After a while, Lu Charan, looking astonished, sat down next to Chen Yang. It's only an hour and a half flight from the capital to Shanghai, and you upgraded me to business class. What a waste. Lu Charan whispered in Chen Yang's ear. As long as spending money can make things more comfortable, it's not a waste. It's really been a long time, hasn't it? 7 years, right? How did you end up in the capital? I heard someone mention before that you seem to have stayed at a local university in Shanghai. Chen Yang spoke up. Don't mention it. My dad's factory is not doing well, so I came to the capital to see if I can find new sales channels. Lu Charan shook her head and then briefly shared her family situation with Chen Yang. As the plane began to taxi for takeoff, listening to Lu Charan's story, Chen Yang felt that this world was indeed full of coincidences. It turned out that Lu Charan's family owned a food processing factory. However, the scale of this factory was not large, employing only a little over 100 workers, and it did not have its own brand, always taking on various low-quality food products for processing. Although it could produce many types of food, the quality and taste were quite average. In the past, when various counterfeit foods were rampant, the factory had a decent time, and even Lu Charan's father had expanded production multiple times, taking loans to purchase different production lines. But in recent years, as the national income level continued to rise, the brand awareness of ordinary people gradually awakened. The market size for counterfeit brands continued to shrink, and naturally, a small factory like Lu's faced a huge impact. According to Lu Charan, the factory had been losing money for 3 consecutive months, and her father was not only struggling to repay the bank loans, but also finding it very difficult to pay the workers. Although the family had accumulated some savings over the years, it could only last for a few more months at most. If they could not find a new way out, they would inevitably face bankruptcy and liquidation. The reason Lu Charan came to the capital was that a male classmate from her university seemed to have some connections in the city. He told her he could help her family's factory secure new orders, so Lu Charan made a trip to the capital. However, the result was very disappointing. The other party had ill intentions and tried to get Lu Charan drunk on the night she arrived, telling her that she had to become his mistress for him to consider helping her family's factory. It seemed that fate had a hand in this, as Lu Charan coincidentally met Chen Yang on the flight. After hearing Lu Charan's story, Chen Yang felt as if he had found a pillow when he was sleepy. He had been considering finding a food factory for long-term cooperation to produce some unbranded food to send to the wasteland, and here he was, meeting Lu Charan. If he could meet his own needs while also helping his middle school desk mate overcome difficulties, that would obviously be great. So, stroking his chin, Chen Yang said, "Don't rush. Perhaps I can sign a long-term food supply contract with your family's factory. Of course, whether to sign and how to sign cannot be determined right now. I need to visit your factory in person to confirm." Lu Charan was taken aback, staring at Chen Yang for a while before speaking. "You should be like me. Just graduated from university a few months ago, right? What are you doing now?" "Ahem. I started my own company, but it's not related to the food industry. However, I need a large variety of food. Let's discuss the specific requirements after I visit your factory and talk to your dad." Chen Yang spoke very vaguely. It was clear that he did not want to elaborate, which left Lu Charan filled with doubts. Her face slightly flushed. Lu Charan took the initiative to change the subject and began to talk with Chen Yang about their school days. After 7 years apart, there was bound to be a sense of estrangement between them. However, this feeling quickly faded away as their conversation deepened. The plane, flying only domestic short-haul routes, was smaller and therefore did not have first class. The best cabin was business class. Naturally, passengers in business class would disembark the plane first. After exiting the arrival gate, Chen Yang said to Lu Charan, "Okay, you go ahead and get busy. I'll wait for your call." Lu Charan nodded in agreement. Chen Yang didn't linger and quickly arrived at the taxi pickup area. After getting into a taxi, he reported the name of the hospital where his grandfather was hospitalized. Despite the urgency of the journey, Chen Yang didn't feel tired at all. The first-tier enhancement potion provided a comprehensive boost to his physical condition, making him instinctively look forward to higher-tier enhancement potions. If there was a downside, it was that after using the first-tier enhancement potion, Chen Yang noticed that his appetite had significantly increased compared to before. Of course, strictly speaking, this couldn't really be considered drawback. A bigger appetite meant he could enjoy more delicious food, which, from a culinary perspective, was actually a pleasure. As for the factory owned by Lu Churen's family, Chen Yang had already made up his mind. As long as the food produced wasn't particularly terrible, he would order food from her factory. After all, the only requirement for food in the wasteland world was that it shouldn't be poisonous. Chapter 20. The wasteland world is a treasure. Lu Churen, burdened with worries, exited the airport hall and saw her father, Lu Qingyan, who looked equally troubled, waiting for her outside the hall. She quickly walked up to him, shook her head, and said, "Dad, that college classmate of mine doesn't genuinely want to help our family. He's just trying to take advantage of us in our time of need." Lu Chengyan's face, which had initially shown some hope, instantly fell. In its place was a mix of anger and anxiety as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Daughter, have you been bullied? Don't scare me. If you suffer because of the factory, I won't be able to live." Lu Churen shook her head. Lu Chengyan sighed in relief and said, "That's good. Don't worry about the factory. If it comes to it, we can just close it down. The debt to the bank isn't too much right now. And if we sell one of our 3 houses, that should be enough to pay it off." Lu Churen spoke up. Lu Chengyan paused for a moment, but then his brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice, "A middle school classmate? Isn't that the same age as you? A freshly graduated kid. How could he have such capability? Daughter, this sounds like he might be trying to deceive you. Don't fall for it." "Dad, Chen Yang isn't that kind of person. Just be patient for a couple of days. After all, there is no other way, right?" Lu Churen stomped her foot and complained. "Well, okay. But you mustn't go out to dinner alone with this classmate of yours. Don't give him a chance." Lu Qingyan said very seriously. Lu Churen reluctantly agreed. Chen Yang was not aware that in Lu Churen's father's eyes, he had already become a person with ulterior motives. Taking a taxi, he arrived at the main entrance of the hospital where his grandfather was staying as quickly as possible. After paying the fare, Chen Yang rushed into the hospital. Wanghai City is a standard second-tier city. Although it cannot be compared to the capital city in various dimensions, its medical resources are quite good. The hospital where Grandpa Chen Yang is located ranks among the top 3 in Wanghai City in terms of medical standards, especially with its unparalleled strength in the oncology department. When Chen Yang arrived at his grandfather's ward, he saw that his parents and uncle and aunt were all present. In addition to his uncle and aunt, Chen Yang also has a biological aunt. However, noticing that his grandmother was not in the ward, he figured that his aunt and uncle must have stayed home to take care of her. What did the doctor say? After entering the ward and seeing that his grandfather was already asleep in the hospital bed, Chen Yang quietly asked his father. Chen Yang's father said with a serious expression. This was naturally for Chen Yang's own good. So Chen Yang didn't say much, just nodded and said, "I'm going to take a walk outside. I'll come back to see Grandpa in a bit." After saying that, he turned around and left the twin hospital room. He quickly found the men's restroom on the current floor, went in, chose a squat toilet, locked the door, and directly entered the wasteland world. As his vision blurred, the desolate and gloomy scenery reappeared before him. He was still at the same position where he left the wasteland, and time continued to flow at the same rate. Clearly, this kind of crossing fixed the time dimension. Therefore, however much time passed in the original world, the same amount of time would also pass in the wasteland world. The location of the crossing was not affected by the other world. Through these days of constant back and forth, Chen Yang reached the above 2 conclusions. What caught his eye was a beautiful body with no cover at all. As a result, Chen Yang rushed into her shed at that moment. Chen Yang swallowed hard, watching Li Lu quickly put on her hot pants and short shirt, feeling a wave of regret rising in his heart. "What's the problem? You can say it," Li Lu said with a puzzled expression. Cancer can be treated now? I'm talking about that kind of late-stage cancer, where the cancer cells have completely spread." Chen Yang asked nervously. "Cancer? Of course it can be treated. Over 100 years ago, there was already a special drug for treating cancer. I remember the medical scientist who developed the special drug even won a Nobel Prize. Up until the outbreak of the Great Disaster, cancer had been classified as a common cellular disease. Even late-stage cancer had a cure rate of over 95%. Isn't this medical common sense?" Li Lu said matter-of-factly. Chapter 21. Ridiculous Questions. Chen Yang's mood completely relaxed. But after all, that was just his guess. Until he received confirmation. He still felt very anxious, afraid that his guess was wrong. Where can one buy such a miraculous medicine? Is it sold in Grey Mouse Town? Chen Yang asked with a hint of urgency. Are you referring to a specific drug for treating cancer? Well, the corresponding medication stopped being produced after the cataclysm broke out. After the cataclysm, food became the only focus for everyone. Only the members of the medical association have the resources and capability to continue developing various new types of drugs. As Li Lu spoke, she took out a syringe from her pocket and handed it to Chen Yang, continuing, for example, this healing injection can actually treat all diseases caused by cellular mutations. And it can also be used to treat cancer. However, using it solely to treat cancer would indeed be somewhat wasteful. Chen Yang's eyes lit up, and he joyfully took the syringe. Looking at the blood-red liquid inside, he couldn't help but curiously ask, where did this syringe come from? Was it developed by the Doctors Association as well? Li Lu bowed slightly in apology and then detailed to Chen Yang what had happened at the settlement controlled by the medium-sized faction. This is really a bargain, isn't it? I just love the inexperienced look of the Doctors Association. Normally, barring any accidents, completing a full enhancement from level 1 to level 6 would take about 3 months in total. Of course, some people take longer, while others take less time. The specific timing for the body to fully digest the single-dose medication will be quite clear to the injector themselves. You'll understand that when the time comes. Chen Yang reached out again, took the transparent box containing 6 syringes, and restrained his increasingly excited emotions. Saying excitedly, you just said that the distributor from the medical association guessed that we still have a lot of other vegetables on hand. So they want to continue trading? Yes, boss, this is my oversight. It's mainly because I lack experience that I missed a flaw. Please punish me, boss. Li Lu said with great embarrassment. Nonsense. You've done very well. Whether there are flaws or not doesn't really matter. As long as we establish the base as soon as possible and make our strength strong enough, we won't need to be so cautious anymore. As for the ordinary members, they should at least be strengthened to the 4th level. Our base will definitely continue to develop in the future. So these people now, as long as they are reliable, will all be our core members and will become reserve cadres in the future. Since we have this condition, don't be stingy with the distribution of strengthening potions. Hearing this, Li Lu's mouth slightly opened, and her expression appeared somewhat dazed. Chen Yang found this reaction quite puzzling, instinctively scratching his head and asking, what's wrong? Can't we get that many potions? Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, right? I estimate my appetite has increased by about 30 to 40%. Li Lu smiled wryly and replied, that's the side effect brought by the enhancement potion. I don't know much about the enhancement potion, but within the medical association, some basic information isn't kept secret. So, I still understand some principles of the enhancement potion. Essentially, the effect of the enhancement potion is to directly alter the strength of the cells within the injector's body, achieving overall enhancement by boosting these fundamental biological units. However, this enhancement, while making the injector indeed stronger, also makes the injector more extravagant in energy consumption. Therefore, those who have injected the enhancement potion have a far greater need for energy replenishment than normal people. That's the reason for your increased appetite. In simple terms, if the energy obtained from consuming 1 kilogram of food is enough for your entire day's expenditure, then after injecting a 1st-level enhancement potion, you might need to consume 1.5 kilograms of food to meet your needs. Listening to Li Lu's explanation, Chen Yang finally understood. No wonder he felt that his appetite increase was abnormal. However, what does that matter? Seeing Chen Yang's confused expression, Li Lu knew that her boss still hadn't grasped the main point. But considering that her boss never lacked food, it was understandable that he wouldn't realize the real problems and troubles. Boss, the higher the level of enhancement, the stronger the cell strength, the more powerful the body, and the more extravagant the energy demand, which means the larger the appetite. In other words, according to reasoning, if everyone in the Gray Mouse D is raised to 4th level enhancement, then it won't be long before everyone will starve to death. Li Lu said with a helpless expression. Chapter 22. Overflowing with girl's heart. Starve to death? Chen Yang felt ridiculous for a moment. Coming from an era of immense material abundance, he truly found it hard to empathize with this term, although there were still 1 billion people starving in his world. The food crisis remained a reality for many countries. His living environment was just too distant from these issues. It was not easy to expect him to understand this. In this wasteland, Obtaining food was incredibly difficult, and the exaggerated demand for food from enhanced and evolved humans only exacerbated the situation. In fact, purely from a price perspective, the cost of a first-level enhancement potion was not expensive. However, those truly willing to buy and use it were still very few. Li Lu shrugged and continued to explain, because enhancement potions are actually a long-term burden for us. Even if using an enhancement potion allows you to hunt more dangerous mutated creatures, the increased food consumption will still lead one into a state of despair. Of course, the price of second-level and above enhancement potions is no longer something an ordinary person can afford. Normally, those enhanced to second level or above can survive alone in the wasteland. But if everyone around Gray Mouse Town were to be raised to fourth-level enhancement, the significantly increased food demand would inevitably cause Gray Mouse D to collapse rapidly. Seeing Li Lu's worried expression, Chen Yang couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. While letting out a sigh, he said somewhat helplessly, "Li Lu, your way of thinking needs to change. I've told you before that I don't lack food, and now I have to emphasize this once again. Remember, as long as you work for me, I will take responsibility for your meals. As your boss, it is my duty to ensure you have enough to eat. You don't need to worry about food. All difficulties related to it will be solved by me. You just need to focus on how to build our base well and ensure there is ample direction for future development. Once everyone in Gray Mouse D becomes my employees, I guarantee that the food used to pay their salaries will definitely exceed their daily needs." Chen Yang's tone sounded very conclusive. Li Lu blinka, feeling an uncontrollable surge of emotions. Ever since she met her inexplicable boss, she had experienced an unprecedented sense of security. Even her once dwindling youthful spirit, which had been nearly extinguished by the pressures of survival, seemed to be rekindling. Suddenly, an inexplicable impulse surged from the depths of Li Lu's heart. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck, and kissed his lips forcefully before he could even react. In that instant, Chen Yang's mind went blank. It took more than 10 minutes before Chen Yang and Li Lu finally left the shed. Li Lu's hair fell down completely, giving her a less sharp appearance. The two of them actually did not engage in any excessive actions. It wasn't that Li Lu didn't allow it, nor was it that Chen Yang didn't want to. It was simply that the environment in the shed was too terrible. For someone like Chen Yang, who was used to the clean and tidy environment of the original world, having anything happen in such a dirty shed posed a significant psychological barrier. So, after the kiss had nearly overwhelmed him, Chen Yang used immense willpower to control himself and reluctantly pulled Li Lu out of the shed. After all, there were important matters to attend to. "Boss, are you dissatisfied with me? Don't worry, before you, no one has touched me. To avoid selling myself, I gritted my teeth and saved up resources to exchange for a second-tier enhancement potion. With the second-tier enhancement level, although it's very difficult to fill my stomach, at least I don't have to do those disgusting things." Li Lu said somewhat aggrieved as she followed Chen Yang. "Huh? No, don't overthink it. It's mainly that I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, so the shed's environment makes me instinctively resistant. Let's focus on building the base first. Once we establish the base and improve the environment, you won't be able to run away even if you want to." He didn't have any special feelings for Li Lu. After all, they had known each other for a short time. But he had to admit that Li Lu's allure to the opposite sex was quite exaggerated, purely from a physical perspective. Since he had already become acquainted with Li Lu and they had developed a certain familiarity, Chen Yang didn't mind developing a relationship beyond friendship with her. Mainly, it was because in this wasteland world, he instinctively indulged some of his darker thoughts. Because here, there were no laws or order at all. I won't run away. This kind of life where I no longer have to worry about filling my stomach is what I've always dreamed of. Moreover, you, boss, are quite reliable. I have to hold on tightly to your big leg. The two quickly arrived outside Uncle Wei's shed. Without knocking, they pushed the door open and saw Uncle Wei using a handheld smart brain to check something. A semi-transparent virtual screen projected by the device was floating in mid-air, exuding a strong sense of the future. Before I went to exchange for the potion, I bought this handheld smart brain for Uncle Wei. The specifications are quite ordinary. Before the great catastrophe, it could only be considered an average home-use smart brain. This is the only one available in Gray Rat Town, and there are no better ones. However, Uncle Wei said that it's more than enough for converting computer programs. Li Lu said, "That's right, it's definitely enough. I just need a computer that can start normally, and then with some practical operations, I should be able to understand the corresponding program logic." Uncle Wei nodded and replied. Chen Yang couldn't help but snap his fingers and turned to leave the shed again. Chapter 23. Gritting his teeth, 4 or 5 days would be fine. A look of surprise appeared on Uncle Wei's face. However, he didn't ask much. He stepped forward to take the computer packaging box from Chen Yang's arms and quickly opened it to connect the computer components. There was a small generator set in the gray Mouse D that could provide enough power to support the normal use of the settlement. Therefore, this shed of Uncle Wei had the corresponding power interface. However, since it was Earth over 200 years later, the power interface standards had completely changed compared to the ones in Chen Yang's world. After looking at the plugs on the power cables of the alien computer, Uncle Wei was busy for a while before he managed to power up the entire computer. While using the smart brain to search for information, he operated the powered-on computer. And just a few minutes later, a satisfied smile appeared on Uncle Wei's face. "Boss, there's no problem now. If you have any requests, you can ask me directly. As long as the hardware can support it, I guarantee I can make it, and it won't take long," Uncle Wei said confidently. "The software programs installed in this computer are very outdated and rough in language format. Even if I do nothing but optimize the programming language, I can create more powerful software." Chen Yang was very happy with this response and took out his HW phone from his pocket. He handed it to Uncle Wei and said, "I hope you could develop a game that can run on this phone, and it should be an online game. Ideally, this game can achieve a pseudo-realistic effect based on the phone's hardware. For example, it can use the phone's built-in camera for scene capture. Once the game is opened, the phone screen will present real scenes in real time, and the game content will be displayed in this scene. I downloaded an AR game on my phone. You could take a look. I hope the effect can be much stronger than this. It must allow players to truly immerse themselves, even creating an illusion that perhaps the real world is just as the game presents it. Can you do that?" Uncle Wei took Chen Yang's phone, fiddled with it, and opened that game. After playing for just a few seconds, a look of disdain appeared on Uncle Wei's face. He scoffed. "Is this thing even called a game? It's really too outdated. Before the great cataclysm broke out, even the worst product from any game company was many times better than this." "Don't worry, boss. This request is very simple. If you allow me to replicate some games from before the great cataclysm, I can complete it even faster. However, due to the limitations of the hardware itself, the visual effects of the game will definitely be significantly reduced. But don't worry, even if it drops to the bottom, it will still be many dimensions better than the one you showed me. This thing is simply too crude to look at." Listening to Uncle Wei's statement, Chen Yang felt even happier. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then I'll trouble you with this. Don't worry, after the product is finished, I will give you extra rewards. The better you complete it, the higher the reward. I keep my word. As for replication, feel free to copy. I have no restrictions on that." "Thank you, boss. In that case, please keep this phone for me. After the game is developed, it will need to be ported to this phone for testing. If everything goes smoothly, I guarantee I can get it done in no more than 7 days." Uncle Wei patted his chest and said, "7 days?" Chen Yang was incredibly surprised, because this was just too fast. The normal development time for mobile games, even for very simple ones, often takes several months. Even though the wasteland world can be adapted using intelligent brains, Chen Yang never expected it to be so exaggerated. The technological gap between the two worlds seemed to have reached an unimaginable level. However, Chen Yang's surprised expression and questioning tone led Uncle Wei to misunderstand. Uncle Wei thought that Chen Yang was not satisfied with the 7-day time frame. So, after gritting his teeth, Uncle Wei made a firm decision. "In our settlement, there are a few others who actually understand some intelligent brain technology. Although they are not as good as me, they are definitely capable enough to develop this outdated computer technology. I'll bring them in to work together. I estimate it will take about 4 or 5 days. At that time, I will share part of the salary with them." Chen Yang was even more dumbfounded. 7 days was already an astonishingly shocking number, and now this deadline could be further compressed. "All right, brother. It seems that the 996 work schedule is truly a blessing for you." Chen Yang looked at Uncle Wei with admiration in his eyes. It must be said that, although from the employee's perspective, Viewing the 996 work schedule as a blessing can feel quite frustrating from the boss's perspective, if there are indeed employees who see the 996 as their pursuit and dream. It would certainly bring great comfort to the boss. And such employees seem to be everywhere in the wasteland world. You don't need to distribute salaries. Since you are working for me, your salaries should naturally be my responsibility. Chen Yang waved his hand and said, "It's not just you and Li Lu. Everyone in the Gray Mouse D settlement who is reliable will be hired by me. That means, barring any surprises, everyone from Gray Mouse D will work for me. And I will provide you with ample food so that you won't go hungry anymore." Uncle Wei was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned to look at Li Lu. "It's true. The boss has already asked me to gather everyone's opinions as soon as possible, but I'm a bit busy today, so I haven't started yet. Over the next few days, the boss will come to meet everyone in our settlement. According to the boss, as long as the people in our settlement are reliable and loyal enough to him, he will hire them and provide sufficient food." Li Lu nodded seriously. With Li Lu's confirmation, Uncle Wei became visibly excited. His eyes instantly grew moist, and after a slight tremble, he suddenly knelt down in front of Chen Yang with a thud. He then bowed 3 times forcefully, saying, I thank you on behalf of everyone. This has saved the lives of everyone in our settlement." Chen Yang was startled, completely not expecting Uncle Wei's reaction to be so intense. He hurriedly went forward to help Uncle Wei up from the ground and said, "I'm just providing you with a job opportunity. It's not a matter of saving lives. You work for me, and I pay you. That's reasonable. There's no need for this. No, it is necessary. It's almost time for the tax collection in Gray Mouse Town for our settlements below. Without you, everyone is afraid they will be driven to death." Uncle Wei said tearfully. "Tax collection?" Chen Yang turned to Li Lu. "It's nothing, boss. Let me first communicate with the people at the settlement, and then I'll talk to you about this matter," Li Lu said. Chen Yang said as he took out his SIM card from his phone and left the phone directly to Uncle Wei, allowing him to use it as a test machine for game development. After finishing this, he gave a few more instructions to Li Lu and then left the settlement with those potions. Chapter 24. Have strengthening time. Only Uncle Wei and Li Lu were left in the shack. After several minutes, the emotionally stirred Uncle Wei finally managed to calm down. He looked at the alien computer and then at the HW phone, and a hesitant expression appeared on his face. He asked Xiao Lu, "Who exactly is this boss? Why are the things he brought so brand new, even though they are hundreds of years old? Especially that computer. Has it really not been unsealed for hundreds of years?" "I'm not sure. The boss has many secrets and clearly doesn't want me to investigate, so I won't think too much about it. If the boss doesn't want me to know something, I won't ask. What the boss wants me to know, he will naturally tell me. There are too many people with secrets on a wasteland. Anyone with a bit of skill." "Oh, isn't full of secrets?" Li Lu shook her head. If we have no understanding of him, how can we be sure he doesn't have malicious intent towards us?" Uncle Wei frowned and asked. Li Lu glanced at Uncle Wei and then laughed. "Malicious intent towards us? What do we have that S worth the boss scheming for? Just based on the food the boss has brought over these past 2 days, if he needed someone to work for him, he could easily recruit anyone he wanted. Don't say he just wants you to help him do some software or games here peacefully, even if he wants to buy someone else's life. Those food supplies would definitely make people rush to sign up. They might just hope to have a real meal before they die." "Uncle Wei, I really don't know much about the boss. I don't know where he comes from, why he doesn't lack food, or what significance there is in having you do these things. But what I do know is that he can make me no longer hungry. There's a very pleasant smell about him. He is very calm, unlike any wasteland person I've ever met. The composure and relaxed demeanor he has is something I've never seen in the wasteland. When I'm with the boss, I feel very at ease. So I think this is our opportunity for Gray Mouse D. As long as we hold on tightly, Gray Mouse D will definitely be able to change its fate." Li Lu's words made Uncle Wei fall into deep thought. After pondering for a while, he slowly nodded. "What you said makes sense. I was thinking too narrowly. Since the great catastrophe, I've never encountered such a good person, so I instinctively had a bit of a petty mindset." Li Lu playfully punched Uncle Wei's chest and said with a smile, "It's not a petty mindset. It seems more like a fear of losing what you have. All right, Uncle Wei, you get busy. The tasks assigned by the boss must not have any mistakes, and we absolutely cannot let the boss down. I should also go communicate this matter with the others in the settlement." I believe everyone will be very excited when they hear this news. Indeed, just as you said, we must seize this opportunity for Grey Mouse D. This is our chance to change our fate, Uncle Wei said seriously in agreement. After listening carefully and confirming that there was no one else in the public restroom, Chen Yang confidently exited the squat toilet. However, just as he stepped out of the restroom, he suddenly stopped. He felt an unexpected warm current surge through his body. In an instant, this warmth spread throughout his limbs and bones, making Chen Yang feel extremely invigorated. The warm current came quickly and left just as fast, in just a few seconds. All the feelings of exhilaration abruptly vanished. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly had an epiphany. This was the manifestation after the first-level enhancement potion was completely digested and absorbed. However, didn't Li Lu say that it takes about 3 days for the first-level enhancement potion to be fully absorbed? He only injected the first-level enhancement potion yesterday, and now, counting today, it has only been about a day and a half, right? That means the digestion time was shortened by half compared to what it should be. Why? Chen Yang was a bit puzzled, but that didn't stop him from taking out a second-tier enhancement potion from his pocket and quickly entering the public restroom. He hid in a stall and injected himself directly. After a moment, the pain that had spread throughout his body when he previously injected the first-tier enhancement potion hit him again. However, perhaps due to the first-tier enhancement, his body's tolerance for pain had improved. This time, the pain was bearable. A few minutes later, Chen Yang left the restroom as if nothing had happened. The external changes in his body were not as obvious as when he had injected the first-tier potion, but his muscles were noticeably firmer, his senses sharper, and his energy more abundant. He wondered if this newfound strength could push the limits of a human body and make him exist like a superhero from foreign comics. Given the harsh survival conditions of the wasteland, the probability was indeed quite high. He needed to ask Li Lu about the enhancement potions when he had the chance. His grandfather, who had been in a deep sleep, had woken up. Seeing Chen Yang in the hospital room, a smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. He struggled to reach out to Chen Yang, seemingly wanting to say something, but he couldn't make any sound. The doctor had just been by and reiterated his previous opinion. Your grandfather's health was quite poor, and continuing hospitalization would incur very high costs. Even with the most expensive treatment, it would only prolong your grandfather's life by about 2 months, and there would be no quality of life. The doctor hoped that they would be rational and not end up with a pile of debt after losing a loved one. Watching his father and uncle leave the hospital room, Chen Yang took a deep breath and sat down next to his grandfather's bed. He took out the healing potion from his pocket, leaned close to his grandfather's ear, and whispered, "Grandpa, I need to give you an injection. This might cure your illness, but I can't guarantee it will work. Are you willing to give it a try?" The old man lying in bed opened his murky eyes and nodded with a smile without any hesitation. However, the nod was very slight, and his gaze towards Chen Yang was full of affection. Chapter 25. Full recovery on the spot. This was a double-occupancy hospital room, and another elderly man lay in the other bed. At the bedside of the older man, a middle-aged woman was dozing off, seemingly exhausted. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras in the room, Chen Yang aimed the needle at the blood vessel on his grandfather's hand and injected all of the healing potion into him. In the next second, Chen Yang noticed a flush starting to appear on his grandfather's cheeks. His mental state seemed to improve as well. At least his eyes didn't look as murky anymore. The effect of this potion was truly impressive. Chen Yang stared blankly at his grandfather and noticed that aside from his breathing becoming a bit rapid, there were no other signs of stress. After about 5 minutes, his grandfather's breathing returned to normal. Chen Yang was about to ask his grandfather how he felt when he suddenly saw his grandfather stretch out his hand to support himself and sit up. How miraculous is this medicine? Why do I suddenly feel as if all the pain in my body has disappeared? Leaning against the hospital bed, Chen Yang's grandfather instinctively touched his body, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. Chen Yang's face showed joy as he realized that the healing potion had truly taken effect. He gently patted his grandfather's hand and said happily, "I'll go call the doctor to come over and give you a full checkup to confirm if you're really completely recovered." After saying this, Chen Yang was about to turn around to call the doctor when he was suddenly stopped by his grandfather, who grabbed his wrist. "Zabao, If you're really completely recovered, could it bring you danger? Although his grandfather had little education, he understood that cancer in the late stages was definitely incurable. His grandfather didn't know where Chen Yang had obtained that miraculous medicine, but it was definitely better to keep it a secret, right? Otherwise, with so many people getting cancer every year, if it got out, you would be in big trouble. Seeing the deep concern in his grandfather's eyes, Chen Yang smiled and patted his grandfather's hand again. He said, "It's okay. In medicine, all kinds of unexplainable phenomena have happened countless times. If only one case appears by chance, although it may attract some attention, it won't really be taken seriously. The human body itself is very mysterious, and our science still doesn't have a deep understanding of it. So as long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will know that your cancer was cured by that injection. The doctors will just think it's a medical miracle. After all, if someone could really cure cancer, they would have been celebrated long ago and could easily acquire wealth beyond measure. How could they possibly hide it?" After considering this reasoning, Chen Yang's grandfather finally felt reassured, and there was a subtle sense of pride in his gaze towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang knew that his grandfather must have misunderstood something. But a misunderstanding is just a misunderstanding. There's no way to explain this matter anyway. Rather than forcing himself to find unreliable reasons, it would be more convenient to let his grandfather come up with his own conclusions. As for the healing potion, Chen Yang currently has no plans to sell it in this world. One reason is that this potion can only be purchased from the Doctors Association, and he has no production capacity in the wasteland world. This means he cannot figure out the production materials and scientific principles of the potion at all. As such, simply acting as a middleman could easily lead to various problems. Not to mention, just the patent aspect alone would be impossible for him to apply for. The second reason is that the benefits represented by this potion are too terrifying. The ability to treat cancer in the current world is enough to drive everyone crazy. Without any strength of his own, rashly presenting the healing potion to the public could potentially create a storm that would completely tear him apart. In the corridor outside the ward, he called the on-duty nurse and briefly explained the situation. The nurse, with a look of disbelief, entered the ward. Then she saw that Chen Yang's grandfather had actually gotten out of bed and was moving around. The little nurse, wearing a medical mask that covered most of her face, revealed enough of her expression to show her shock and horror. "Why you all wait a moment? I'll go call Dr. Han over. This is too unbelievable." After saying this, she seemed a bit dazed as she ran out of the ward. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. His grandfather had never been so disrespectful to his elders before. After a short while, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Soon, Chen Yang's father and uncle rushed into the hospital room, following a female doctor. They found the old man standing next to the hospital bed, looking energetic, and disbelief appeared on all three of their faces. However, Chen Yang's father and uncle's disbelief was mixed with surprise, while the female doctor's disbelief carried a hint of skepticism. "I need to conduct a comprehensive physical examination on the patient, and I hope you can cooperate. The hospital will cover the costs, so you don't need to worry," the female doctor said. "Go ahead, let us see if he is really better. Without confirmation from professional instruments, I still can't be completely at ease." Chen Yang nodded and said, "This is the truth. Therefore, having a comprehensive physical examination is the best choice." Chen Yang's father and uncle certainly had no objections. Even if it meant paying out of their own pockets, they had to go through with the checkup. It was just too frightening. A few minutes ago, he looked terminally ill, and now, in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have come back to life. Although it was a good thing and genuinely made them incredibly happy, it still felt somewhat unsettling. So it's better to get it checked. Chapter 26. Medical miracle. If Chen Yang hadn't been by his grandfather's side and followed the entire checkup process, he would never have known that a comprehensive physical examination could involve so many items. He also began to understand why that young female doctor emphasized that the hospital would cover the costs of this comprehensive examination, because the entire set of tests, according to the hospital's clear pricing, actually required about 15,000 yuan. Just the tumor screening CT test alone cost over 7,000. Such pricing was a bit overwhelming for an ordinary family. However, the fact that the young female doctor could single-handedly have the hospital cover these expenses made Chen Yang curious. Her identity must be more than just a simple tumor specialist. Even if she were a chief physician, she probably wouldn't have such authority, right? Of course, one couldn't rule out the possibility that the female doctor was paying out of her own pocket. After all, what had happened to his grandfather was, from a rational perspective, truly unbelievable. Not long after the physical examination was completed, a detailed report was compiled. The female doctor looked at the report for a long time, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The elderly man's health condition was exceptionally good, so good it was somewhat eerie. Not only had all the cancer cells that had spread disappeared, but even the age-related ailments that had accumulated in his body were nowhere to be found. Aside from the normal organ aging due to age, there were no other issues. In other words, the elderly man was extremely healthy. The female doctor put down the report, turned to Chen Yang, and asked in confusion, "What exactly happened?" I asked the nurse, and she said that only you and the elderly man were awake in the ward. The other patient and her family on the other bed were all asleep. Why did the elderly man suddenly recover on his own? This is unscientific. I don't know either. Earlier, my dad and uncle were going to handle the discharge procedures for Grandpa, so I was just sitting by the bed talking to him, telling him to hold on a little longer, at least until he could see me get married and have kids, right? Then Grandpa's spirit suddenly lifted. Perhaps it was because of this, the power of the mind overcame the body's ailments. Chen Yang scratched his head, his face filled with confusion. The female doctor stared at Chen Yang for a while, but found nothing suspicious in his expression. She frowned and thought for a moment, yet remained at a loss. Finally, she could only say helplessly, "All right, based on the results of the health check, the elderly person is indeed fine, so you could be discharged. However, the situation that occurred with the elderly person is something I have never encountered before, or rather, the entire medical community has never encountered it. Therefore, from my perspective as a doctor, I cannot be certain if there are any lingering effects on the elderly person's health. Even if the health check report is very healthy, it does not completely rule out the possibility of residual effects. For the sake of the elderly person's health, I may frequently call to inquire about their condition in the future, and I hope you don't mind." Chen Yang's father quickly agreed, saying, "Dr. Han, you're being too modest. There aren't many doctors as responsible and dedicated as you nowadays. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. I won't take up any more of your time. The elderly person's health has improved, and I believe you all need to celebrate together. Remember to bring the elderly person back for a follow-up in a week. If there are no abnormal changes in their health after a week, then you can rest assured." The female doctor smiled and extended her hand, shaking hands with Chen Yang's father before personally taking him to complete the discharge procedures. As she escorted Chen Yang's family out of the hospital, the smile on the female doctor's face finally disappeared. Her beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows knitted together, and after hesitating for a moment, she took out her phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and a clear female voice came from the receiver. "Han Siliu, I'm in a meeting at the company. If it's not something urgent, please wait for me for an hour. I'll call you back once the meeting is over." The female doctor said helplessly, "I have a late-stage liver cancer patient who suddenly and completely recovered today without any warning. I just finished a comprehensive physical examination, and the patient's recovery is incredibly thorough and unbelievable." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps and a door closing. Then the voice on the other end spoke again. "Can you find out the reason for the recovery? What medication was taken? What kind of treatment was administered? There should be records of all this, right?" "Yes, but I can say with 100% certainty that the patient's sudden recovery has nothing to do with the treatment plan I provided. So I can't figure out the reason for the patient's recovery," the female doctor replied. "Send me the patient's detailed information, the entire treatment process, and all related records." The voice on the other end said rapidly, XIN, I can give you this information, but you absolutely cannot disturb the patient's normal life. That would go against my medical ethics. Your grandfather's health should still hold for another 6 months. Rather than placing hope on this elusive cure, in my opinion, it would be better to use these last 6 months to arrange everything properly," the female doctor said solemnly. "Siliu, if I could arrange things, I wouldn't be so anxious. You know the situation with the Chu family. I've never hidden anything from you. As long as grandfather is around, the connections and relationships remain, and the incense lineage is preserved. Only then does the Chu family's big ship have a chance to change course. But if grandfather really passes away, 6 months is far from enough. The tone on the other end sounded a bit desolate. Now it was the female doctor's turn to fall silent. After a few seconds, she spoke again. I'll send you all the information shortly, but you won't find any issues through those records. Although the medical standards in the capital are far superior. When it comes to oncology, the experts there know better than me. If you must investigate from the patient's side, I personally suggest you start with the patient's grandson. Grandson? Yes, the patient is named Chen Yang, 69 years old. From hospitalization to diagnosis, the changes in his health have followed the normal pattern. However, today, the patient's grandson, Chen Yang, came to the hospital, and immediately after, Chen Yang abruptly made a complete recovery. I think there must be some connection here. The patient's recovery is undoubtedly related to his grandson, Chen Yang, the female doctor said seriously. As for the so-called notion that Chen Yang had mentioned about the mind overcoming the body, she wasn't foolish enough to believe that. Chen Yang, I've noted it down. Chapter 27, everything goes smoothly on the way home. Chen Yang's father excitedly called home to inform the family of the latest situation. This unexpected joy came without warning, leaving the entire Chen family a bit stunned. In the end, after discussing with his uncle, Chen Yang's father decided not to have dinner at home that night. They found a nice restaurant nearby, rented a private room, and prepared to celebrate properly. Although they were just an ordinary family, in recent years, with the continuous development of the country's economy and the rising per capita income, the Chen family's living conditions were actually quite decent. The whole family of 9 arrived at the restaurant's private room before it got dark. Compared to the gloomy atmosphere in the hospital earlier, the Chen family now was filled with joy, even though they were all incredulous about Chen Jianjun's sudden recovery. Since it was good news, there was no need to overthink it. After all, the character of the Chinese people has always been to learn to make the best of a good situation when faced with benefits. In the 3rd generation of the Chen family, besides Chen Yang, his uncle and aunt also each have a child. Therefore, Chen Yang actually has a younger brother and a younger sister. As a result, during this family gathering, Chen Yang is the only one from the 3rd generation present. The atmosphere of the entire dinner is excellent, with everyone in the Chen family immersed in the joy of Chen Jianjun's sudden recovery, feeling as if all the gloom has lifted and their spirits are high. Only Chen Jianjun, the elder, knows why his health has suddenly been restored, and naturally, he praises his eldest grandson throughout the meal. Although Chen Yang's uncle and aunt had a somewhat strange attitude and tone toward the old man, given that the old man had spoiled Chen Yang since childhood, they didn't think much of it, even though his exaggerated behavior at night was a bit much. The meal was enjoyable for everyone, filling Chen Yang with happiness. At the same time, he silently decided that once he had firmly established himself in the wasteland, he must gain a comprehensive understanding of the medical standards there. In particular, he needed to clarify the effects of the various potions developed by the Doctors Association. If possible, it would be best to secretly inject his parents and relatives with the corresponding potions that could maintain their health. After all, the most important thing is for his family to live healthily and happily, and, at the very least, they should enjoy all the splendor this world has to offer. The tragedy of wanting to care for one's parents, but not being able to do so must not happen in the Chen family. They ate until midnight, and the whole family, including Chen Yang's grandfather, Chen Jianjun, drank quite a bit. In the following 2 days, Chen Yang first bought the latest HW phone, then went to the wasteland world during the day. Under the guidance of Li Lu, he met every survivor in Grey Mouse D one by one. While getting to know these survivors, he personally distributed part of their prepaid compensation. He painted a beautiful future for them and explained what tasks needed to be accomplished. Under Chen Yang's enticing vision, there were indeed tangible benefits that led the entire Grey Mouse D to fall into a frenzy of excitement. Grey Mouse D had a total of only 213 survivors. After injecting the 2nd-tier enhancement potion, Chen Yang's physical abilities were further strengthened, seemingly enhancing his brain's development as well. Consequently, within 2 days, he easily memorized the names, ages, special skills, and certain personality traits of all 213 survivors in Grey Mouse D. Although further observation and understanding were necessary, After the initial contact and conversations, Chen Yang was already certain that Li Lu was right. In the wasteland world, relationships between people were actually simpler. The individuals in Grey Mouse D were indeed bonded by a very reliable level of trust, although it was evident that there were still some hidden motives among them. In the grand scheme, everyone was able to maintain a consensus. They understood clearly that they had to stick together to struggle for survival in the wasteland. As for Chen Yang's appearance and the corresponding employment requests he proposed, all the survivors of Grey Mouse D showed no signs of resistance. Instead, they treated Chen Yang as a savior. The employment conditions Chen Yang mentioned seemed overly generous to these survivors in Grey Mouse D. Chen Yang didn't need them to do anything dangerous. He simply asked them to establish a base based on Grey Mouse D. As for the scale of the base, it would expand continuously with subsequent developments. Apart from those who understood the intelligent brain technology, who were temporarily hired as technical personnel and only needed to do some easy and non-dangerous tasks every day, others would be hired and trained as combat personnel. However, the hiring of these combat personnel ultimately aimed to protect the safety of the base. In the eyes of the survivors of Grey Mouse D, protecting the safety of the settlement was something they should do. As a result, they could even receive rewards from Chen Yang. If it weren't for Li Lu's considerable prestige in Grey Mouse D and Chen Yang's direct prepayment of a week's food supplies, these people would have thought Chen Yang was a fraud. However, after confirming the authenticity of the whole matter, Chen Yang easily gained supreme status and prestige in Grey Mouse D. In these times, whoever could lead everyone to fill their stomachs would be unhesitatingly served. Regarding the miraculous potion, Chen Jianjun hadn't asked even a word, as if his body had miraculously healed on its own. As a result, on the morning of the third day, Chen Yang received a call from Lu Churen. Although Lu Churen only said she wanted to invite Chen Yang for a meal, Chen Yang instantly understood her meaning. He had been busy with matters in the wasteland world for the past 2 days and had forgotten about the factory issues at Lu Churen's home. So, after a slap to his forehead, Chen Yang quickly arranged to have a working meal at Lu Churen's factory, mainly to check the specific situation of the factory. Chapter 28. Serious losses. Actually, I was just about to call you, and then you called me first, which made me a bit embarrassed, as if I had forgotten about your matters. Chen Yang sat in the passenger seat, smiling as he spoke to the driver. Lu Churen, a new Volkswagen Passat, which looked quite businesslike, was likely Lu Churen's father's car, and Lu Churen had driven out to pick him up. After arranging to have a working lunch at Lu Churen's family's factory over the phone, Lu Churen drove directly to the entrance of the residential community where Chen Yang lived. Chen Yang only realized after getting in the car that Lu Churen must have gone through a lot of careful preparation. She looked quite stunning. Compared to her youthful innocence in middle school, Lu Churen has truly blossomed now. Men's words are deceitful. I'm not a little girl, so don't try to play me with that kind of talk. It's hard to believe you, Lu Churen said, giving Chen Yang a sidelong glance. That glance was full of charm. Ahem, men like pretty faces and women like sweet words. So women wear makeup and men tell lies in order to appreciate each other. Chen Yang cleared his throat, not denying that he was talking nonsense, but instead drawing a comparison with the fact that Lu Churen had dressed up on purpose. This made Lu Churen's face flush, and she glared at Chen Yang fiercely. However, she also felt that Chen Yang's words made a lot of sense, leaving her momentarily unable to refute. Driving the Passat onto the national highway, they headed towards the suburbs. The food processing factory run by Lu Churen's family was located in a rather remote area, within an industrial park in a county-level city under Wanghai City. The reason for choosing such a secluded place to open the factory was naturally because the rent was cheap. On the way, Lu Churen gave Chen Yang a detailed introduction to the specific situation of her factory, allowing him to have a comprehensive understanding of the factory as a whole. She basically held nothing back, thoroughly explaining the factory's disadvantages and current difficulties. Lu Churen did not want to deceive Chen Yang regarding this matter. She didn't want her embellishments and biased statements to affect Chen Yang's judgment. After all, deception can fool someone for a moment but not for a lifetime. If deception led to Chen Yang looking down on her, she would feel extremely embarrassed. This emotion was quite subtle. They drove for about an hour before the Passat finally arrived at an old-looking factory. Lu Churen had called ahead, so Lu Chengyan was already waiting at the factory gate. Although he felt that Chen Yang was unreliable and had a high probability of harboring ulterior motives, Lu Chengyan still put on a good show for appearance's sake. The factory had indeed reached its most difficult moment, to the extent that Lu Chengyan didn't want to miss any chance, no matter how small. Mr. Chen, thank you for making this trip. The location of my factory is too remote, and I apologize for the trouble, Lu Chengyan said as Chen Yang got out of the passenger seat. He quickly stepped forward, bending slightly and extending both hands towards Chen Yang for a handshake. His posture was so low that it startled Chen Yang. He hurriedly extended his hands as well, bending his body even more exaggeratedly than Lu Chengyan. With a wry smile, he said, "Uncle, you can just call me Chen Yang. I'm Sharon's classmate. We used to be desk mates. Please treat me as a junior. Otherwise, I might lose years off my life." "Yes, Dad. Why are you being so polite to him?" Chen Yang has already said that he needs to find a long-term food processing factory to produce various types of food for him. So, if we can reach a cooperation, it's like solving each other's difficulties. You should be the one thanking me, Lu Chengyan said, getting out of the car and seeing her father's demeanor, unable to hold back her annoyance. Lu Chengyan shot Lu Chengyan a glare, but didn't reprimand her. He just smiled at Chen Yang and said, "Let's talk business. Even though you are my daughter's classmate, if we really reach a cooperation, you will be my business partner. How could I possibly see you as a junior? All right, enough of that. Let's go. I'll take you to see the situation in the factory first." Chen Yang helplessly shrugged his shoulders at Lu Chengyan and then walked alongside Lu Chengyan to tour the entire food processing factory. To be honest, the factory was very small and dilapidated, and the machines on the production line looked quite outdated. Due to continuous losses, more than half of the employed workers had been laid off, leaving only about 20 people. Moreover, the food production area might not even meet the required hygiene standards. However, this is an issue that small factories find it hard to avoid. If all standards were to be implemented legally and according to requirements, then small factories would essentially have no competitive edge. The resulting increase in costs would easily destroy these small factories. Chen Yang didn't look too closely. He just skimmed through it and then followed LV Chengyan and LV Chengyan to the factory's employee cafeteria. At least one thing can be confirmed. LV Chengyan did not lie to him. The situation of the entire factory is completely consistent with what LV Chengyan introduced on the way. "Xiao Chun, you are my daughter's classmate, so I won't say any formalities. Let's speak frankly. The factory, this is the situation. My daughter should have told you about the shortcomings, and as for the strengths, there aren't many. The difficulty is due to the lack of any competitive advantage, which has led to the factory being unable to receive decent orders and thus falling into a loss." LV Chengyan instructed the chef in the cafeteria to specially prepare a table of dishes, then directly opened 2 bottles of white liquor, pouring drinks for Chen Yang while speaking with a somewhat heavy tone. Chen Yang held the cup with both hands and asked after Lu Chengyan finished speaking, "Uncle, I would like to understand, based on the fixed costs that your factory currently needs to pay, how many orders do you need to have each month to ensure that the factory can operate healthily?" Lu Chengyan was taken aback for a moment. Then he tilted his head and began to calculate carefully in his mind. After a while, Lu Chengyan put down his cup and said, "Currently, the cafeteria has 1 master chef. There are still 24 workers on the assembly line, plus 2 team leaders and an accountant specifically responsible for the factory's finances. Their salaries, the rent for the factory, the bank loans that need to be repaid each month, material costs, and other miscellaneous expenses. At least 300,000 orders are needed every month to ensure the factory breaks even." 300,000. That's not too much. How many orders can the factory get each month now? Chen Yang rubbed his chin and continued to ask. "It's not a lot. But the market for counterfeit food has been sluggish in the past 2 years, resulting in a sharp decline in orders. Currently, my factory can only manage around 100,000 to 150,000 orders per month, which means I have to incur a net loss of 150,000 to 200,000 each month. This is really unsustainable," Lu Chengyan said with a bitter smile. Chapter 29 Contract Signing. "So, as long as I can provide you with 150,000 to 200,000 orders each month, your factory can stay afloat?" Chen Yang then asked. Lu Chengyan was momentarily stunned. The way Chen Yang was inquiring did not resemble a typical business discussion at all. In a normal business negotiation, shouldn't the buyer present their needs and difficulties first, followed by the seller providing solutions? Why had this completely flipped? It turned into him, the seller, presenting the current difficulties, while Chen Yang, the potential buyer, inquired about feasible solutions. Who was the buyer, and who was the seller? Well, theoretically, that is indeed the case. Lu Chengyan nodded and said, I see. Then the problem is quite easy to solve. We can sign a contract. Your factory would provide me with food worth 300,000 every month, with no restrictions on the types. Anything that can be eaten is fine. This order would be enough to ensure your factory can sustain itself. The existing orders you can obtain would then become the real source of profit for your factory. In this way, your factory would have a basic order of 400 to 450,000 every month. Moreover, the 300,000 order is not fixed. It is merely my minimum requirement. As time goes on, I will adjust the total order quantity according to my needs, which will only increase, never decrease. And this can be written into the contract. Chen Yang smiled and said. This statement left Lu Chengyan completely stunned. He stared blankly at Chen Yang, as if his entire thought process had frozen. After a long while, Lu Chengyan suddenly stood up from his seat, his face showing immense excitement. And he trembled as he said, You really mean it? Of course it's true, uncle. You can have someone prepare the contract right now. After we finish eating, we can sign it directly. I will sign the procurement contract in my personal name. So as soon as the contract is signed, I can directly transfer the advance payment to your factory's account. Chen Yang nodded. Lu Chengyan couldn't help but take a few deep breaths anxiously, then raised the full glass of liquor in front of him towards Chen Yang. It seemed that his emotions were so intense that he couldn't find the words to express himself. So he simply tilted his head back and downed the entire 2 liang of liquor in one go. After finishing, Lu Chengyan felt that just one glass wasn't enough to express his gratitude, so he quickly filled himself a second glass and downed it in silence. This went on repeatedly, and within just a few seconds, the third glass also found its way into Lu Chengyan's stomach. Meanwhile, Lu Charan hurriedly opened a bottle of mineral water for Lu Chengyan and, with a pained expression, handed it to her father, giving Chen Yang a reproachful glare. Chen Yang felt wronged. Your dad is going crazy. I can't be blamed for that. But Chen Yang also knew that the most reasonable thing in the world was not to try to reason with a woman, so he could only raise his wine glass, gesturing to LV Chengyan, and like him, down 3 shots in a row. Such a bold way of drinking was happening with LV Chengyan, and while LV Chengyan fell heartache, she wasn't surprised. After all, she knew her father's drinking capacity. He could handle high-proof liquor at 52 degrees and could drink at least 2 gin. But seeing this kind of drinking behavior from Chen Yang truly left her speechless. Are you crazy? Can you even drink? Do you want to end up in the hospital with that kind of drinking? LV Chengyan couldn't help but stand up from her seat, quickly opened a bottle of mineral water, and hurriedly handed it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled at Lu Chengyan and said, The dad suddenly downed 3 cups. So as his junior, I can only accompany him. You shouldn't worry about me. You should take care of your dad. He felt fine. The 6 taels of high-proof liquor only made him slightly tipsy, not even to the point of getting drunk. Clearly, the enhancement potion had greatly improved his overall physical condition, increasing his alcohol tolerance significantly. Otherwise, with his original drinking capacity, he would have been begging for mercy after about 3 or 4 bottles of beer. You two really, with no outsiders around, why drink like this? It's bad for your health. Lu Charan looked at Chen Yang and then at her father, expressing her dissatisfaction. No. Outsiders? Lu Chengyan squinted his eyes, looking at Lu Charan with a playful expression. Although he had a high alcohol tolerance, this way of drinking easily made him appear drunk. The alcohol made him lose his composure and instead tease his daughter. Lu Charan also realized the flaw in her wording, biting her lip in frustration. I'm eating by myself. I can't be bothered with you two. TSK. Actually shy? That's really rare. Come on, Chen Yang, let's drink, don't mind her. Your drinking capacity is impressive. At your age, to have such tolerance is definitely a rare talent. Let's drink to our heart's content today, Lu Chengyan said, shaking his head and looking at Chen Yang. Chen Yang said with a smile, Send you a ghost. Drink yourselves to death. Lu Charan glanced at Chen Yang. Lu Chengyan laughed heartily and pulled Chen Yang to drink again. The meal lasted for more than 2 hours, during which Lu Qingyan drank nearly 1.5 gin. And Chen Yang drank an equal amount of alcohol, making Lu Qingyan roll her eyes repeatedly, unsure how to dissuade them. Finally, after finishing the meal, Lu Qingyan made a phone call to have the procurement contract prepared, which was timely delivered. The terms were few, and the content of the contract was quite simple. After being enhanced, Chen Yang's mental capacity had greatly improved, allowing him to finish reading all the text with just a glance. Overall, the contract was very favorable to Party A, and Lu Qingyan was sincere, making no tricks or word games in the contract. Therefore, after a quick glance, Chen Yang had no intention of looking further, took the pen, signed his name on the contract, and pressed his fingerprint. To Lu Qingyan, this was a sign of immense trust from Chen Yang. He signed without even reviewing the relevant terms of the contract, which deeply moved Lu Qingyan and greatly increased his fondness for Chen Yang. Chapter 30. The care from Party A. Dad. After the contract was signed, Chen Yang didn't procrastinate. He immediately transferred the first month's payment of 300,000 to Lu Qingyan's factory account. When Lu Qingyan learned that the money had been received in the factory account, he felt like he was about to break down in tears. Suppressing that emotion, he firmly shook hands with Chen Yang, knowing that words of gratitude felt too pale, so he couldn't say anything. Chen Yang understood Lu Qingyan's feelings very well. After all, a client like him had likely never appeared before. Normally, when signing a supply contract, it's rare to pay the full amount up front. Usually, a small advance payment is made, and then the manufacturer is asked to start production. The remaining payment is made only after delivery, once the goods are confirmed to be in good condition. In fact, many strong clients will even delay payment for the goods, and the length of the delay depends on the client conscience. Chen Yang certainly did not plan to do so. These foods were exactly what he urgently needed, and since he intended to help LV Churn as much as he could, paying for the goods in advance would naturally not be a problem. Not only this time, but every month at the beginning of the month, he would directly transfer the payment to LV Cheng's factory account. As for the fact that he currently only had about 4 million in cash, and that it seemed a bit excessive to spend on purchasing food every month, Chen Yang was not worried at all. The gaming industry is one of the industries with the most abundant cash flow. Therefore, this small expense for purchasing food did not need to be a concern. Uncle, this is a fair trade. You don't need to have any psychological burden. I can assure you that I really need these foods. Of course, any kind of food is fine, so you don't need to think too much about it. Just make sure there's a variety. Chen Yang held Lu Cheng's hand and continued with a smile. Of course, I do have some requirements regarding the food itself. But rest assured, it's not about quality. You can handle the quality of the food. As long as it won't kill anyone, I have no objections. However, I hope that all the food packaging is as simple as possible. In simple terms, I mean that all food packaging should not have any decorations or textual labels. No trademarks, no production dates, no ingredient descriptions. Do you understand what I mean? I know this might be somewhat non-compliant, but that's okay. This is exactly what I want. Chen Yang's request completely stunned LV Cheng'an. After a moment of daze, he confirmed with Chen Yang again and received an extremely affirmative response. Realizing that Chen Yang was not mistaken, LV Cheng'an was left with a head full of question marks. But the client is like a father, like God. Fulfilling all reasonable and unreasonable requests of the client is the inherent duty of the supplier. Therefore, even though he was confused, LV Cheng'an did not continue to ask, but readily agreed. This request would not only not cause him any trouble, but would actually make his production more efficient. Moreover, since Chen Yang did not impose any mandatory restrictions on the types of food production, it meant he did not need to worry about raw material backlog in the factory. If there were any surplus materials from other orders, they could all be used to produce food for Chen Yang. To say it exaggeratedly, Chen Yang's few requests were not really requests for him, but seemed purely like a way to help him solve and share difficulties. Watching the Passat drive away, the drunkenness on LV Cheng'an's face vanished, replaced by a thoughtful expression. First, he called the raw material supplier, asking them to increase the supply of raw materials starting this month. After hanging up amid the supplier's deliberately flattering compliments, LV Cheng'an began to pace around the factory. After getting out of the car with a rosy face, LV Cheng'an immediately approached and asked, "Daughter, you and this Chen Yang are really just middle school classmates?" "Yes, otherwise what else could it be?" LV Chern replied, looking puzzled. Daughter, be honest with Dad. Are you two in a relationship? Don't worry. Dad won't interfere with your feelings now. I used to care because you had to prioritize your studies, but now that you've graduated, it's normal to date. And Dad won't say much. LV Chang'an blinked and asked, Date? Dad, are you crazy? I haven't seen Chen Yang since we graduated from middle school, and we hardly had any contact online. This time on the plane was just a coincidence. How could we be dating? LV Chang'an found it absurd. Then that's strange. If you two aren't dating, why is he helping our family so much? A conflicted expression appeared on LV Chang'an's face. He told me he just needs a food processing factory to provide a stable supply of goods. So, it's mutual assistance. LV Chang'an raised her eyebrows. Silly girl. He signed a supply contract with us in his personal capacity, which means that all the food is not a company action. He is personally buying it. So what's the use of him needing so much food? To donate to mountainous areas? LV Chang'an shook his head and continued, Moreover, if you think about his few requests, do they count as requests? There are no restrictions on food types. Whatever we produce, he wants. This clearly helps us solve the raw material issue. It means whatever raw materials we have left in the factory, he will take whatever we can produce. In other words, he doesn't care what products we provide. Do you think someone who really needs food supplies would make such requests? Also, he requested that the finished products we produce have no text or labels on the packaging, preferably fully transparent and without any branding. Such finished products definitely cannot be sold. If he can't sell and profit, why would he want so much food? Is he hoarding it to wait for it to grow mold? LV Chang'an paused, then realized, right? So why does he want so much stock? 30,000 yuan in goods every month. That adds up to tens of thousands of kilograms of various foods, right? It can't be sold. And keeping it for himself is even less realistic. What is he thinking? My silly daughter. What do you think he's thinking? This is clearly just for your sake, purely to help our family. Even if you two aren't dating, he definitely has feelings for you. Otherwise, there would be no need to go to such lengths. LV Chang'an sighed. LV Chang'an opened her mouth, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. Really? Is it like that? Chapter 31. All set. Having resolved the food supply issue, Chen Yang felt quite cheerful, considering the current scale of survivors in Grey Mouse D. Food worth 300,000 yuan every month would be enough for all survivors in Grey Mouse D to eat their fill. Moreover, there should be quite a surplus. These surplus foods could be traded for all the resources needed to establish the Grey Mouse D base, especially those enhancement potions. As for the future, with the expansion of Grey Mouse D, any increase in food demand could be completely handled by the LV family's food processing factory. As long as there is money, the factory can easily increase its production capacity, and this is not something to worry about. After decades of rapid economic development in the country, most industries would only face overcapacity issues and would never encounter situations of insufficient capacity. On the way to the airport, he received a call from Zhou Dandan, who detailed the progress of the work over the past few days. The office space had been rented, and to start work as quickly as possible, Zhou Dandan had directly rented a suddenly available space. The office facilities were fully equipped, and all they needed to do was replace the company name and logo. At the same time, the employees recruited were gradually arriving, mostly fresh graduates, with only a few experienced managers who still had to handle their previous work relationships. They could only join after completing the resignation process. Initially, Zhou Dandan hoped that Chen Yang would personally handle the interviews. After all, Chen Yang was the boss, and this was about recruiting employees for his company. In the early stages of the company's establishment, when the scale was very small, it was entirely normal for the boss to personally determine the addition of each employee. To say it exaggeratedly, although it was only a few days of time, Zhou Dandan had already gained excellent experience. Many times, you don't realize how outstanding you can be until you push yourself hard. Chen Yang is very satisfied with Zhou Dandan's work progress. If this pace continues, in a few days, when the wasteland world completes its first game, Chen Yang Technology Company should be able to start distribution directly. As for the normal testing process that game companies require, which involves giving limited access to players to find various bugs in the game, Chen Yang does not believe his company needs to do that. He trusts the technical strength of the programmers from the wasteland, and he is confident that the game code, after being adapted by the smart brain, will be very well made. Otherwise, it would be a shame for the 200 years of technological accumulation, right? Although Zhou Dandan repeatedly emphasized on the phone that she hoped Chen Yang would oversee the subsequent personnel recruitment, Chen Yang himself was indeed not very interested in it. The core competitiveness of Chen Yang technology lies in the epic-making technology that the wasteland can provide. The employees recruited in the current world can all be categorized as logistical support, meaning they are actually not that important. Despite the many tasks that need to be completed by them, those tasks are highly replaceable. So Chen Yang naturally wouldn't care too much. He could just leave it all to Zhou Dandan to handle. If he can truly train Zhou Dandan, then in the future, all these tedious administrative affairs in the company can be managed and handled by her, which would definitely be a good thing for him. A good quality that a slacking boss must possess is trust in subordinates. Soon he boarded the plane. Although this time he had plenty of time and there were many empty seats in economy class, Chen Yang still bought a business class ticket. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. An hour and a half later, Chen Yang landed at the airport in the capital. As soon as he exited the arrival hall, he saw Zhou Dandan had actually come to the airport to pick him up. Although it was very unexpected, he had to say, it felt pretty good. Have you finished handling family matters? Can you focus on the company now? Zhou Dandan asked Chen Yang beside her in a not-so-pleasant tone. Ahem. There's nothing left at home. You've worked hard these past 2 days, having to take care of everything. I really feel a bit guilty about it. After Chen Yang cleared his throat, he said with a smile, I don't see anything you feel guilty about. Besides, this is my job, and since I'm receiving your salary, I naturally have to complete all the tasks you assign. I just feel that you don't seem very committed to the company, which makes me a bit anxious. I hope we won't go bankrupt after just a few months, losing so much money. I would feel very guilty about that. Zhou Dandan bit her lip and said, Don't worry, as long as the work progresses normally, we won't incur any losses. Have we started contacting the mobile game distribution platforms? Our product will be ready soon, and it won't need testing. We can launch it directly into the market. So it's crucial to establish connections with various distribution platforms as soon as possible. This is the focus of our initial work. Chen Yang confidently said, connecting to distribution platforms is not difficult. Aside from a few smartphone brands with their own app stores, other distribution platforms can be freely accessed. As for those few smartphone brands with their own app stores, product inspections will be required, which will take some time. As soon as work was mentioned, Zhou Dandan immediately appeared very capable, as if she had transformed into a different person in just a few days. The revenue-sharing ratio required by the distribution platforms is a normal 30. We are just a small company, and since our product is not yet available, we do not have the right to negotiate. If our product becomes very popular in the future, then the sharing ratio may be renegotiated. Chen Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although he understood that the platform's commission was an industry norm, he still felt a bit displeased. He wondered if the hardware technology on the wasteland side could support the production of mobile phones. When the time comes, he could directly use various cutting-edge technologies to outshine the current smartphone manufacturers and then establish a self-operated app store. That way, it wouldn't be others taking my money, but rather I would be taking theirs. Wouldn't that be delightful? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a lewd smile unconsciously appeared on Chen Yang's face. Next to him, Zhou Dandan looked on in confusion, instinctively shifting her position to create some distance from Chen Yang. Chapter 32. Is it the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature? At Zhou Dandan's strong insistence, Chen Yang ultimately had no choice but to visit the office building where his company was located. There were very few employees already at work, probably just a couple of them. Chen Yang met with them, said some encouraging words, and then took Zhou Dandan out of the company. I won't pay too much attention to the matters here. It's mainly up to you to handle. Whatever position you think is more suitable for managing this aspect, just give yourself the corresponding title. If there are any dissatisfaction with the salary, we can renegotiate. In short, I plan to hand over this responsibility to you, while I will mainly focus on product-related matters. While pulling Zhou Dandan towards the office building, Chen Yang said with a smile. Zhou Dandan helplessly replied, I've never seen a startup boss like you who is so hands-off. Even though what I'm responsible for is considered logistics, you are still the boss. And you should have some attention to it, right? A good man has 3 helpers. The company will definitely grow bigger, so you can rest assured about that. No need to doubt. Therefore, I can't handle everything personally. Sooner or later, I have to delegate various tasks to different people, and I just need to manage and control the company's development direction. This is also to train your work abilities in advance, so that when the company scales up, you can be my capable right-hand person. Chen Yang reached out and ruffled Zhou Danden's hair, chuckling as he said. Although he couldn't quite understand where this blind confidence of hers came from, who could argue with the boss? Naturally, whatever she said would go. However, the term left and right is a bit ambiguous. It would be better to change it. Zhou Danden sighed and said, Ambiguous? What ambiguity? Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment. Zhou Danden then gave Chen Yang a white glance and said, What use are your hands, men? Don't you know? Haven't you heard the couplet sitting alone in an empty room? Hands serve as a wife? And you still want me to be your capable right hand? Chen Yang was taken aback. He had certainly heard that humorous poem, but he really hadn't thought in that direction just now. Once a woman becomes bold and uninhibited, her associative ability can indeed be a bit ruthless. Let's talk about work instead. I just suddenly thought of this on the way here. Our Chen Yang technology will inevitably not just be a simple gaming company. We will definitely have to deal with the issue of diversification in the future. Therefore, it would be best for you to register a wholly owned subsidiary of Chen Yang Technology in the next couple of days, specifically for the gaming business. Let's call it Chen Yang Games. This way, when a company wants to venture into other fields in the future, we won't have to go through the hassle of splitting the company's business. For every new field we explore, we can register a subsidiary dedicated to that specific area. And if everything goes smoothly, we could eventually form a complete ecological group matrix. Chen Yang was speaking excitedly while gesturing with both hands, clearly very enthusiastic. However, for this kind of planning and enjoyment, Zhou Danden scoffed at him, giving him a disdainful glance. This was the normal reaction of any reasonable person, no matter who it is, when they've just started a small company with a registered capital of only 1 million and fewer than 10 employees. To begin fantasizing about becoming a large conglomerate across various fields is overly fanciful. To call it delusional is actually not an exaggeration. All right, my future conglomerate chairman. I'm going to register Chen Yang Games today. I hope the product you come up with in a few days can support your arrogant fantasy. Otherwise, I assure you, I will ruthlessly laugh at you, Zhou Danden said huffily. As they spoke, the two had already reached the entrance of the office building. Just then, a young girl walked towards them and directly encountered Chen Yang. Coincidentally, this young girl was Feng Jia. Chen Yang stopped in his tracks, feeling somewhat bewildered. The permanent and floating population of the capital combined exceeds 30 million, and the area is more than 16,000 square kilometers. In such a vast place, how could he and Feng Jia have coincidentally run into each other twice in just a few days? Is this some kind of prank from God? Is it a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? Feng Jia's reaction wasn't much better than Chen Yang's. But when she saw another quite beautiful young girl beside Chen Yang, she instinctively felt a bit uncomfortable. I have to say, we really have a connection. Where's your girlfriend? Why isn't she with you? Feng Jia asked with a smile. It really is a coincidence. She has to work and can't always be with me. What are you here for? Chen Yang said casually. Next to him, Zhou Danden found it a bit strange because, in her impression, Chen Yang was single. However, Zhou Danden didn't say anything and just stood quietly. I came to apply because the previous job had decent pay, but our department supervisor had a bit of a bad temper and always liked to invite us out for socializing after work, so I wanted to change jobs. As Feng Jia spoke, she was also paying attention to Zhou Danden's expression out of the corner of her eye. When she noticed that Zhou Danden didn't react to the fact that Chen Yang had a girlfriend, Feng Jia felt inexplicably happy. This meant that the young girl next to Chen Yang probably didn't have a special relationship with him. I see. Then you carry on, I'll take my leave. Chen Yang nodded and was about to step away. Wait a minute, Feng Jia suddenly called out to Chen Yang. After hesitating for a moment, she said, next weekend, Jiang Jinglong wants to invite the classmates from our university who are staying in the capital to have a meal together and catch up. Are you going? He didn't invite me, so why should I go? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and said, he asked me to let you know that, after all, the last time we ran into each other was rather unpleasant, so he can't really bring himself to face you. But since we were classmates, there's really nothing that can't be talked about, so I think it's better to go if you can. Feng Jia said with a somewhat evasive look in her eyes. Chen Yang couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a moment, he asked seriously, "Do you want me to go?" Feng Jia's face turned red, and she lowered her head, saying, "We broke up amicably, not out of mutual dislike. If we're going to stay in Beijing for a long time in the future, we definitely need to look out for each other, so I really hope you can go." "All right, then I'll go." Chen Yang readily agreed. Chapter 33, Vibrant Gray Mouse D. Zhou Danan was busy with various company advancement tasks, while Shuya, apart from her daily part-time job, would try to seize any opportunity for auditions and group performances. Thus, only Chen Yang was at home. After simply cleaning the public areas of the house and freshening up, Chen Yang changed into a new outfit and entered the wasteland world from his bedroom. The location was still not far from the Gray Mouse D settlement. However, compared to a few days ago, Gray Mouse D had undergone significant changes. The original Gray Mouse D had a lifeless atmosphere, with survivors displaying a poor mental state, showing no signs of positivity on their faces. But now, Gray Mouse D exuded a vibrant energy from within. Over 200 survivors from Gray Mouse D, except for a few who were busy developing a mobile game for Chen Yang, were energetically working on the reconstruction of the entire settlement. The materials needed for the reconstruction were partially gathered by these survivors from the surrounding wilderness and partially sourced from Gray Mouse Town. Chen Yang provided a large amount of food for Li Lu to prepay salaries. Currently, all survivors of Gray Rat D have received a full week's salary in advance. The weekly salary frequency is determined by Chen Yang based on the characteristics of the food itself. After all, if salaries were paid monthly, most of the food would be difficult to preserve. Although the survivors in the wasteland have a strong resistance to toxins, spoiled food is not only toxic but also greatly affects its taste. Therefore, using food as a form of salary distribution, paying weekly is much more scientific and reasonable than paying monthly. It is precisely because of this advance payment of a week's salary that the survivors of Gray Rat D are so full of energy. Chen Yang is not just painting a pie in the sky for them. He is also distributing real pies at the same time, although the pies he distributes are far smaller than the ones he draws. This approach has convinced the survivors of Gray Mouse D that as long as they follow Chen Yang wholeheartedly, the promised pies will eventually appear before them. In the wasteland world, there are very few people like Chen Yang who can bring real hope to the survivors. Moreover, with Li Lu and Uncle Wei constantly embellishing and inciting, the survivors of Gray Mouse D cherish their current situation even more. They will, of course, do their utmost to complete the tasks assigned by Chen Yang without any discounts. Boss is great. Boss is great. Chen Yang had just entered Gray Mouse D, and the busy survivors immediately noticed him. They promptly set aside their tasks and respectfully bowed to him with admiration. This display invigorated the survivors of Gray Mouse D, creating an impulse within them to fight for someone who truly understood them. As he greeted and chatted with these survivors along the way, Chen Yang quickly arrived outside Li Lu's shelter. He pushed the door open and saw Li Lu neatly arranging various potions on the ground. Over the past few days, Li Lu had been acting as the logistics minister. Not only was she responsible for distributing advanced salaries to the survivors in the settlement, but she also had to use the food provided by Chen Yang to trade for necessary supplies in nearby Gray Mouse Town and the more distant urban ruin settlement. Additionally, promoting and brainwashing within Gray Mouse D was also part of Li Lu's responsibilities. Despite the numerous tasks leading to a constant state of mental strain and time constraints, Li Lu didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, she was quite excited, wishing she could work around the clock to advance the construction of the base. "Boss, you're here. As per your previous request, we have acquired enough potions to upgrade everyone in Gray Mouse D to the 4th tier of enhancement. Since very few people in Gray Mouse D have injected the 1st tier enhancement potion, it will take about a month and a half to elevate everyone to the 4th tier." Li Lu said excitedly, glancing at Chen Yang as he entered. "Then let's start arranging for them to receive the injections. Our base is already under construction. In the upcoming period, we will undoubtedly have to keep trading food for the necessary supplies. This large-scale exchange is concentrated in Gray Mouse Town and the medium-sized settlement further away. I believe this will definitely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Once we are seen as a tempting target, the corresponding troubles will follow. We need to have the strength to deal with any potential issues. Otherwise, If our opponents are slightly stronger, we will be at their mercy. It is imperative that we quickly make our people stronger. Chen Yang nodded and said, yes, boss, but once everyone becomes a 4th level enhancer, the consumption of food will at least double compared to the current amount. Will our food supply have problems? Li Lu asked with some concern. Chen Yang said with a smile, okay, boss. It seems that Uncle Wei has already made some progress, but still needs your confirmation. I will arrange for everyone to receive the enhancement potion injection today and adjust their weekly salaries accordingly. Li Lu replied seriously. I have been familiarizing myself with the settlement these past few days and getting to know all the survivors. Only today do I finally have some time to spare. Let's talk about the tax issue we mentioned before. According to Uncle Wei, will Gray Mouse Town impose taxes on your subordinate settlements? Chen Yang sat cross-legged opposite Li Lu and asked. Li Lu was taken aback for a moment. Then it appeared on her face. She nodded and said, yes. Gray Mouse Town collects taxes from its 12 settlements every 3 months. The standard for taxation is based on the number of people who must provide a corresponding share of food. There is less than a month until the next tax collection. Chapter 34. The girls of the wasteland are good, collecting food based on the number of people. But aren't all of you survivors struggling to get enough to eat? If you still have to pay this food tax, wouldn't that make your lives even harder? Once you can't survive, doesn't the ruler of Gray Mouse Town fear that you will rebel? Or that fleeing would cause a decline in his ruling population? Chen Yang frowned and asked, we indeed can't fill our stomachs, but at least we can barely survive in this fixed settlement. The reason why there are 12 settlements of varying sizes around Gray Mouse Town is that the guy who rules Gray Mouse Town, along with his people, has basically cleared out the around the town. Li Lu shrugged and continued. So as long as we can barely survive, there's no way to escape from here. Because in the wilderness, they are everywhere, and it's far more dangerous than in the settlements. As for rebellion, the food that everyone can obtain is barely enough for basic survival. So where would there be surplus food to exchange for enhancement potions and to meet the increased dietary needs after strengthening? Listening to Li Lu's explanation, Chen Yang suddenly realized and said, in other words, the collection of food tax not only serves to exploit you, but also objectively controls you from becoming stronger, right? Li Lu nodded and said, that's indeed the case, and the effect is very good. The approach taken by Gray Mouse Town is not new. In the years following the outbreak of the cataclysm, the entire world has been forming a new order, and by now, these orders have basically stabilized, and the world's pattern has almost truly settled down. Small settlements like Gray Mouse Town are everywhere in the world. As long as there are not many or they are not strong enough, small forces can emerge to establish corresponding settlements, and then use this method to control their sphere of influence. These small forces often have ties with medium and large forces. The settlements they establish are often extensions of the control zones of medium and large forces. This layered division creates an organization that appears loose but is actually quite tight. The vast majority of survivors in the wasteland world struggle for survival under this control. Only a very few powerful loners have freedom. How about this, Xiao Lu? Pick a few clever ones from our people and send them to stay in Gray Mouse Town for 10 days or half a month. Give them some food as activity funds and let them discreetly gather information about the specific power of the force controlling Gray Mouse Town. Also today, let us complete the injection of enhancement potions for all our people. We aim to have the strength to confront Gray Mouse Town, or even surpass them, before the next deadline for food tax collection. Li Lu quickly stood up, bowed to Chen Yang, and said, yes, boss, I will arrange it immediately. Well, the construction of the base can proceed normally as planned. By the way, you mentioned before that it usually takes about 3 days to fully digest the first level enhancement potion. But how come I completely absorbed the enhancement potion just a day and a half after the injection? Chen Yang asked. Li Lu was taken aback for a moment and said, boss, the absorption time of the enhancement potion is influenced by the severity of the body's radiation contamination, because the potion also needs to repair the cells in the body. So the more severe the radiation contamination, the longer the absorption time required. If you absorb the potion completely in just a day and a half, it means your body has hardly been contaminated by radiation. According to logic, those who have not been contaminated by radiation should have completely disappeared the moment the great disaster broke out. Even those hiding in shelters would still be somewhat affected by radiation. I really don't know how you managed to do it. Also, should I cancel the house that belongs to me in the plan? After all, I am your personal secretary, responsible for taking care of your daily life. So it would be more convenient to live in your house. Li Lu tentatively suggested. This clearly hit the mark for Chen Yang, so without any hesitation, he nodded in agreement. For a moment, he couldn't help but start imagining his life in the wasteland after the base was initially established. The girls in the wasteland are really nice. No cars, no houses, not even a bride price. As long as there is food to eat, they are willing to be with you. Such simplicity is truly heartwarming. All right, I will go see Uncle Wei. You get back to work. Be sure to find out all the strengths of that faction in Grey Mouse Town. The more detailed the intelligence, the better our preparations will be. Okay, boss. Chapter 35. The game is ready. Uncle Wei's name is Wei Tongfang, and he is now the leader of the Grey Mouse D technical team. In addition to Wei Tongfang, there are 5 other members in the entire technical team, making a total of 6 people, who can earn a higher weekly salary compared to others and do not need to participate in any construction work for the base. It's not an exaggeration to say that in just a few days, the technical team has become the most envied job in Grey Mouse D. Of course, while others envy them, the other survivors in Grey Mouse D do not feel jealousy, because these survivors are very clear that their new boss values the technical team the most. The reason Grey Mouse D can win the favor of this new boss, allowing everyone in Grey Mouse D to have the opportunity to be employed, is entirely due to the existence of the technical team, which meets the new boss's needs. Therefore, while the other survivors in Grey Mouse D are filled with envy towards the technical team members, they also place immense importance on their safety. Even if a member of the technical team wants to help other survivors build the base during their rest period, they will be directly refused. For the other survivors in Grey Mouse D, the technical team's ability to complete the tasks assigned by the boss flawlessly and on time is the greatest contribution to the entire Grey Mouse D. When Chen Yang arrived at the temporary shed where the technical team was working, Uncle Wei was testing the HW phone that Chen Yang had left with him earlier. As soon as Chen Yang walked in, Uncle Wei greeted him with a big smile and said, "Boss, you came at the right time. According to your request, the mobile game you wanted has been developed to a large extent. Today we will conduct one last round of numerical adjustments, and if everything goes well, we can hand over the finished product to you by tomorrow morning at the latest." Chen Yang took the phone handed to him by Wei Tongfang and looked at the screen. Just as he requested, the phone's display showed the camera activated, capturing real-time images for a game scene application. The difference was that there was a mythical beast resembling a clawed creature on the screen, controlled by the player. What truly shocked Chen Yang was that this controllable beast could present a naked-eye 3D effect. Overall, it looked as if it was floating on the screen, coupled with the real-time images displayed on the phone. The seamless integration with the surrounding real environment made the naked-eye 3D effect present the controllable beast as if it truly existed. To adapt to the hardware configuration of this phone, they had used rather outdated algorithms. Therefore, the virtual reality effect they could achieve could only reach this level. I specifically set up a small local network to test the game's stability. The template used was a very popular fantasy game from before the Great Cataclysm. Watching Chen Yang play the game on his phone with a blank expression, Wei Tongfang nervously introduced it beside him. The other 5 team members also stopped their work, anxiously observing Chen Yang's reaction. It was no wonder they displayed such a lack of confidence. The game they created seemed too outdated. Compared to the popular games before the Great Cataclysm, it was at least 100 years behind. Even though they had directly used the template from a game that was a hit before the Great Cataclysm, the technological backwardness in presentation was ultimately an irreparable flaw. The hardware standards provided by the boss could only support such a technological presentation, and there was nothing they could do about it. The images captured by the phone's camera represented the real-time game scenes. The game content allowed each player to possess their own unique spirit beast. The spirit beast usually remained hidden within the player and would only be activated and appear after starting the game. Seeing that Chen Yang showed no reaction, Wei Tongfang could only steal glances at Chen Yang's expression while continuing to introduce the game with a stiff upper lip. At the same time, all over the world, there were hidden spirit beasts. Ordinary people could not see these spirits. Only players who opened the game, as summoners, could perceive their existence. Wild spirit beasts could be both good and evil. Righteous spirit beasts could be recruited by summoners to form their own spirit beast teams, while evil spirit beasts caused destruction and crises worldwide, which summoners had to stop to prevent them from destroying the world. All spirit beasts were created based on those mythical creatures from legends. As players leveled up, the number of spirit beasts they could control would also increase. But the level of the spirit beasts themselves could not exceed that of the player. Each player could summon up to 5 spirit beasts to form a team, corresponding to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The more Wei Tongfang spoke, the more nervous he became, and his voice grew softer. There was no way around it. Chen Yang's consistently expressionless demeanor was truly frightening. However, what he didn't know was that Chen Yang's lack of expression was not due to dissatisfaction with the game he created. It was entirely because he was completely stunned by the game's presentation. This was a mobile game. The HW he had left behind was not a high-end model. It was just a mid-range, ordinary model. And yet, Uncle Wei and the others managed to create such a futuristic, high-tech game in just a few days. Although he had long known that there was a significant technological gap between his world and the wasteland world, the final results still blew Chen Yang's mind. It was too unbelievable. This was insane. Chen Yang swallowed hard and looked at Wei Tongfang with a serious expression. He said, "Uncle Wei, are you sure that all the programs in this game can be implemented using the programming language on the computer I provided you?" "See, certainly. But the programming languages used by the software that comes with the computer are too complicated and outdated. So, I designed a new programming language. Is that okay?" Wei Tongfang stammered. "Of course it's okay. It's simply perfect. I'm very satisfied with the game you all created. It has exceeded my best expectations for you. As I promised before, after this game is completed, I will give you a bonus. However, I need to discuss the specific amount of the bonus with Xiaolu. But don't worry, it will definitely be sent to you within this month." Chen Yang, Bryseth, and Leslie, Wei Tongfang, and the other 5 were momentarily stunned, but soon reacted and began to cheer loudly together. Chapter 36, Advanced Technology and Traditional Concepts, Part 1. By the way, is the size of this game within limits? Uncle Wei, you should have noticed that the phone I provided to you doesn't have a large storage capacity. So if the game itself is too big, it will cause me some trouble. After Wei Tongfang and the 6 finished cheering, Chen Yang began to ask more specific questions. Rest assured, I have designed a relatively decent game engine using a brand new programming language, which significantly reduces the amount of information needed to present the game's effects. Additionally, we have adopted cloud technology that the hardware itself can support, limiting the amount of data that needs to be handled by the terminal to a very small portion. Therefore, the entire game size presented on the terminal is only a little over 400 megabytes. Wei Tongfang said with a smile. Over 400 megabytes? That size is truly surprising. Some slightly more refined mobile card games can achieve such a small size. Chen Yang noted in satisfaction. However, boss, it is precisely because of the use of cloud technology that the game itself cannot operate in single-player mode. To launch it, you must connect to the network and obtain the corresponding data from the server. Under the current hardware conditions, I can't do better. I sincerely apologize. A look of shame appeared on Wei Tongfang's face. That's okay. It was originally designed for online gaming. However, how significant is the data consumption caused by retrieving data from the server? In other words, without a public network, only using mobile data, how much data consumption would there be for a full day of gaming? Chen Yang suddenly realized the problem and couldn't help but ask nervously. Wei Tongfang was taken aback for a moment, then looked up and calculated slightly before replying. I haven't verified it specifically, but it shouldn't be much. Probably around 1 megabyte per hour. 1 megabyte per hour? So that means only 24 megabytes a day? Even if you play continuously for a month, it would only consume a little over 700 megabytes? This data consumption is indeed very low. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face as he spoke. That's good. How's the security? If we're going to operate a game, it will involve server rental. This means the game itself could be vulnerable to network attacks. Does it have self-defense capabilities in this regard? Wei Tongfang was momentarily taken aback by this question. In the current wasteland world, there was no global network at all, even though some large factions continued to use intelligent brains for strong internal control. The corresponding network support was only a local area network. As a result, so-called network attacks were completely impossible in the current wasteland world. No matter how strange the questions from his boss were, satisfying him was his job. It does have self-defense capabilities, but I only set up a conventional firewall inside. This means that if someone tries to crack it using the current intelligent brain technology, the firewall won't be effective at all. However, if they attack using the programming language I developed, the firewall can provide perfect defense. As for those outdated programming languages inside the computer, they pose no threat to the firewall. If someone were to use those outdated programming languages to launch an attack, the firewall would actually have a very good counter effect. Network attacks are indeed an issue that any network company must face. In the original world, my Chen Yang technology only hired logistical support personnel and did not employ any technical staff. This means that once Chen Yang Technology's products encounter a network attack, the only thing I can rely on is that the product itself can withstand all attacks and even has the ability to counterattack. Not to mention that it's still unclear whether living beings can be transported along with me. Even if they can, I absolutely wouldn't take that risk. Very good. The last question, which is also the most important one. How is the game's monetization model designed? Can it ensure that people of any income level will have a strong desire to recharge? Ultimately, the purpose of making games is to make money. Therefore, after ensuring the playability and disruptive nature of the game, the ability to attract money is the real key indicator of whether a game is successful or not. A game that can make money is a good game. If it can't make money, then everything is in vain. We haven't made many changes to the consumption model within the game. Basically, it's a template borrowed from other games before the Cataclysm. Before the Cataclysm happened, game companies had already summarized a set of effective methods to stimulate player spending. As Wei Tongfang spoke, he reached out and tapped the phone screen in front of Chen Yang. While introducing, he demonstrated the consumption model to Chen Yang. First, attractive goals. For example, winning and losing rewards, acquiring in-game decorations, achieving milestones, completing tasks. Second, positive feedback. For instance, daily check-ins, rewards received after completing each goal. Third, effortless progress. For example, rapid level-ups in the early stages. Basically, as long as these 6 steps are well integrated into the game, the vast majority of players will easily become addicted. This addictive feeling will stimulate their habitual impulsive spending. Chapter 37, Advanced Technology and Traditional Concepts. Part 2, Boss. Look, we've set all the spirit beasts in the game into 5 different grades from 1 star to 5 stars in a very simple and crude way. According to the recharge standards you provided, the first recharge of 6 yuan can earn a certain amount of game resources and a 5-star spirit beast. These spirit beasts can evolve by devouring other spirit beasts of the same element, but 1 to 4-star spirit beasts can only evolve to 5 stars at most. Only 5-star spirit beasts can continuously evolve, reaching a maximum of 13 stars. Of course, evolving to 13 stars will be a relatively long process. Evolving beyond 5 stars requires not only a large number of other 5-star spirit beasts of the same element, but also the spirit beasts being evolved. This means that any player must collect thousands of 5-star spirit beasts. The rarer the spirit beasts, the lower the probability of their appearance. This collection process will run throughout the game. Once all 5 spirit beasts in a team have reached the highest 13 stars, the game will unlock new dungeon challenges. The content of this dungeon challenge will stimulate players to elevate the strongest 5 spirit beasts of each of the 5 elements to 13 stars. In other words, according to the current design, if players want to reach graduation level in spirit beast collection, they must cultivate at least 25 13-star spirit beasts. And this is just part of the collection system. In addition to spirit beasts, each spirit beast must be equipped with a dedicated artifact of the same element and corresponding equipment sets. Players must awaken the soul within and refine attribute values. There are numerous aspects centered around the spirit beasts. Wei Tongfang's speed of speech quickened as he spoke. The originally tense atmosphere had completely disappeared with Chen Yang's recognition and affirmation. He was fully immersed in introducing the game. Since the game primarily focuses on collection, players need to cultivate powerful spirit beasts to defeat the evil spirit beasts hidden around the world. Therefore, the stimulation for recharging is also related to the cultivation of spirit beasts. The VIP levels are set to a total of 15 levels. You requested that the recharge amount be based on the RMB standard from over 200 years ago, so the lowest VIP level only requires a recharge of 10 yuan. However, the highest level 15 requires a cumulative recharge of 200,000. In the game, spirit beasts can be captured in wild maps or summoned directly through the spirit pool, condensing the elements of heaven and earth. Every 200 yuan can summon 10 times, guaranteeing at least one 5-star spirit beast. However, 5-star spirit beasts also come in R, SR, SSR, and UR grades. The 10 consecutive summons guarantee a 5-star spirit beast of SR grade, while SSR depends on luck, and UR is definitely not available, only potentially appearing in future game activities. Of course, most of these game activities are related to recharges and spending. Zero recharge players can also play, but they will inevitably spend a lot of time. Other items, such as resource packs, discount packages, spirit beast cultivation packs, limited time packages, etc., have all been set up in the game. Although the single price of each package is low, the quantity adds up, especially for limited time packages. I've set it so that every time a player obtains a 5-star or higher spirit beast, a related limited time cultivation package pops up. For example, a limited time 5-star spirit beast cultivation package, a limited time 6-star spirit beast cultivation package, and so on. The time limit is set to 2 hours. If it exceeds 2 hours, the package will automatically disappear. Wei Tongfang tried to introduce the game's recharge content in relatively brief language. However, due to the complicated nature of the game's design, he still ended up saying a lot. Fortunately, Chen Yang was quite familiar with these methods of inducing players to recharge. In his world, game companies operated in a similar manner. Thus, after Wei Tongfang finally finished explaining the monetization system within the game, Chen Yang had no further additions. After carefully pondering it in his mind, he nodded in confirmation of Wei Tongfang's designs. I don't have any more questions. Let's consider this as the final product. I'll come by tomorrow morning, and you can give me everything then. Also, do you have any thoughts about the phone I gave you? Chen Yang looked intently at Wei Tongfang, shifting his focus. Wei Tongfang, on the other hand, had a puzzled expression and scratched his head, saying, "This phone is already worthy of the title of an antique. What can I possibly think about it? Tech geeks are all so stubborn." Chen Yang silently complained and then asked straightforwardly, "Is there a way to design a new phone? Based on the hardware I provided, can you design a phone that incorporates as many new technologies as possible?" Wei Tongfang was taken aback for a moment and shook his head, saying, "Boss, to be honest, I don't understand this. All the technology one know is actually limited to software development under the intelligent brain, and I don't have much knowledge about hardware. Moreover, no matter how outdated a phone may be, it still involves the field of industrial design. So, if you ask me to develop various software that can be supported by these hardware based on what I provided, there will definitely be no problem. But if you directly ask me about hardware, the advice I can offer is very limited. It would be best to hire relevant professionals. They can definitely provide accurate answers." Chen Yang was not surprised by this. It is very normal for people to have their own areas of expertise. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yang asked, "Where can I hire someone who understands hardware and industrial design? Is there anyone in Grey Mouse D?" Wei Tongfang shook his head and speculated. "Got it. Let's discuss this later. The most important thing right now is this game. Once I get the game tomorrow, I won't set up a new work plan for you, but I will bring over a few more computers, and you can use this time to develop some software on your own through the computers. If someone has a good idea and the software they develop is interesting, I won't be stingy with the bonuses." Chen Yang opened his mouth and instructed, "Boss, don't worry. You have provided us with such good living conditions. We will definitely not let you down." Wei Tongfang patted his chest and assured. Chapter 38. A Fraud? After checking the work progress of Lao Wei and the others, Chen Yang wandered around Grey Mouse D again. Since there were only a little over 200 survivors in the entire settlement, the area of the settlement was naturally not large. However, in the planning of the base construction, Chen Yang expanded the initial land plan to about 10 times the current area of Grey Mouse D. Although such planning would slow down the initial construction progress of the base, considering that once the base was established, it would inevitably need to absorb new members for future development, it was reasonable to expand the area as much as possible in the early stages. Not a single survivor was idle, nor was there any survivor slacking off. The people in Grey Mouse D showed an almost frenzied enthusiasm for building a base. Besides the stimulation from the large amount of food and the beautiful vision provided by Chen Yang, the more important reason was that once this base was established, they would have more ability to combat dangers. Therefore, this base was not only built for Chen Yang, but also for themselves. Every survivor in Grey Mouse D who saw Chen Yang would sincerely bow to him, and Chen Yang would stop to have a brief exchange with each survivor. As the sky began to darken, in order to earn as much goodwill as possible while hiring those survivors, Chen Yang spent quite a bit of time in the wasteland world. Looking at the sun setting outside the window, Chen Yang was just about to go to the kitchen to prepare a delicious dinner when his phone suddenly rang. Curiously, he took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number he had never seen before. Not only that, but the phone screen also showed that this unfamiliar number had called at least a dozen times during his time in the wasteland during the day. But since he was in the wasteland world, this was the first time the call had gone through. Thus, the phone ringing was actually accompanied by continuous text message notifications. "Hello, who is this?" Chen Yang answered the phone with some surprise. "Hello, Mr. Chen Yang. My name is Chu Xin. You probably don't know me, but that's okay. I would like to discuss a business deal with you, but it's not convenient to talk over the phone. So, can we have dinner together tonight? Let's talk in person." A rather pleasant voice came through the phone. Chen Yang looked confused and frowned as he glanced at the number displayed on his phone screen. Have scammers changed their tactics again? Are they bold enough to meet in person now? It can't be a scammer looking for a drink, right? First of all, I'm not a scammer. Secondly, this business is extremely important to me, and I can guarantee that the compensation I offer you will definitely satisfy you. Finally, I understand your feelings of doubt, but I can prove to you shortly that what I say is true. I'll call you back in a bit. A pleasant voice came through the phone speaker, and before Chen Yang could react, the other party had already hung up. As the busy tone echoed from the receiver, Chen Yang was momentarily at a loss for how to react. After muttering crazy to himself, he headed into the kitchen. The next moment, Shuya walked in with a dejected expression. "What's wrong? Did you go for another audition today?" Seeing Shuya's lifeless look, Chen Yang could guess what had happened. It was probably that she didn't succeed in the audition again, something that had happened once or twice every week during their 3 months of cohabitation. This was actually quite normal. She had yet to sign with any agency. Although she had a background in performing arts, she didn't have deep connections in the industry. Getting a chance to audition for some low-budget productions was already the best her few well-connected classmates could do to help her. Moreover, Shuya never accepted any form of unspoken rules. Even if her acting skills were impressive, what difference would it make? In plain terms, if one wanted to make a name for themselves in the entertainment industry, relying solely on so-called talent was simply not enough. Yeah, it's a new drama by a well-known television director. Even before filming starts, the show has already sold its premiere rights to several satellite TV networks. And major TV stations have high hopes for it, believing it could contend for this year's ratings champion, Shuya said, taking off her high heels and rubbing her delicate little feet while weakly continuing, "Is this for real? Why would they let you audition for such a show? You're a complete newcomer." Chen Yang asked curiously. "I'm not auditioning for the main character. I'm just auditioning for a clerk at a milk tea shop in a 42-episode drama. That clerk only appears in 5 episodes. That's just 4 lines of dialogue. The total screen time is no more than a minute." Shuya snapped at Chen Yang. It wasn't that she was really angry. She just needed a way to vent her frustration. If she didn't consider Chen Yang a friend, she wouldn't be so casual with him. After all, we tend to lose our temper with those close to us while being more tolerant and polite to strangers. Chen Yang was very clear about this, so he didn't take it to heart at all. He just shrugged and said, "With your acting skills, you can definitely handle this kind of minor role easily, right? Is the reason for failure the same as before? Does the person who decides the role have ulterior motives towards you?" Shuya pouted and, feeling quite dejected, entered the living room. She half fell onto the sofa and said blankly, "This time it's different. The play is getting too much attention, and many big shots are using connections to push people into the crew. That audition is just a formality. The candidates were actually predetermined long ago. It's just an unimportant minor role, and dealing with personal favors doesn't hurt anyone." Chen Yang suddenly realized and sat down next to Shuya, comforting her. "This is a very normal thing. You should have been mentally prepared when you went for the audition, right? Having mental preparation is one thing. But in the end, I still held on to some fantasies. What if they decided to give me a chance because of my outstanding acting skills? Unfortunately, the reality proves that. Fantasies can only ever be fantasies. Chen Yang, do you think I'm not suited to be an actress? Shuya fell into self-doubt. Chen Yang was about to speak when Shuya's phone rang. Without even bothering to look at the number on the screen, Shuya directly pressed the answer button and weakly said, "Hello, who is this?" The next second, Shuya's eyes widened in shock, and she suddenly jumped up from the sofa. "Are you serious?" Chapter 39. Showing muscles due to Shuya's intense reaction and the lack of any warning. Chen Yang was genuinely startled. Watching Shuya bounce up from the sofa, she clearly seemed to come alive again, and Chen Yang couldn't help but feel curious, wondering who had called her. After undergoing the second-tier enhancement potion, her physical body had greatly improved in sensory acuity, but Shuya's phone microphone emitted almost no sound. Even when Chen Yang stood up and leaned closer to Shuya, he couldn't hear it clearly. In no time, Shuya hung up the phone and immediately turned to look directly at Chen Yang. "What's going on?" Chen Yang instinctively leaned back in a tactical move, tilting his body slightly. Shuya's gaze and actions were undeniably aggressive. "Chen Yang, I need to get to know you again," Shuya said as she stepped forward 2 paces. Chen Yang instinctively planned to retreat, but as he was backing up, his calf bumped into the sofa, causing his body to lose balance, and he sat back down on the sofa with a thud. "What does this mean?" Chen Yang was in a daze. Shuya continued to move closer, her face getting nearer to Chen Yang's, causing him to constantly shift back to avoid their noses touching. Eventually, he was forced to lie back on the sofa. Shuya still stared intently into Chen Yang's eyes. As he reclined, she half knelt on the sofa, supporting herself with her hands on either side of his face, creating an unexpected lying version of a wall slam. The problem was, what does it mean for a man to be slammed by a woman? The director who called me earlier was the one with significant clout. His opinions are crucial for selecting important roles in this drama, while less significant roles can be decided by others. Shuya fixed her gaze on Chen Yang's eyes, seemingly trying hard to control her excitement, and spoke as calmly as she could. The proximity was so close that Chen Yang could even clearly feel the breath Shuya exhaled when she spoke. "The director called you? Does that mean there's a turn in the audition results?" Chen Yang's heart raced as he asked. The current position of the two was too ambiguous, making him unable to stop his wild thoughts. "Yes, the director told me. I passed the audition. However, the role set for me is not that small supporting role, but the female lead," Shuya said word by word. This news was truly unexpected, even making Chen Yang momentarily break away from the enchanting atmosphere. "The female lead? Is that for real? How is that possible? Didn't you say that this drama is a heavyweight contender for this year's ratings champion? The female lead of such a drama could never go to a newcomer like you," Chen Yang said in astonishment. "Normally, of course, that would be impossible. So I want to ask you, Chen Yang, classmate Chen, who exactly are you? Why can you make such a big production change the female lead at the last minute and elevate someone like me, who has no acting experience at all?" Shuya continued to stare at Chen Yang and asked, Me? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here?" Chen Yang looked confused. There was no misunderstanding. The director just told me on the phone that the original actress he had chosen for the leading role was one of the 4 rising stars of the past 2 years. But because you Chen are my roommate, he changed his mind. Plus, after seeing my audition performance, he believed my acting skills were up to par. So he directly cast me as the lead. As Shuya spoke, she subconsciously licked her lips. At this moment, she also realized that her posture with Chen Yang was too ambiguous. The shock she had just experienced was so great that her mind was completely blank from excitement. She didn't even notice what she was doing. She just wanted to see Chen Yang clearly, to see what this roommate she had been living with for 3 months was really hiding. It is said that when a man and a woman maintain eye contact for more than 10 seconds at close range, they will feel an urge to kiss. Shuya was now proving this theory with her own situation. It was incredibly accurate. That director said, "Because of me, he gave the leading role to you?" What a joke. Chen Yang was even more confused. But right after that, a phone call from half an hour ago flashed through his mind. It couldn't be. But that doesn't make sense. Why is this happening? Shuya suddenly raised a hand and gently pressed it against Chen Yang's chest. She seemed a bit nervous and exhaled softly, saying, "So, how do you want to thank you?" Chen Yang suddenly felt dry mouth and tongue, staring blankly at Shuya, who was close at hand. He opened his mouth and said, "Since it's a good thing, then let's prepare well and strive to make a splash, truly starting your acting career. This is your dream, so you must seize it." Noticing that Chen Yang's body was quite stiff and his expression looked even more nervous than her own, Shuya couldn't help but let out a laugh. But then, her smile quickly faded. She took a deep breath and looked at Chen Yang with utmost seriousness, saying, "Thank you. This favor is too big. I don't even know if I can repay it. In any case, I'll remember it in my heart. If you want, I wouldn't mind having a relationship beyond friendship with you. This isn't a transaction, nor is it just gratitude. You can see it as a deeper expression of our friendship." Just at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Yang was startled and quickly took out his phone. He saw the number on the screen was indeed the one that had called him over half an hour ago. Chapter 40, The Appointment, Mr. Chen Yang. I don't know if you're satisfied with my meeting gift, but regardless of your satisfaction, I believe I've already proven that I am not the scammer you described. It was still that pleasant voice, still that unhurried pace of speech, and still that subtle sense of distance within the calmness. However, at this moment, it sounded completely different to Chen Yang's ears compared to the impression it had left him over half an hour ago. Humans are such sensory creatures. The same sentence spoken by different people carries different weights. Half an hour ago, Chen Yang thought the other party was a scammer, but now, the other party exhibited an unimaginable influence, and Chen Yang naturally had to treat it with caution. "Maret Chu Xi, right? I apologize for my earlier doubts, but I still don't understand why someone of your stature would want to discuss business with me." Chen Yang gave Shuya a glance and then asked in as calm a tone as possible, "Let's meet and talk. I know a very nice private restaurant, and the chef is from a traditional official cuisine background. I'll send you the address after I hang up, but it's better if you come by yourself because I don't want anyone else to know about this business." After finishing the pleasant-sounding words, he didn't give Chen Yang a chance to hesitate and directly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from his phone, Chen Yang refocused his gaze on Shuya's face and said, "As I mentioned earlier, you'll have to eat alone tonight. The person who wants you to be the leading lady wants to talk to me privately." Shuya frowned and said with concern, "So the person who contacted that big director wasn't you? Instead, someone wants to get to know you through this method? Or is there something they need your help with?" Chen Yang shrugged and said, "What I know now is no more than what you do. But generally speaking, it is indeed as you said. So I have to leave now. I can only understand what really happened after I meet the main person." Shuya's brows furrowed even deeper. Chen Yang's confirmation made her increasingly uneasy, and she bit her lip, saying, "This is too strange. The leading actress for that major director, not to mention the salary. If it were an actress of corresponding status, it would be at least tens of millions. The interests involved are very complicated. The management company, agents, the team that relies on the actress for a living, and even some areas that might involve money laundering, including the investors in the TV series and the television stations that buy the rights. It's definitely not as simple as just having a leading role. If someone throws out such a bargaining chip just to show off and get to know you, then what they are after must be far beyond this." Chen Yang was quite surprised by Shuya's reaction. He knew very well how important this leading role opportunity was for her. Normally speaking, this chance could basically be expected to change Shuya's fate. However, in the face of such a huge temptation, Shuya surprisingly did not get carried away. Instead, she was able to calmly make the decision to give it up. Chen Yang asked himself if he didn't have the strange ability to freely travel to the wasteland world, he definitely wouldn't be able to be as decisive as Shuya when faced with similar temptations. "Don't be so anxious. It's still unclear what exactly is going on. Let me go to the appointment, find out the other party's true intentions, and then make a decision," Chen Yang said with a smile, while reaching out to pat Shuya on the shoulder. "Are you sure? This is the opportunity you have always dreamed of." Chen Yang also sat up, smiling as he looked at Shuya, and said, "But the opportunity was brought by you, and it has nothing to do with me, so no matter what, your safety is the most important. Do you understand?" "Suyeta." Chen Yang comfortingly patted Shuya's hand and then left the house. Although the situation was indeed very strange and seemed quite disconnected, Chen Yang himself was not too worried. He was merely quite curious. The ability to freely travel to the wasteland world boosted Chen Yang's confidence quickly. This increase in confidence allowed him to maintain a sense of calm when facing anyone. After all, how impressive could someone be? Can they travel through dimensions? If they can't even do that, what kind of big shot are they? The address sent to his phone was a bit far, looking like it was in the old alleys within the second ring road of the capital city. Chen Yang took a ride-hailing car and then pretended to doze off in the back seat. The other party did not specify a specific meeting time, clearly aware of the traffic situation in the capital. Therefore, after confirming the location, when he would arrive was left to chance. However, today luck was clearly on his side, as he did not encounter much delay on the road. Chen Yang soon arrived at the address sent to his phone, outside the main gate of a Sihuan courtyard house. Two men, both of average height and appearance, stood on either side of the main gate. For some reason, despite their unremarkable looks, Chen Yang sensed an inexplicable danger emanating from them. The appearance of Chen Yang also made the two gatekeepers become alert. After scrutinizing Chen Yang closely, both men's faces showed expressions of confusion. "Emmer Chen Yang?" One of the men asked uncertainly. "That's me. The person who arranged this meeting should be your boss?" Chen Yang also asked uncertainly. The two men exchanged glances, and the mutual sense of doubt created a bizarre feeling between them. "Mr. Chen Yang, please come in. Our young lady is waiting for you inside," the other man said as he turned and pushed open the courtyard gate. Chen Yang shrugged and followed him inside. Chapter 41. 3 cups of wine. The decoration in the courtyard was filled with an ancient charm. Aside from household appliances like air conditioning that make life more convenient and comfortable, the entire courtyard had not undergone much renovation. Under the guidance of the man, Chen Yang quickly entered one of the side rooms, where he saw a young and beautiful girl sitting alone at a round table. The girl looked to be around 25 or 26, extremely attractive, but unlike the delicate charm of Shuya, she seemed to exude a capable aura. Her outfit was quite androgynous, and her makeup emphasized her facial features, making her appear very spirited. After leading Chen Yang into the room, the man leaned down and whispered a few words in the girl's ear. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and after glancing at Chen Yang, she waved her hand at the man. The man bowed and quickly exited the room, leaving only Chen Yang and the girl inside. "Miss Chu Xin," Chen Yang asked. Chu Xan smiled and gestured for Chen Yang to go ahead. Chen Zhang Unsimon sat down opposite Chu Xin. Soon after, the door of the private room was pushed open from the outside, and a series of exquisite dishes were brought in by the waitstaff. A total of 18 dishes, along with 2 bottles of unbranded wine, completely filled the large round table. No waitstaff remained in the private room to serve. After bringing in the dishes and wine, everyone exited the room in turn. Chen Yang noticed that the man who had brought him in was still guarding outside the private room. Even as the door was closed again, he did not leave, seemingly to prevent any interruptions during the meal inside. "The first glass of wine is to express my apologies. For some necessary reasons, I conducted a detailed investigation on you these past few days without your permission. I hope you don't mind." As she spoke, Chu Xin downed her drink in one go. Although it was a small cup, the alcohol content was evidently high, and after finishing it, a charming flush appeared on her cheeks, softening her originally capable demeanor. "You conducted a detailed investigation on me? No wonder you know about my relationship with Shuya. But how can I not mind something like this?" Chen Yang also finished the wine in his cup and frowned as he spoke. "The reason for investigating you is not out of malice, but rather to understand your growth experience and family background. Although the findings are not substantial, at least it allows me to feel somewhat at ease, because your background and social connections are very simple. This means that you have no real connection or involvement with the world at my level." Chu Xin said this and poured herself another full glass, raising it towards Chen Yang again, and said very seriously, "This is important." After saying that, she continued to drink until her cup was empty. Chen Yang had no choice but to accompany Chu Xin in drinking a second glass of wine. He said in a deep voice, "Miss Chu Xin, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm just a small person, an ordinary commoner. Although I don't know your identity from what you've done, it's clear that you are a truly significant figure. There shouldn't be any intersection between us. That's right. If it weren't for your grandfather's sudden recovery from liver cancer, there really wouldn't be any intersection between us, Chu Xin said straightforwardly. Chen Yang paused with the empty wine glass in his hand, feeling a sudden surge of tension. The fact that his grandfather's liver cancer had been cured could indeed be brushed off as a medical miracle. However, this explanation was fraught with numerous doubts and issues. At that time, he couldn't afford to think too much about it. Otherwise, if he were to watch his grandfather suffer and die helplessly out of fear of potential dangers, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. If he couldn't even take good care of his own family, what was the point of having the ability to freely venture into the wasteland world? Miss Chu Xin, I don't quite understand what you mean. Chen Yang took a deep breath and said calmly, my meaning is very simple. You tell me how to cure late-stage liver cancer, and I will give you a generous reward. Of course, I am well aware of the magnitude of the issues involved, so I can assure you that this matter will be known only to you and me, and no third party will be aware of it. Chu Xin stared at Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang immediately furrowed his brows and said, since you have conducted a detailed investigation on me, you should know that my grandfather's liver cancer suddenly went into remission, and even the doctors and the hospital are unclear about the specific reasons. How could I possibly have any way to explain that? Chu Xin was not surprised by Chen Yang's reaction. After putting down her wine glass, she continued eating while saying, of course, the doctors and the hospital don't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to contact you. Let's be straightforward. The so-called medical miracle claims have too many loopholes. Anyone who cares a little won't believe it. Besides that, you can receive a substantial financial compensation, which will be transferred to you in a reasonable and legal manner. The Chen Yang technology under your name is currently just a startup. I can help your Chen Yang technology secure angel round financing from venture capital funds. Chu Xin spoke in a calm tone, as if she were merely discussing trivial matters. However, the corner of her eye was always paying attention to Chen Yang's reaction. She had to ensure that her offer could impress him. Hearing Chu Xin casually mention a figure of 100 million, Chen Yang's heart began to race. He glanced at the wine bottle beside him, instinctively filled his empty glass, and then drank it all in one go. Chapter 42. The risky decision, Chen Yang said with a. He was indeed very tempted. However, with the trump card of the wasteland world in hand, making money shouldn't be a difficult task for him. So when faced with temptation, safety was more important. Chu Xin blinked, paused in silence for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, my grandfather is named Chu Yangpeng, and he has been retired for more than 20 years. I wonder if you have heard of this name? Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment. After thinking carefully, he shook his head with a look of confusion and said, I really haven't heard of it. Is it very famous? Whether it's famous or not is relative. You can search for it on your phone, and you'll know what this name means. I hope you can tell me the methods for treating late-stage liver cancer, also for my grandfather. He is 95 this year, and if he can be cured, he could at least live a few more years. The old man is quite spirited. I think reaching 100 shouldn't be too difficult, Chu Xin said. Chen Yang frowned and thought to himself, how long can your grandfather live? What does it have to do with me? Although he thought this, he still took out his phone and searched for the name Chu Yangpeng. In the next second, Chen Yang was stunned, because the long list of titles following that name made him dizzy. He really didn't expect that this name actually represented a figure who could almost be said to stand at the top of the country before the founding of the nation. This person even participated in a series of wars to defend the country and held a terrifying status and prestige in both the military and political worlds. It wasn't until the end of the last century, when this figure was in his 70s, that he gradually faded from the public eye through retirement. At that time, Chen Yang had just been born, so of course he couldn't have any impression of this name. Upon seeing this, Chen Yang suddenly looked up and glanced at Chu Xin, who was sitting across from him, then continued to search for a while and indeed found Chu Xin in the family relations of that prominent figure. This big shot had 3 sons and 2 daughters, and at the age of 40, he had his youngest son. This youngest son then had his only daughter, Chu Xin, when he was 30. So Chu Xin is exactly 25 years old this year. After searching for Chu Xin's photos, he found that there was very little information available online. But the few unclear photos he could find were enough for Chen Yang to confirm the identity of the Chu Xin in front of him. For a moment, Chen Yang instinctively became nervous. No matter how confident he was, fundamentally, Chen Yang was still just an ordinary commoner, suddenly sitting with such a top power figure. It was impossible for his mood not to be affected. Have you confirmed it? I'm not lying to you. The promise I just made to you can naturally be easily fulfilled, as long as you are willing to tell me the method. In addition to 100 million in cash and helping you eliminate all potential risks, you can also gain the friendship of the Chu family. Chu Xian leaned slightly forward, her whole demeanor adding a touch of pressure. The Chu family's friendship? Chen Yang subconsciously repeated it. That's right, although it sounds abstract. The benefits it can bring you are definitely far greater than that 100 million in cash. You know how to cure late-stage liver cancer, but you want to keep this matter a secret, which means your need for money is not great. So I think the friendship of the Chu family should be more useful to you than that 100 million in cash, Chu Xian said seriously. Chen Yang hesitated immediately. The background of Chu Xian and the status of the Chu family truly sparked his impulse to take a risk. If the other party were just an ordinary wealthy person who could only pay with a large amount of money, Chen Yang would definitely not consider it all. Relying on the technological capabilities of the wasteland, he believed he would eventually become the richest person in the world. However, aside from money, the other assistance the Chu family could provide was an absolutely top-level scarce resource in this country. To do business stably in this world, merely having money is not enough. Money and power complement each other. Both are indispensable. Once the scale of a business reaches a certain level, without the corresponding power to back it up, no matter how many assets one has, they are just rootless duckweed. It is easy to be devoured by others as a delicacy. Therefore, with such an opportunity in front of him, it seemed he really should seize it. After all, from a cost perspective, the price he needed to pay was almost zero. The only trouble was whether the other party could truly keep their word and really help him keep the secret. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yang looked at Chu Xian and said solemnly, "This kind of matter cannot be recorded on paper, nor can it be bound by a legally permissible contract. So everything has to be a verbal agreement. And since it is a verbal agreement, there is a huge risk. How can I trust you? This is indeed a problem." Chu Xian nodded and then said, "How about this? I will take care of your grandfather's case and the 100 million angel round investment tomorrow. The friendship of the Chu family will take effect immediately after my grandfather recovers. As for my personal commitment to keep it confidential, I can't give you any proof of that, but I hope you understand one thing. If your method is indeed effective and can truly cure my grandfather, then keeping the secret is actually a mutual interest for both you and me." Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, "Are you sure it's late-stage liver cancer? There aren't any other complications, right? After all, at the age of 95, even without late-stage cancer, he could pass away at any time for other reasons, right? Don't worry. My grandfather's medical staff is among the best in the world, and they have a clear understanding of his health condition." After repeatedly contemplating all possible consequences of this matter, Chen Yang felt that the risks he needed to bear seemed acceptable compared to the potential gains. After all, having the trump card to freely travel between two worlds allowed him to make some choices more boldly. So, taking a deep breath, Chen Yang nodded and said, "The things you promised me will be settled tomorrow, and the day after, I'll give you the special medicine." Chu Xian was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, her face lighting up with joy as she stood up from her seat. Bowing to Chen Yang at a 90-degree angle, she excitedly said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Chen Yang. Once my grandfather's illness is cured, I will definitely come and thank you in person." Chapter 43. The fastest path with their agreement on the transaction. Chen Yang and Chu Xian naturally had no more disagreements. The two began to focus on enjoying the delicious food while chatting and sipping drinks. Compared to before the meal, Chu Xian appeared much more relaxed and wisely avoided bringing the conversation back to the so-called special medicine, making this meal a delightful experience for both host and guest. Particularly, Chu Xian had an extensive knowledge base and seemed to have dabbled in various fields. Whether it was politics, military affairs, economics, or social sciences, she could discuss them all eloquently. This made for a very enlightening evening for Chen Yang. Many things cannot be clearly understood without reaching a certain height, and the inequality of information is often the main source of gaps between social classes. Therefore, Engaging with Chu Xian and listening to her views on these matters truly inspired Chen Yang, especially considering his great ambitions. With the ability to freely traverse the wasteland and the current world, he had already set his future goal to become the richest person in the world. Thus, it was very necessary to understand some hidden situations and deeper rules in advance. They chatted until around 10 o'clock, and the dinner finally came to an end. As Chen Yang left, the drunkenness in Chu Xian's eyes vanished, although her face still bore the characteristic flush of having drunk. She no longer exhibited the previous drunkenness and dazedness. Drinking the hangover soup specially prepared for her by the restaurant, Chu Xian said expressionlessly, "Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him disappear from sight, especially after investing 100 million into his company tomorrow. If there are any signs of him, try to transfer this money abroad. It must be stopped immediately." "Yes, Mississippi." The man who had been waiting outside the private room bowed in response. Chu Xian squinted her eyes and murmured to herself, "I hope the result is good. I hope. He really has a way. If it weren't for my grandfather's condition being truly incurable, why would I resort to such desperate measures? Chen Yang, don't let me down." At this moment, Chen Yang was sitting in the back seat of a taxi, looking at the flowing night scenery outside the window, filled with emotions and contentment. Before he had the ability to traverse the wasteland, he was just an ordinary fresh graduate, unremarkable. His family's financial situation barely met the standard of a well-off family, let alone being close to the middle class. Staying in a city like Beijing to struggle, with his own abilities being too mediocre. He could easily foresee how ordinary and difficult his future days would be. The soaring housing prices, which rose alongside economic development, were enough to extinguish his thoughts of settling down in Beijing. But now, that ordinariness was becoming increasingly distant from him. Such a drastic change made him more acutely aware of the value of the wasteland world. On the streets of Beijing around 10 o'clock in the evening, there was still some traffic congestion. Although it wasn't as severe as during rush hour, this time was actually a good time for entertainment for the people in Beijing. The people of Beijing have no nights, just as Southerners have no days. Zhou Dandan was still working overtime, so only Shuyu was curled up on the sofa, absent-mindedly watching TV. It's not a bad thing. You can rest assured to perform. The female lead indeed has something she wants me to help with, but it's inconvenient to say what it is. Chen Yang took off his shoes and said, "Is it really okay? I always feel uneasy." Shuya bit her lip and replied, "It's really fine. Do you think I'm the type to put on a brave face? Anyway, just focus on studying the script and your character, and strive to seize this opportunity to show everyone your strengths. Once this drama becomes the hit everyone expects, your acting career will be completely brightened." Chen Yang said with a smile. Shuya carefully looked at Chen Yang's expression and, after confirming that he was not lying to her, let out a sigh of relief. She became excited and said, "That's really great. But I don't have an agency right now, so I'll go sign a contract with the production team myself in the next couple of days. I estimate that the pay they offer me will only be at the rookie rate, but since it's a big production and I'm the lead female role, even at the rookie rate, it should be around 40,000 to 50,000 per episode. The total pay should be around 2 million. Once the contract is signed and the production team gives me the advance payment, I'll transfer all the money to you." Chen Yang was taken aback and looked at Shuya in disbelief, asking, "Why are you giving me the money? That's your pay." "Is my pay. But if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have this opportunity. This opportunity is much rarer than the pay. Just getting this chance is already a stroke of incredible luck for me. So I absolutely can't keep the money," Shuya replied. "Stop it. Your money is your money. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a meal. If you insist on keeping it so clear-cut, I might feel hurt. Don't forget, you told me before that I was always welcome to develop a relationship deeper than friendship with you. What's this? Regretting it now? Trying to settle things with money?" Chen Yang said with a smile. Shuya knew that Chen Yang was joking, using this way of speaking to allow herself to accept this considerable payment with a clear conscience, which naturally made her feel even more touched. Biting her lip, Shuya suddenly shyly turned her face away and said softly, "Can I stay in your bedroom tonight? I want to talk to you, to share my feelings." "Share feelings? Have you heard a saying by Zhang Ailing?" Chen Yang slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "I haven't heard of it. I don't like reading books. What is it? Shuya asked curiously. Chen Yang leaned close to Shuya's ear and softly whispered a few words while biting her earlobe. Shuya's face instantly turned red, and she then reached out and twisted Chen Yang's waist hard. Chapter 44. Third Stage Enhancement. This feeling was quite strange, especially the transition from friends to lovers. Therefore, both Chen Yang and Shuya felt somewhat awkward. As a result, the change in atmosphere between them was not too direct. Instead, after taking a shower, they each wore pajamas and lay on Chen Yang's bed. They cuddled together and began to talk about their past experiences. A deeper mutual understanding could effectively alleviate the awkwardness, making certain things happen more naturally. Unfortunately, Chen Yang and Shuya ultimately did not get the opportunity to take things further. Feeling guilty, Shuya immediately jumped off Chen Yang's bed. Seeing the depressed expression on Chen Yang's face, she couldn't help but giggle and pecked him on the cheek, softly reassuring him by whispering in his ear, "Don't worry, Dan has been especially busy these days. We have plenty of opportunities. Before joining the crew, I'll definitely satisfy you, okay? I promise." After saying that, taking advantage of the sound of water splashing from the shower, Shuya stealthily opened Chen Yang's bedroom door and tiptoed out. "It seems I, as the boss, have been too lenient. I should have just bought Dan a cot in the company, so she could fully embrace the spirit of treating the company as home, instead of being in such an awkward position now." Chen Yang had a mournful expression on his face, murmuring to himself. Before his words had fully faded, that exhilarating warm current, which had appeared once before, suddenly swept through his entire body again. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that he had completely absorbed the second-level enhancement potion. Calculating, it had been about 3.5 days since he used the second-level enhancement potion. As expected, his absorption of enhancement potions took only about half the time compared to the people in the wasteland world. Therefore, while most people in the wasteland needed 3 days to absorb the first-level enhancement potion, he only needed a day and a half. For the second-level enhancement potion, while they needed a week, he naturally only needed 3.5 days. Not having been affected by high-intensity radiation allowed his body to enjoy such convenience in potion absorption, which was indeed a pleasant surprise for Chen Yang. He got out of bed, turned on the lights, and took out the third-level enhancement potion stored in the drawer of his desk. After happily injecting it into himself and enduring the inevitable pain that followed, Chen Yang's mood improved significantly. The irritation he felt earlier for not being able to get closer to Shuya was greatly alleviated. After just finishing his shower, the steam filled the bathroom, causing the mirror to fog up. Chen Yang had to wipe away the steam to see his body clearly. After injecting the third-level enhancement potion, his body, in terms of proportions and muscle definition, could already be rated as perfect. Even Chen Yang himself was momentarily captivated by his own physique. Is this what they call a human-shaped self-propelled cannon? If just a third-level enhancement potion has such exaggerated effects, what about even higher-level potions? Wouldn't they directly produce something inhuman? After muttering a few words to himself and indulging in a bit of narcissism, Chen Yang left the shower room. His body began to absorb the third-level enhancement potion, allowing him to have a very comfortable sleep. The next day, he woke up at 10 in the morning. Although the injection of the enhancement potion had strongly transformed and optimized his body, it was clear that the cells also felt fatigued during the optimization process. Therefore, after each use of an enhancement potion, he needed to enter deep sleep to recover from this consumption. Wang Dandan had already gone to work, and Shuya was not at home. However, there was a message from Shuya on his phone. She was going to sign an acting contract with the crew today and would also need to cooperate with them for preliminary promotions. After all, as a completely new actress, making such a surprising choice for the lead role in such an important show would definitely require some public relations efforts to avoid negative impacts on the production itself. Thus, once the contract was signed, the entire crew would definitely focus on Shuya for the first round of extensive soft advertisement placements. These advertisements would undoubtedly be costly, and the overall financial investment would not be less than hiring a real first-line actress for the lead role. As a result, hiring new actors for these major investments did not necessarily mean they were cost-effective. Those above-average stars inherently possess strong topic relevance and media attention. and a significant portion of the fees paid to star actors can be considered promotional expenses. Today, he would be able to get the finished product of the game. Chen Yang was naturally looking forward to it. In the past few days, Zhou Dandan had not only been busy hiring employees, but also pushing forward other work as much as possible. For example, leasing servers, obtaining platform listing licenses, and a series of other related tasks. Time was very tight, but Zhou Dandan was doing well. Although there were many small setbacks due to her lack of experience and skills, Chen Yang believed that these minor issues were acceptable. Moreover, it was evident that Zhou Dandan indeed had potential. With more training and practice over a year or two, she would definitely be able to handle things independently. Many people seem ordinary and unremarkable simply because they lack opportunities to showcase their abilities. In this society, for most people, one mistake can lead to a downfall. As he quickly walked into the Gray Mouse D, he greeted the survivors he encountered along the way, appreciating and praising their enthusiastic attitudes before entering Wei Tongfang's shed. He piled the computers in the corner of the shed and chatted casually with Wei Tongfang for a moment, then took the storage device containing all the game data from him. No problem at all, boss. The subsequent version development is all in there. A total of 12 updatable versions. However, due to hardware limitations, the visual effects won't change much. The updates mainly focus on different gameplay and new spirit beasts. Wei Tongfang said with a smile. Well done, Uncle Wei. Shala will give each of you an extra month's salary as a bonus. Work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly. Chen Yang patted Wei Tongfang's shoulder with satisfaction and said. The sound of cheers immediately filled the shack again. Chapter 45. Low-level mistake, not staying too long in the wasteland world. After coming out of Wei Tongfang's shack, Chen Yang only found Li Lu, who was busy in the settlement area. Getting the mobile game he developed online and operational as soon as possible to make Chen Yang technology famous was his most important task at the moment. After all, this was his career. Establishing a base in the wasteland and having enough powerful forces was only to safeguard his business in the current world. Although he knew that such thinking was somewhat biased, Chen Yang could not change his instinctive focus in a short time. Deep down, he did not actually consider the wasteland world as a parallel world to the current one. Instead, it felt more like a game world, filled with an indescribable sense of illusion. Even though he was very clear that the wasteland world really existed, and his ability to traverse was a folding of the time dimension, it still required a process for him to fully accept it and elevate the importance of the wasteland world to the same level as the current world. After returning to his bedroom, changing clothes, he left home directly, hailed a cab outside the community, and rushed to the company. Before noon, just before lunch, Chen Yang arrived at his company and handed the game over to Zhou Dandan. He originally thought that at this stage, everything should fall into place. All the necessary preparations had been made, and the required resources were ready, so the next step would naturally be to go all out. However, unexpectedly, after casually finding a restaurant outside the company and just finishing lunch, Chen Yang received a call from Zhou Dandan. In the not-so-large office, more than a dozen employees looked at Chen Yang with frowns. Zhou Dandan, choked with emotion and feeling extremely ashamed, explained the root of the problem to Chen Yang. It turned out to be about the game approval system. Although the relevant regulations had been in place for over a decade, their enforcement had never been strict. There was little difference between having them and not having them, as few game developers complied. As a result, the entire gaming industry had flourished freely. However, in the past 2 years, the supervisory department responsible for game approval suddenly tightened the enforcement of policies. This led to a large number of games being unable to go online according to the scheduled time. Among the worst examples, there were cases where games had to modify their content for nearly 2 years due to these approval standards. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if a game company wanted to release a game, the first step was to file with the supervisory department for approval. Only after passing the review and obtaining the corresponding approval number could the game officially be released and operated. Unfortunately, Zhou Dandan, as a complete outsider, overlooked this process, and the employees they had hired were mostly recent graduates and newcomers with less than 2 years of experience, who were not very familiar with the relevant processes, which led to such a huge blunder. After clarifying the whole situation, Chen Yang looked at Zhou Dandan and asked, "If we submit for approval now, how long will it take to get the approval number?" Zhou Dandan replied, somewhat embarrassed. I just consulted a friend, and according to my friend's statement, for more complex games, the likelihood of getting approved in one go is almost negligible. Basically, they need to be submitted for approval several months in advance, and then constantly modified according to the feedback. So how long it takes specifically is an unknown. A few months? That definitely won't work. The game is already done, and to just wait for the approval process for a few months, it will be too late. Chen Yang shook his head immediately. It's not just a matter of wasting time. It's also about the limited liquidity he has. If he ends up waiting for a few months without any income, the few million he made from reselling gold would probably run out completely. After all, he still needs to send food worth around 300,000 to the wasteland world every month. Coupled with the basic operational costs of the company, a few million wouldn't last long. Moreover, for Chen Yang right now, he is more concerned about the unwarranted waste of time. Wait, that's not right. Didn't Chu Xin say yesterday that she would arrange for someone to inject 100 million into my company today? Isn't that person arriving soon? Chen Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he had a flash of inspiration. He clenched his right fist and struck it forcefully against his left palm. Isn't it just about game approval? He could definitely ask that Chu Xin for help. With the Chu family's influence and status, such a small matter could probably be easily resolved with just a phone call from Chu Xin, right? Thinking of this, he looked at Zhou Dandan, who seemed on the verge of crying again, and quickly reached out to ruffle her hair. He comforted her, saying, "It's okay, I'll think of a way. You don't need to worry about it. Since we have some free time, you can take our team and play the game our company developed. Although it hasn't launched yet. Conducting a small internal test is quite simple and doesn't involve technical difficulties. I'll step out to make a call." Zhou Dandan was taken aback and looked at Chen Yang in astonishment, asking, "What kind of method do you have? Do you know someone who is in charge of game approvals?" Chen Yang said as he turned to leave the company. Looking at Chen Yang's seemingly confident demeanor, Zhou Dandan felt a bit puzzled, but quickly and then instructed the support staff hired by the company to start installing the test version of the game on every employee's mobile phone. They all knew that Chen Yang Technology's subsidiary, Chen Yang Games, had a dedicated game development team. However, that team did not work in the same office as them and was very mysterious. Yet the boss seemed to trust them immensely, believing that the games they created would definitely be unparalleled. Therefore, the opportunity to preview the game's quality naturally piqued everyone's interest. The game was soon installed, and as these people began to open the game, exclamations of surprise immediately echoed throughout the company. Chapter 46, Problem Solved. The general situation is like this. Miss Chu Xin. My company's people are a bunch of novices, which led to such a low-level mistake. But I don't want to delay the planned launch time of the game. If it really takes a few months due to approval issues, I think I'll go crazy. So, can you help out on your side? Chen Yang stood in the corridor of the office building, having reached Chu Xin on the phone. He briefly explained the troubles his company was facing. It's just a small matter of game approval. I can have your company's game go through the green channel and complete the approval process today. However, you need to ensure that there is nothing truly erotic in your game. There are certain boundaries that cannot be crossed. Otherwise, it will attract significant criticism, and that would be very troublesome. You can rest assured, there is definitely nothing that crosses the line, and my game is not marketed based on that kind of content. The selling point of my game is to provide players with a real fantasy world. Chen Yang sighed in relief and said with a smile, "You don't need to explain too much to me. I don't really like playing games, so I don't have much knowledge about the gaming industry. It's just from my standpoint that I'm giving you a heads up. After all, once I make my voice heard, people will inevitably make connections, and your company will surely gain many hidden benefits from this implicit relationship. I hope you can maintain your composure and avoid doing anything that would make things difficult for both of us." Chu Xin reminded over the phone. Chen Yang knew what the other party was worried about, so he replied without hesitation, "I understand, Miss Chu Xin. I just need some convenience and do not need to violate any rules. That would be best. My people will arrive at your company around 2 p.m. to formally sign the Angel Round financing contract. The corresponding terms have already been drafted. You just need to confirm and sign. All the terms are favorable to your company. It's essentially a contract that's like giving away money. I hope you'll be satisfied." After Chu Xin finished speaking, she chatted with Chen Yang for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. With the issue resolved, Chen Yang felt great and was quite fortunate to establish a relationship with Chu Xian. In this country, power is much more significant than money. Money can provide enjoyment of life's luxuries, but only power can make everything satisfactory. It seems that the relationship with Chu Xian needs to be well maintained. Then he noticed that a dozen people led by Zhou Dandan in the company were all holding their phones, shouting, and looking for something around the office. Oh, I found it. The last hidden, mountain-moving ghost in our company is actually here, by the printer. Haha, I've eliminated it. Look at my bfong. It leveled up. A male employee shouted excitedly. Chen Yang glanced over and happened to see a three-dimensional image of a bird-like spirit beast about the size of a palm, hovering beside the male employee's phone. It was radiating like a fireball and quickly completed its evolution, with its body color becoming a bit more vibrant than before. The naked eye 3D technology provided by Wei Tongfang is more advanced than current naked eye 3D technology in that the effects it presents can be seen without the need for a screen. As long as the phone's camera is granted permission, the naked eye 3D virtual image can be displayed using the phone. Of course, at Chen Yang's request. To avoid the technology being too shocking, the wild spirit beasts found in the game must still be displayed through the phone screen. Only each player's companion spirit beast can be presented in a certain area around the phone using this technology. Even so, the display effect is undoubtedly considered an extraordinary piece of black technology. No wonder the employees in the company appear so excited. How is it? Are you all trying out our company's game? How does it feel? Chen Yang stepped into the company and smiled as he asked, "Oh my gosh, boss, you are truly amazing. From now on, you will be my idol. Our company's technical capabilities are terrifying, aren't they? How on earth did you achieve this effect?" When I first opened the game, this little thing suddenly appeared next to my phone and almost scared me to death. A female employee turned around and saw Chen Yang walk in, instantly shouting in excitement. Another female employee transformed into a little fangirl in an instant. "Boss, where does our technical team work? I really want to see how they did it. This is incredible. It's just like something out of a sci-fi movie. At this rate, can our technical team also create game effects like those in Ready Player One?" said a male employee who owned a bfong spirit beast, excitedly. All the employees spontaneously surged towards Chen Yang, quickly surrounding him. Due to the overly excited atmosphere, everyone spoke over each other, making Chen Yang feel quite overwhelmed. Quiet. Chen Yang had to raise his hands to stop the employees' somewhat uncontrolled behavior. He then said, "I have a few announcements. First, the game's review issue has been resolved. The higher-ups will open a special green channel for US, and we can complete the entire review process today." The employees of the company, led by Zhou Dandan, were momentarily stunned, but the next second, they all cheered in unison. The admiration in their eyes when they looked at Chen Yang grew even stronger. For ordinary employees, the stronger the boss's connections, the more confidence they naturally have in the company. Second, the game's name, The Unknown World, will not be changed. Although it is a bit of a tongue twister, our game itself hasn't been promoted much. We initially aimed for word-of-mouth growth, so having a slightly awkward name might actually result in better outcomes. Third, I have already negotiated with an investment fund for the company's angel round financing. Someone from their side will come over with the contract shortly, and the financing scale will reach 100 million. So, there's no need to worry about the company's cash flow issues. As long as you all work hard, I will not be stingy with your benefits. As Chen Yang's words fell, the employees led by Zhou Dandan cheered once again. But this time, the cheers were much louder than before. It was as if they were going to shake the glass of the company to pieces. Indeed, any promise is not as enticing as actual benefits. The 100 million financing mentioned in the third point completely ignited the enthusiasm of all the employees. Chapter 47, 100 million financing. Chu Xian's people arrived right on time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a person responsible for signing the contract and a lawyer came to Chen Yang's company. Chen Yang, along with Zhou Dandan and the newly hired legal staff from the company, entered the conference room with Chu Xian's team. The contract presented by the other party was a finished product with all the terms already laid out, showing no intention of further discussion on the contract's content. Clearly, from their perspective, the conditions they had stipulated in the contract were generous enough, and Chen Yang's side should have no ground for dissatisfaction. In fact, This was indeed the case. The newly hired legal counsel at Chen Yang's company cautiously took the contract and, after a serious glance, was completely stunned. He could not understand the content of the clauses he was seeing. The clear meanings expressed in the contract's wording had a huge impact on his worldview. To be honest, even the treaties signed back in the day were much stronger in their descriptions than this contract. The other party was offering money on a silver platter. The legal counsel looked bewilderedly at Chen Yang beside him, only to find that his boss had a confident demeanor, as if he had anticipated that the contract would be this friendly. Unexpectedly, the legal counsel felt a deep respect for Chen Yang, as if he were looking up at a towering mountain. His boss was so young yet so profound. Such a company definitely has a bright future. In just over 10 minutes, the legal counsel had completed a simple review of this straightforward contract, which had no verbal traps. Rubbing his head, he looked at Chen Yang with a hint of inexplicable disappointment and said, "Boss, the contract. There are no issues, nor are there any modifications needed. According to the contract, a cash investment of 100 million yuan only exchanges for 5 of our Chen Yang Technology shares. This means that the other party values our company at 2 billion yuan. Additionally, there are corresponding cash-out clauses in the contract. Out of the 100 million cash financing, you can directly cash out 90 million yuan, leaving just 10 million in the company as normal operating funds. This 90 million cash out will be entirely at your disposal, with the financing party making no demands or supervision. Boss, to be honest, this is the most extraordinary angel round investment agreement I've ever seen." Seeing the legal counsel's expression filled with doubt about life, Chen Yang smiled and nodded. Chen Yang, the 100 million funds will be transferred to your company account later today. Regarding the cash-out funds involving tax issues, we will handle everything for you. You just need to provide us with a personal account of yours for our operations. As Chen Yang signed his name, the opposing lawyer stood up, extended his right hand toward Chen Yang, and spoke. Chen Yang smiled and shook hands with the lawyer, knowing that the other party would directly implement the 1 billion funding today. This was also a way to showcase strength, so naturally, he wouldn't say much. As for the issue of his grandfather's medical records, it was impossible to verify with the two people in front of him. After all, it would be considered a violation, and it was better to confirm with Chu Xin privately later. Leaving a contract as a record, Chen Yang personally escorted the two out of the company. The content of the contract did not involve many confidentiality clauses, so other employees in the company immediately learned that the financing contract had been signed. This led to another thunderous cheer within the company. Although this money currently had nothing to do with them, the more money the company had, the better their treatment would be. Moreover, Chen Yang had previously promised that as long as they worked hard, they would not be treated poorly. Now that the boss was so wealthy, the probability of fulfilling the promise had greatly increased. Zhou Dandan clapped her hands, interrupting the employee's celebration, and said, "Everyone has experienced how good our game is. Even someone like me, who hardly ever plays games, couldn't help but be fascinated. So clearly, the quality of the game is beyond doubt. The boss has done everything he can, and now it's up to us. If the quality is at this level, making it a unique game, and we still can't promote it, then our workability can't even be considered mediocre." The employees listened to Zhou Dandan's words, all expressing their agreement, and eagerly started working. Even though the most difficult issues had been resolved by Chen Yang, there was still a lot of tedious work for them to complete. The launch and operation of the first game was a significant matter for him, so he had to be present in the company now and couldn't be like in the previous days, completely acting as a hands-off manager. Not long after, the funds promised in the contract were all in place. Due to tax obligations, Chen Yang obviously couldn't receive the full payment of 900 million. But the other party made some legal arrangements to ensure that the taxes he had to pay were far below the normal standard. If he were to pay taxes according to the normal standard, he would have to pay around 400 million in taxes on the full amount of 900 million. However, after the reasonable avoidance by the other party, the tax he had to pay was reduced by about half. The difference was indeed significant. Just after receiving the money, his phone rang. After Chen Yang pressed the answer button, Chu Xian's pleasant voice came through the microphone. "I've taken care of everything I promised you. Don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry, I'll deliver the items to you first thing tomorrow morning. Then I'll wait for you." Chapter 48 officially launched sure enough. The review was approved. Our game has received the license number. Everyone get to work. Right now, immediately. All the other employees in the company immediately became busy, especially the few girls responsible for contacting various mobile game distribution platforms, who quickly began typing away on their keyboards, creating a flurry of sounds. Since no funds were invested in advertising and promotion, the work of launching on the distribution platforms naturally wouldn't obtain many resources. So even though they were confident in the quality of the game after the trial, the employees in the company knew very well that at least in the early stages of the game's launch, it wouldn't create much of a stir. Therefore, no matter how busy they were essentially just following the established processes. I've finished the distribution platform launch on my end. Before the end of the workday, one of the girls responsible for liaising with the distribution platforms finally let out a breath and said with a smile, "Me too. The efficiency of these distribution platforms is quite high." Another girl stretched and said with satisfaction, "Wow, so frustrating. The contact person at HW store completely ignores me." After I nudged him a couple of times, he became impatient and said to talk after he finishes reviewing the game. When I asked him how long the review would take, he actually told me it could be uncertain. Maybe a month, or maybe half a year. Isn't this just bullying? The girl who had previously been a fan of Chen Yang said with grievance. That contact person hinted that I should offer some incentives for him to launch our game right away. But isn't this kind of public relations approach strictly prohibited by the boss? As a result, that contact person just started to brush me off, saying we were a small company with only one game, so we should just wait in line, and he wasn't clear on when it would go live. The girl said with a pained expression, HW Phones had over 30 market share in the domestic market last year. If their app store doesn't list our game, it will definitely impact our early promotion. Or, should we give him some public relations fees? Joe Dandon hesitated and said, "No, we rely on our product to speak for itself. We can't engage in these under-the-table practices." Chen Yang walked out of his office at this moment and saw that several people's gazes were focused on him, which made him smile. He then said, "I know that normal interpersonal communication is necessary, but for sensitive economic interactions, we must avoid them. Our goal is not to be an ordinary company. From our first product, you should be able to see that we are destined to become a great company. A great company needs to have great style. We do not engage in corrupt practices with others. We let our products speak for themselves. So what if we have a market share of over 30? That still means 70 of the market belongs to others, right? As long as the reputation of our products develops, HW stores will naturally take the initiative to list our products. Since the boss has made his stance clear, the employees obviously cannot have any objections." After what happened today, Chen Yang's image has skyrocketed in the minds of these employees. They have begun to form a blind trust in Chen Yang, so the employees will unconditionally execute his demands without any doubt. Chen Yang leaned against the desk and continued. The spirit beasts that players are born with are intentionally designed to have a lower level of realism in their 3D imaging. So when our employees take the subway to and from work, everyone they encounter will definitely notice the floating 3D images of those spirit beasts next to them. This technology is unique in the world. Once people take notice, it will easily attract the attention of related media. At that time, we won't need to do any public relations ourselves. The media will come flocking. This is a world-leading technology developed domestically, which aligns perfectly with the psychological needs of our people. Joe Dandon nodded in realization. "I understand. I will propose relevant suggestions in the company group shortly." You're right. The technology reflected in our game is indeed unparalleled. With such a completely groundbreaking and disruptive product, all the media will recognize its news value. At that point, we won't have to spend a single penny on public relations. It's likely that there will be a flood of news related to us, right? If all goes well, it will definitely be like that, so there's no need to rush. Although good wine fears a deep alley, the aroma of our wine can reach the clouds. Chen Yang suddenly changed the subject and said, "The company has a lot of money in its accounts now, and I also received a large sum of cash recently. You've been working very hard these days, so how about a pay raise? How does doubling your current salary sound?" Joe Dandon was momentarily stunned and instinctively wanted to refuse. "Well, okay," she replied, her mood slightly stirred. Chapter 49. Abnormal Spread, Part 1. Wu Guangji had been busy at the company all day long, and it wasn't until it was completely dark and past 8 o'clock that he left the office and headed to the nearest subway station. As a programmer who had just started working a few months ago. He was already accustomed to such late hours. Every day, upon entering the company, he faced various bizarre demands from the product team, and his entire day's work was spent implementing these requests. It was extremely tedious and lacked any fun. Therefore, in his spare time, Wu Guangxi's biggest hobby was playing mobile games. However, unlike most other players, Wu Guangxi rarely played popular games. He always searched the various game distribution platforms for newly released games every day, then picked out those that caught his interest at first glance to try them out. I wonder how Yangzi has been these days. Feng Jia said that Jiang Jinglong is organizing a class reunion next weekend. TSK. Probably just wants to show off something again? I'll call Yangzi in a few days to ask if he's going. Wu Guangxi muttered to himself as he arrived at the subway station. At the same time, he opened an app store on his phone, directly selecting the games page. In the daily new games section, he saw several new games released today. Triumvirate? A Three Kingdoms card game? Forget it, that's definitely a copycat game. With no innovation in its model, playing it would just be a waste of time. Misty Summer? A detective puzzle game? Too brainy. Not interested. His fingers kept swiping across the screen as he scrutinized the simple introductions of games. Unknown World? And Xinxia AR game? Morning Sun Game Studio? I've never heard of any of these. Wu Guangxi bought a subway ticket, and after passing through security, he looked at the game size and found it was only 426 megabytes, which made him curl his lip in disdain. Only over 400 megabytes? And they dare to claim it's an AR game? Are they crazy? Today's game companies are getting less and less reliable. I want to see what tricks your 400 megabytes AR game can pull. Wu Guangxi snorted dismissively and chose to download it directly. His data plan had plenty of allowance, so a game over 400 megabytes wouldn't put any pressure on him. The download went quickly, and just before he boarded the subway, he finished installing the game. He registered his game account using his phone number and casually entered the game interface. He had no expectations for this game. He was just looking for something to pass the time during the subway ride. However, the next second, Wu Guangxi was stunned. As the game officially started, he found that a virtual 3D image had actually materialized beside his phone. The 3D image then began to speak, providing a simple introduction and guidance for the game content. Wow, Wu Guangxi instinctively exclaimed. Other subway passengers were immediately attracted by the sound and turned to look. They all saw the 3D image hovering next to Wu Guangxi's phone. Hey, what is that, young man? A laser? An elderly man exclaimed in surprise. Wow, you're quite trendy, knowing about lasers. But this definitely isn't that. It looks more like the virtual images in sci-fi movies, said a middle-aged man nearby. I don't know. I just downloaded a mobile game. And when I started it, it turned out like this, Wu Guangxi stammered. The surrounding people became even more curious and began to inquire about what game it was. After getting an answer from Wu Guangxi, they immediately started searching for the game on their phones to download it. There was no helping it. It was simply too astonishing, and they were eager to figure out what was going on. Wu Guangxi then lowered his head to study the game closely, and the more he researched, the more shocked he became, setting aside the game's playability and a series of inducements to consume. Just the fact that this game used real images captured by the camera as the direct game background and then presented game content on this background was enough to leave Wu Guangxi in awe. As a qualified programmer, he couldn't figure out how this was achieved. Moreover, there was still that virtual image hovering beside him, referred to as a spirit beast. Although the quality wasn't great and it was obvious it wasn't real, just a kind of blurred naked eye 3D image technology, the way it was presented was still incredibly shocking. At least in Wu Guangxi's understanding, this kind of technology shouldn't appear in a mobile game, although there's already relatively mature naked eye 3D technology. The imaging of virtual images can also be achieved through different devices working together. This method ultimately has corresponding requirements for equipment and environment. And it's certainly not something that can be done with just a phone and a camera. Because of his profession, Wu Guangxi understood part of the underlying principles. So he was more aware than others of how astonishing the technical content was. He found himself playing this game the whole way, even spending several hundred yuan on it. And he missed his stop. His mind was filled with the technical advantages reflected in every aspect as the game content deepened. The disparity was so great that Wu Guangji felt like a primary school student encountering a top physicist. This is simply a godlike game. And this kind of game is only over 400 megabytes in size. That's absolutely insane. A game that size, even a decent card game, would be impressive. The game I'm playing right now, even if it were 40 gigabytes, I wouldn't be surprised. But it actually was made in just over 400 megabytes. That's completely unscientific. Have all my years of programming been for nothing? Unbelievable. So unbelievable. Morning Sun game? What kind of company is this? A new company couldn't possibly have such technological reserves. Moreover, using such technology merely to create a mobile game? Isn't that too extravagant? This company must have other motives, right? Realizing he had missed his stop, Wu Guangji immediately got off and took the subway in the opposite direction, muttering to himself. Then he thought of something, minimized the game, opened a social media app, and excitedly recommended the game in all his groups. Such an astonishing masterpiece had to be shared with everyone he knew. Chapter 50 Abnormal Diffusion, Part 2. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the office of Morning Sun Technology was mostly empty. A girl was pouting, communicating with someone through the messaging software on her computer. She was startled when Zhou Dandin tapped her on the shoulder and quickly nodded, saying, "Oh, okay, Manager Zhou. I was just trying to file a complaint with the department at HW." But the person handling the complaint was also indifferent. It seems that launching in the HW store today is really not going to happen. It's okay. Manager Chun has already said that our game will win by quality. As long as one person plays our game, given the effect our game presents, it will inevitably lead to geometric diffusion. So don't worry. I'm leaving now. Remember to lock the door. After comforting her with a smile, Zhou Dandin turned and left the office. Guo Xiaoxiao stretched and typed a few angry words on the computer before shutting it down, locking the door, and leaving the company. Despite the lack of any substantial promotion, the atmosphere in the company lightened considerably after the game went live. All employees of Morning Sun Technology were very confident, based on the quality their game had previously demonstrated. There was no other game in the entire mobile game market that could compete. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone here is trash. Thus, the timely success of the game launch was already half the success for the company. All that was left to do was wait for time to bring about explosive word-of-mouth diffusion for the game. Guo Xiaoxiao was very confident that her company's game would definitely become a hit. Previously, Zhou Dandin had suggested in the company group that everyone should keep the game running while out and about. This way, the naked eye 3D virtual image of the spirit beast would always hover around the player, becoming a moving advertisement. Guo Xiaoxiao strongly agreed with this promotional method, because if she asked herself if she weren't an employee of Morning Sun Technology and just happened to see such a virtual image tech display on the street, she would definitely be very curious. The promotional effect of this method would definitely be exponential. With these thoughts in mind, Guo Xiaoxiao subconsciously reached out to touch the spirit beast beside her. But since it was just a virtual image, her hand, unsurprisingly, went right through. After a moment of pause, she realized what she was doing and couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head, feeling incredibly fortunate. She had previously worked as customer service at a small game company, where her job was to communicate with complaining players and maintain several official player groups. When the company launched a new server and there weren't enough staff, she even had to play the role of a shill, encouraging other players to spend money in the server while pretending to be a wealthy female player. After doing this for a year, Guo Xiaoxiao felt it was meaningless and saw no future direction. Just then, Morning Sun Technology was hiring, offering better salary and benefits than her previous company. So she went for an interview with a try-and-see attitude. At first, Guo Xiaoxiao didn't think much of it and had no expectations for this new company, which had very few employees, all of whom were newcomers, and had no products yet, looking like a company that could close at any moment. Little did she expect. This kind of company suddenly completed a financing round of 100 million today, and the first game it launched was a groundbreaking masterpiece. So Guo Xiaoxiao felt very lucky. A company destined for a brilliant future would inevitably become harder to get into, yet she had squeezed in during its startup phase. Xiaobai, I will definitely work hard in the company, especially since our boss, starting today, is my male idol, Guo Xiaoxiao said to the spirit beast beside her. This was the 5-star SSR Spirit Beast by Zay that she had drawn after spending a few dozen yuan on 10 consecutive draws during work. The current form was still in its juvenile stage, and as the star level increased, the Spirit Beast's appearance would continue to change. Only when it reached the highest 13 stars would the Spirit Beast evolve into its complete form. During the game, many people couldn't help but ask her about the floating by Zay beside her, driven by their curiosity. Guo Xiao, with her customer service background, patiently and meticulously answered their inquiries. Seeing those who asked start to eagerly download the game after getting answers filled her with a sense of pride. This is our company's game. Once she entered her rented house, the several roommates were gathered in the living room watching television. Besides Guo Xiao, this 3-bedroom apartment housed 5 other girls, making a total of 6 girls living together. As soon as Guo Xiao walked in, several girls greeted her. But then they noticed the Bai Zay Spirit Beast hovering beside her. Wow, what is that, Xiao? It looks so cute. Is it a cat? One girl jumped up from the sofa and dashed over to Guo Xiao, trying to reach out to touch Bai Zay. But of course, her hand meant nothing. What? Is a virtual image? How did you do that? This can't be an upgraded version of those electronic pets from before, right? The other girls quickly surrounded her. Guo Xiao cheerfully repeated the explanations she had given to people on the subway. One girl looked astonished and, like the others, began searching for the game to download on her phone while asking, Xiao, is this really a game made by your company? Yes, although I also find it amazing. It really is made by our company, which Xiao nodded. That's incredible. Xiao, do you remember my job? I'm an editor for a gaming portal. Can I schedule an interview to visit your company tomorrow? This is definitely a groundbreaking game. The girl, still looking astonished, asked eagerly. Guo Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression changed to realization as she replied, I almost forgot you mentioned that. I'll message manager Zhou right away to ask. It should be fine. Our company 1T refused such a promotional opportunity. Great. Then I'll count on you. If we can complete the interview, I'll treat you to a big meal. Chapter 51. The request for meeting people like Zhou Dandan and Wu Guangji are actually quite rare. Morning Sun Technology has very few employees, and players who like to search for new games every day and try them out are also in the minority. However, the game itself is too eye-catching, and the powerful virtual image technology makes most people who notice it feel a strong curiosity. Moreover, the cost of downloading the game itself is very low, and driven by this intense curiosity, the game's download numbers suddenly showed exponential growth. One person can influence dozens, and those dozens might directly influence thousands. With the powerful attraction of the game supporting it, during that entire evening, the unseen world spread like a highly contagious virus. Chen Yang was not aware that his game had already started spreading virally. Even after the game was launched, he had not paid attention to the back-end data because he understood what a brand new technological presentation meant for this industry. There was no doubt that his game was destined to succeed. Although his sensory perception had improved after injecting the 3rd-level enhancement potion, he actively chose to block out the whispers between the two women. In Chen Yang's view, eavesdropping without permission was somewhat despicable. Early the next morning, Shuya and Zhou Dandan stepped out of their house in the morning light. After freshening up, Chen Yang also headed to the wasteland world. Grey Mouse D was now changing every day. The entire base's planning was gradually taking shape little by little, which gave Chen Yang a sense of inexplicable achievement. Inside the shack, he found Li Lu, who seemed to be doing accounts, and at her feet were large bags of gold. Where did this gold come from? Wasn't it said that there was no need to collect it specifically anymore? Chen Yang opened his mouth to ask. Boss, you're here. I'm sorry. I was so focused on bookkeeping that I didn't notice you. Li Lu hurriedly stood up, bowed to Chen Yang, and apologized. Then she explained, we didn't specifically collect it. It was unearthed accidentally during the construction of the base, when everyone had to dig the ground for foundation work. As you know, during the outbreak of the Great Catastrophe, the entire world was utterly destroyed. I don't know how many things were buried on the surface due to the massive nuclear explosions, dust, and debris. Therefore, it's quite normal to occasionally dig up some items. Chen Yang nodded and did not ask more about the gold. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. At worst, he could just throw it into his portable dimension space. Has the new healing potion arrived? Chen Yang then asked about the matter he was truly concerned about. Of course, boss, I will definitely complete the tasks you assigned as soon as possible. Following your instructions. I exchanged for 10 healing potions and hundreds of enhancement potions of various ranks for emergencies. However, these potions are not needed right now, after all. The potions for the other survivors in the settlement have already been prepared. While speaking, Li Lu had already pulled out a leather case specifically used for storing potions from under the bed. Chen Yang took the suitcase, opened it, and looked at the hundreds of neatly arranged potions inside, nodding in satisfaction. Was the purchase of weapons and equipment going smoothly? The conflict with Grey Rat Town is inevitable, and turning our people into enhancers is just the first step. Enhancers also need to be armed with weapons and equipment. Otherwise, it's difficult to achieve a substantial increase in combat effectiveness, right? Chen Yang continued to ask. Don't worry, I didn't purchase the weapons and equipment from Grey Rat Town. First, I was afraid that Grey Rat Town would be alerted in advance, and second, the weapons and equipment available for purchase in Grey Rat Town are very limited, with a narrow variety and limited power. So I contacted that person from the medical association in the medium-sized settlement to make the purchase. Li Lu had a cautious expression. You want to see me? Why? Chen Yang frowned it. This, he didn't say it, but I estimate it should be related to those vegetables. I've been frequently trading with him lately and also want to ask him to help purchase weapons. So the amount of food I need to provide must have made him curious. He might want to discuss it with you in person to see if there can be a stable supply of vegetables, right? Of course, this is just my guess. Li Lu spoke up. All right, I don't have time today. Let's do it tomorrow. If he's willing to move tomorrow, I'll meet him at our base. By the way, is it okay for him to see the scene of our Grey Rat demodification? Chen Yang asked with some concern. It's fine. The Doctors Association is the largest neutral force in the wasteland world. I've heard that the ultimate goal of the association's higher-ups is to find a way for people to truly achieve immortality. That's why the members of the Doctors Association never interfere in any conflicts in the wasteland world or get involved. There's even a rumor that the appearance of zombies and many other exotic species is not solely due to radiation. A significant part of it is the result of biological experiments conducted by the Doctors Association. Li Lu said mysteriously. Huh, that sounds a bit familiar. Never mind, as long as it's okay. Please help me keep an eye out in the area of Grey Mouse Town or that medium-sized settlement over the next few days to see if there are any hardware experts. If there are, we could try to hire them. Chen Yang scratched his head and continued. If our base wants to truly develop and become strong, then we need all kinds of talents. Relatively speaking, combat personnel are the easiest to train. Technical personnel are treasures, so we need to pay more attention to them. Yes, boss, Li Lu hurriedly replied with a bow. Is there enough food? If it's not enough, be sure to tell me in advance. Now that the base is in its initial startup phase, there's a large demand for various resources, and it's normal for food consumption to be higher than usual. Chen Yang continued to ask. Li Lu smiled and said, Okay, I'll leave first. You can continue with your work. Chapter 52, A Hot Start in the Bedroom. Chen Yang took out a suitcase from the dimensional space, retrieved a healing potion, closed the suitcase, and tossed it back into the dimensional space. This portable dimensional space is truly unimaginably convenient. Fortunately, it was he who obtained the dimensional space. If it had been a terrorist, it would have been a disaster. No security check could lock onto or scan the dimensional space. If someone were to throw in some bombs and then board a plane, it would lead to a catastrophic situation. While lost in thought, just as Chen Yang was about to leave the bedroom with the healing potion, he suddenly froze in place. Blinking in confusion, he scanned the dimensional space again, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, he felt a bit unwell. The large bag of gold that was originally in the dimensional space had actually disappeared. Only an empty bag lay alone in the dimensional space, proving to Chen Yang that he hadn't imagined throwing a large bag of gold into the dimensional space. What is going on? Where's my gold? Although I don't need this gold right now. Exchanging it is quite troublesome, and its significance as a decoration far outweighs its practical value. But it is still my gold. How could it just disappear? After a moment of shock, Chen Yang took out the empty bag from the dimensional space. He inspected it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed the tattered bag Li Lu used to hold the gold. Everything seemed fine, but the gold just vanished? Could it be that this dimensional space can be used by others as well? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Yang broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the gold had been automatically absorbed by the dimensional space. Earlier, Chen Yang had wondered if the 1 cubic meter capacity of this dimensional space was too small, but he didn't know how to increase its volume. However, after tossing in a large bag of gold today, the issue was directly resolved. This dimensional space actually expands its capacity by absorbing gold. As for the amount of volume expanded, it is in a 1-to-1 ratio with the volume of the gold itself. ISNT this a bit. Ridiculous? To put it into perspective, 1 cubic meter of gold weighs nearly 20 tons. This means that to expand the volume of the portable space from 1 cubic meter to 2 cubic meters, you would need to gather 20 tons of gold for it to absorb. What a ridiculous international joke. Since recorded history, the total amount of gold mined up to the 21st century is only about 190,000 tons. Even if all that gold were thrown to the portable space to absorb, it would only create a cube roughly 20 meters in length, width, and height. In total, it would be less than 10,000 cubic meters. When calculated like this, it doesn't seem small. Whatever, anyway, in the wasteland world, gold has no value, so they just need to pay attention to collecting it. Whatever can be collected will determine how much the portable dimensional space can be expanded. Everything will be left to fate. Chen Yang rubbed his chin and muttered to himself before leaving the bedroom. He took out his phone and was about to dial Chu Xian's number when Zhou Danden's number came in first. Slightly taken aback, Chen Yang pressed the answer button, and immediately, Zhou Danden's incredibly excited voice shouted out from the earpiece. Chen Yang, guess how much revenue our game has made on just its first day online yesterday? It must be a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't be this excited. Chen Yang said with a smile. What do you mean by a lot? That's quite a lot. It's truly a scene of drums beating and firecrackers ringing, red flags waving, and a sea of people, Zhou Danden said excitedly. Chen Yang suddenly felt a black line on his forehead, coughed lightly, and said, Even if you are Bayun, I am not. Can we speak seriously? Sorry. I'm too excited and mixed up my words. I just arrived at the company today, and after looking at the summarized data in the back end, I couldn't help myself. You have no idea. Our game, without any promotion, had its downloads surpass 300,000 yesterday. And all 300,000 downloads involved account registration and activation on independent machines. What's even more exaggerated is, do you know what the payment conversion rate is? Generally, the payment conversion rate for games is only about 2%. But our game has a payment conversion rate of 40%. Out of 300,000 real players, over 112,000 have made payments. The average payment exceeded 20 yuan. Just on the first day of launch yesterday, our game's revenue reached over 2,400,000. Chen Yang, this is an incredibly astonishing figure. Cough, 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 cough. Zhou Danden seemed to have choked on her own saliva due to her fast speaking and excessive excitement. After coughing several times, she continued. Next, we need to look at the Day 2 retention and 7-day retention data. As long as the Day 2 retention exceeds 40% and the 7-day retention exceeds 15%, our game can operate healthily and sustainably. With the strong word-of-mouth spread and payment conversion ability demonstrated by our game, if we can promote it to the current top game's popularity, then the daily revenue will be astronomical. After hearing Zhou Danden report this data, Chen Yang was also very pleased. Achieving such results on the first day of launch without any substantial promotion is undoubtedly due to the outstanding quality of the game itself. As for the Day 2 retention and 7-day retention, Chen Yang wasn't worried at all. The payment conversion rate alone shows how exaggerated the game's appeal to players is. In the face of technological advantages that transcend eras, all so-called refined content is just a paper tiger. Well done, you worked hard. Tell our employees that as long as our game can maintain a normal, healthy growth curve, then next month, I will give everyone a bonus. Chen Yang said with a smile, All right, boss. Are you coming to the office today? One of our employees just told me that someone from Game Home wants to come to the company for a brief interview about our games. If you're here, it would be perfect for you to accept the interview. Zhou Danden, in a good mood, asked, That's not certain. I have some matters to attend to today. Anyway, you're the CEO of the company, so you can handle the interview. If there's any problem that you can't solve, just give me a call. Understood. Chapter 53. Critical moment after hanging up Zhou Danan's call, Chen Yang dialed Chu Xian's number. It was truly a second response. Chen Yang didn't even hear a single ring from the microphone before Chu Xian's pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Chen Yang, are you here to deliver something to me? If so, I can send you the address on your phone right now. Could you please take a taxi over? Or should I send a car to pick you up? I'm having a bit of a situation here and can't leave for now. Her tone sounded somewhat anxious, indicating that Chu Xian on the other end of the line wasn't in a good mood. Yes, I'm bringing you the things we agreed upon earlier. I'll just take a taxi over. If I wait for you to send a car, it will just waste more time. It's not too congested right now, so I should be able to get to your place quickly. Just send me the address. Chen Yang smiled and spoke. Chu Xian had fulfilled all the promised conditions very well. Yesterday, she helped him directly pass the game review, showcasing the strength of the Chu family, which indeed brought him many conveniences in this country. Therefore, Chen Yang sincerely wanted to maintain a good relationship with Chu Xian. With Chu Xian as a backing, his company could avoid many unnecessary troubles during its early development. Under this mindset, door-to-door delivery and home service were naturally expected. After hanging up the phone with Chu Xian and seeing the address she sent to his phone, Chen Yang hailed a taxi and headed to her location. The capital city in the morning was bustling and prosperous. Although there was no traffic jam on the streets, the flow of vehicles was continuous, and the sidewalks were crowded with people. This city was always in a state of hustle and bustle, never truly peaceful or serene. The taxi driver was a local from the capital, chatting with Chen Yang while driving. The topics were varied and peculiar, ranging from international situations and military politics to roadside folklore and rumors. There was nothing this driver couldn't talk about. Even though Chen Yang had a certain understanding of the capital's chatter, he was somewhat overwhelmed by this driver. By the time they reached the destination, after paying and getting out of the car, Chen Yang was still trying to regain his composure. His mind was filled with the driver's words. Don't think I drive a taxi just to make a living. I purely want to keep busy, so I find something to do. Young man, I'm not afraid to tell you, a few years ago my family was affected by a demolition, and now I have 4 apartments within the 4th ring road of the capital. Goodness, listen to that. Does that even sound like a human being? How is this different from an ordinary family like Ma Huadeng or the well-known Beta and Sa Bainang? So, living in the capital really requires a very strong inner support. Otherwise, it's easy to develop a cynical attitude. As the taxi drove away, Chen Yang looked ahead. It was a villa area with an excellent environment. Outside the main gate of the villa area, there were several guards on duty. These guards were clearly not the same as the security personnel in other high-end communities. They were evidently real soldiers. Taking out his phone, Chen Yang called Chu Xian again. Within a few minutes, a man walked out from the villa area, silently approached Chen Yang, shook his hand, and gestured for Chen Yang to follow him. Following the man into the villa area, it was lush with greenery, with manicured lawns, even artificial streams and walkways, rockeries and pavilions, and a sizable artificial lake, creating a sense of great concealment amidst the city. Without entering any villa, the man led Chen Yang to a pavilion next to the walkway. After a short while, Chu Xian, dressed in casual attire, hurriedly jogged over. You look a lot prettier than the day before yesterday when we had dinner. This casual outfit suits you much better. Overly formal professional attire, combined with deliberate makeup, can make you seem aggressive. Chen Yang said with a smile, there's no way around it. In many fields, women are inherently at a disadvantage compared to men. If you don't make your image and demeanor a bit stronger, you will always be intentionally or unintentionally overlooked and underestimated. Chu Xian shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly. Chen Yang nodded, stopped the small talk, and took out a healing potion from his pocket, handing it to Chu Xian. He said, I know you're anxious, so I won't waste your time. This is what I used to cure my grandfather. For confidentiality, you must inject it yourself into your grandfather. After the injection, please dispose of the syringe properly and leave no potential hazards. Chu Xian's face showed joy as she carefully accepted the potion. Although she still had doubts, there was no other way at this point, and she could only take a gamble. I am honored. Chen Yang smiled and slightly bowed, watching Chu Xian eagerly turn around and leave quickly, before following the man to the parking area. This villa was not purchased by the Chu family, but was allocated by the state. Since retiring, Chu Xian's grandfather had been living here, fully presenting himself as someone who had withdrawn from the world indifferent to worldly matters. However, the old man's prestige was undeniable. As long as he was alive, even if he was unwilling to appear in front of others, anyone would still give the descendants of the Chu family enough convenience out of respect for him. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the old man lives, he is the towering tree of the Chu family, allowing the younger generation to make any preparations and arrangements with ease. But if the old man were to pass away, it would be a disaster for the Chu family. Currently, the Chu family was in a transitional phase. Even the youngest of the second generation, Chu Xian's father, was already 55 years old. The older siblings were about to retire, while Chu Xian's father was still one step away from advancing further. At this time, the old man's health was deteriorating, and many began to watch closely, making the hope for Chu Xian's father to advance even more elusive. The third generation was still too young. The oldest cousin from Chu Xian's uncles was just over 40, far from being able to support such a large family. Therefore, the Chu family was indeed at a critical moment of life and death. Chapter 54. Who is your friend? Thinking about these family matters, Chu Xian pushed the door and entered the villa. In the hall of the villa, the second and third generations of the Chu family were gathered together, each wearing a worried expression. The men were smoking one after another, filling the first-floor hall with a thick haze. The women had retreated to the dining room, similarly lacking in communication. The reason for everyone gathering today was that the pillar of the Chu family, Chu Xian's grandfather, Chu Yangpeng, had suddenly deteriorated in health. The attending doctor had also indicated that the situation was not optimistic. It was likely that Chu Yangpeng would not last another 2 days. This news was like a bolt from the blue for the Chu family. In fact, the relationships among the second and third generations of the Chu family were not particularly good. Like all large families, there were constant grievances among relatives, and sometimes there would even be hostility and attacks against each other. But now that the building was about to collapse and the ship was about to capsize, the second and third generations of the Chu family were all in the same boat, naturally not in the mood for internal strife at this moment. Despite the tense atmosphere in the hall, everyone instinctively maintained silence, yet it still appeared somewhat harmonious. Chu Xian couldn't remember the last time the whole family sat together without any arguments. Even during the new year, whenever there was a chance, someone would throw out sarcastic remarks, making the current situation quite rare. Big brother, if it really comes to it, let's take a gamble. Previously, we said Dad had at least 2 or 3 months left, which coincides with the change of leadership. What we thought then was to let Dad greet them before he leaves, hoping to secure a position for the younger brother. But now it seems there's no time left. Chu Xian's second uncle suddenly extinguished his cigarette, his expression serious as he continued. Given Dad's current situation, even if he wants to greet them, we can't be sure what changes might occur in the 2 months leading up to the change. So, if we don't take a gamble, the Chu family is truly finished. Gamble? How do we gamble? What do we gamble with? I've already retired, and although you are still in your position, you can at most serve 1 more term. You'll have to retire by 70 regardless. Everyone knows the situation of the Chu family. How many people will pay attention to you in this last term? At most, they will treat you as a mascot to ensure you retire comfortably. Chu Xian's eldest uncle said in a deep voice, I'll apply for early retirement. Let me give up my position. Use this as a bargaining chip to see if we can elevate the younger brother. Chu Xian's second uncle gritted his teeth and said, Second brother, that won't work. Even if you serve as a mascot, at least we still have someone representing us. Even if times are tough, we can still get by. But if we lose even a mascot, how can we expect to elevate me into the game? The chances are too slim. Chu Xian's father immediately shook his head. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. If you can't get into the game this term, the Chu family will only grow weaker, and your chances will be even slimmer in the future. When I retire, won't the Chu family just be at the mercy of others? Chu Xian's second uncle glared. Listening to the discussion among the elders, Chu Xian did not interrupt or greet anyone, but went straight up to the second floor of the villa. Everyone was feeling very oppressed, each lost in their own thoughts. So naturally, no one paid attention to Chu Xian's movements. Chu Yangpeng's bedroom was on the second floor, and all the medical equipment was set up directly in the bedroom. Chu Xian arrived outside her grandfather's bedroom, gently knocked on the door, and then pushed it open. Aside from Chu Liangpeng on the hospital bed, there was only one attending doctor and one personal nurse in the room. "Grandpa, I want to talk to you alone for a moment." Seeing that her grandfather on the bed, though in poor spirits, had at least opened his eyes and was temporarily conscious, Chu Exan walked to the bedside and said. Chu Liangpeng struggled to raise his hand and gestured to the attending doctor and nurse. Despite their worries, the doctor and nurse obeyed and left the bedroom, closing the door behind them. "Grandpa, your condition is very poor, so I'll be straightforward. I have a friend who has given me a special medicine that can treat your advanced liver cancer. Although this sounds quite absurd and unbelievable, I truly have no other options left, so I want to give it a try. This medicine hasn't gone through any approval, and very few people know about its existence. Aside from me and my friend, there should only be those who developed it. Would you be willing to let me take this risk?" Chu Exan mustered her courage to say. A faint smile barely emerged on Chu Yangping's face as he replied, "Life and death are fated. I've already lived to 95. If I die now, it's a happy farewell. Don't be too sad. I've seen the tremendous changes in the country over the past few decades. I have no regrets. As for the special medicine, it's ultimately a gesture of filial piety. If you want to try, then go ahead. But don't hold any expectations. If it fails, it's no big deal, understand?" Hearing her grandfather comforting her instead, Chu Exan almost couldn't hold back her tears. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Chu Exan bit her lip and said, "Grandpa, you haven't even reached 100 yet. How can you think about leaving now? At the very least, you should see me get married, right? That is something you promised me before. You can't go back on your word." After saying this, Chu Exan sat by the bed, took out the healing injection, and steadily lifted her grandfather's thin, wrinkled arm, finding the vein and directly inserting the needle. Although she had no training in nursing, this task was not technically difficult, so Chu Exan handled it quite smoothly. After injecting all the medication into her grandfather's body, Chu Exan nervously looked at her grandfather's face. Chu Liangpeng smiled, wanting to continue comforting his granddaughter and tell her that he felt better. But before he could utter the words, a wave of heat surged through his body. Immediately after, Chu Liangpeng clearly felt that his originally weak body was rapidly regaining strength. Chu Yangping's expression showed surprise. Chu Exan also noticed that her grandfather's complexion was becoming rosy again, which made her feel delighted. She hurriedly reached out to support Chu Liangpeng to sit up. After about 5 more minutes, Chu Liangpeng could no longer feel any discomfort in his body. He looked down at his hands in a daze, then clenched them tightly. Shocked, Chu Liangpeng looked at Chu Exan and blurted out, "Who is that friend of yours?" Chapter 55, A Life Given Again. "Grandpa, you're... Okay now, I'm Fine. But how? Is this possible? What exactly was that injection you gave me? I can feel that not only my cancer, but also some old ailments from the war years seem to have been completely cured. This is unbelievable." Chu Yangpeng asked in disbelief. Chu Exan became somewhat incoherent, clearly overwhelmed with joy. However, Chu Yangpeng, having experienced countless major events, quickly calmed down after his shock. Chu Xin Bao Set tilted her head in thought, then asked, "Should I just say a friend taught me a folk remedy? I'll give it a try like a dead horse, trying to be a live horse?" Confused. What folk remedy? What friend? My body was already half in the grave. I was about to go to the underworld to meet the king of hell, and now I'm completely healed? If there really was such a remedy, do you think you could keep it a secret? Chu Liangpeng glared at Chu Exan and continued, "And your friend, if he can produce such a miraculous drug, why is he not well known? Why does the world still consider cancer an incurable disease? This indicates that your friend doesn't want anyone to know he can treat cancer." Realizing that she had been too excited and had almost made a grave mistake, Chu Exan remembered that she had promised to keep Chen Yang's secret, understanding the terrifying implications and dangers involved. However, when she agreed to Chen Yang, Chu Exan did not truly believe that his method would work, so she and T kept herself constantly vigilant. She was merely trying to give it a shot out of desperation. But now, discovering that the medicine Chen Yang provided was indeed effective and surprisingly so, far beyond her understanding. For a moment, Chu Exan, who had finally managed to calm down, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead. If her grandfather hadn't reminded her in time, she could have made a serious mistake. Because she knew very well that while her family could appear very united in times of crisis, once the crisis was over, they would undoubtedly revert to their old ways. If she leaked any information about Chen Yang, it would bring endless trouble to him. Grandpa said I was too happy just now, and my head was a bit unclear. Chu Xin said, retracting her neck shyly. When your friend gave you this medicine, did he emphasize the importance of keeping it confidential? Chu Yangpeng asked. Yes, Grandpa. Keeping it a secret was a prerequisite for him giving me the medicine. Chu Xin nodded. Then that's it. When I was still in the underground party, confidentiality was a lifeline. Because with the slightest mistake, not only would you die, but it could also implicate other comrades. So, you must take this very seriously and not let your guard down at all, Chu Yangpeng said with a serious expression. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. Then, how do I explain this to the family? Chu Xin asked in a low voice. You don't need to say anything at all. If they ask you, just act clueless and say, I suddenly got better, and that's enough. This kind of thing can't even be explained by science. So what do we have to explain? Chu Yangpeng waved his hand and continued. In any case, don't let your friend have any risk of exposure. Understand? The people who were with you when you contacted and met him, can you trust them? Chu Xin hurriedly replied, they can be trusted. That's good. No matter how carefully this is handled, it's never too much. This is a remarkable person. Since he is willing to trust you, you absolutely cannot betray that trust. Our Chu family never lets an enemy go nor harms a friend. Chu Yangpeng said earnestly. Yes, Grandpa, you can rest assured. Chu Xin smiled and said, he started a company and just released a game. To show my gratitude, I practically gave him $1 billion. $1 billion? If he really wanted to make money. With the effectiveness of this medicine, billions or even trillions would be within reach. If he is willing to give you the medicine for $1 billion, that is not an equal exchange, but he doesn't want you to have a psychological burden, which is why he took your money. TSK. But if he is just a friend, he shouldn't be doing this much. Chu Yangpeng suddenly pondered while looking at his granddaughter, then continued with a smile. Is he a male friend? Could it be that he has feelings for you? Is that why you said you wanted Grandpa to at least see you get married? Grandpa, what are you talking about? We are just ordinary friends. We just met not long ago. Chu Xin's face immediately turned crimson. All right, I want to ask about young people's matters. However, his willingness to take such a big risk to give you the medicine is a tremendous favor to our Chu family. Find an opportunity to bring him home and let Grandpa meet him, Chu Yangpeng said with a smile. There's no reason to bring him home. What would be the occasion? All right, it's settled then. You think of the occasion yourself. Go call them in, so they're not all standing around with long faces as if the Chu family is finished. Okay. Chapter 56. I can't control these hands. After leaving the Chu family's villa, Chen Yang thought for a moment and decided not to go to the company. He had already completed what he needed to do, and the next phase of game operation was just a matter of procedure. Therefore, whether he went to the company or not would not really make much difference. As for the revenue settlement, it also required a process and was quite complicated with the profit sharing among various platforms. There were dedicated people in the company to handle this, so he didn't need to expend any energy on it. Moreover, strictly speaking, he started the company to make life easier and better. If running the company ended up exhausting him like a grandson, then what was the point of starting a company? Was it purely to realize self-worth? Chen Yang asked himself. Compared to such a positive attitude towards life, he preferred to be a salted fish. This formed a stark contrast with the taxi driver he encountered when he arrived. With no mood for small talk, his attention was entirely focused outside the car window. What Chen Yang didn't expect was that as the vehicle re-entered the urban area of Beijing and headed toward his rental place, he began to see players engaged in the unknown world on both sides of the road. These players were very easy to identify. They all had corresponding virtual spirit beasts floating beside them. Many players were walking while continuously searching with their phone cameras, clearly looking for potential hidden spirit beasts. Passers-by who brushed past the players were often attracted by the virtual spirit beasts hovering next to them, and most people, driven by curiosity, would ask the players what these floating virtual spirit beasts were. The game's viral spread through word of mouth seemed to be even more exaggerated than the best-case scenario anticipated. Chen Yang subconsciously rubbed his chin. realizing that he had underestimated the impact brought by this technology advantage with strong visual impact. The main reason was that the virtual spirit beast images provided by the unknown world would always exist beside the players as long as the game was running. Even if players minimized the game in the background, the virtual images of the spirit beasts would still be present. This led many players to treat the virtual spirit beasts as a very fashionable decoration. For young people, having such a virtual image constantly hovering around them was very cool. As a result, many who downloaded the game chose to keep it running at all times, making the game increasingly visible to others. This coolness naturally made the effect of the living advertisement sharper. When Chen Yang got out of the car at the entrance of the community, he was in a good mood and thanked the driver. Just as he was about to turn and walk into the community, his phone suddenly rang with a text message alert. Taking a glance, he saw it was a thank you message from Chen Yang, who also asked when he was free to have another meal together. Given the terrifying speed of spread shown by Unknown World in the first 2 days since its launch, by the weekend, it would likely shoot up to the trending list, right? He had previously planned to build a good relationship with Chen Yang, and now it seemed that the best way to do so might be to keep that 5% share reserved for her. As long as everything went smoothly, Chen Yang technology would inevitably see its valuation skyrocket with the increasing number of products. During dinner on the weekend, you should have a good chat with Chen Yang about this matter and see what she thinks. Upon opening the door, he found Shuya cleaning the living room, dressed rather lightly and bent over to clean under the coffee table. That was a bit excessive. Saying this, Shuya made a snapping gesture. Where did that come from? How could I possibly bully Dan? Chen Yang looked bewildered. Come on, you men and your little thoughts. Who can you hide them from? If you didn't have feelings for Dan, why would you let her work at the company you opened? And when she saw Chen Yang about to explain, she suddenly licked her lips and directly pressed her own lips against Chen Yang's mouth. Chapter 57. Perfect experience after living for 22 years. Today was the happiest and most fulfilling day Chen Yang had ever experienced. He originally thought there was nothing much to do today, so he could go to the mall to buy some useful items for the wasteland world. But it just so happened that Shuyu was cleaning at home. Plus, since Shuyu was going to film tomorrow, the things they had planned were directly realized today. This was completely outside of Chen Yang's plans. Unfortunately, he was going to film tomorrow. Otherwise, arranging overtime tasks for Dan every day would make life feel like a fairyland, right? No wonder Emperor Tang Xuanzong lamented that life was short and the sun rose high, making it so that the emperor no longer held morning court. Who could stand that? Standing outside Shu Ya's bedroom door, Chen Yang murmured to himself. At that moment, Chen Yang had just come out of the Chu family's villa. During the day, Chu Yangping's miraculous recovery had thrown the entire Chu family into a state of extreme excitement. After a thorough and meticulous full-body examination with no omissions, it was confirmed that Chu Yangping had truly recovered completely, and even his old ailments were healed. One can only imagine how ecstatic the younger generations of the Chu family must have been. Everyone was puzzled about why Chu Yangping had suddenly recovered. However, the medical expert accompanying him could not provide any explanation, and both Chu Yangping and Chen Yang were equally clueless, leaving the younger generations of the Chu family with no leads. Although it was quite baffling, the outcome was ultimately good. Since the Chu family couldn't figure out the reason for it, they chose to ignore it. After all, there were more important matters to attend to. Everyone who needed to be notified was informed by the Chu family as soon as possible, causing the upper echelons of the country to learn about Chu Yangping's recovery almost instantly. Thus, the entire day turned into a reception time for Chu Yangping. While aimlessly scrolling through messages on her phone, Chen Yang suddenly thought of Chen Yang's company. After searching, she found that the company's latest news was about a game called the Unseen World. Raising her eyebrows, Chen Yang became quite interested and found the game in the App Store on her phone, then proceeded to download it. After quickly completing the installation and registration steps, Chen Yang opened the game. In the next second, she was stunned. There was no way around it. The technical capabilities presented by this game were shockingly impressive. Although Chen Yang rarely played games and had very limited knowledge of the gaming industry, it didn't prevent her from clearly recognizing the immense commercial value of the technical capabilities displayed by this game. Just this technology alone made her investment worthwhile. Chapter 58. Self-inflicted consequences inside the HW building's mobile phone division. Despite it being 10 o'clock at night, the building was brightly lit. For HW Company, which had a rich culture of overtime, working past 10 was a very normal occurrence. The salary levels far exceeding those of other companies in the industry, along with never delaying overtime pay, meant that the employees of HW Company didn't particularly resent working late and had little resistance to it. After all, people work to make money. Don't talk to employees about ideals. Their ideal is not to work. Directly discussing money is a win-win situation. The mobile phone division wasn't considered a core department within HW Company, but due to the remarkable achievements of the mobile phone division in recent years, which brought in substantial profits for HW Company, the treatment of the employees in this division rose accordingly. Some key employees in critical positions even saw their salaries multiply several times. As one of the employees responsible for reviewing app submissions in the App Store, Yin Peng was very satisfied with his job content and salary. 2 years ago, he entered HW Company as a fresh graduate, and back then, he was the envy of many. The work experience over these 2 years had made Yin Peng shed some of his naivety from school, and he had become much more slick, especially since taking charge of app reviews. Yin Peng often dealt with public relations from the app developers. At first, he felt anxious facing these public relations, as the gift from app developers were often quite valuable. However, over time, Yin Peng realized that no one really cared about such matters, and those apps didn't have any major issues. The public relations were just used to this behavior to make the entire process smoother. Thus, Yin Peng's confidence gradually grew. Now, having been responsible for app reviews for almost a year, Yin Peng had evolved from the rookie who trembled at the thought of accepting gifts to someone who could shamelessly hint at wanting gifts. Just as he stood up, he noticed his supervisor walking toward him with a serious expression. Beside his supervisor, a strange object was floating, seemingly. A virtual image? Is this the company's latest technology? How they do it? Those people in the R&D center are too abnormal. Boss, what is this? Is it our company's new product? It looks a bit sci-fi. As the supervisor approached, Yin Peng smiled and spoke. You don't know what this is? The serious expression on the supervisor's face became slightly unpleasant. And no, I don't. Yin Peng sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Yin Peng, I always thought you were a fairly diligent worker, and I believe I had a good eye, but I didn't expect to be wrong about you. The supervisor snorted coldly, directly opened his phone, and shoved the screen into Yin Peng's face, saying, "Take a good look. What is this?" Yin Peng's heart sank, and he stared at the screen, a look of confusion emerging on his face as he spoke. The unseen world? A mobile game? Sound a bit familiar. What's the connection with that virtual image? Seeing Yin Peng's perplexed expression, the supervisor was directly infuriated. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Yesterday, a game company communicated with you about the app review. Didn't you just brush them off? That led to our HW store not listing this game at all. I learned about this game by chance this afternoon and played it until dinner, only to realize why such a game couldn't be found in our store. I even contacted this company, and from their liaison, I found out the reason was that you obstructed the process. You asked for benefits. When you didn't get what you wanted, you directly stalled the game's listing process. Yin Peng, you're quite something. Who gave you such courage? Who gave you such power? Stop using company regulations as an excuse. You know exactly what you are thinking. How many times have I emphasized this to you? Although we are a platform, the strength of the platform is directly related to the quality of the applications available." The supervisor slammed the table forcefully and continued angrily. "For ordinary applications, we can naturally follow the company's regulations and find a balance. Even if you want to take advantage of the situation for some benefits, I can turn a blind eye and won't be too harsh. But for phenomenon-level applications, we must complete the review immediately and let the application enter the store. If you are slow to respond, your competitors will seize your mistakes and take advantage to capture your market share, making you pay for your arrogance. This game called the Unknown World is clearly a phenomenon-level application that will definitely become a hit. How dare you play your little games when dealing with such applications? If I hadn't accidentally learned about this game today, how much loss do you think you would cause the company by dragging this out?" Yin Peng instinctively shrank his neck. Although he was already panicking inside, he couldn't help but stubbornly retort, It's just a game. How much impact can it have? How much impact? The download volume of this game will definitely be in the hundreds of millions. Once the hype is formed and players can't find it in the HW store, everyone will flock to other stores to download it. If this habit is formed, it will be a fatal blow to the HW store. The supervisor became even angrier, his voice rising uncontrollably, attracting the attention of other employees who were still working overtime in the office. Taking a deep breath, the supervisor looked at Yin Peng with disgust and said, "I will report this matter truthfully. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to work in the App Store group anymore. A logistics position should suit you better. If you can't stand it, you can resign voluntarily." After saying that, the supervisor turned and left. Yin Peng's mouth fell open, and a look of despair crossed his face. He never expected that a routine operation would lead to such serious consequences. In an instant, Yin Peng was filled with regret. Chapter 59. The mad wasteland people. Chen Yang had a very comfortable sleep. When he woke up in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, and he was left alone in the shared apartment. With the launch of the unseen world, it spread at an incredibly unreasonable speed. Zhou Dandan was clearly much busier than before. Once a game becomes a hit, it means a valuable IP has been created. This IP can serve as the source of an entire industry chain, and developing around it can uncover countless enticing benefits. In just 2 days after its launch, the Unseen World has already shown the potential to become a blockbuster, leading many individuals and companies to approach for collaboration. However, these individuals and companies are currently coming with a mindset of checking for opportunities, hoping to negotiate some IP cooperation at relatively low prices before the Unseen World truly takes off. Zhou Dandan has to handle all these matters. Even if she does not plan to collaborate with these individuals and companies at this time, she must maintain good relationships, as these people are potential partners once the game IP becomes a hit. Chen Yang, the owner of the company, doesn't like to deal with busy matters, so it naturally falls to Zhou Dandan to take charge. Shuya, on the other hand, went to join the crew early in the morning. After searching online for information about the drama she joined, Chen Yang discovered that not only is the director one of the top television directors in the country, but the cast also includes a host of seasoned actors playing various supporting roles. The drama itself is not only expected to achieve high viewership ratings, but is also tied to the mainstream theme, making it one of the most significant productions of the year. For Shuya, this presents both advantages and disadvantages. After all, the presence of so many seasoned actors means that the drama will have high demands for acting skills. As the female lead, she will have numerous scenes opposite these seasoned actors, and if her acting cannot meet their standards, it could slow down the filming process. Once the final product is released, the disparity in acting skills might become a target for criticism from the audience, which could impact her future prospects in the entertainment industry. Whether this is a blessing or a curse ultimately depends on Shuya's own performance. After quickly freshening up, Chen Yang stepped out of the house, full of energy, and headed to the nearest shopping mall once again. He bought various brands of smartphones, tablets, gaming consoles, TVs, and other electronic products. Since he plans to venture into the hardware field once he has sufficient funds, it is essential for the technicians from the wasteland world to have a thorough understanding of the current world's hardware technology in advance. Inside the Gray Mouse D, the atmosphere remains busy and lively. After several days of hard construction, the entire base has taken on a basic shape, especially in the center of the base. Chen Yang's house, under the supervision of Li Lu, is progressing rapidly, and it is estimated that in just 3 to 4 more days, it will be ready for move-in. A beautiful life is beckoning me. Chen Yang was feeling pleased, thinking about these ideas. With these thoughts in mind, he sent all the electronic products he had bought to Wei Tongfang. Although Wei Tongfang only understood software and not hardware, he had a theoretical knowledge base that was 200 years ahead of Chen Yang's world. So, letting him take a look first might lead to some ways to optimize the hardware. Even if it didn't work out, it didn't matter. Once the base was built, they would inevitably need to bring in new members. At that time, they could pay more attention to talents who understood hardware, and they would surely be able to create what they wanted. Chen Yang's idea is very simple. Once the cash flow earned through games accumulates to a certain extent, it must inevitably develop in the direction of real industry. Only by achieving breakthrough accomplishments in high-tech fields can one truly hold an extraordinary position. Boss, when will you assign us new tasks? In the past 2 days, aside from developing some small programs, everyone has really been a bit idle. As soon as I entered Wei Tongfang's shed and put down those electronic products, I heard Wei Tongfang's complaints. Chen Yang turned his head to look at the other programmers in the shed and found that their eyes were filled with a strong desire for new work. What great employees! Dedicated, hardworking, believing in rewards, giving their all, and most importantly, they don't even want payment. What small programs have you developed in the past 2 days? Chen Yang smiled and asked, well, based on the original language provided by the boss on the computer, we developed a security software that can achieve full defense, as long as the programming language is not disrupted. This security software can ensure that the computer is not subjected to any attacks. We also developed a restoration software because there is a photo editing app on the phone. And since we were bored, we created a reverse version. As long as our restoration software is used, any edited photo, no matter how well it was edited, will instantly revert to the original image. Wei Tongfang scratched his head and said somewhat shyly. Chen Yang was stunned on the spot. Restoration software? What were they thinking? Why create something like this? You wasteland people are truly insane, aren't you? Chapter 60. Deeper collaboration, not spending too long in Wei Tongfang's shed. Chen Yang observed Wei Tongfang and those programmers, each one eager for new work to the point where their eyes were practically glowing green. Although Chen Yang didn't have any new ideas at the moment, he could only casually assign them new tasks. He instructed them to create a single-player game, with the standard being to enhance the visual presentation as much as possible within the limits of hardware capability. The game's background had to be an open-world setting, primarily focused on action-adventure, while also incorporating some puzzle-solving and comedic elements. The graphics and gameplay must exceed benchmark AAA titles like Devil May Cry, Assassin's Creed, and Red Dead Redemption, but at the same time, the game's size and hardware requirements must be lower than those titles. As for those benchmark AAA titles, they were already stored in the electronic devices Chen Yang had just purchased, especially in the gaming console, which could be connected directly to the TV for play as long as it was powered on. Therefore, Wei Tongfang and the programmers didn't need to worry about lacking a reference due to their unfamiliarity with these games when creating the new game. Besides these aspects, Chen Yang had no specific requirements for the game's content. Like the unknown world, Wei Tongfang and the others didn't need to come up with their own game plots or worldviews. They just needed to take popular games from before the Great Cataclysm, break them down, and find a pleasing one to copy. With the new task, Wei Tongfang and the programmers eagerly dove into the new project. By the time Chen Yang left Wei Tongfang's shed, he couldn't help but continuously marvel in his heart. What great employees! Dedicated, hard-working, believing in rewards, giving their all. And most importantly, they didn't even want any money. Why does that sound a bit familiar? Chen Yang touched his nose and was about to go find Li Lu for some intimacy when he saw Li Lu walking towards him with a very disheveled middle-aged man. Li Lu waved at Chen Yang and laughed loudly as she approached, saying, "Dr. He?" Chen Yang's gaze lingered on the scruffy, middle-aged man for a few seconds, and it was only when Li Lu brought the disheveled man in front of him that Chen Yang smiled and said, "Dr. He, you're the one who has been trading with our gray mouse D these days, right?" "Thank you, Dr. He. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to make such significant changes in such a short time." The middle-aged man shook hands with Chen Yang and scrutinized him carefully before replying. "My name is He Jianian, a B-level physician of the Medical Association. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen Yang, for meeting with me. As for the word thank you, there's no need to mention it. Our dealings have always been fair trade, mutually beneficial, so there's no question of who should thank whom." "That makes sense. I just habitually offer polite gestures," Chen Yang replied. "Shall we talk in the shed? Gray Mouse D is undergoing major construction, and it's a bit chaotic outside." Chen Yang smiled and made a gesture inviting him in. He Jianian paused for a moment, then nodded and followed Chen Yang into Li Lu's shed nearby. "Dr. He, I don't know why you suddenly wanted to see me. Is there something on your mind? If there's anything you're dissatisfied with regarding our previous transaction, feel free to tell me. I am willing to help coordinate anything I can." As soon as they entered the shed, Chen Yang asked directly. Li Lu's shed was bare, with nothing but a bed, leaving no place to sit. The Gray Mouse D Group was in the process of building a base and once the outline of the base was completed, they would begin tearing down all these sheds to construct new buildings. Therefore, even though food was plentiful and they had become very wealthy, Lilu had no plans to add anything to the shed. No, I'm very satisfied with the several transactions over these days. The vegetables you provided were surprisingly high quality. Although I exchanged a large amount of potions from my side, overall, actually came out ahead. Of course, being able to gain this advantage is also because the Doctors Association itself is not lacking in food. If it were another small to medium-sized force, even if you had vegetables, you wouldn't be able to exchange for so many potions. So strictly speaking, you're not a loss either. He Jianian shook his head with a smile, and while speaking, he took out a palm-sized plastic box from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yang. This is a piece of biological armor made primarily of graphene. By mixing in other biological materials, the armor not only possesses the powerful protective capabilities of graphene, but also avoids its inherent drawbacks. The entire suit covers the body, and due to its excellent elasticity, it can fit any human body type, leaving only the head exposed. The protective capability can basically nullify the attack power of a 9th-tier enhanced person. In other words, once you wear this biological armor, as long as you protect your head and do not encounter an evolver or an equivalent aberration, you will be absolutely safe. Of course, if your enhancement level rises to 9th tier, then this biological armor will no longer be useful to you. For now, it is yours. After speaking, He Jianian raised his hand, signaling Chen Yang to take the box. Chen Yang couldn't help but frown and turned to look at Lilu. Chen Yang. This is my way of expressing goodwill and sincerity. Please don't misunderstand. This set of biological armor is a gift for our meeting. I hope our cooperation can be more in-depth, not just limited to normal transactions like this, He Jianian said with a smile. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, but still took the box in his hand. After all, it was a gift. Why not take it? But if the other party thought that giving a little benefit would allow them to strike a deal that would put him at a disadvantage, they were definitely overthinking it. He was curious to see what tricks they were up to. Chen Yang rolled his eyes in his heart, and after putting the box into his arms, he put on a rather fake smile and said, I wonder what doctor he means by deeper cooperation? Personally, forming an alliance with your gray mouse D. What do you think? Is that possible? He Jianian bowed slightly. Chapter 61. The Natural Foundation of the Alliance. Personal. Forming an alliance with Gray Mouse D? What does that mean? Chen Yang blinked and hesitated before speaking. Dr. He, aren't you a member of the Medical Association? Yes. I am a member of the Medical Association, which is why I said that this alliance is in my personal capacity, and it has nothing to do with the Medical Association. He Jianian nodded. I don't quite understand. In my perception, the Medical Association is the top force in our wasteland. They should have access to all the resources available in the wasteland. As a member of the Medical Association, there shouldn't be a reason for you to form an alliance with a small settlement like ours in your personal capacity. Chen Yang frowned and said, The Doctors Association certainly does not lack resources, but that does not mean that all the doctors within the association also lack resources. These are two different concepts. I need to conduct research that I am interested in, but the research I am interested in is not supported by the association, which means I cannot obtain the corresponding resources from them. He Jianian shrugged and continued. In that case, if I want the research to continue, I can only find a way on my own. Therefore, allying with a force that has abundant resources in my personal capacity is the best choice. However, this choice also comes with a serious problem. That is, forces with abundant resources are often very large. And such a large force is not something I can negotiate with on equal terms at my level. The medium and small forces I can negotiate with on equal terms are completely unrelated to the term abundant resources. Those forces are remarkable if they can sustain themselves, and it is impossible for them to have extra resources to support my research. At this point, He Jianian paused, looked at Chen Yang seriously, and continued, however. This problem has been perfectly solved with the emergence of you, Gray Mouse D. You're a very small force. Even at this point, you can't even be called a force. This novelty is definitely not something that so-called freezing technology can achieve. So those vegetables must not have been stored before the Great Disaster, but rather just recently planted and harvested, which means you have found a way to grow vegetables. He Jianian's eyes sparkled as he gestured in front of him to form a circle with his hands and said, I know that the method of growing vegetables must be classified and cannot possibly be researched by a small place like Gray Mouse D. So, Mr. Chen Yang, the fundamental reason I want to ally with Gray Mouse D is you. Chen Yang understood He Jianyan's meaning. After raising his eyebrows and thinking for a moment, he did not deny He Jianyan's speculation about the vegetables. Instead, he took the opportunity to ask, "Do you think the planting methods for the vegetables were taught to Gray Mouse D by me?" He Jianyan replied, "No. I believe these vegetables were directly provided to Gray Mouse D by you. As for the planting methods, they are too precious for anyone or any force to easily give away." He Jianyan shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and continued with a smile. "During these days of repeated transactions, besides providing you with a large amount of potions, I also conducted a simple investigation here privately. Of course, this investigation was done secretly, so I hope you can forgive any offense. I found that, Mr. Chen Yang, your time at Gray Mouse D was also very brief. It was only after your arrival that Gray Mouse D stopped lacking food. Clearly, you are not one of Gray Mouse D's people, and behind you, there must be a vast force supporting you, allowing you to not worry about resources at all. I'm not clear about your purpose in supporting such a low-tier settlement. But from Gray Mouse D's changes these days, it is evident that you are not acting on a whim. You genuinely want to cultivate Gray Mouse D into a respectable force. Since that is the case, we have a basis for cooperation. After all, besides the astonishingly ample food, you have not provided Gray Mouse D with anything else. There hasn't even been any personnel support. This leads me to a bold guess. Perhaps you do not want to provide, but rather cannot provide. The only thing you can offer is unlimited food." He Jianyan's speculation made Chen Yang somewhat nervous, as the characteristics he displayed in the wasteland world indeed had many flaws. However, since Gray Mouse D belonged to the lowest tier of the wasteland world, the people here only cared about surviving and having enough to eat without worrying about anything else. Therefore, relying on Gray Mouse D to gradually get through the period of needing to develop cautiously should be feasible. But now, it seemed like someone with ulterior motives was watching. Thinking of this, a sudden impulse to kill and silence arose in Chen Yang's mind. "Don't worry. I have no ill intentions toward you or Gray Mouse D. I said before that I hope to form an alliance with you in my personal capacity. When I submitted those vegetables to the Doctors Association, I provided enough cover for you. Although the vegetables are tempting, at least for now, they won't draw other people's attention to your small settlement. The premise is, no more vegetables should be leaked out." He Jianyan seemed to sense Chen Yang's thoughts, waved his hand at him, and continued with a smile. "You see, you want to develop Gray Mouse D, but you only have food. Everything else you need must be exchanged for food. And I want to continue my research, which requires a large amount of food as support to acquire the materials I want. You fund my research by providing sufficient food resources, and I become Gray Mouse D's exclusive physician, developing various necessary potions for Gray Mouse D. Isn't this a win-win cooperation? After all, once Gray Mouse D really grows strong, the demand for various potions will only become more exaggerated. Otherwise, the Doctors Association wouldn't have become one of the 3 strongest forces in this wasteland." Listening to He Jianyan's words, Chen Yang found himself tempted. Gray Mouse D indeed needed a real physician, and if it was just a matter of providing food, then such cooperation would be very advantageous for him. But the problem is, how can I trust your sincerity in this cooperation? Chen Yang asked in a deep voice. Chapter 62. I have food. Do you have medicine? It's indeed difficult for me to provide sufficient proof. It's been 10 years since the great catastrophe occurred, and trust between people has become increasingly fragile. The only thing I can use to persuade you is that our interests align. I need you to provide me with a large amount of food to meet my research needs. You need me to produce enough potions for the development of Gray Mouse D, as well as sufficient combat power to protect this development. We both benefit from cooperation and have a solid foundation for collaboration." He Jianyan spread his hands and continued, "Trust needs to be built gradually. We are not familiar with each other right now, but there's indeed a foundation and necessity for cooperation. So why not try to work together and discover and solve problems in the process? I came here today with sincerity. With my involvement, the development of your Gray Mouse D will surely become smoother. What do you think?" Chen Yang fell into deep thought. He Jianyan raised his eyebrows, reached out to shake Chen Yang's right hand vigorously, and happily said, "Of course, no problem. This is all a matter of course, so happy cooperation? Happy cooperation. That's great. Since we're allies, I hope that during the reconstruction of the Gray Mouse D base, you can leave me a dedicated research room in the base. I still want to retain my identity as a member of the Doctors Association because that identity can indeed bring many conveniences. But every month, I will set aside half of my time to come to the research room at Gray Mouse D for my specialized research. With the cooperation intention established, He Jianyan directly put forward his demands. No problem, but, Dr. He, may I ask what you want to research? Why doesn't the Doctors Association support your research project? Chen Yang released He Jianyan's hand and asked curiously. There's nothing to hide. In fact, what I want to study aligns with the overall research goals of the Medical Association. We all want to find a way to achieve immortality. But in terms of research direction, I differ from them. He Jianyan pointed towards the outside of the shed and continued. After the great cataclysm erupted, information became scarce. Many things, although not secrets, are still known by very few people. For example, the appearance of zombies is actually unrelated to the Great Cataclysm. The Great Cataclysm destroyed the entire world, leading to the emergence of many aberrant species. But zombies cannot be born even if you bathe directly in radiation. The reason zombies appeared is due to the Medical Association's failed experiments in their quest for immortality. These secrets, I will explain in detail later when our trust in each other deepens and our alliance becomes more solid. For now, you just need to know that the Medical Association existed before the Great Cataclysm erupted. At that time, they were already pursuing immortality. The eruption of the Great Cataclysm was not an accident. The appearance of zombies is a byproduct of the research on immortality, and some aberrant species are too. The Medical Association believes that by adjusting the organizational structure of human cells and reorganizing DNA, they might glimpse the secret to immortality. Therefore, when problems arose in cellular research, leading to the appearance of zombies, the Medical Association tried to combine human cells with cells from other species, resulting in the birth of some aberrant species. As for the currently popular enhancement and evolution potions, they are merely byproducts of the immortality research. Although He Jianyan revealed very little, the information contained in this small portion was enough to shock Chen Yang. Even though he had heard some snippets from Li Lu before, when Li Lu mentioned these things, she spoke more vaguely and with a tone of speculation, which was far less impactful than He Jianyan's declarative manner. Immortality. What a topic that makes one yearn for it. Dr. He, rest assured, as long as it's a problem that food can solve, then it's not an issue for me. Chen Yang nodded and said. He Jianyan bowed slightly to Chen Yang and spoke. Taking care of each other, as you said. We are companions, so we should work together with one heart. Chen Yang said as he escorted He Jianyan out of the shed. After sending He Jianyan all the way to the Gray Mouse D, when they shook hands to say goodbye again, He Jianyan suddenly spoke up. You had the thought of wanting to take action against me in the shed earlier. Luckily, you held back. Because if you had really acted on impulse, I would have had to continue looking for new partners. Did you feel that? Chen Yang did not deny it, but he was somewhat surprised that He Jianyan was able to perceive it. Of course, as a B-level physician in the Medical Association, with a reinforcement level as high as 9, my ability to sense danger is much stronger than yours. After He Jianyan finished speaking, he smiled and shook hands with Chen Yang, seemingly oblivious to Chen Yang's suddenly stiff expression before turning to leave. It was only after He Jianyan's figure gradually disappeared from view that Chen Yang let out a sigh and said with embarrassment, This He Jianyan is a 9-tier enhancer? Li Lu, beside him, shook his head with a face and said, I'm not sure, but when I first met him, he did say he was a 9-tier enhancer. The reason he was assigned to that medium-sized settlement as a distributor was entirely because he was sent there. Chen Yang nodded and frowned, saying, Exile? That means this doctor. He not only has a research direction that differs from the mainstream direction of the Medical Association, which has limited his access to resources, but he must have also offended someone within the Medical Association, right? Otherwise, why would he be treated this way? This is unclear. Li Lu pouted and said. Chen Yang said with a smile, Academic questions? What kind of academics? Li Lu asked curiously. About the anatomical structure of men and women. Chapter 63. The local tyrant He Jianyan had a dejected expression on his face and continued to mutter to himself. but the association's research direction on immortality is absolutely wrong. Conducting cell recombination, modifying gene sequences, these methods, even if successful, will humans still be humans? Moreover, I always feel that the higher-ups of the association have become a bit possessed, haven't they? The current association is a completely different concept compared to 5 or 6 years ago. The current association is becoming increasingly aggressive, and that's not a good thing. As he murmured to himself, he walked towards the medium-sized settlement where he lived. Along the way, Chen Yang was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice he had been surrounded by 5 men at some point. These 5 men looked emaciated, and their clothes were tattered, but 2 of them were holding old-fashioned automatic rifles, and their eyes radiated a dangerously fierce light. "Friend, you seem to be dressed quite decently. Hand over everything you have, and if you have food, even better. If not, you better pray you have something that can be exchanged for food. Otherwise, we'll just have to kill you and make you our meal." One of the men holding an automatic rifle bared his yellowed teeth and pointed the gun at Chen Yang, speaking with a sinister expression. Chen Yang was taken aback. As a member of the medical association, even if he was assigned to a remote area, his status was still elevated. In that medium-sized settlement, no one dared to show him any disrespect. He usually lived in the settlement and rarely had to leave for anything. Therefore, he found the situation in front of him quite unfamiliar. "What are you dazed for? Can't understand human language? Hurry up. Hand over everything you have, including your clothes. If our haul is satisfactory, we might show some mercy and spare your life. Otherwise, just wait to be eaten by us." Seeing that Chen Yang did not respond, the man with the automatic rifle felt belittled and became extremely agitated. "Nothing much, just found it quite interesting. From your body language, it seems you're not even enhanced humans, right? And you dare to run out and rob people like this? Are the folks in Gray Rat Town really that unaware of their own limits?" Chen Yang said with a smile. "I'm one of the Gray Rat Gang. Living on the territory of Gray Rat Town means we do things according to our rules." The man with the automatic rifle spat a thick phlegm at Chen Yang while speaking, seemingly trying to humiliate him to extinguish his will to resist. However, as soon as he spat, he found that Chen Yang had vanished into thin air. After a moment of surprise, before he could figure out what had happened, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and the next second, everything went dark as he lost consciousness completely. With a 9th-tier enhanced physique, Chen Yang's physical condition had long surpassed the limits of a normal human. Therefore, when he suddenly activated his abilities, the 5 men surrounding him did not even have time to react before he eliminated them completely. The entire process took less than a second. Grey Ratgong. "You people, the great catastrophe destroyed the world, and it also ruined your brains. Even your naming is so uncreative. After being local tyrants in a small place for so long, have you all become foolish? Cherish your remaining time. Who knows how much longer your Gray Rat Gang can last? My ally has purchased so many enhancement potions and has sufficient food reserves, while your Gray Rat Gang probably won't last much longer." After glancing at the 5 corpses, Chen Yang shook his head and quickly headed towards the medium-sized settlement. At the same time, in Gray Rat Town, in the largest house in the town, a bald, muscular man was sitting at the dining table in the dining room, enjoying a relatively lavish meal. 2 naked women were serving him, helping him pick food and feed him, while another woman knelt under the table, leaning forward to serve him while he ate. The scene was extravagant, but a man standing about a meter away from the dining table seemed oblivious to it, clearly accustomed to such a sight. "Boss, in our subordinate D area, a considerable number of transactions have been completed in the town these days. The amount of food used for transactions has significantly exceeded the standard value that the D area can accumulate. So I suspect that the D area may have obtained extra food reserves. Therefore, for our upcoming tax collections in various regions, we should appropriately raise the collection standards in the D area." The man said, "Oh, extra food reserves? Where did the D area get them?" The bald, muscular man waved his hand, signaling the women to stop feeding him, and frowned as he asked, "We're not sure yet. We haven't sent anyone to investigate." "Then go check. Under our Gray Rat Gang's protection, they naturally have to pay their protection fees honestly. Everything within the territory of our Gray Rat Gang belongs to me. If the D area has found extra food reserves, They should turn all of it over to us. Or do they have to decide how to use those food reserves? That is my stuff. Are they tired of living, trading with my things? Currently, it seems to be mostly building materials, all of which can be used to construct infrastructure, like houses, walls, roads, and so on. The bald, muscular man looked at the man in confusion and said in astonishment, "Building materials? Are the people in the D area out of their minds? There is no need to waste food like this, no matter how much they have." The bald, muscular man said with a murderous aura. "Yes, boss." Chapter 64. I am the boss. After having an intimate moment with Li Lu in the shack, Chen Yang found that he still could not tolerate the dark and damp feeling inside the shack, so he ultimately did not directly consume Li Lu. Noticing that it was still early and there was nothing to do at home, Chen Yang tidied up a bit and left his house, taking a cab to the company's address. Although he wanted to be a laid-back boss, the company was ultimately his own, and when not busy, he still had to try to visit the company. Otherwise, if he really threw all the work to Zhou Dan a handle, he wasn't sure if she would rebel. If she said something like, "Are there any noble families among the common people?" that would be quite a spectacle. On the way to the company, he noticed that the proportion of pedestrians playing the unknown world had increased compared to yesterday. About 1 in every 10 people was activating the game. Of course, a considerable portion of these online players were likely not actually engaged in game operations. They simply thought that having a floating virtual image with naked eye, 3D effects nearby was pretty cool. But it doesn't matter. Even if these players don't spend any money in the game, their current actions are still giving the game free advertising. The player base of the game will experience exponential growth as the number of such players increases. Moreover, the vast majority of these players will likely spend money. Even if it's not a lot, they will be willing to invest money to make their floating spirit beasts look more impressive or eye-catching. After all, for just $6 on the first recharge, you can get an SSR spirit beast. Isn't that appealing? If we can create a strong sense of comparison among these players, then those who are truly wealthy will definitely show a frenzied state in their spending for a spirit beast that looks outstanding. Because the game The Unseen World is incredibly convenient for players to compare with each other. As long as the game is running in the background, the spirit beast will always float beside them without any other deliberate actions. Once the player base is large enough, when these players encounter each other on the street, they will instinctively look at each other's floating spirit beasts and estimate how much money the other has spent in the game. Those who spend more money will naturally gain a sense of superiority from this tacit exchange of glances. Once the number of female players in the game is sufficient, and there are girls on the street with floating spirit beasts beside them, it will definitely attract various wealthy players to join the game. At that point, impressing the girls won't require a Maserati or a Lamborghini. Just showcasing your Zhuke, Baihu, or Qinglong will do. The girls will immediately follow along. It's simply perfect. This is essentially establishing a whole new value system, isn't it? Chen Yang was lost in thought when the taxi had already stopped downstairs at the office building. After paying and getting out on the way to his company's floor, he discovered that people in this building had already started playing The Unseen World. The speed at which the game was spreading was truly satisfying. Chen Yang nodded approvingly at the girl beside him who had a floating spirit beast image, his eyes filled with a paternal affection like that of a client. The girl was also very friendly. Facing Chen Yang's seemingly baffled gaze, she politely called him a weirdo, rolled her eyes, and turned to leave. Let her experience the great power of system sanctions. After all, he had caught a glimpse of the girl's phone screen earlier and saw her account name. So, resign yourself to fate. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. With his youthful spirit burning brightly, Chen Yang arrived at the entrance of his company. He then noticed that the front desk had already been arranged by Zhou Dan, where a pretty girl, who seemed to have just started working, was busy with something. As Chen Yang walked through the company doors, the girl immediately stood up and, smiling, asked him, "Hello, sir. Who are you looking for?" "Huh? Who am I looking for? I'm coming to my own company. How should I know who to look for?" I'm looking for Zhou Dan. Is she in the company?" Chen Yang rolled his eyes inwardly, but honestly mentioned Zhou Dan's name. "Are you looking for General Manager Zhou? May I ask if you have an appointment?" The young lady continued to smile and ask, "And no appointment." Chen Yang was caught off guard. "I'm sorry, sir, but if you don't have an appointment, Mr. Zhou probably won't have time to meet you. How about you call Mr. Zhou's secretary to make an appointment?" "Mr. Joe has been very busy these days and really can't arrange time on short notice, the young lady said with a face full of apologies. I see. Then I won't look for Dandin. I'll just go in and take a look around. Chen Yang said helplessly, I'm sorry, sir. This is a private company, and outsiders are not allowed to enter for a visit. The young lady blocked him again. Chen Yang's feeling uncomfortable. It's his own company, yet he can't get in? It seems he really needs to come here more often, otherwise his own employees don't even recognize him, which is quite embarrassing. Ahem, I'm not an outsider. This company is mine. I'm the boss here. Didn't Dandin mention it to you? Chen Yang could only admit his identity. However, after the young lady looked at Chen Yang, her face once again broke into an awkward yet polite smile as she patiently said, Sir, such jokes are not funny. Please do not disturb my work. If you continue to pester me, I will have to call the police. I'm really fed up with this. Who's joking with you? I'm serious. Just look at my sincere big eyes. Chen Yang felt a mix of sadness and anger, but for the time being, he had no way to prove his identity. He could only take out his phone and prepare to call Zhou Dandin to have her come and pick him up. However, before he could find Zhou Dandin's number in his contacts, a female employee from the company happened to walk out. It was Guo Xiao, who had already transformed into Chen Yang's fangirl. President Chen, what are you doing standing at the company entrance? Guo Xiao asked curiously. Hearing himself being recognized, Chen Yang felt an impulse to cry. He hurriedly grabbed Guo Xiao and pointed to the front desk lady with saying, I've been stopped and not allowed in. Quick, you need to prove to her that this company really is mine. I'm not joking. Chapter 65. I'm so broke I have to take the bus. Guo Xiao naturally verified Chen Yang's identity, but this resulted in the front desk lady feeling a similar urge to cry. Watching Chen Yang enter the company while Guo Xiao headed to the public restroom outside, the front desk lady suddenly felt restless. On the first day of work, she had blocked the company boss from entering. This was unbelievable. But the problem was, she really didn't recognize this company's boss. Not to mention that this boss hadn't even interviewed her. Just looking at his age, he seemed way too young. He looked like he had just graduated from school. There was hardly a trace of the demeanor a boss should have. Moreover, the games produced by this company were stunning. The quality of the games clearly indicated that the company's technical capabilities were top-notch. Even though the tech team wasn't working here, it was enough to indirectly prove the company's strength. Yet, the boss of such a company looked like a recent graduate. Who would believe that? The front desk lady immediately approached Guo Xiao, grabbing her arm and anxiously asking, Xiao, what is our boss's temperament like? I just blocked him from entering. Will he be angry and fire me? Sister Xiaomi, don't worry. President Chen is a really nice person. You stopping him from entering is just part of your duty. He won't blame you. Guo Xiao said with a smile. Really? You won't blame me? Don't lie to me. This job is very important to me. With my diploma from a vocational school, it's too hard to find a job in the capital. Even if I barely manage to find a front desk job at another company, the salary is nowhere near what we get at Qingyang Technology. I have 2 younger brothers in school, and their tuition relies on my earnings. If I get fired, I wouldn't even know where to cry. The front desk lady said nervously. He really won't blame you. Although I haven't interacted much with President Chen, Sister Dan often talks about him with us. Sister Dan has said that President Chen is a very gentle and considerate person. How could he blame you for such a small matter? Guo Xiao patted the front desk lady on the shoulder, continuing, just put your heart at ease, everything will be fine. Speaking of which, both Sister Dan and President Chen are so young. Their relationship must be something special, right? With Guo Xiao's repeated assurances, the front desk lady finally calmed down a bit, and her focus quickly shifted to gossip. I actually know a bit about that, but don't spread it around. Sister Dan and President Chen, they are roommates. Guo Xiao lowered her voice and started whispering to the front desk lady. Gossip is a woman's nature and a pleasure that no woman can resist. At this moment, Chen Yang had already handed the latest 2 products of Wasteland over to the company's operations team. The operations job was very simple, requiring only the maintenance of the company's official website and some support tasks that didn't require much technical skill. Of course, due to the minimal workload, this operations person also had to take on some of the game GM's responsibilities. When Chen Yang handed over the 2 latest products of Wasteland, he only requested that they be listed in the company's product library, along with providing free download services without setting any pricing standards for these two products. Even the internal advertising bundling that is typically found in free software was absent here. After all, these are just little gadgets made by Comrade Wei and his team. When they were idle, they were merely auxiliary software. If they were charged for it, Chen Yang would despise himself. Moreover, with the immense popularity of the unseen world, once the settlement period began, a continuous influx of massive funds would start pouring into the company's account, so there was no need to worry about money for these two little gadgets. Also, you have GM privileges, right? I'll give you an account name. You can look it up. The location is right in our office building. Once you find it, directly adjust her account's draw index to the lowest. We can't be too harsh. Let us set a special index for her as well. If she doesn't draw an SSR card, she should still be able to accumulate 1,000 draws, and then she'll definitely get a UR card next. After watching the two products being listed in the official product library, Chen Yang continued speaking to this operations person. The operations person was taken aback, turning to Chen Yang in shock and saying, "Boss, currently the game setup is that a 10 draw will definitely yield a 5-star spirit beast. And R-rated 5-star spirit beasts are synthesized from 4-star spirit beasts. So a 10 draw will definitely yield an SR, and 100 draws will guarantee an SSR. But UR can only be obtained through events. By changing it like this, it seems more like a reward than a punishment for this account, right? After all, she's one of our players. We can't really impose any punishment. If this player is still willing to persist in drawing even after not getting an SSR for a long time, then she can be considered a loyal player of our game. Rewarding a loyal player with a UR Spirit Beast ISNT a big deal. This exception 1T affect game balance, so just do it as I said." Chen Yang said. Wanting to punish that player was just a manifestation of his youthful rebellious spirit, but this method of punishment was just for fun. It would be best not to cause any real loss to the other party. Sigh, there aren't many game operators with a conscience like mine. I'm really at a loss, to the point where I might have to take the bus. Chen Yang entered Zhou Danden's office while sighing and shaking his head. Two company employees had just finished reporting to Zhou Danden, and as Chen Yang walked in, the two employees respectfully greeted him and then happily exited Zhou Danden's office. "It seems to be good news. You came at the right time. I was just about to call you to report on the next day's performance," Zhou Danden said excitedly, looking at Chen Yang with immense enthusiasm. "You absolutely can't imagine how high our next day retention is. Generally speaking, a 40 next day retention rate is considered good, but our next day retention rate is as high as 99.35. This means that almost all of our players who were attracted into the game stayed. Chen Yang, this is a miracle that has never happened in the gaming industry, and this miracle was born in your hands." Chapter 66, Revenue of 50 million. Calm down, can we take it slow? Chen Yang was startled by Zhou Danden's excited appearance. At that moment, Zhou Danden's face was flushed. Her whole body was slightly trembling, and her emotions were so heightened that Chen Yang wouldn't have been surprised if she lost control right there. "I can't calm down. I can't calm down at all. This is too terrifying. A 99.35 retention rate for the next day, even during the golden age of online games. When players had almost no choices, no game could achieve this, and our game actually did it." Zhou Danden walked out from behind her desk, grabbed Chen Yang's arm, and continued excitedly. "Based on this ratio for normal data model calculations, do you know how high our 7-day retention could reach? As long as nothing goes wrong, our 7-day retention could reach at least over 70. Chen Yang, this is a godlike number, especially in the current gaming environment. With thousands of games operating simultaneously, players have too many choices, which means their patience is nowhere near what it was 20 years ago. Nowadays, if players encounter even a slight inconvenience in a game, they might just quit. Moreover, having experienced so many games with various gameplay styles, it's become very difficult for players to maintain enough enthusiasm and freshness for a single game. Attracting players to keep playing becomes increasingly challenging. Against this backdrop, you've achieved such results, Chen Yang. To put it bluntly, you've become a legend." Chen Yang felt a bit dizzy from Zhou Danden's excitement. Helpless, he reached out and gently patted Zhou Danden on the back to comfort her. At the same time, he said, "It's not that exaggerated. Right now, the player count is low, which is why we can maintain such a high retention rate. Once the player base grows and more players join our game out of curiosity, the retention rate will naturally decline. Zhou Dandan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down a bit, and smiled as she said, "The data model I had our team create is based on the expanded scale of players. There may be some deviation in the data, but it won't be too far off from the 70% 7A retention. All right, even if the results are excellent. You don't need to be this excited, really. Stay calm. We will continue to create all kinds of miracles in the future. This game is just the first step in conquering the world." Chen Yang had to start giving Zhou Dandan a warning. It was just an AR game, merely showcasing more mature technology, yet Zhou Dandan was so uncontrollable about it. What if, when the time was right, Comrade Lao Wei and his team developed a real holographic game? Zhou Dandan might just have a heart attack, just like in Ready Player One. Wearing a gaming headset would allow players to fully immerse themselves in a world that feels almost real. Once that technology is released, it will definitely sweep the world. Even those who are completely indifferent to games wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. At that time, all game companies around the world would truly feel what despair means. You can say anything now. Who made you the miracle creator? Zhou Dandan rolled her eyes at Chen Yang. Chen Yang couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of charm in that gaze. Zhou Dandan continued her report. Our game's download volume has exceeded 5 million. With the number of real players who registered and entered the game on independent devices surpassing 4 million, and the payment rate has continued to rise, from the previous 40% to over 50%. However, among those 50% paying users, almost one-third only made a 6 yuan initial recharge and did not spend beyond that. Even so, the average payment amount for paying users has reached 25 yuan, which means our daily revenue yesterday reached an astonishing 50 million. Chen Yang, who had previously looked down on Zhou Dandan's excitement, instantly became even more excited than her upon hearing the daily revenue figures from yesterday. 50 million. Is that real? In just one day, Chen Yang stared wide-eyed, stepped forward, and grabbed Zhou Dandan's arm, unable to suppress a low exclamation. "Boss, calm down, it's just 50 million. We will create all kinds of miracles in the future. This is just the first step in conquering the world." A teasing smile appeared on Zhou Dandan's face as she looked at Chen Yang, who had suddenly become excited. "Ahem, I just didn't expect it to be so much. 50 million a day. Have these people gone crazy?" Chen Yang coughed awkwardly and began to explain. "This is just the data from the next day. Based on the incremental growth of our game, there is still considerable room for the revenue to increase. According to publicly available data, the gaming market in our country is about 20 billion each month, which means there is approximately 700 million in daily consumption generated by games." As Chen Yang's emotions were stirred, Zhou Dandan became even calmer. She continued, "The revenue we have currently is still too limited in terms of the number of players it reaches. So it only serves to slightly increase the overall market and has not yet diminished the earning capacity of other games. However, as our player base steadily increases, the income of other games will definitely be affected by ours. The only weakness of our game at present is that, due to its model, we cannot stimulate consumption by launching new servers. Many players may not engage in any further spending after their first recharge. Even if we open various activities to stimulate consumption, it is nearly impossible to influence those stubborn consumers. Therefore, it can be anticipated that once our player growth approaches saturation, the game's revenue will decline to a normal level and enter a relatively stable state." As Zhou Dandan spoke, she turned her laptop on her desk around and faced the screen towards Chen Yang. She continued, "There is also one issue. Our game's current 4 million players are mostly concentrated in the 4 major first-tier cities. This means that the current increase in our player base is almost entirely due to word of mouth and the impact of players acting as living advertisements. This greatly limits the potential energy that our game can release. Therefore, I hope we can officially start comprehensive promotion for the game." Chapter 67. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Chen Yang looked at the chart displayed in Zhou Dandan's notebook, which clearly reflected a series of key data about the game. As Zhou Dandan mentioned, the current performance of the game's data is quite impressive, even terrifying. However, the regional distribution of players is overly distorted. This is a normal phenomenon due to the lack of funds for promotion in the early stages. Players in first-tier cities have stronger purchasing power, which is one of the main reasons why a mere 4 million real players generated a daily revenue of 50 million. Have the personnel responsible for promotion in our company all started working? After pondering for a moment while stroking his chin, Chen Yang asked. Only a few have started, and several others are still in the process of leaving their previous jobs. But our work cannot stagnate due to insufficient manpower, as that would cause significant losses to the company. Zhou Dandan said seriously while looking at Chen Yang, continuing, because it is a large world map. The concept of launching new servers does not exist. This means that players entering the game should not have too much variation in their timing. Otherwise, no matter how much the first mover advantage is weakened, it will still exist and be unfriendly to new players. Although there are a series of interactive tasks in the game, such as the Master Apprentice system and secret realms that can only be activated with the presence of low-level players, which allow later players to feel sufficiently valued. We still cannot ignore the impact of the first mover advantage. Therefore, comprehensive promotion is now necessary. This is implied in the question, so Chen Yang did not ask further. Nodding in agreement, he said, "We still need to recruit more staff as soon as possible. The workload is increasing, and if you try to oversee everything individually, even if it wears you out, it will be unmanageable. Additionally, let's set a schedule for revenue settlement, requiring the channels to do daily settlements. Since we are now generating tens of millions in daily revenue, demanding daily settlements is absolutely reasonable. If such a large sum of money is delayed to a monthly settlement, the daily excess interest would amount to a huge figure, and we cannot let the channel benefit from that. If any channel refuses to comply, we simply won't work with them. With the current momentum of our game, no channel would be foolish enough to take such risks. We now have enough bargaining power." Zhou Dandan immediately noted down Chen Yang's requirements and prepared to arrange for someone to handle it. Chen Yang opened his arms and said, "But if we can't even clean our own house, how can we sweep the world? So let's start by improving employee treatment. With the game becoming a hit, let's give our employees a bonus, tentatively set at 1 month's salary. We can also consider improving the office environment. Recruitment needs to enter a fast lane, so our current office space might not be enough. Although we don't need to hire technical and our D staff, the demand for various support and logistics personnel will increase as our products multiply. Therefore, it's best to start considering the construction of an office building exclusively for our Chen Yang technology. Whether it's acquiring land or the overall design of the office building and park, these things can't be accomplished in a short time. The wealth-generating ability demonstrated in the unknown world could bring us at least hundreds of billions in revenue a year once the promotional intensity catches up. This money should be enough to build an office park that belongs to us." Listening to Chen Yang's thoughts on the office park, Zhou Dandan couldn't help but show a look of astonishment and said, "Is it really necessary for the time being? We only have a few dozen employees right now, and Chen Yang Technology has only one wholly owned subsidiary, which is Chen Yang Games. Is it too extravagant to consider building our own office building at this time?" Chen Yang waved his hand and said, "It's not a waste of time. We need to take the initiative. Considering the expected development speed of the company, it's very reasonable to put this matter on the agenda now. Acquiring land, finding designers to make corresponding designs for the park, bidding for the relevant projects, and the time required for the entire construction process. This whole set of procedures will likely take 2 to 3 years. And in 2 to 3 years, what scale will our company have reached? You have to understand that the unseen world is just a product with the lowest technological content among the key products our company is about to launch. So, never compare our company to the development patterns of ordinary companies. That would lead you to make a big mistake." Zhou Dandan was taken aback, and after careful consideration, she couldn't help but exclaim, "That makes sense, but even if the unseen world can provide a large cash flow, if we directly allocate this cash flow to the construction plan of the office building, wouldn't that be a bit risky?" Chen Yang shook his head with a smile and asked, "What do you think is the main area of funding consumption for other companies similar to ours?" It should be research and development, right?" Wang Dandan said uncertainly. "That's right, it's research and development. For hardware companies involved in production and sales, their R&D costs typically account for around 10% of their revenue, which is already quite exaggerated. But for software companies like ours, R&D costs often exceed 50%. Even for software companies with lower R&D costs, those expenses will still be spent on promotion and marketing. Compared to the maintenance costs of hardware sales, the maintenance costs of software are almost negligible. This means that as long as our products are selling, our company's financial situation will always be in a very healthy state because fixed cost expenditures are really insignificant compared to revenue. So, the risk you are worried about doesn't exist. Wang Dandan stared blankly for a moment, and after a while, she finally said, "All right, after all, you're the boss. You call the shots." Chapter 68. I'm so struggling at the same time, several kilometers away from the office building of Morning Sun Technology. In the employee cafeteria of a software company, Wu Guangji was having lunch with a face full of despair as he looked at his phone screen, where his mother was nagging him about blind dates from far away at home. "Guangji, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? That girl just graduated this year. She also wants to stay in Beijing to make a living. Isn't that perfect for you? Sister Wang told me clearly that the girl's family is in decent condition, and she looks fine too. She thinks it's too hard to stay alone in Beijing, so she plans to find a partner to venture together. What is there for you to be unsatisfied about?" Wu Guangji's mother scolded from the other end of the screen. "Mom, I'm Ikink. Besides, I just graduated. I'm only 22. What is the point of blind dates?" Wu Guangji said with a bitter face. "What's wrong with 22? There are people in our village who get married at 17 or 18. They just wait until 22 to get the certificate. I'm telling you, you people who go out will end up not getting married if you drag it out. I've seen too many cases. Isn't the son of the Yang family from the neighboring village like that? He is going to be 35 after the new year and still can't find a suitable partner. Yang Air is almost worried enough to drink pesticide." Wu Guangji's mother continued to ramble on. In just a few sentences, she could pull out a whole bunch of unrelated topics, making Wu Guangji feel incredibly headache. Knowing that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to eat his lunch properly, Wu Guangji could only nod and say, okay, I got it. I'll go on a blind date, all right? That's more like it. I've sent you the photo and contact information to your phone. Be proactive. The girl's photo looks quite pretty. She must be shy, so don't mess it up," his mother said. After reminding Wu Guangji a few more times, she finally ended the video call with satisfaction. Picking at his food with no taste, Wu Guangji hastily finished his lunch. After opening the message sent by his mother, the photo that came into view immediately made him feel a rush of excitement. So beautiful? Wu Guangji was taken aback, swallowed hard, and suddenly thought that maybe blind dates could also have their advantages. Not that he had any other intentions, just didn't he want to disappoint his mom. After directly sending a friend request through the girl's contact information, he noticed that there was still plenty of time for a break, so Wu Guangji eagerly opened the icon for the unknown world on his phone. Since downloading this game, Wu Guangji had completely immersed himself in it over the past couple of days. Even disregarding the shocking technical presentation of the game, just evaluating the gameplay and storyline settings internally was also very excellent. And these outstanding contents, combined with what could almost be called epic-making technological presentations, seemed invincible in Wu Guangji's eyes. In today's world, not to mention mobile games, even looking at PC games, there was no game that could compare with the unknown world. As the game interface opened, the cafeteria scene appeared before Wu Guangji. Just as he was thinking of drawing cards to upgrade his spirit beast by 1 star, he noticed there was an email from the official mailbox in the game. Slightly stunned, Wu Guangji curiously opened the email. The content was simple. It was an advertisement type of email stating that the operating and development company of the unknown world, Morning Sun Games, had a new product launched by its parent company, completely free, inviting all players to try it out. Glancing at it casually, Wu Guangji didn't pay much attention and closed the email, immersing himself in the joy of the game. He directly drew a 648, and within just a few minutes, he had drawn everything clean, obtaining a bunch of SR and SSR cards, and was satisfied to upgrade all 5 of his spirit beasts to 6 stars. When he noticed the chat software on his computer screen showing that the girl from the blind date agreed to add him as a friend, Wu Guangji immediately perked up. While sending a greeting message to the girl, he opened the official website of Morning Sun Technology. He still remembered the official advertisement in the game and naturally wanted to see what kind of new product a company capable of developing such epic-making games had launched. Hmm. Computer security software? Capable of eliminating all computer viruses and protecting the computer from any network attacks? A powerful firewall that can patch all computer vulnerabilities? Isn't this just a computer manager? But given this company's demonstrated technological capabilities in the unknown world, these mentioned effects are probably achievable. Anyway, it's completely free. I'll give it a try. Wu Guangxi muttered to himself as he downloaded Morning Sun Computer Guardian while chatting with a girl. At the same time, he looked at another product that was launched on the official website. Real camera, foolproof operation, one-click restoration, returning you to a world without deception. Whether it's photos or videos, as long as they're modified, using this software can definitely achieve perfect restoration, erasing all traces of modification. Wow, that's too ruthless. Isn't it? Isn't Morning Sun technology afraid of becoming a female enemy? This is openly declaring war against the three major evils. Wu Guangxi looked shocked while his hands continued to download without pause. The software itself was small, and the company where Wu Guangxi worked had a very fast internet speed, so the download was completed in just a few seconds. Moreover, it was a portable version that could be used directly. Strangely, after opening the software, Wu Guangxi immediately loaded the photo of his blind date into the software. Then he saw the software starting to analyze the photo. In the next second, all the various modification traces attached to the photo were analyzed and removed one by the software. When an unmodified original photo appeared on the computer screen, Wu Guangxi felt like he was in shock. Is this a person? If the edited photo could at least be rated as a goddess level with a score of 7 or above, then the restored photo would barely make it to 3 points. This is not beautification at all. This is simply face swapping, staring blankly at the computer screen for quite a while. Wu Guangxi noticed that the dating app kept notifying him of new messages from potential matches. He couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a surge of sadness and anger. Where has the basic trust between people gone? He took out his phone and dialed Chen Yang's number. As the call connected, Wu Guangxi said sadly, "Yangzi, come drink with me tonight. It's been really tough for me." Chapter 69. Plans change faster than expected. Chen Yang hung up the phone from Wu Guangxi, looking confused and unable to understand the deep sorrow Wu had expressed during the call. Wu didn't say much, just invited him to drink together in the evening and mentioned they could chat while having dinner. Chen Yang naturally had no objections and originally planned to invite his college roommate this weekend. Now that Wu Guangxi called first, it was just a matter of moving the drinking appointment up. However, what surprised Chen Yang was that shortly after hanging up with Wu Guangxi, he received a call from Chu Xin. Her purpose was basically the same as Wu Guangxi's, also asking if Chen Yang was free tonight, wanting to invite him out for a meal. Upon learning that Chen Yang had plans with classmates tonight, Chu Xin didn't mind at all and suggested that he bring his classmates along, saying she would choose the restaurant. At this point, Chen Yang certainly couldn't refuse, especially since he initially intended to build a good relationship with Chu Xin, hoping the Chu family would support the development of Chen Yang technology. Since Chu Xin took the initiative to arrange this, he had to go. Plans changed faster than expected. After hanging up with Chu Xin, Chen Yang muttered to himself. Whether it was Wu Guangxi or Chu Xin, he had been thinking of inviting them over the weekend. Yet by coincidence, they both came together today. It seemed he wasn't someone suited for making plans. What do you mean plans change faster? Zhou Dandan asked curiously. Chen Yang casually said. Zhou Dandan spoke up. Don't worry, it's just a gathering of friends. It won't take long. Everyone has had lunch, right? Gather them all together, and I'll hold a brief meeting to announce the bonus distribution. After all, as a boss who doesn't come around often, I can only use this method to win people's hearts. Chen Yang said with a smile. In fact, the salary standards I offered them are already quite high compared to the industry. Given their work experience and capabilities, this salary standard should be enough to make them very satisfied. Zhou Dan replied, I understand, but our goal is to become a great company. What is a great company? It is one that makes employees proud to be part of it. The most direct and effective way to enhance this sense of pride is to improve salary standards and benefits. Chen Yang extended a finger and said, since the company is not short of money, we should let the employees benefit from it as well. Abilities can be improved and work experience can be accumulated. These are not issues. We need to make the employees feel that being able to join our company is the greatest luck of their lives, making them willing to dedicate all their passion to the company. So go ahead, Pikachu. After saying this, Chen Yang naturally slapped Zhou Danden's perky behind. This action was completely instinctive, and after it happened, both Chen Yang and Zhou Danden were stunned on the spot. Unexpected. I can explain. Chen Yang looked down at his palm, then raised his head to glance at Zhou Danden, whose face had turned red. He awkwardly spoke up. His behavior had become more casual due to his closer relationship with Xia and Li Lu. I'll go get someone to listen to your speech, big boss. Zhou Danden shot Chen Yang glare. When she reached the office door, she suddenly paused, a hesitant expression appearing on her face. Not daring to look at Chen Yang, she bit her lip and said, "Don't do that kind of thing outside the office anymore. After all, I have to manage the employees, and if they see it, it will affect my authority." After speaking, Zhou Danden pushed the door open and left, looking as if she were fleeing the scene. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment. After carefully savoring Zhou Danden's words, he couldn't help but laugh. "Don't do such things outside the office? Does that mean I can do whatever I want inside the office?" Xia had warned the team before that you can't bully Danden. However, it's only considered bullying if Danden doesn't agree. If Danden tacitly approves, then it has nothing to do with the word bully, right? Chen Yang reached out to stroke his chin, feeling that his analysis was indeed very reasonable. Zhou Danden was highly efficient. Within just a few minutes, she had gathered all the current employees of Chen Yang Technology. Of course, this was also thanks to the fact that the number of employees at Chen Yang Technology was still not large. The number was so small that even though the subsidiary Chen Yang Games had already been established, the employees of Chen Yang Technology had not yet transferred their work relationships. There was simply no need to do so at the moment. As he walked out of Zhou Danden's office, he noticed that everyone was looking at him with eyes full of anticipation. Chen Yang knew that Zhou Danden must have leaked some hints to them during the process of gathering them. "To be honest, the way you look at me with those eyes makes me feel like I'm quite handsome." Chen Yang said with a smile, "Boss, you are really handsome. In my heart, you are the most handsome in the world." Guo Xiao directly responded, "Well, although flattery is not advisable, I like it." "All right, enough small talk. After all, our game is still in a rapid expansion phase, and everyone is very busy, so I'll just mention a few points." Chen Yang directly sat down at the nearest desk and continued. "First, the game has received a good response after its launch, and the achievements are evident to all. This is the result of everyone's hard work, so I have decided to issue double salaries this month." "Wow, long live the boss. You're so handsome, boss. I love you, boss." The employees of Chen Yang Technology immediately became excited. Second, regarding employee benefits, as the company's performance continues to improve, there will definitely be corresponding changes. In addition to normal employee care, we will tentatively offer 2 paid vacation opportunities each year. I will discuss the specific standards and destinations for the trips with General Manager Zhou later to ensure everyone's satisfaction. Chen Yang raised his hand to gesture for everyone to calm down before continuing. Thirdly, from the beginning of the company's establishment until now, General Manager Zhou has always been the busiest person, helping me share the bulk of the work. Therefore, I have decided to give General Manager Zhou a raise, but I want to disclose the specific amount here. In short, this is everyone's first month at the company, and many of you may not yet have a clear understanding of the company, which is completely normal. I want to tell you all to put your hearts at ease. As long as you work diligently at the company, it will never treat you unfairly. You should have what other companies have, and you should also have what other companies do not have." As soon as he finished speaking, the office erupted into deafening cheers. Chapter 70. The road is long and difficult. In fact, constantly improving employee benefits is not just a whim of Chen Yang. Although he has not studied any management-related subjects, Chen Yang has his own ideas and plans. Of course, the premise of these ideas and plans is that he has sufficient funds to experiment. The wasteland world can provide technological support far beyond that of the current world, which means that his company has been in an unbeatable position since its establishment. The main issue he needs to consider is not how the company should develop or how to earn more profit, because these issues become non-issues in the face of absolute technological superiority. The saying that science and technology are the primary productive forces is absolutely true. Therefore, What Chen Yang really needs to consider is how to establish a firm foothold and how to continue to move forward steadily and systematically after showcasing the world-class level of technology in his enterprise. Starting with the gaming industry and beginning the initial accumulation of capital is based on this consideration. This industry has a large cash flow and does not touch the core interests of those truly powerful individuals. It's perfect for generating funds and ensuring the company's steady development. As the company grows larger and its influence becomes more formidable, raising Chen Yang's own status, the core development focus of Morning Sun Technology will naturally change, relying on the technological advantages of the wasteland world to conduct a dimensional strike on the current world, thereby achieving the great rejuvenation of a nation and truly ruling the world will no longer be a dream. However, such ideas are too shocking, so Chen Yang has never mentioned them to anyone. Not to mention mentioning them. He wouldn't even reveal the slightest trace of it. The road is long and difficult, but we will gradually get there. The process is bound to be full of thorns and dangers, but with such a heavenly opportunity. If he cannot make a career out of it, wouldn't that be equivalent to living in vain? In this life, one must leave some traces, otherwise, after decades of hurried passage, compared to the long years, it would be like a mayfly. What's the meaning? Wanting to build a good relationship with Chu Xin is also based on this consideration. Obtaining sufficient support at the official level is very important for high-tech companies. Because there are too many rogues in this world, especially the biggest rogue, who never argues with you. The French industrial pride, Alstom, was inexplicably dismantled, a proud achievement of that big rogue. To make a living in this world, one must live under the shadow of that big rogue. If there is no strong support from the official level, once Morning Sun Technology truly develops and attracts the attention of that big rogue, and if the big rogue perceives a certain degree of threat, one can guess what will happen just by thinking about it. This must be guarded against. As for improving employee welfare and salary, it is a method to establish personal worship from within. While the technological support from the wasteland world is the core competitiveness of the entire company, people cannot live solely on their hearts and brains. No matter how smart the mind or how strong the heart, there needs to be a sturdy body to protect it and limbs to extend outward. Therefore, continuously improving employees' sense of happiness and satisfaction with the company, allowing employees to genuinely develop feelings of personal worship, will lead to Chen Yang's influence growing with the increasing number of employees. Moreover, Morning Sun Technology will inevitably involve various cutting-edge technology fields in the future. At that time, even with the technological support from the wasteland, Morning Sun Technology will still need to hire a large number of technical personnel in the current world to digest and absorb the advanced technologies provided by the wasteland. The personnel that can be hired will surely be top experts in cutting-edge fields, and the resulting implicit influence will far exceed that of labor-intensive enterprises. Therefore, from now on, establishing the notion that Morning Sun Technology offers the best benefits in the industry will have a very positive effect on recruiting truly talented individuals in the future. It doesn't even count as spending a fortune to buy bones, since the unknown world currently seems to have a money-making ability that is faster than a money-printing machine. The costs of enhancing employee welfare are nothing compared to such a money-making ability. After staying at the company until it was almost dark, Chen Yang forwarded the store address that Chu Xin sent to his phone to Wu Guangji. Seeing that the time was about right, he greeted Zhou Dandan and then slipped out of the company. Seeing Chen Yang dash away like the wind, Xiaomi at the front desk shrank her neck. Then secretly turned back into the office area and found Guo Xiaoqiao, who was renegotiating the listing of the HW App Store. She quietly asked Xiaoqiao about the extra month salary that President Chen mentioned at noon, counted as a bonus benefit. Do I get it too? Guo Xiaoqiao was taken aback for a moment, turned to look at Xiaomi, and asked curiously, of course, why wouldn't you? I just joined today. The first 3 months are still a probation period. Normally, this kind of benefit doesn't apply to probationary employees, right? Xiaomi asked cautiously. Are you silly? Who isn't in a probationary period? Since our company was founded, it hasn't even been a month. If there were no benefits for probationary employees, why would President Chen announce it? Is he playing with us? Guo Xiaoqiao couldn't help but laugh, gently pinching Xiaomi's rosy cheeks, and continued, don't worry. Everyone will definitely get it. Before you came, The company had already gone through a round of financing, and President Chen also said he would give everyone a bonus. You might even get that. Plus, our company pays salaries directly on the first of each month for the previous month. Unlike most companies that delay until the 10th or even the second half of the month, President Chen won't skimp on you for such a small amount. I didn't say President Chen would skimp. I just feel like it's like a dream. It's only my first day. I haven't done anything, and I'm already getting a bonus. This is too unbelievable. Xiaomi stammered. All right, I got it. Take your time. You'll get used to it. President Chen said our goal is to become a great company, Guo Xiao said, making a fist with a smile. Looking at the company name behind her, Xiaomi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Being hired by Morning Sun Technology. How lucky. Chapter 71. Tong Jiu Yi, Hiru Xiao. This time, Chu Xian chose a place that was not a private courtyard like last time, but a publicly open restaurant, Mingo. Of course, public is relative, at least from the location and exterior decoration of Mingo. Chen Yang could roughly judge that the average price per person in such a restaurant would definitely not be less than 4 digits. As for how high it would actually be, that was hard to guess, because the pricing of dishes in such establishments often has little to do with the dishes themselves. Although they had arrived at the place, Chen Yang did not go in directly, but stood outside the restaurant's entrance, waiting for Wu Guangji to arrive. Upon discovering that the place Chen Yang arranged was so upscale, and hearing that there was someone else treating tonight, Wu Guangji felt a bit uneasy. Programmers tend to have some degree of social anxiety. If they are not particularly familiar friends or family, they often feel resistant to unexpected interactions. If Chen Yang hadn't explicitly told him that there was only this stranger treating tonight, Wu Guangji might have outright refused to come and would have arranged another time with Chen Yang. It wasn't long before Chen Yang saw Wu Guangji, dressed in jeans and a plaid shirt, leisurely walking over from the other side of the street. This restaurant was not far from the subway. So even though Wu Guangji got off work later, he spent less time on the way than Chen Yang. Yangzi, what kind of friend do you have? Treating us to a meal in a place like this? The 3 of us eating casually would probably match half a month's salary for me. Upon reating Chen Yang. Wu Guangji lightly punched Chen Yang's chest and glanced at the restaurant's main entrance, asking in a low voice. Just a friend I met by coincidence. I helped her with something, so she might want to thank me. Chen Yang could only use such vague words to brush it off. Wu Guangji, with a simpler mind, did not suspect anything and did not continue to pursue the topic. Instead, he excitedly took out his phone and opened an icon on the screen, proudly saying, "Then I'll treat you today. Come on, Yangzi. Let me show you a magical game. I guarantee you'll be stunned." Before he finished speaking, the game had already started, and a whole team of 5 spirit beasts, with a visual effect of condensed phantoms, appeared around Wu Guangji. I found this game earlier when a new game was released. At first, I thought it was just one of those money-grabbing games with a different skin, but when I opened it, I was completely amazed. It's hard to believe that our domestic game companies have reached such a level of technical prowess. Wu Guangji enthusiastically pointed at the spirit beast phantoms around him as he spoke to Chen Yang. Chen Yang had to admit that he was indeed stunned. He even felt an urge to call out how impressive it was on the spot. Goodness, you're showing off my game right in front of me? Dude, your move is something else. Well, let us go in. My friend is already here. We shouldn't keep them waiting too long. Chen Yang cleared his throat and did not respond to Wu Guangji's words. Instead, he reached out and put his arm around Wu Guangji's shoulders, leading him into the store. This left Wu Guangji, who was eager to see Chen Yang's shocked expression, feeling rather disappointed. Inside the store, there were only private rooms. As soon as Chen Yang entered with Wu Guangji, a waiter greeted them with a smile. Before Chen Yang could speak, the waiter had already bowed and said, "Please, you too. The private room for Miss Chu is on the 2nd floor." How could he recognize us? Wu Guangji was startled and whispered in Chen Yang's ear as they followed the waiter up the stairs. Maybe my friend showed him a photo. Places like this definitely have high service standards, so they get used to it, Chen Yang replied. Chen Yang also spoke softly. "All right, Yangzi, by your tone. It seems you come to this place often recently?" Wu Guangji looked at Chen Yang in surprise and asked, "No, this is my first time here today." Wu Guangji immediately fell into silence. What about Jiu Yi and Hiru Xiao? Following the waiter, they went up to the 2nd floor and arrived at the private room that Chu Xian had reserved. Upon entering, Chen Yang found that only Chu Xin was inside the room. The bodyguard he had seen before when meeting Chu Xin was not in the room. Noti Jing Chen Yang S. Gazi. Chu Xin stood up and smiled, explaining, he is waiting for me in the car outside. This place is quite safe, so he doesn't need to be by my side all the time. This is your friend, right? Hello, I'm Chu Xin, also a friend of Chen Yang. I'm Wu Guangji. Very nice to meet you. Seeing Chu Xin smiling and extending her right hand towards him, Wu Guangji panicked. He awkwardly shook hands with Chu Xin, but didn't dare to fully grasp her hand, merely touching her fingers before quickly letting go. His clumsy behavior made Chu Xin unable to help but cover her mouth and chuckle, looking at Chen Yang and saying, "Your friend is really honest. He seems completely different from you. You say Guangji is honest, and I admit that. But what do you mean by saying he's completely different from me? I'm just as honest as Guangji." Chen Yang couldn't help but complain, "Don't flatter yourself. When you first met me, your gaze was full of aggression. It's not an exaggeration to say it was reckless. Compared to your friend, you're just a wolf in sheep's clothing." Chu Xin shot Chen Yang a glance, and then began to invite the two to take their seats. The private room was spacious, but the dining table was a standard 10-person table. Chu Xin lightly pressed the call button on the table, and immediately a staff member entered, continuously bringing in the dishes that had been ordered in advance. This restaurant specializes in Fujian cuisine, and its signature dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall, dragon and phoenix prawns, and Five Willow residents are the most authentic I've had in the capital, so you must try them. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, feel free to tell me. I'll have the chef improve it. As a dozen dishes were successively placed on the table, Chu Xin smiled and said, "Ahem, we usually eat at street stalls. What can we tell the difference? But judging by your tone, is this restaurant yours?" Chen Yang curiously asked, "It's not mine. It's opened by one of my sisters. She's a foodie, and besides eating, she has no other hobbies. She opened this shop mainly to satisfy her own cravings. Other than that, it's mostly used to entertain people in our circle. So, although it has been open for almost a year now, and while it doesn't lose money, it hasn't really made much either," Chu Xin replied with a smile. "Good one, Chu Xin. You took the opportunity to talk about me behind my back when I wasn't here, didn't you?" As soon as Chu Xin finished speaking, a clear and lovely voice came from outside the private room. Chapter 72. I am lucky, although her appearance was quite ordinary, definitely not comparable to Chu Xin. Even with delicate makeup, she only looked about 6 points in terms of attractiveness. However, her figure was incredibly stunning. This was a figure that could take a man's breath away. The girl walked in while complaining, and a look of surprise appeared on Chu Xion's face. As the tall girl spoke, she grabbed Chu Xion's hand and gave her a smack on the cheek. Then she turned to look at Chen Yang and Wu Guangji. After just a glance, her gaze locked onto Chen Yang. She confidently extended her right hand towards him and said, "Hello, my name is Xiao Junkie, the owner of Minggu, and also Chu Xion's close friend." Hello, my name is Chen Yang, and I'm a friend of Chu Xion," Chen Yang replied. Chen Yang stood up and shook hands with the girl. His keen perception allowed him to sense her emotions, which seemed to carry an attitude of scrutiny towards him. She is the food enthusiast I mentioned, whose greatest hobby is exploring various interesting delicacies. Although she is the same age as us, when it comes to eating, we wouldn't stand a chance against her even combined. Chu Xion smiled and explained to Chen Yang and Wu Guangji before pulling Xiao Junkie to add another chair and sit down at the table together. "You're treating, so you call the shots. I don't think we need to be so formal between us, right? It's a happy thing to have a meal with a beautiful girl. How could I possibly have any objections?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "No need to be reserved. You too. Have your relationship progressed quite deeply?" Xiao Junkie glanced at Chen Yang, then looked at Chu Xion and asked, "Don't talk nonsense. Chen Yang and I are friends. All right, let's eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Come on, Chen Yang, I toast to you. Everything is understood without words." Chu Xion reached out and patted Xiao Junkie's shoulder, then filled her own wine glass, raising it towards Chen Yang with determination, and then drank it all in one go. Chen Yang understood what Chu Xion wanted to express, so he simply smiled at her and finished the drink in his cup. The way the two communicated, as if playing a game of charades, sparked a strong curiosity in Xiao Junkie. After her eyes darted around, she suddenly began to greet them as the host. While introducing the features of the dishes to Chen Yang, she continuously raised her glass towards him. Wu Guangxi became a forgotten corner of the scene, but this kind of neglect made him feel more at ease. The experience of their first dinner together made her clearly aware of Chen Yang's impressive alcohol tolerance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was bottomless. So even though Xiao Junqi varied her toast to Chen Yang, she mostly only took a sip herself and let him finish a whole glass. However, this sipping method couldn't be overdone. After 4 or 5 sips, she still had to finish the glass. In Chu Xian's view, with such drinking habits, it would be hard to say who would get drunk first. As it turned out, Chu Xian was quite prescient. Just about an hour into the dinner, Xiao Junqi had already managed to get herself drunk, despite only drinking about 1/5 of what Chen Yang had each time she raised her glass. Her incessant toasting, especially after noticing that Chen Yang showed no signs of getting tipsy, made her increasingly exaggerated in her toasting frequency. As a result, within just 1 hour, Xiao Junqi had forcibly consumed nearly half a kilogram of liquor. This was high-proof alcohol at 52 degrees. Watching Xiao Junqi begin to slur her words, yet still raise her glass to toast Chen Yang, Chu Xian hurriedly intervened. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, she said, "Stop drinking. You already have a weak stomach. Are you trying to drink yourself to death?" Xiao Junqi, with dazed eyes, replied, "Ju xin how is this?" Surprisingly, the drunk Xiao Junqi was obedient, grabbing Chu Xian's hand and saying intermittently, "Then you, definitely, have to take revenge for me." "Okay, I will definitely take revenge for you. Pinky swear." Chu Xian, like comforting a child, linked her pinky with Xiao Junqi's, but in the next moment, Xiao Junqi had already sprawled on the table in front of her. In the blink of an eye, soft snores began to emerge. She had no malicious intent. It was just a habitual tendency to see herself as my sister, leading to an inexplicable sense of responsibility to keep an eye on all the males around me. Chu Xian draped her coat over Xiao Junqi's shoulders and looked at Chen Yang, apologetically explaining, "It's okay. Her straightforward personality is actually quite endearing." Chen Yang spoke up. "Speaking of which, you really are surprising. You've probably drunk 5 gin of 52-degree liquor, right? Among the people I know, there's no one who can match your drinking capacity." Chu Xian said with admiration. It might be luck. Maybe I'm just in good shape today." Chen Yang awkwardly said, "Luck? Can drinking capacity be described as luck?" Zhu xin luk gon fu. Chapter 73. You're not following the script. Without the disruption from Xiao Junqi, Chen Yang could finally comfortably pay tribute to his own stomach. The negative effects brought by the enhancement potion seemed to become more pronounced as the enhancement level increased. During the first and second stages of enhancement, although Chen Yang could feel his appetite increasing, the extent of that increase still fell within the range of an ordinary person. He was just relatively good at eating. However, now that his body had completed the third stage of enhancement, his demand for food had absolutely exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. No wonder Li Lu said earlier that if everyone in Grey Mouse D reached at least the 4th stage of enhancement, they wouldn't need anyone else to cause trouble. The people in Grey Mouse D would starve themselves. To be reasonable, based on the amount of food required for the 3rd stage of enhancement, if more than 200 people really reached the 4th stage, even in this materially abundant world, it would likely be impossible to support them based on the average income level of ordinary people. Fortunately, he could now rely on the technological support provided by the wasteland to acquire a large amount of funds. Otherwise, relying solely on the income from selling gold, he might soon return to poverty. Life is not worth it. Guangxi, you told me on the phone today that you were having a hard time. What exactly happened? You weren't willing to say directly on the phone. Did you encounter some trouble? While continuously filling his stomach, Chen Yang asked. For the past hour, Wu Guangxi had been eating, only occasionally clinking glasses with Chu Xian to drink some wine and stimulate his taste buds, making the meal quite enjoyable. Not only was he fully satisfied, but he was also pleasantly tipsy, feeling comfortable at that moment. Upon hearing Chen Yang's inquiry, his previously joyful expression suddenly turned sour, and he said, "Don't mention it. Yangzi, I'm telling you, there's no trust in this society anymore. My mom urged me to go on a blind date today and even gave me a contact number, saying it was introduced by someone from our village. She praised the girl to the skies and even sent me a photo. When I looked at the photo, she did look quite beautiful, and naturally, I was moved. You know how men are. Wu Guangji burped and, unlike before when he struggled to speak clearly before drinking, continued to pour out his grievances to Chen Yang. But who would have thought that the photo was so heavily edited? At first, I thought that girls' photos are never unretouched, but no matter how much they edit, the basic foundation shouldn't change, right? But I never expected that this photo really refreshed my worldview. Luckily, I stumbled upon a great software that successfully restored the photo. Otherwise, I would have let my mom set me up for disaster. Saying this, Wu Guangji took out his phone, opened the photo interface, and handed it to Chen Yang. Look, the two photos side by side. The one in front is the edited version, and the one behind is the restored one. Take a good look. They are basically two different people. If this were in a game where everyone looks for flaws, these two photos would definitely be a giveaway. Chen Yang took the phone, glanced at the two photos, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was indeed overly edited. Wow. After editing, it looked like a luxurious decoration. But once restored, it turned into a bare shell. Shaking his head, he noticed that Chu Xian also had a curious expression, so he simply handed the phone back to her. As a result, Chu Xian's reaction to the comparison of the two photos was even more exaggerated than Chen Yang's. So harsh. But what software is this powerful? It can completely restore photos? I knew some similar software before, but to be honest, the results were unsatisfactory, basically just a scam. As Chu Xian returned the phone to Wu Guangji, she curiously asked. The moment Wu Guangji mentioned the unknown world, he seemed to become uncontrollably excited. Chu Xian instinctively turned to look at Chen Yang, and then blushed as she said, I know about this game, but what does it have to do with your real camera? Huh, you know about it? I thought you weren't aware. After all, the game just came out a few days ago. Has it spread this fast? The feeling of boasting was once again extinguished in its infancy, and Wu Guangji felt a wave of genuine disappointment. After organizing his thoughts, he continued in a somewhat dispirited manner. This real camera is the latest product from the parent company that developed the game Unknown World. If I hadn't happened to see it today, I might have really been fooled by that photo. How awkward would it have been when we met? Huh, this real camera is also a product of your company? Chu Xian was stunned for a moment, turned to look at Chen Yang, and asked. Chen Yang actually didn't expect that Wu Guangji's restoration of this photo was done using the product he just launched today. If he had known earlier, he should have added the company's watermark to the product. It was just a little gadget that was created in the last couple of days and was directly listed on the official website, available for everyone to download and use for free. Chen Yang noted in acknowledgement. Impressive. It seems that your company's technical strength has truly reached a world-class level. Although it's just a small software, the various technical reserves involved are definitely not as simple as they appear. I increasingly feel that the funding I gave you earlier was not really a benefit to you. It was completely taking advantage of you, right? Chu Xian said with admiration. Wu Guangji, sitting nearby, felt a bit out of touch with reality. That real camera was made by my company. Including that unknown world, it was also created by my company. Chen Yang touched his nose and said with an awkward smile. Wu Guangji was even more confused. Chu Xian then showed a puzzled expression and asked, Does your friend not know? In fact, none of the people I know are aware. Chen Yang said with a wry smile, Why? It's nothing, just that the company is developing too quickly, so I didn't have time to tell you. Chen Yang sruget. Chu Xian was immediately choked. Chapter 74, Sincerity no. Wait a minute. Yangzi, I didn't hear you wrong, did I? You said the game The World Unknown to People was made by your company? Wu Guangji finally regained his composure, staring blankly at Chen Yang with an expression full of disbelief. Yes, weren't you asking me earlier if I was tight on cash? At that time, I told you I was quite well off because I had done some small business. And you didn't believe me. Now you believe it, right? Chen Yang pointed to Wu Guangji's phone and said this can be called a small business? The technical content of this game is beyond my comprehension, and I can be sure, even if this game doesn't undergo any promotion, as long as it is given enough time, it will definitely become popular. At that time, given the quality of this game, saying it is a money-making machine would not be an exaggeration. You call this a small business? Wu Guangji widened his eyes. finding it hard to understand Chen Yang's casual attitude. Well, after all, it's just the company's first product. Better products will definitely be launched in the future. Chen Yang opened his mouth. Wu Guangxi blinked and suddenly slammed the table with force, seriously saying, Yangzi, I want to work at your company. Although I'm not sure where you got the money to start a company, this game has really amazed me. I want to join the technical department of your company and learn the world's top-notch technology. Chen Yang was somewhat surprised, but seeing Wu Guangxi's expression, he knew that Wu Guangxi was not joking, and he couldn't help but show a hesitant look. What's wrong? Is it difficult? Wu Guangxi asked. Of course. It's no problem for you to come work at my company. It's just a matter of saying it. If you want, you could just resign from your current job, and you can go through the onboarding process tomorrow. However, if you want to go to my company's technical department for training, that's something I can't arrange. Chen Yang spread his hands and said, because the technical department does not work at the company headquarters. They have another office location. Strictly speaking, the technical department is not within my jurisdiction, which means I can't manage them. In fact, the employee system within the company does not include the technical department at all. Huh, why is that? Wu Guangxi asked, puzzled. Well, how should I put it? The identities of those technical personnel are somewhat sensitive, so it's best if they stay out of the spotlight. But they need to make a living, so they still have to find ways to earn money. My relationship with them is more like a partnership. They remain behind the scenes, enjoying life, while I stand in the spotlight, enjoying success. Chen Yang explained faguili. The situation in the wasteland world certainly couldn't be revealed in the slightest, and regarding the issue of technical personnel, he had to use a vague way to brush it off. As expected, both Wu Guangxi and Chu Xian showed expressions of sudden realization after hearing such an ambiguous explanation. Undoubtedly, both of them had misunderstood. If nothing unexpected happened, the direction they misunderstood was likely towards top hackers with criminal records, because such people fit the criteria Chen Yang mentioned the most. At the same time, these individuals could come up with some black technology, making them more easily accepted. It must be said that imagination has always been the best way to maintain a lie. I see now, I understand. But I still won't work at your company. The unknown world has captivated me. If the job can be related to the unknown world, it would be a great happiness. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, smiled and nodded, saying, no problem, I'll talk to the company about it. However, the fairness of the game must be guaranteed. You can't use your position as a staff member to gain personal benefits. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I won't do anything that harms the game. But, hey, Yangzi, it seems like all games have this profession of shill. Are you going to arrange one for me too? It's not that there's anything else, but drawing cards is really too expensive. Since I downloaded the game just a few days ago, I've already spent nearly 1,000 yuan. Just today, I drew a 648 directly. If this keeps up, I can't take it anymore. A lewd smile appeared on Wu Guangxi's face. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Since your company has been mentioned, let's talk about serious matters. The reason I asked you out today is not only to express my gratitude, but also for another purpose. Previously, I wasn't clear about the specific situation of your company, which is why I set such financing conditions. However, it seems that those conditions are actually to my advantage. So I think we might be able to sign a supplementary agreement. Chu Xian finally interjected, clarifying her previous intentions. A supplementary agreement? What clauses need to be added? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and asked regarding the terms of shares and the financing amount. The previous 5% equity is indeed too much. Based on the technical strength and expected prospects demonstrated by your game, either reduce the shares to 0, 5%, or I will continue to increase my investment, adding an additional 900 million based on a 2 billion valuation. Chu Xian looked at Chen Yang and continued sincerely. I originally thought that a 20 billion valuation was a way to thank you. After all, at that time, your company had nothing and looked no different from a shell company. The so-called financing was essentially just giving you money. But I never expected your company to be so powerful. Personally, I hope you choose to reduce the equity ratio, because, barring any accidents, as long as this game develops normally, your company's valuation will rise rapidly, and even a 2 billion valuation will seem quite modest by then. Reducing the equity ratio does not affect my current valuation of your company at 2 billion, while significantly decreasing the equity ratio your company needs to give up. This will provide you and your company with more operational space. Additionally, Increasing my cash investment by 900 million will also put a significant financial strain on me. Therefore, reducing the equity ratio should be a win-win solution. Listening to Chu Xian's suggestion, Chen Yang blinked and naturally felt moved again. Chapter 75. Family. When Chen Yang initially accepted Chu Xian's financing conditions, their thoughts were basically inconsistent. Chu Xian felt that such financing conditions were equivalent to giving Chen Yang money, so after signing, it was considered a form of gratitude towards him. However, Chen Yang hoped to take this opportunity to completely bind himself with the Chu family and find a substantial backing for his company. Despite their completely opposite thoughts, they were still able to reach this financing agreement, which was indeed a bit miraculous. However, now, with the release of the Unknown World, and within just a few days of its launch, it has demonstrated the potential to become a massive hit. Chu Xian finally realized the value of Chen Yang's company. Today, Chen Yang's company also launched new software. Although it was just a completely free, small software, the technical strength contained within clearly proved that the Unknown World is definitely not a fleeting phenomenon. With such technical support, and the Unknown World showcasing quite satisfactory game content, the combination of the two ensures that Chen Yang's company has an incredibly bright future and development prospects. In this context, the previously reached financing agreement seems quite inappropriate. She intended to express gratitude, but instead, it turned into a situation where Chen Yang helped save the entire Chu family while she was taking advantage of him. Seizing the opportunity? Is this how people conduct business? Therefore, she needed to correct this mistake quickly, reducing her shares from 5% to 0.5%, while keeping the original buyback conditions unchanged. Although there was a buyback clause, her decision to reduce her shares didn't hold real significance. Just based on the fact that Chen Yang completely cured her grandfather's terminal illness with a single injection, Chu Xian could clearly judge that Chen Yang is a truly capable folk genius. Even with her status and the Chu family's position domestically, facing such an unfathomable folk genius, she still needed to maintain a good relationship as much as possible. On this point, Chen Yang's thoughts completely aligned with Chu Xian's. As the company's value continues to increase in the future, the value of the shares in Chu Xian's hands will also become increasingly exaggerated. When it reaches a certain level, even for the Chu family, the value represented by those shares will become crucial and for their own interests. The Chu family will treat matters concerning his company as their own. Deeply binding everyone's interests is the foundation for long-term, close cooperation. Cooperation based on emotional ties is often not solid. Cooperation based on interests can last as long as the interests remain. 0.5% is too little. Let's make it 1%. Add a clause in the supplementary agreement stating that the shares shall not be diluted. No matter how high my company's valuation reaches in the future, your 1% equity will not decrease. Of course, if the company develops smoothly, there should be no need for further financing, and thus, no need for any anti-dilution clause. But better safe than sorry, Chen Yang said with a smile. Chu Xian was a bit surprised and stared at Chen Yang for a while. After understanding his meaning, she no longer insisted on her own viewpoint. Instead, she nodded and said, "After we sign the supplementary agreement, I will change this 1% of shares to be held in trust. The true owner will be the entire Chu family. When your company grows in the future, maybe our Chu family will depend on you for our livelihood." This was, of course, a joking remark. As for money, in this country, once you have power, you won't lack for money. However, money and power complement each other. Neither can be absent. When the company develops to a level where it can coexist equally with the Chu family, the effect will be more than just 1+1. Chen Yang smiled and said, "I like the term one of our own. So, cheers to our company." Chu Xian raised her glass toward Chen Yang again. Next to them, Wu Guangji, looking completely out of the loop, also raised his glass and drank with Chu Xian and Chen Yang. Since he knew too little about what was happening, he couldn't understand what Chen Yang and Chu Xian were talking about. But it didn't matter. Starting tomorrow, he would become a game pawn in the unknown world. He would have game credits worth 10,000 RMB every week to spend freely. What could be more enjoyable than this? Nothing at all. Arranged marriage? What arranged marriage? A girlfriend is nowhere near as fun as a game. After finishing their drinks, They helped Chu Xin carry the still sleeping Xiao Junkie out of Minge. When they reached the car waiting by the roadside, they stuffed Xiao Junkie into the back seat. Just as Chen Yang was about to say goodbye to Chu Xin, he noticed a hesitant look on her face, and she didn't get into the car. "What's wrong?" Chen Yang asked curiously. "Chen Yang, I have an unreasonable request. Although I know it's a bit much, I still want to ask you." Chu Xin took a deep breath and continued. "The reason Junkie is so fond of food is not because she is greedy. You can tell from her figure that if she really were greedy, her body proportions wouldn't be so good. It's because she has a mild case of anorexia. Although it's not severe, her interest in food is very low. So she has to find food in this way to maintain the thought of eating. This symptom is quite troublesome. Junkie has seen many doctors both domestically and internationally, but none have been effective. I'm very worried about her continuing like this. If her condition worsens, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Yang, since you have a solution even for my grandfather's terminal illness, then can you help with her condition? Anorexia?" Hearing Chen Yang agree, Chu Xin was overjoyed and gave a deep bow to Chen Yang, saying, "Then I'll leave it to you." Chapter 76. Steady development in the following days. Chen Yang returned to a routine life of 2 points and a line. With the success of the unknown world, Chen Yang technology entered a period of rapid development. Some mid and high-level management personnel that had been recruited completed their resignation and onboarding procedures, clarifying the company's structure gradually. Every day, dozens of new employees joined, making the office environment of Chen Yang technology a bit chaotic. Fortunately, there were no critical tasks that required these new employees, so despite the internal chaos, it did not affect the overall operation of the company. To accommodate the company's rapid growth, Zhou Dandan rented an entire floor in a more upscale office building. With money to spare, and under Chen Yang's high standards, the office space naturally had to reflect the financial strength of Chen Yang technology. According to normal planning, this entire floor could accommodate over 500 employees working simultaneously. After the corresponding lease contract was signed, Chen Yang Games moved there entirely, leaving the original office for Chen Yang Technology's staff. Although Chen Yang had little interest in these work-related matters, since it was his own company, he went to the office almost every afternoon during those days and stayed until closing time. He did not engage in any work-related activities at the company. Zhou Dandan was handling the daily operations. To prevent Zhou Dandan from overworking herself at a young age, he assigned her several secretaries to form a secretariat. The main reason for going to the office every day and staying for a while was just to get familiar with the people in the company. He had to remember the names and faces of mid and high-level management personnel, as well as ordinary employees. Otherwise, how could he carry out his personal worship-shaping plan? Once the company was truly scaled, he could create an air of mystery, but in the early stages of development, maintaining a friendly image was the most beneficial. During these days, Zhou Dandan was also caught up in a whirlwind of busyness, even with several secretaries assisting with work. The company's rapid development still brought a large amount of constantly changing work content. At the same time, Chen Yang noticed that Zhou Dandan had bought many management books and was making the most of every spare moment to catch up. This level of self-discipline and fighting spirit impressed Chen Yang. As long as one is willing to learn and continuously improve oneself, even without talent, reaching an above-average level through hard work is still possible. For a company like Chen Yang Technology, having above-average management skills was already sufficient. Wu Guangji successfully completed his onboarding process and began the life of his dreams after joining Chen Yang Games. On his first day, a value of 10,000 RMB in game credits appeared in his account, exciting him so much that he played all night. However, compared to the real wealthy players in the unknown world, even with this cheating advantage, he could only be considered a small R player, still far from being a big R. As for the wasteland aspect, the base construction of Grey Mouse D was progressing very smoothly. Thanks to the hard work of over 200 Grey Mouse D survivors, the entire base was taking shape. Additionally, the villa located in the core area of Grey Mouse D, which belonged exclusively to Chen Yang, was finally completed. The wasteland world, despite being a ruin due to a major catastrophe 200 years in the future, still had many remaining technologies that, when utilized, could yield remarkable results. For instance, During the base's construction process, Grey Mouse D exchanged food for a considerable amount of construction machinery. Many of these machines were fully automated and operated on solar power. As long as there were raw materials, the entire construction process could be completed quickly. Chen Yang's villa was built like this. According to Li Lu, before the Great Disaster broke out, humanity had already mastered true 3D printing technology. This means that to construct anything, as long as the designer creates a sufficiently detailed 3D blueprint and verifies that the content of the blueprint is free of major flaws and issues, the machinery can directly interpret the blueprint and print out the depicted contents in their entirety, provided that the materials meet the standards. The final product printed will often be far more solid and perfect than buildings constructed by hand. Of course, the machinery capable of automatically constructing large buildings belongs to heavy engineering equipment, and with the outbreak of the Great Disaster, most of that heavy machinery has been destroyed, making it rare to see in the wasteland world. Currently, the machinery available for ordinary survivors to purchase consists of small equipment that can be operated by a single person. Otherwise, the efficiency of the construction at Grey Mouse D's base could have been even higher. Chen Yang didn't listen to Li Lu much. It wasn't that he lacked patience, but rather that his villa, which belonged to him, had finally been completed and the interior decoration was perfect. This finally eliminated his instinctive resistance, and under these circumstances, he certainly had more important things to do. So on the day the villa was completed, Chen Yang did not report to his company. Li Lu also didn't appear in the sight of the other survivors in Grey Mouse D all day. Compared to the perfect experience with Shuya, Li Lu brought Chen Yang a completely new feeling. Perhaps due to living too much in the moment without thinking of tomorrow, Li Lu was clearly much more open than Shuya. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Shuya in Chen Yang's eyes, both of them provided him with sensory enjoyment that truly had their own merits. During this time, He Jianian also requested a house plan in Grey Mouse D and began gradually moving his research equipment to the base in Grey Mouse D. Chen Yang remembered Chu Xian's request and asked He Jianian about the issue of anorexia. Unexpected yet understandable, He Jianian scoffed at the so-called anorexia, stating that although it falls under the category of mental illness, it can be treated very simply through physical methods. However, precisely because it is so simple, he did not have any ready-made medication on hand. At Chen Yang's request, He Jianian had to whip up a batch on the spot. According to He Jianian, this medication is not specifically aimed at anorexia, but it has excellent therapeutic effects for insomnia, neurosis, and even depression. Using it solely for those with anorexia would indeed be somewhat wasteful. Although he knew He Jianian was right in the standards of a wasteland world, it was truly not wasteful. Perhaps this is the greatest value in times of peace. Chapter 77, Testing and Invitation. It was Friday, sunny, with bright sunshine and a cloudless sky. When Chen Yang woke up from his dream, he once again experienced the refreshing sensation of fully digesting the enhancement potion. The digestion and absorption of the third-tier enhancement potion took significantly more time than that of the first and second tiers, even exceeding the total absorption time of the first and second-tier potions combined. After getting out of bed and taking out a fourth-tier enhancement potion from the drawer, Chen Yang skillfully injected it into himself. He was now able to face the inevitable pain of injecting enhancement potions with great composure. In fact, he could even endure the pain of body transformation while looking at himself in the mirror, appreciating the visible muscle movements under his skin. Yesterday, at his request, all the surviving members of Grey Rat D had injected the third-tier enhancement potion. Although this would significantly increase their food consumption, Chen Yang simultaneously raised their monthly salary, allowing them to have even more leftover food despite their increased intake due to the higher tier of enhancement. Such changes naturally thrilled the survivors of Grey Rat D. As long as they could fill their stomachs, they certainly hoped to become stronger, who would really refuse to enhance themselves if not for the sake of their stomachs. In a world fraught with crises, having greater strength meant having more ability to resist risks. Even a fool would understand this logic. The pain brought on by the injection of the fourth-tier enhancement potion quickly faded. Chen Yang checked the time and called Chu Xian, informing her that he had found a medicine that could cure Shout Junkie's anorexia. Chu Xian on the other end of the line was overjoyed and asked Chen Yang to wait at home. Less than half an hour later, Chen Yang heard a knock on the door. He got up to open it and found Chu Xian dressed in casual attire, standing before him. Compared to their previous meetings, Chu Xian today had not put on that deliberate work makeup and looked more casual, giving her an overall playful and cute vibe. Speaking of which, you're really a wealthy person now. Don't you want to change your place of residence? Chu Xian winked at Chen Yang as she stepped inside, hand behind her back, and asked, there's no rush for that, right? I'm quite used to living here, and I signed a 1-year contract directly with the agent. If I move out early, it would be a breach of contract, and I'm afraid the deposit might be deducted by the agent. Chen Yang shrugged and said, well, with your current wealth, do you still care about that little penalty? Chu Xian joked with a smile. Ahem, being frugal and simple is a fine tradition. We can't forget our roots just because we have money. Chen Yang said as he took out the potion made by He Jianian from his pocket and handed it to Chu Xian. He continued, the doctor who made this potion told me that besides anorexia, insomnia, neurasthenia, and even depression can be treated with this potion. If your friend has any of these issues, it could be solved all at once. Taking the potion, Chu Xian licked her lips and suddenly asked, have you ever thought about opening a pharmaceutical company? Even though the medicines for treating cancer are very sensitive and can't be exposed for safety reasons, there's no need to be so cautious with a potion that can treat anorexia, depression, and insomnia, right? If mass production can be achieved, the profits from this medicine will definitely not be worse than your games. You know, the market size of the gaming industry is only about 200 billion a year, while the pharmaceutical industry has already exceeded 20 trillion. It's a completely different concept. Once you enter the pharmaceutical industry, there are too many relationships to manage. The development of any successful drug is an erosion of the interests of other pharmaceutical companies in the related fields, which could lead to troubles that I can't handle right now, even if your Chu family is willing to help. It's like crossing a mountain when it comes to different industries, and it's probably not that easy to communicate. Chu Xian showed a look of surprise. After carefully examining Chen Yang, she smiled and praised, not bad, very good. I didn't expect you to be so young yet so calm. You have a comprehensive view of the issues and are not blinded by what you possess, which is rare. For what you're saying, were you testing me by suggesting I enter the pharmaceutical field? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, don't take it to heart. After all, if our Chu family really binds itself closely with you, then your personality, character, and even your way of doing things will need to be understood in detail. Chu Xian stuck out her tongue at Chen Yang, raised the potion in her hand, and said, thank you, I'll take this to Junqi right away. Junqi will definitely be very happy. She's quite the spirited person. She will remember your kindness. I'm glad to help you. That's all that matters. Chen Yang said casually. By the way, there's something else. My grandpa wants to meet you, so when are you free? How about coming to my house? Chu Xian suddenly lowered her head and said shyly, your grandpa? Why does the old man want to see me? Even though he's retired, he must still be extremely busy, right? Chen Yang asked in surprise. Chu Xian pursed her lips and said, I see. Then, how about next week? I have to attend a classmate reunion this weekend. Chen Yang said in an inquiring tone, all right, it's a deal. Chapter 78. Movements in Grey Mouse Town after Chu Xian left. Chen Yang went to the bathroom to wash himself. When he came out of the bathroom, he hesitated for a moment, but still put on the biological armor he had received earlier. It was extremely lightweight. Even with Chen Yang's enhanced perception from the 4th-tier strengthening agent, he could only sense a slight weight. The thickness was as thin as a cicada's wing, as if he had added another layer of skin. After putting on the biological armor, Chen Yang moved his body and found that it did not affect his movements at all. Moreover, after a brief period of adjustment, he completely lost awareness of the armor's presence. What was even more considerate was that the armor had openings for daily excretion, meaning, once this armor was worn, it seemed like there was no need to take it off at all. Its extreme lightness made the biological armor almost transparent, tightly adhering to his skin, with a texture almost indistinguishable from that of his own skin. A different version of the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt? The openings are at 2 vital areas? Interesting. After studying the biological armor, Chen Yang changed into a new set of clothes and pants and headed to the wasteland world. If that was the case, Chen Yang wouldn't have time to supervise in the wasteland world tomorrow, so he planned to arrange some of tomorrow's tasks today. The promotional work of the crew was very professional, maintaining a relatively balanced level of exposure throughout the filming process, occasionally releasing eye-catching news. The focus of the promotion was on Shuya. There was no way around it. Among all the main actors in the crew, Shuya was the only pure newcomer. Compared to the seasoned veterans, Shuya, who suddenly mixed in, naturally became the center of attention. Countless people would speculate about Shuya's background and what kind of connection she had to join such a crew as a newcomer in the leading female role. Such speculation and attention would bring a lot of newsworthiness and topics for Shuya. The crew's promotional staff could effectively guide the situation positively through Shuya's unique circumstances, achieving twice the result with half the effort, especially with Shuya's character design in the drama, combined with her already perfect appearance. She had attracted a large number of male fans in such a short time. Every time Chen Yang saw the comments and messages from those male fans online, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug, because those people were tirelessly dreaming of their goddess, who had already engaged in the deepest level of communication with him. The location in the wasteland world remained unchanged. However, as the construction of Grey Mouse D's base took shape, this place was no longer the exterior of a settlement, but was now enveloped by the settlement's planning. Therefore, Chen Yang specifically made adjustments to the planning, temporarily adding a standalone building at the position where he would be crossing over. Once this standalone building was completed, he would issue a special order forbidding anyone from entering, ensuring that his crossing process would not be disturbed. The sky was still gloomy. It seemed as if a layer of smog constantly shrouded the sky, making it very difficult for sunlight to penetrate through. Since arriving in the wasteland world, Chen Yang had never seen a single clear day there. According to Li Lu's explanation, this was due to the cataclysm that occurred 10 years ago when tens of thousands of nuclear bombs nearly plowed the entire planet, causing massive amounts of radioactive dust to rise and attach to the atmosphere. Since the cataclysm, the people in the wasteland world had not seen real clear weather. Although sunlight could still struggle to filter through, it was not direct sunlight, resulting in the average surface temperature of the wasteland world being at least 10 degrees lower than before the cataclysm. This was also one of the important reasons why a large number of crops could not grow normally, coupled with the pervasive effects of radiation. The food production in the wasteland world had reached a critical level. Chen Yang had previously asked Li Lu how long it would take for such radiation dust to dissipate. If he remembered correctly, the extinction of the dinosaurs, according to scientific research, was caused by an asteroid impact that led to a large amount of smoke and dust mixing with floating debris, which integrated into the atmosphere, resulting in a period of absolute darkness on Earth that lasted for a year and a half. During this year and a half of absolute darkness, due to the lack of sunlight, 99 of all life forms on the surface perished. The current wasteland world, although far from that state of absolute darkness, still cannot directly enjoy sunlight, and the longer it lasts, the more severe the ecological conditions are likely to become. Soon, they entered the base, where the first layer of the outer wall was already under construction. According to Chen Yang's plan, the survivors from Grey Mouse D would become his core strength and would all reside in the core area of the base. The first layer of the outer wall would separate the core area from the outer area. The construction of the outer area would change according to the number of newcomers joining in the future. Once the number reached a certain threshold, within the control limit of the core personnel of Grey Mouse D, the construction of the second layer of the outer wall would begin. This method of expanding the base's power through gradual accumulation should be a relatively safe approach. On his way to his villa, Chen Yang saw Li Lu seriously communicating with several children. These children were the hope of Grey Mouse D. In the wasteland world, every newborn was extremely precious, deserving of special treatment and privileges within their respective settlements. Previously, in order to gain sufficient understanding of the situation in Grey Mouse Town, several children had been sent to stay in Grey Mouse Town to secretly observe and gain control over the Grey Mouse Party. Among the children, the oldest was 13 years old, born before the Great Catastrophe. The youngest was only 6, born 4 years after the catastrophe had struck this world. Despite their young age, the unique circumstances of the wasteland world had made these children very precocious, each one smarter than the last. Moreover, their status as children naturally made people let their guard down, so there was no need to worry about them encountering any dangers during their observations. What's wrong? Is there something going on in Gray Mouse Town? Chen Yang stepped forward and asked, Boss, you're just in time. The fighters from Gray Mouse Town have already been arranged and are on their way here. Li Lu frowned and said, Chapter 79, then you should apply more. Isn't it still not tax time? Why are they coming over now? Chen Yang asked. Li Lu shrugged and continued. A few days ago, it seemed that the members of the Gray Rat Party wanted to send fighters over. But something came up at the last minute, delaying their actions. According to what Xiao Feng and the others found out, a few party members from the Gray Rat Party were killed not far outside Gray Rat Town, which was a blow to the Gray Rat Party's reputation. As a result, the leader of the Gray Rat Party was very angry and demanded that the murderer be found. However, after so many days, there has been no progress in the investigation. The person who did it seems to be very powerful, and the leader of the Gray Rat Party lost patience and decided to shift their focus back to us, the Gray Rat D. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and nodded, saying, So, we should thank that unknown passerby, right? If that person hadn't killed a few members of the Gray Mouse Party, we would have faced pressure from them days ago. It does seem that way, Li Lu replied with a smile. Although the situation appeared somewhat serious, neither Li Lu nor Chen Yang felt particularly tense. If it weren't for the delay over the past few days, things might have been more troublesome. However, after so many days of accumulation, all the members of Gray Mouse D had already injected the 3rd-tier enhancement serum, and Chen Yang himself had injected the 4th-tier serum. In terms of overall strength, they were simply not comparable to the Gray Mouse Party. Even though the leader of the Gray Mouse Party should be a 5th-tier enhanced individual, and the members of Gray Mouse D had just injected the corresponding tier serum and had not fully absorbed its power. The overall strength comparison between the two sides was still heavily skewed. Moreover, there was Jianian in the base. A 9th-tier enhanced individual is basically invincible in front of such small to medium-sized settlements. Chen Yang asket. Chen Yang nodded, reached into his pocket, and took out a few pieces of loose chocolate from subspace, using his clothes as a cover. Then, with a smile, he handed the chocolate to the children in front of him and said, You all did very well. This is an extra reward for you, not included in your salary. The children looked at the dark chocolate in Chen Yang's hand with some confusion, completely unaware of what it was. Even the oldest child, who was born before the Great Disaster, had only been 3 years old at that time and had no relevant memories. Therefore, when they reached out to take the chocolate, the children remained very calm. However, when they cautiously brought the chocolate to their mouths and gently licked it, their eyes widened in surprise, and they eagerly stuffed the remaining chocolate into their mouths, their faces lighting up with immense happiness. Li Lu, standing nearby, naturally knew what chocolate was. As Chen Yang handed the chocolate to the children, Li Lu instinctively swallowed. Noticing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but grin mischievously, leaned closer to Li Lu's ear, and whispered a few words. Even with their current relationship, Li Lu couldn't help but blush after hearing what Chen Yang said. Biting her lip, she lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, Well, then you should apply more. I haven't had chocolate in 10 years. I want to eat more. Chen Yang smiled and spoke. The few children happily ran towards their parents with the remaining chocolate. Such delicious treats, they were unwilling to enjoy alone. The total number of the Gray Mouse Party was around 600, mostly residing in Gray Mouse Town. As for the 12 scattered settlements below, due to much poorer conditions than Gray Mouse Town, the Gray Mouse Party members did not come except to collect taxes. This also largely conforms to the population pattern of Gray Mouse Town. With a population of 10,000, supporting around 100 enhanced individuals is a relatively normal ratio. The 500 ordinary Gray Mouse Party members do not need to be taken seriously. Although they are also armed, most are only wielding cold weapons like machetes. The Gray Mouse Party possesses about 200 various firearms, half of which belong to the enhanced individuals, while the other half is distributed to the ordinary members. Most of the enhanced individuals are at the first level, with the number of second-level enhanced individuals not exceeding double digits, and there are 2 third-level enhanced individuals, who are the right-hand men of the Gray Mouse Party leader. The Gray Mouse Party leader himself is a 5th-level enhanced individual. He probably does not have heavy firepower, but seems to have an older type of Vulcan cannon with with ample ammunition, which he purchased from the nearest medium-sized settlement. Because the weapon is so outdated, it is almost at the antique level, so the medium-sized settlement was quite generous when selling it to him. Listening to Li Lu introduce the strength of the Gray Mouse Party, Chen Yang silently compared it to the current strength of the Gray Mouse D in his mind. When Li Lu finished speaking, Chen Yang couldn't help but frown and said, "In terms of enhanced individuals, we do have an absolute advantage. But the 200 guns in the hands of the Gray Mouse Party are indeed a bit troublesome. The third-level enhanced individuals definitely can't withstand bullets, so we must be somewhat cautious. If the Gray Mouse Party comes in full force, it will indeed be very troublesome. However, what I know is that the Gray Mouse Party doesn't take us seriously at all. The number of combat personnel sent this time is only a few dozen, so we should be able to gradually eat away at the Gray Mouse Party," Li Lu said with a smile. "In that case, let's gather everyone. We will prepare a big gift for those Gray Mouse Party members." Chen Yang ordered. Chapter 80. The Gray Rat Gang Attacks. At this moment, just a few kilometers away from Gray Rat D, a disorganized group of about 30 to 40 people was hastily making their way towards Gray Rat D. All of them were on foot, and at least 20 of them were carrying machetes and homemade simple wolf teeth clubs. The remaining dozen or so were armed with various firearms, mostly handguns, with only 3 outdated automatic rifles among them. A Gray Rat gang member holding a handgun approached the bulliest man in the group, a black-faced brute, and began to complain. "This situation is different. District D has somehow obtained a large amount of food. The boss suspects it might be supplies prepared for the shelters before the Great Disaster. So this time, we not only have to take all the food from District D, but we also need to extract the location of the shelters from them. You know, those shelters prepared before the Great Disaster not only stored a lot of food, but also various other supplies, including weapons, medicine, and equipment from different fields. If we can get these supplies, maybe the Gray Rat Gang can even consider changing our name," the black-faced brute said coldly. The gang member holding the handgun was momentarily taken aback, but excitement quickly appeared on his face as he asked, "What do you mean? Is the boss planning to target that medium-sized settlement? That's great. The women there are much cleaner than those in Gray Rat Town." "Shut up." The black-faced brute glared at the gang member and scolded, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Otherwise, if you anger the boss, no one can protect you. What we need to do now is to complete the task assigned by the boss beautifully. When the time comes, your benefits will not be less." The gang member with the handgun shrank his neck and forced a flattering smile, saying, "Look at what you're saying. Who do you think I am? Black brother, you know me well. I don't have the guts to gossip. I'm just curious, after all. It's rare to make such a big move on our own turf." As he spoke, the gang member's eyes darted around, and he continued, "Black brother, it seems that we are not planning to let District D have a good time this time, right? We will definitely clash with them, right?" The black-faced brute glanced at the gang member and said coldly, "With so much food, if it were you, would you willingly hand it over? The boss means that this time we go to District D, we can kill a few more people to intimidate those guys in District D, making them understand that under our Gray Rat Town's rule, if they have good things, they should prioritize offering them up, not just keep them for themselves." The gang member holding the handgun's eyes lit up, and he urged, "Black brother, since that's the case, can you let the brothers have some fun?" What bad ideas are you cooking up?" The black-faced brute frowned. "How can it be a bad idea? Black brother, do you remember that there's a pretty girl in District D named Li Lu, right? She's even a second-tier enhancer. That girl's figure and face, after the second-tier enhancement, are simply drool-worthy." The gang member with the handgun leaned closer to the black-faced brute's ear and whispered, "I dare say, based on that girl's quality, she's quite rare, even in a medium-sized settlement. Why don't we take this opportunity to have our way with her?" Previously, the boss asked us to ensure the stability of the subordinate areas to avoid affecting normal tax revenue. And that girl is tough enough to have reached the second-tier enhancement level, so we couldn't do much about her. But today is different. We are going to establish our authority. The boss also allowed us to kill a few more people. This gives us a good reason to target Li Lu. "Black brother, you are also a second-tier enhancer, and we have so many extra hands and a dozen guns. Controlling Li Lu will definitely not be a problem." Listening to the gang member's instigation, the black-faced brute was momentarily stunned, but Li Lu's image appeared in his mind. It had been 10 years since the Great Disaster broke out, and the original order had completely collapsed, along with the old moral concepts. The jungle law of the survival of the fittest ran rampant in the wasteland, becoming the only code of conduct that the wasteland people were willing to adhere to. Thus, the black-faced brute did not think there was anything wrong with having such thoughts. Everything should be based on the situation. Our most important tasks remain to take away food from District D and to interrogate them for the possible location of shelters. As long as it doesn't interfere with the boss's assigned tasks, we can indulge a bit, the black-faced brute said solemnly. Although his words were somewhat unclear, the gang member with the handgun understood that his black brother had implicitly agreed to his proposal. They didn't take long on the road. Thinking of Lilu's figure, the leading black-faced brute couldn't help but want to arrive at Grey Rat D as soon as possible, so he instinctively quickened his pace, making the originally disorganized group appear much more orderly under this acceleration. Soon, they arrived outside Grey Rat D's base. Seeing the once dilapidated settlement, which had now completely transformed, the group, led by the black-faced brute, looked on in shock. Although the construction of Grey Rat D's base had only just completed its preliminary stages, it already appeared much cleaner and more organized than Grey Rat Town. Aside from being noticeably smaller than Grey Rat Town, in every other aspect, it was far superior. After being stunned for a good 10 seconds, the black-faced brute was the first to react. He swallowed hard and gasped, saying, "How much food did these people in District D spend to exchange for supplies? To make the settlement look like this, it definitely wasn't just trading with us in Grey Rat Town. They must have traded a lot with that medium-sized settlement. It seems they really discovered the shelters. Now, it looks like our Grey Rat gang is about to get rich." Chapter 81. Hidden Malice. The black-faced brute's words sent the surrounding Grey Rat gang members into a frenzy. They were responsible for tax collection in the subordinate areas within the Grey Rat gang. Therefore, they had a considerable understanding and knowledge of these settlements. It was precisely because of this that the changes in Grey Rat D had a huge impact on them. The stark contrast between before and after had completely awakened and stirred up the greed within them. Under the influence of this emotion, dozens of Grey Rat gang members, armed with their weapons, excitedly charged into the Grey Rat D base. Then they saw that more than 200 survivors from Grey Rat D had already gathered. The survivors looked at them with eyes full of hatred and anger, but the black-faced brute completely ignored this gaze. He had seen it too many times and was already used to it. "Look at you. Did you know we were coming in advance? That's just perfect. Since you knew we were coming, you should also understand why we are here, right? Hand over all the food in your hands. Be honest. Don't make us resort to violence. It won't look good for anyone," the burly man said coldly, his gaze lingering on Chen Yang for a few more seconds. He found Chen Yang very unfamiliar, as if he had never seen him in Grey Mouse D before. But that didn't matter. There was often personnel movement within the settlements under Grey Mouse Town. Not all survivors in the wasteland lived in settlements of varying sizes. There were also many survivors struggling between the ruins of the wilderness, and sometimes they happened to pass by a settlement and would choose to settle down. So, encountering unfamiliar faces occasionally was quite normal. "Brother, we do have food, but it's all been distributed. As you can see, our settlement is undergoing reconstruction. To avoid food contamination, we selected a few places within the settlement to serve as temporary storage for food. You see, if you really want to take that food, perhaps you could arrange for some people to go with ours? At least to take an inventory of the food. You have to leave us some. You can't take it all, right?" Chen Yang nodded and smiled obsequiously. Such a humble attitude made the dark-faced man completely disregard Chen Yang. Stroking his chin and thinking for a moment, the dark-faced man nodded and said, "All right then, I will send half of my men to count the food. As for leaving some for you, our Grey Rat gang is not unreasonable. Over the years, we have protected everyone, and it has allowed everyone to at least have something to eat. So we will definitely leave some for you, but how much we can leave will depend on the situation." Chen Yang quickly spoke up. "Of course, everything is up to you. We only ask to keep some food so that we won't starve right away." As he spoke, Chen Yang waved his hand, and immediately more than a dozen survivors came out, bringing about half of the black-faced man's group to walk deeper into the base. The black-faced man was not worried about any unexpected incidents. Among the half of the people he sent out, there were 3 first-tier enhanced individuals. And they also carried 6 or 7 guns, sufficient to handle any sudden situation. In the black-faced man's understanding, apart from Lilu, who was a second-tier enhanced individual, there seemed to be only 2 first-tier enhanced individuals in Gray Rat D, while the rest were just ordinary survivors. Such overall strength posed no threat to them at all. Brother, we have quite a lot of food stored. It will take some effort for your people to count it. So let's not just stand here waiting. How about we eat something together? You all look exhausted from your journey and probably haven't filled your stomachs yet, right? Chen Yang approached the dark-faced man, still wearing a humble smile, and spoke in a tone full of flattery. Such a proposal immediately caught the dark-faced man's interest. After smacking his lips, the dark-faced man, very pleased, patted Chen Yang's shoulder and asked, "What is your name?" The dark-faced man said proudly, "Huh? Really? Really? Thank you, Big Brother, for your support. Big Brother, you can rest assured. If I can join the Gray Rat Gang, I will definitely follow you wholeheartedly." Chen Yang looked surprised and immediately began to express his loyalty. The survivors of the Gray Mouse D had already taken out a large amount of food from the recently built houses. A dozen people carried it to the side of those Gray Mouse followers, their faces filled with unwilling emotions. "Very good. I like your perceptiveness. My name is Hey Pai, and from now on, after joining the Gray Mouse Party, you can call me Brother Hey. I will take care of you." The black-faced man patted Chen Yang's shoulder again, then turned to the dozen or so Gray Mouse followers who were starting to swallow their saliva and jokingly scolded, "Go ahead and eat. We came out to run errands. It's normal to eat and drink a bit. Just don't delay the main business." The dozen Gray Mouse followers cheered in unison and immediately took food from the Gray Mouse D survivors next to them without hesitation, stuffing it into their mouths desperately. The black-faced man couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. However, he understood his subordinate's reaction quite well. The ordinary followers of the Gray Mouse Party did not have a very good life. Although it was better than those in the settlements, there were still not many times they could fill their stomachs. Therefore, an opportunity to eat freely like this was equally irresistible for the ordinary Gray Mouse followers. "Chen Yang, what about my share?" The black-faced man asked Chen Yang. As the leader of this operation, he knew that his treatment would definitely be different from others. So, seeing the lavish treatment offered to other followers in Area D, he naturally looked forward to what he would receive even more. "Your share." Chen Yang leaned close to the ear of the black-faced man, his voice suddenly dropping significantly. The black-faced man instinctively turned his head towards Chen Yang. But in the next moment, a wave of heart-pounding danger surged in his mind. Before he could react at all, Chen Yang suddenly sprang up, wrapping both arms around his neck and twisting forcefully. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the black-faced man immediately lost all consciousness. At the same time, the survivors from Area D, who had been holding food, almost simultaneously threw all the food in their arms at the Gray Rat Party members nearby. Taking advantage of the stunned moment of the Gray Rat Party members, they rushed to knock them to the ground. It was only at this moment that the Gray Rat Party members were astonished to discover that the survivors from Area D who were tackling them were actually all enhanced individuals. Chapter 82. How will you thank me? With careful planning and an absolute advantage in strength, these Gray Rat Party members were easily dealt with by the survivors from Area D. They had never expected to encounter such an unexpected situation. They never thought that the people from Area D would dare to take action against them. This was completely contrary to their understanding. Therefore, after entering the Gray Rat D base, they had never felt tense or on guard at all. After the survivors from Gray Rat D took out food, their minds were entirely consumed with the desire to fill their stomachs. And it wasn't until Chen Yang broke the black-faced strong man's neck that they began to be attacked by nearby Gray Rat D survivors, leaving them momentarily confused. Their brains even seemed to crash, unable to comprehend what was happening. But the people from Gray Rat D would not give them any time to think. Having made so many preparations, the goal was to catch them off guard. And since the objective was achieved, they would naturally strike hard. Having been oppressed by these Gray Rat Party members for so long, the survivors from Gray Rat D finally possessed the power to resist, displaying an incredibly excited emotional state, with several of them surrounding one person and madly venting the accumulated hatred from the past. After Chen Yang forcefully twisted the neck of the burly man with a black face, He looked at the corpse with wide-open eyes, feeling a churn in his stomach. This was his first time killing someone. During his days in the wasteland, he had only been focused on planning the construction of the base and had never faced the zombies and mutants outside, let alone a living person. The feeling of killing was not pleasant. Moreover, Chen Yang realized that even with ample preparation and an absolute advantage in strength, he still felt extreme tension after actually taking a life. Affected by this emotion, he felt a slight cramping in his stomach, which made him genuinely want to vomit. Of course, this feeling did not reach an overwhelming level. He only retched a few times and did not actually vomit. First time killing? Li Lu came to Chen Yang's side, hugged his head gently, and asked softly. Yes, he originally thought it wouldn't be a difficult task, but unexpectedly, it seemed he had underestimated it. Chen Yang smiled bitterly. It's very normal. You'll get used to it eventually. In this world, survival means either killing or being killed, and one has to adapt. Although zombies are terrifying, they're nothing compared to humans. On the wasteland, the most dangerous threat will always be one's own kind. Li Lu gently stroked Chen Yang's hair, tried to comfort him. You'll get used to it. But do we really need to get used to such things? Chen Yang took a deep breath on Li Lu's chest, the fragrant scent waking up his mind a bit. He signaled Li Lu to let go of her hand around his head, stood up straight, and said loudly, arrange for a few people to check if those dozen or so guys from the Gray Mouse gang we took away have been dealt with. Yes, boss. Someone immediately responded and then turned around and ran deeper into the base. Li Lu spoke up. The Gray Mouse gang didn't send many people this time, and their strength is very limited. We actually don't need to waste so much food on them. Even if we directly surround and kill them, they definitely wouldn't be our match. But they have guns. If we directly surround them, in their panic and desperation, they might shoot randomly, even if it's just stray bullets. It could cause casualties on our side. The threat of those guns is too great. We must treat it with caution. Let's use some items as bait to make them lower their guard, and then we can launch a surprise attack. It's a simple method, but very effective. If we can use some food as a cost to ensure that our people won't suffer casualties, it's a very worthwhile deal. Chen Yang spoke up. Li Lu curled her lips, seemingly disagreeing with Chen Yang's thoughts. What? Do you think a life is less precious than food? Chen Yang turned to Li Lu and asked. Boss, before you appeared, for any settlement, food was much more precious than life. Human life is the cheapest thing in this world. Li Lu bit her lip and said, you also said that was before I appeared. I can't control what it was like here before, but now that I am here, the rules will be set by me. Every person in our base is my employee and must be responsible to me. Each one of them is my most valuable asset, and their lives are far more important than food. Chen Yang squinted his eyes and continued from now on. Before our base formulates any plans or prepares to take any actions, we must reach a relevant consensus, which is that all plans and actions must ensure the personal safety of the participants. If the risks are too high, then we would rather abandon the action or plan than let our people die in vain. A look of surprise appeared on Li Lu's face. She stared at Chen Yang for a while, then suddenly bowed to him and said earnestly, Boss, on behalf of all members of Gray Mouse D, thank you. Thank me? Well, it seems like there could be another way. Chen Yang smirked. Li Lu blinked and directly grabbed Chen Yang's arm. Then let's find another way to thank you. I hope the chocolate you have on you is enough in quantity. It should be enough, but let's go to the villa later. We need to deal with this batch of the Gray Mouse party first. They will definitely notice the problem soon enough. We need to make some preparations to respond to the Gray Mouse party's next actions. Chen Yang spoke up. What are you planning to do? Li Lu asked. Chen Yang shrugged and said, so we can only rely on ourselves to deal with the Gray Mouse party. Once the Gray Mouse town realizes there's a problem, the next wave of people will definitely be the main force of the Gray Mouse party. It's even possible that the leader of the Gray Mouse party, who is a 5th-tier enhancer, might personally lead the team. Li Lu nodded and replied, Boss, just arrange it as you see fit. We'll follow your lead. Chen Yang Chocolate. Chapter 83. Small figures with big aspirations in Gray Mouse Town. The leader of the Gray Mouse gang stood at the entrance with a serious expression. Surrounding him were several fierce, elite members of the Gray Mouse gang, all with the rank of 2nd-tier enhancers. Unlike ordinary Gray Mouse gang members, the number of 2nd-tier elite members was scarce, making them the core force used by the Gray Mouse gang to intimidate and control their subordinate settlements. The reason why the Gray Mouse gang, despite having 600 members, only had 2 third-tier enhancers and fewer than 10 second-tier enhancers. Was not that they couldn't afford enhancement potions, but because their regular food supply could only support such a small-scale team of enhancers. It must be said that even in the extremely resource-scarce wasteland world, the area controlled by the Gray Mouse Gang was still too barren. Therefore, Wei Long, the leader of the Gray Mouse Gang, had never been satisfied with the status quo. Although being a local tyrant in Gray Mouse Town, enjoying power and deciding the fates of others was a very pleasant thing, Wei Long believed he had grand ideals and ambitions. He hoped his life would be extraordinary, at least leaving a loud name on this land. Thus, he always motivated himself with higher goals, such as, if he could take over that medium-sized settlement. That would be even better. Originally, such thoughts were merely wishes. Not to mention, the current controller of that medium-sized settlement was in existence with a rank of 7th-tier enhancement, a person Wei Long had to look up to. Moreover, the entire force controlling the medium-sized settlement, led by that 7th-tier enhancer, was much stronger than the Gray Mouse Gang. Unless there was a special opportunity, Wei Long did not believe he had any chance of fulfilling his wishes. But now, the opportunity he dreamed of had appeared. One of the settlements under Gray Mouse Town had suddenly, without any warning, acquired a large amount of food. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see the problem in that. The settlements under Gray Mouse Town could guarantee that the survivors wouldn't starve, which was already quite remarkable. Under normal circumstances, for those survivors in the settlements, even filling their stomachs was a luxury, let alone having excess food to exchange for other supplies. Therefore, Wei Long believed that the settlement must have stumbled upon a hidden shelter before a major disaster occurred. Hence, they obtained a large food reserve, allowing them to act so extravagantly. In Wei Long's view, this was the opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens. He was the protagonist written in those entertainment novels before the major disaster struck. The chosen one who could pick up extraordinary skills just by tripping on a road. He had to seize this opportunity and take possession of that settlement's discovered shelter. Then, through the abundant resources in the shelter, rapidly expand his Gray Mouse Gang. And most importantly, he must buy higher-tier enhancement potions to prepare for the upcoming annexation of the nearby medium-sized settlement. All his plans seemed beautiful, but unfortunately, the first step of execution went poorly. Wei Long was furious. He did not believe that the team sent out had encountered an accident, because within the area controlled by the Gray Mouse Gang, there was no force that could threaten that team. In Wei Long's view, it must be that the team leader, Black Skin, had forgotten his loyalty upon discovering too many resources in that settlement, thus developing ulterior motives. If that was the case, he had to rush over quickly. Otherwise, the longer they delayed, the more likely Black Skin would complete the transfer of resources and then establish his own territory, fleeing far away. That would be the best scenario. The worst outcome would be that Black Skin, using those resources, rapidly enhanced his own strength and expanded his influence, then turned around and swallowed Gray Mouse Town. Such a situation was definitely not impossible, and one could even say the probability was not low. After all, he himself had similar thoughts, putting himself in other shoes. If Black Skin also harbored the same ambition, he wouldn't be surprised at all. A man ran out from Gray Mouse Town and approached Wei Long, speaking up. This man, along with his twin brother, was one of the 2 third-tier enhancers in the Gray Mouse Gang, and he was Wei Long's most trusted right-hand man. Originally, they were triplets, but the eldest of the triplets became a mutant in the womb. The remaining second and third were saved by Wei Long when he passed by and had been following him ever since, fighting for Wei Long's life, making them his most trusted subordinates. Have your brother take some men and stay vigilant. Make sure all the guns are loaded. And if there's any movement in the town, open fire immediately to suppress it. It's been a long time since I've really killed someone. I'm afraid those guys in the town really think I, Wei Long, am a pushover, Wei Long said, stroking his bald head with a sinister expression. Don't worry, boss, my brother knows what to do. The man replied with a grin. Of course, I trust you two brothers. In the entire Gray Mouse Gang, you two are the only ones I can rely on. If this operation goes smoothly, we won't have to stay in this small place of Gray Mouse Town anymore. By then, don't even mention enhancers. We might even be able to aspire to evolve. Wei Long squinted and said. Then he directly raised his arm vigorously and shouted loudly, Brothers, Let us go. Chapter 84. Ambush due to the importance placed on this operation. Wei Long brought 300 men to head towards Grey Mouse D. However, most of these 300 men were just ordinary Grey Mouse gang members, and they struggled to keep up with Wei Long's pace. Wei Long was anxious, worried that if they arrived late, Black Skin might escape, so they moved quickly, causing the entire team to stretch into a long line shortly after leaving Grey Mouse Town. Boss, we're moving so fast that it's hard for the brothers to keep up. If the line gets too long, it might be easy for someone to ambush us, right? The man closely following Wei Long said, struggling to keep up, even with his third-tier enhancement strength. He found it difficult to stay by his leader's side, let alone those ordinary Grey Mouse gang members behind them. First and second-tier enhancers were okay. After all, their physical attributes have been significantly enhanced, and even if they couldn't keep up, their stamina allowed them to manage as best they could. But those ordinary Grey Mouse gang members were truly suffering to keep up. Not only did they lack physical strength, but their speed and endurance were far behind. And due to not having enough to eat, they were always in a state of relative hunger and fatigue. This exhausting journey was truly taxing. Ambush. Who dares to ambush us? Who has the capability to ambush us? Those settlements under our control? I dare them. If it weren't for needing manpower to transport resources, just the two of us would be enough for this operation. So let the brothers behind figure it out for themselves. If they can't keep up, they can go slower. We'll go solve the problem first, and they can catch up later. All right, I understand, boss. The man gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't persuade his leader to change his mind, so he could only do his best to continue following closely behind his boss. After a short while, Wei Long and the third-tier enhancer under him had already shaken off the other members of the Grey Mouse gang behind them to the point where they were completely out of sight. Even those second-tier enhancers who were still trying to keep up could only see some blurred figure from a distance. Wei Long didn't care about this, because the Grey Mouse D had come into view. However, it was completely different from the messy little settlement he remembered. The current Grey Mouse D looked much more orderly and tidy. Especially the tall wall that appeared in the distance made Wei Long's heart race with excitement. How many extra supplies had the D area obtained? In such a short time, they had completely renovated the settlement. It was truly enviable. With his emotions stirred, Wei Long unconsciously quickened his pace. But just at that moment, gunfire erupted. Countless guns suddenly emerged from the hills on both sides, their muzzles aimed at Wei Long and the third-tier enhancer, mercilessly spewing flames. Tot. Although these were outdated antiques, they were still fully automatic rifles. And as long as they didn't hold back on the ammunition, the firepower was still extremely fierce. The third-tier enhancer did not make any defensive moves and was directly turned into a sieve by the dense hail of bullets. Wei Long, however, was not killed on the spot. As a fifth-tier enhancer, his reaction ability, body speed, and muscle strength were far above the third tier. Therefore, although he faced the first wave of gunfire with great difficulty, he at least survived. But this stroke of luck did not make Wei Long feel happy, because he was ambushed in the area he controlled. What a joke. Has the world gone mad? Even as a fifth-tier enhancer, ordinary firearms could still pose a threat to him. He could only rely on his muscle strength to withstand ordinary handgun bullets. But there was no good way to deal with the bullets from automatic rifles. To be able to completely negate the lethality of such personal firearms purely through physical strength, one would need to be at least a 7th-tier enhancer. It is said that once reaching the 9th tier, not only would personal firearms be ineffective, but even anti-material sniper rifles would find it difficult to cause fatal harm to a 9th-tier enhancer. Chen Yang's efficiency needed improvement. The weapons he had been trying to purchase had still not arrived, forcing them to rely on seizing firearms from the Grey Mouse gang to deal with them, which was quite troublesome. If the previously purchased weapons had been properly equipped, why would they need to be so cautious against the Grey Mouse gang? Behind a nearby hill, Chen Yang poked his head out and, seeing Wei Long still lively amidst the gunfire, shook his head and said, "This was unavoidable. They could only temporarily obtain weapons from that medium-sized settlement. However, the weapon control in that medium-sized settlement was quite strict, and even Chen Yang had to put in a lot of effort. The reason the leader of the Grey Mouse gang was able to acquire many weapons to form the gang was reportedly due to his close relationship with a certain influential figure in that medium-sized settlement. The Gray Mouse Gang could actually be considered an external force of that influential figure. Li Lu explained from the side. No way. If we swallow the Gray Mouse Gang, wouldn't that mean offending that medium-sized force? Chen Yang was taken aback. He really didn't know about this matter before. It seems to be the case. But there's no need to worry too much. The force controlling that medium-sized settlement is not united internally, with all sorts of dirty dealings going on. If the Gray Rat Gang were to be eliminated by us, there would definitely be some people within that force who would be happy to see it happen. Li Lu smiled and continued. So even if the other side wants to retaliate, it won't be easy to reach a consensus within their ranks in a short time. They will have to balance and coordinate the internal conflicts. As for us, as long as we have time, we could develop quickly and improve rapidly. By then, who knows who will end up swallowing whom? Chen Yang frowned and said, "It looks like I need to have a good talk with Jianian. Since it's a partnership, he needs to provide us with enough support. He can't just take advantage without doing any work." As he spoke, he saw Wei Long, although injured from the gunfire, still charging towards the mound with vigor. Chen Yang took a deep breath and proactively met him head-on. Chapter 85. Absurd battle after all. Wei Long was a 5th-tier enhancer. In the current Gray Rat D, apart from Chen Yang, who was a 4th-tier enhancer, Li Lu, with her current 3rd-tier enhancement, was already the 2nd strongest in Gray Rat D. Her absorption speed of enhancement agents couldn't match Chen Yang's rapid pace, which meant she still couldn't inject a 4th-tier enhancement agent. However, compared to other Gray Rat D members who had injected the 3rd-tier enhancement agent, Li Lu was nearing the end of her absorption process, making her stronger than the others. Even so, there was still a huge gap between Li Lu and a 5th-tier enhancer like Wei Long, so naturally, it was Chen Yang who had to face the charging Wei Long. The gap between the 4th and 5th tiers was at least within an acceptable range. Moreover, Chen Yang was wearing a piece of biological battle armor, which had incredible defensive capabilities. With the strength of a 5th-tier enhancer, it would be nearly impossible for Wei Long to break through his defenses. The only drawback was that Chen Yang had always been a well-behaved child. He had very little experience in fighting, so he naturally lacked combat experience. Thus, when he confronted Wei Long, he unsurprisingly fell into a disadvantage. As Chen Yang and Wei Long engaged in a fierce battle, the previously intense gunfire suddenly ceased. The members of Gray Rat D had little real experience with firearms, and at such a close distance, with Chen Yang and Wei Long constantly changing positions, they were worried about causing friendly fire while shooting. Consequently, the pressure on Chen Yang increased significantly. Noticing this, Wei Long simply decided to fully engage in close combat with Chen Yang. His gunshot wounds were somewhat severe, but not to the extent of hindering his movement. Upon realizing Chen Yang's enhancement level, although he was surprised, he could deduce from the reactions of others that Chen Yang's status must be extraordinary. Therefore, the best way to leave here alive was to capture Chen Yang and use him as a hostage. Are you all idiots? Shoot. Don't you remember what I'm wearing? Just avoid hitting my head. I'll be fine. Lower your guns. Shoot. Being easily suppressed by Wei Long. Even though his biological battle armor prevented Wei Long from causing any harm, the feeling of being passively beaten was still too terrible. When he heard that the gunfire had stopped, Chen Yang naturally felt a bit overwhelmed and shouted loudly. Upon hearing his shout, the others finally reacted. The biological battle armor that Jianian brought was not a secret within Gray Rat D, but in the chaos of the moment. They had forgotten about it while witnessing the fight between Chen Yang and Wei Long. The gunfire erupted once more. Due to the reduced distance compared to before, this time the accuracy of the shots significantly improved. Wei Long had no psychological preparation for this and was caught off guard, instantly riddled with bullet holes. Although his powerful muscle strength prevented the bullets from penetrating his body, embedding them within his muscles, the pain was very real. Moreover, the more wounds inflicted by the bullets, the more severe the blood loss became. Less than half a minute after the gunfire resumed, Wei Long was directly stunned. Why? You're not afraid of bullets? Looking at Chen Yang, who was so close, clearly also covered by gunfire, but somehow remained unscathed despite having a lower enhancement level, Wei Long felt utterly defeated. Are you stupid? There's something called a bulletproof vest in this world. Chen Yang, who had been hunching his neck to protect his head, kicked Wei Long down to the ground in frustration. Although he wasn't injured, due to the protection of the biological battle armor, the feeling of being thoroughly beaten without the ability to fight back was still very unpleasant for Chen Yang. Otherwise, in this wasteland world, he might find himself in situations where he needed to use his fists more often. He couldn't possibly get beaten up every time he encountered someone of similar strength, right? How could he continue living like that? He wasn't a masochist. If he ended up getting beaten every time a fight broke out, wouldn't he just become the team's tank? That certainly didn't align with his aesthetic. Meanwhile, Wei Long, who was kicked down by Chen Yang, was already extremely pale due to severe blood loss. Feeling the rapid depletion of power within him, Wei Long found the situation absurd. It turned out, black skin hadn't betrayed me. I never expected that I, Wei Long, would die because of my own misjudgment. Huh? What did you say your name was? Chen Yang was taken aback and asked in astonishment, "You don't know my name? You live in the territory of Grey Mouse Town, and yet you don't know my name?" Even as he faced imminent death, Wei Long still became angry upon realizing that Chen Yang didn't know his name. Why must one know your name just because they live in the territory of Grey Mouse Town? Chen Yang loket buff fled. Because I am the ruler of Grey Mouse Town. I am a master of Grey Mouse Town. I can decide the life and death of everyone in Grey Mouse Town. Looking at Wei Long's excited expression, Chen Yang impatiently kicked Wei Long in the face. Bang. Stop wasting time. Just tell me your name. What's the use of all this nonsense? Chen Yang rolled his eyes and said, My name is Wei Long. TSK, you really have a name like a spicy strip. I thought I heard it wrong. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you, Xiaolu. Give me the gun. I'll kill him. Chen Yang turned to Li Lu and said, Huh? Boss, don't you feel uncomfortable? Li Lu picked up an automatic rifle and handed it to Chen Yang while asking, uncomfortable or not, I still have to do it. Just like you said, in this world, it's either killing or being killed. You have to get used to it. If you don't want to be killed, you have to learn to kill. Chen Yang said as he raised the automatic rifle, pointing the barrel at Wei Long's head. So close to death, Wei Long suddenly realized that he did not feel afraid at all. He had hoped that his life would be extraordinary, at least leaving a loud name on this land. But the reality was that not only had he failed to leave a name here, but even in the territory of Grey Mouse Town, there were still people who did not know his name. His life had turned out to be so dull, so sad. The sound of bullets firing echoed as Wei Long's head was directly turned into a shattered watermelon. Chapter 86, One-Sided Massacre. After emptying an entire magazine, Chen Yang finally released his finger from the trigger. His face looked a bit pale, and the feeling of nausea in his stomach was even stronger than when he had personally broken the neck of the black-skinned man. He directly threw the automatic rifle to the ground, then turned around and bent over, finally vomiting. Wei Long's head had been blown to bits by a burst of bullets. The mixed red and white liquid, along with a distinctive fishy smell, made Chen Yang feel extremely uncomfortable, coupled with the excessively bloody scene. Anyone who had not experienced it before would indeed suffer a huge shock upon suddenly witnessing such a sight. It was precisely because of seeing such scenes too often. The stimulation was too severe, causing a certain degree of psychological trauma. Chen Yang certainly understood the feeling of killing with his own hands. It would undoubtedly affect his emotions. Both physiologically and psychologically, he would experience pressure because of it. However, he still had to do it, as he needed to establish his own base in this wasteland world, and similar events would surely occur frequently in the future. He had to get used to the feeling of killing and the way of responding with violence. This world had no laws, no morals. The only rule was survival of the fittest. Although being strong might lead to a bad death, being weak would definitely lead to a miserable life. If he had to choose between a miserable life and a miserable death, Chen Yang did not think this choice was difficult. Only by living passionately could one die gracefully and calmly. After vomiting for a while, Chen Yang finally felt a bit better. He glanced again at Wei Long's shattered head, and his already emptied stomach stirred violently once more. To fully adapt to this feeling of bloodshed and killing, it seemed, he still needed time. Our people on the road should have already made their move, right? The gunshots here are quite loud. Although those Grey Mouse gang members are a bit far away, they should still be able to hear it. Gently rubbing his stomach, Chen Yang straightened up and asked, Don't worry, as soon as we start shooting here, They will definitely make their move at the same time over there. Our people are all at the 3rd tier enhancement level, and their hearing is much better than ordinary people's. A sudden ambush will definitely go smoothly, Li Lu said confidently. In fact, this was indeed the case. Hundreds of Gray Mouse gang members exerted all their strength to keep up with the frontrunner, Wei Long. As a result, the hundreds of people split into several different formations. The few 2nd-tier enhancers were closest to Wei Long, followed by a group of 1st-tier enhancers, and at the back were the ordinary Gray Mouse gang members. This not only further divided the strength of the Gray Mouse gang members, but also, in their eagerness to catch up with their leader, left them panting and exhausted, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. Although the number of Gray Mouse D survivors was at a disadvantage, each survivor had completed the injection of the 3rd-tier enhancement potion. Even if they had not yet had time to digest and absorb it, their physical strength exceeded the limits of 2nd-tier enhancement. In a state of ambush and waiting for the enemy, with both intent and unintentional actions, their ambush against this group of Gray Mouse gang members was very successful. The Gray Mouse gang members could not even organize an effective counterattack and fell into disarray under the assault of the Gray Mouse D survivors. After all, they were just a rabble, gathered by circumstance. They lived their days by bullying others, and their cohesion was nearly negligible. Their so-called combat quality was close to zero, and once they encountered a relatively tough situation, there would naturally be little will to resist. Faced with a sudden attack from the Gray Mouse D survivors, the scene quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Even those Gray Mouse gang members armed with guns wished they could throw away their firearms to lighten their load and run faster. Unfortunately, the previous desperate rush had exhausted their strength, and now, wanting to flee desperately, how could they escape from a group of 3rd-tier enhancers? In just over 10 minutes, the several battlefields that had been separated declared the end of the fighting. At this moment, Chen Yang, accompanied by Li Lu and several other Gray Mouse D survivors, arrived. Seeing the Gray Mouse D members who had ambushed here cleaning up the battlefield, Chen Yang took a deep breath, trying to appear calm and composed. The scene was somewhat gruesome. The Gray Mouse D survivors were filled with hatred towards these Gray Mouse gang members, who had oppressed and humiliated them in their daily lives. And even worse situations had occurred. Therefore, when faced with the opportunity to take revenge on the Gray Mouse gang members, their actions indeed seemed a bit extreme. Not a single Gray Mouse gang member's body was intact. Various severed limbs and broken arms were scattered everywhere, forcing Chen Yang, who had just emptied his stomach, to exert great willpower to control himself. Did all the Gray Mouse gang members get eliminated? Did anyone escape? Chen Yang asked, "Did you kill them all?" At first, those guys from the Gray Rat Party tried to escape, but their speed was far inferior to ours. There was no way they could outrun our pursuit. Later, they realized this problem and wanted to gather together to fight us to the death, but by then it was already too late. This battle was satisfying. Those guys from the Gray Rat Party had oppressed us severely in the past, and we finally vented our anger. A survivor from the Gray Rat D who was in charge of leading the team came up to Chen Yang's side and said happily. Chen Yang continued to ask, "Is there any news?" "Yes, boss. We specifically kept a few alive and interrogated them carefully. The conclusions we got from their mouths were all similar, so it should be true. We ended up killing those few as well. According to them, there are only about 200 members of the Gray Mouse gang left in Gray Mouse Town, with no 2nd-tier enhancers, only more than 30 1st-tier enhancers. And the leader is a 3rd-tier enhancer. Adding those we just killed, that is almost the entire strength of the Gray Mouse gang. Good, gather the troops. Let's strike while the iron is hot and eliminate the remaining Gray Mouse gang members. Then we will directly occupy Gray Mouse Town. Let Gray Mouse Town become the first satellite base of our main base. Once the objective is completed, I will distribute a month's worth of food supplies to everyone as an extra bonus." Chen Yang waved his hand and commanded loudly, "Long live the boss." All the surviving members of the Gray Mouse Party around him cheered in unison. Full of energy, they began to organize their gear and set off towards Gray Mouse Town with great confidence. Chapter 87. Getting used to killing at this moment. The atmosphere in Gray Mouse Town was somewhat tense, with Wei Long taking a large number of personnel away from the town. The 3rd-tier enhancer he left behind to guard the place immediately arranged for the remaining members of the Gray Mouse Party to patrol the town in pairs. To ensure that this patrol had enough deterrent power, the third-tier enhancer made concentrated deployments. A total of 102-person patrol teams were formed, with one person in each team carrying a firearm, while the other held a machete, ready to respond to any potential emergencies. Under normal circumstances, nothing would happen. The Gray Mouse Party had ruled Gray Mouse Town for several years, during which they established a solid foundation and a fearsome reputation. It was unlikely that the survivors in Gray Mouse Town would muster the courage to resist the Gray Mouse Party's rule. However, special situations required special treatment. With Wei Long taking at least 60% of their personnel away, the forces left in Gray Mouse Town were clearly insufficient. If someone intended to create chaos at this moment, it could indeed become quite troublesome. So being cautious had its merits. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the third-tier enhancer left behind felt increasingly uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. The last time he felt such heart palpitations was when the three brothers encountered a mutant. That time, their leader was lost forever, leaving him and the youngest brother behind. Hopefully, this time it was just his overthinking. In the area controlled by the Gray Mouse Party, no one could pose a threat to their boss Wei Long. The third-tier enhancer silently encouraged himself. He glanced at the few most beautiful women in Gray Mouse Town he had specifically chosen, but for a moment, he felt no emotion. Irritated, he waved his hand to signal the women to quickly leave his sight, then put on his clothes, picked up his large-caliber handgun, and turned to leave the house. He decided to patrol the town until Wei Long returned triumphantly. Then he could indulge himself afterward. As for now, the intense feeling of unease made it impossible for him to enjoy anything, and he truly felt no pleasure. Just as he stepped out of the house and had not yet decided which direction to patrol, gunshots suddenly rang out nearby. His heart tightened, and the third-tier enhancer instinctively rushed toward the sound of the gunfire. After a while, he saw several bodies of Gray Mouse Party members, along with a round head carelessly tossed aside on the road. Although the head was mangled beyond recognition, he could still identify it as Wei Long's from the features between the brows. Boom! The third-tier enhancer felt his mind go blank. Wei Long was dead, their leader with fifth-tier enhancement power. Just like that, what on earth happened? Before he had any time to think, a figure suddenly charged in front of him, pressing a handgun against his head. The gun's muzzle was obviously still hot from having just fired, and the moment it touched his forehead, it jolted him out of his daze. His body tensed up instinctively, and he wanted to plead for mercy. But he never expected that the other party wouldn't give him such an opportunity. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the third-tier enhancer's vision went black as he instantly lost all consciousness. A single bullet shattered the head of this third-tier enhancer, and Chen Yang continued to adapt to the uncomfortable feeling. In order to quickly familiarize himself with the act of killing and to get used to facing such bloody scenes, he did not hide in the back during this operation in Gray Mouse Town, but instead took the lead. One must be tough on oneself. Otherwise, if one remains in a state of comfort and hides in their comfort zone, it wouldn't take long before they become useless. Without even glancing at the corpse of the third-tier enhancer, Chen Yang strode forward, continuing to search for the remaining Gray Mouse Party members in Gray Mouse Town. Many survivors in Gray Mouse Town watched this scene with cold indifference, showing no emotional inclination towards Chen Yang and his group's actions of seeking out and killing the Gray Mouse Party members. Although the Gray Mouse Party had oppressed them greatly, these survivors, struggling to survive in the wasteland, understood one principle: all rulers are basically the same. Changing the group in power in Gray Mouse Town wouldn't necessarily result in better governance than what the Gray Mouse Party provided. However, someone soon recognized Li Lu's identity. When the survivors of Gray Mouse Town discovered that the unexpected guests attacking the Gray Mouse Party members were not outsiders, but from a subordinate settlement, their original indifference and hostility towards them lessened significantly. After all, everyone was living under the oppression of the Gray Mouse Party, and they could at least empathize with each other's plight, though they were unsure of what had happened. Since the subordinate settlement suddenly possessed the power to resist and even overthrow the Gray Mouse Party's rule, it seemed like a good thing. The situation couldn't possibly be worse than living under the Gray Mouse Party's rule, right? In an instant, these survivors of Gray Mouse Town joined in the effort to help Chen Yang and his group search for the Gray Mouse Party remnants. They quickly found themselves caught up in a people's war, leaving the remaining members of the Gray Mouse Party nowhere to hide. In just over half an hour, all the Gray Mouse Party members were completely wiped out by Chen Yang and his team, with the help of the survivors of Gray Mouse Town. We need to temporarily take over the entire Gray Mouse Town. Otherwise, without a force to maintain order, the more than 10,000 people here might instantly fall into chaos and madness, which does not align with our interests. Since we aim to develop Gray Mouse Town into a satellite base, maintaining at least a minimal order is essential. After dealing with the Gray Mouse Party, Chen Yang pulled Li Lu to stand in front of the house that originally belonged to Wei Long in the center of Gray Mouse Town and said, "Our manpower is probably insufficient. More than 200 people to control the entire Gray Mouse Town is indeed a bit difficult." Li Lu hesitated as she spoke. Chen Yang said fiercely, "Chapter 88, Great Ambition." Li Lu nodded and said. Chen Yang spoke up. Li Lu asked, "Of course, Gray Mouse Town has already taken shape, and the cost of overthrowing and rebuilding it would be too high. Moreover, this place looks messy. Do you like it?" Chen Yang retorted, "Actually, I liked it here quite a bit before you showed up. No matter how chaotic it is, it's still tidier than our Gray Mouse D. Plus, there are more people and opportunities here, and many more transactions can be made, which is definitely better than our subordinate settlements." Li Lu said somewhat shyly, "That was in the past. Now that I'm here, it's different. Rather than wasting time trying to rebuild in a place like Gray Mouse Town, it's better to create on our own blank canvas. The time and labor costs are disproportionate. We don't need to waste time in Gray Mouse Town." Chen Yang put his arm around Li Lu's shoulder and continued, "Moreover, at the moment, the resources I can provide cannot meet the needs of tens of thousands of people. This means we cannot fully absorb this population and make all of them our employees. Since it's impossible to have absolute control, the significance of this population in the short term is limited. We should focus on the construction of the base, solidifying its foundation so that it becomes our cornerstone. As for here," Chen Yang turned his head and looked around before continuing. "Here, we just need to ensure basic order. The survivors of Gray Rat Town will take care of themselves. We can select some representatives from among them to form a temporary administrative department to manage all affairs of Gray Rat Town. This administrative department can establish its own armed forces to ensure the high degree of autonomy of Gray Rat Town. We will maintain the highest control over Gray Rat Town, establish our liaison office there, and select qualified individuals to become employees to continuously replenish our base. In other words, we will treat Gray Rat Town as an incubation pool, mainly to cultivate our reserve forces, while also facilitating communication with the outside world through Gray Rat Town. The base under construction will serve as our headquarters, and only those who become our employees will be qualified to go there." Li Lu nodded and said, "Understood. I will try to get this done in the next couple of days. I know some people in Gray Rat Town who can step forward to establish this administrative organization. With us as their armed support, everything should go smoothly. After all, for the people of Gray Rat Town, it makes no difference whether they are ruled by us or by the Gray Rat Party. As long as they can have something to eat and barely survive, they won't have much objection." Chen Yang reached out and ruffled Li Lu's hair, saying, "Our goal is not merely to ensure that the survivors under our control barely survive. From the very beginning, my expectations have never been that low. I hope that our controlled area can become an Eden in this wasteland. For those living within our control area, mere sustenance should no longer be their pursuit and goal. I hope that people can gradually return to the way of life they had before the great disaster. I want the issues they consider in the future to no longer be whether they can eat enough, but rather what exactly they should eat. Achieving such a goal will be very difficult and will take a lot of time. It might even be possible that no matter how hard we try, we ultimately cannot accomplish it. But we must strive for it, because only by trying can we have a chance of success. By relying on our own efforts and moving towards that goal, one day, our dreams will become reality." "Yes, boss. I still need to arrange for someone to go to the other subordinate settlements to inform them about this matter. We must prevent anyone from taking advantage of the lack of information flow to exploit other subordinate settlements. This passionate emotion can be infectious. At least, seeing Li Lu so full of spirit makes Chen Yang fond of her." Zhang Ailing's quote seems to not have covered everything. The fastest way to a woman's heart is likely also the fastest way to a man's heart. Clearly, this is not a one-way street. Chen Yang entered He Jinyan's room. The house was not fully completed yet, but He Jinyan had already moved many of his belongings in. So normal experiments and potion preparations could actually be carried out in this room. As Chen Yang walked in, He Jinyan, who was in the middle of an experiment, just glanced up and then returned his attention to his work, casually saying, "It's resolved, but, Dr. He, we need to have a serious talk." Chen Yang came to He Jinyan's side and said seriously. He Jinyan was taken aback for a moment, looked at Chen Yang's expression, and could only stop his work and ask, "What do you want to talk about?" "About the specific details of our cooperation." Chapter 89, Strengthening the Upper Limit. I thought we had already discussed these things before. He Jinyan shrugged, gestured for Chen Yang to take a seat, and turned to pour Chen Yang a glass of clear water. In a wasteland world, completely unpolluted clear water is also a very scarce resource. The previous discussions were too vague. This time, regarding the actions of the Grey Mouse Party, I found that your level of cooperation is not very high, which worries me. Chen Yang said frankly, "Are you referring to my unwillingness to get involved in the conflict between you and the Grey Mouse Party?" He Jianni asked. "That's right. I can understand some of your thoughts, but since we have reached an intention to cooperate, even if you don't want to participate in the conflict, you shouldn't act completely like an outsider." Chen Yang nodded and said, "Well, perhaps my actions did not take your feelings into account, which led to some misunderstandings. If that's the case, I apologize." He Jianyang inclined his body slightly towards Chen Yang and continued. "What needs to be explained is that the reason I appeared completely uninterested in this matter is twofold. First, I wanted to assess your capabilities. Second, in my opinion, the Grey Rat Party poses no threat to you at all, even if their leader is a fifth-tier enhancer. After all, I have given you a piece of biological armor. That armor is enough for you to have the capability to confront that fifth-tier enhancer. Now, we have been hoping to purchase weapons through you, but you have never provided us with the weapons we need. How do you explain this? With your status, it shouldn't be a problem for you to buy some weapons in that medium-sized settlement, right?" Chen Yang frowned and asked, "Indeed, if I were to buy weapons, the force controlling that medium-sized settlement would certainly give me face. But the problem is, how do I prevent them from becoming suspicious? A physician from the medical association, even if in need of weapons, can completely apply through internal channels of the medical association. The weapons that can be obtained would far exceed what can be purchased in that medium-sized settlement." He Jinyan spread his hands and continued, "Moreover, the quantity of weapons you need isn't just enough to arm 1 or 2 people, but to arm a full 200. Such a large-scale demand for weapons does not align with my professional identity. Although I want to conduct my own research, I still don't want to lose my skin unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, all my actions, at least on the surface, must conform to the image of the medical association, so as not to raise too much suspicion or association. The association is not a monolith. There are various intrigues and power struggles everywhere. Where there are people, there are conflicts, especially in a large organization like the medical association. I cannot let anyone catch me off guard. So the channel I use to help you purchase weapons is not through that medium-sized settlement, nor through our medical association, but through arms dealers. Although buying weapons from arms dealers will be much more expensive, at least their service is very good. They basically deliver to your door and never meddle in your affairs. So you don't have to worry about attracting trouble." Listening to He Jinyan's explanation, Chen Yang couldn't help but scratch his head, realizing that he seemed to have misunderstood this Dr. He, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. "Arms dealers, were they?" After clearing his throat, half curious and half to change the topic, Chen Yang asked, "You don't know? Most arms dealers in the wasteland come from top forces equivalent to our medical association, the Red Legion. However, compared to our medical association's lawful neutrality, the Red Legion leans towards lawful evil. It is said to be a huge organization established by a group of soldiers before the Great Cataclysm, possessing absolutely formidable armed forces." He Jinyan looked at Chen Yang with curiosity and continued, "They control many underground shelters established before the Great Cataclysm, so their resource reserves are quite astonishing. Their technological capabilities are also well preserved, and they have their own research system, continuously conducting in-depth research in various fields based on the needs of the Legion. The Red Legion sells its obsolete equipment through subordinate arms dealers to various places in the wasteland. Although these equipments are at least several generations behind the configurations of the Red Legion itself, They're all real hot commodities in the wasteland. Don't mention medium-sized settlements. Even the forces that can control large settlements have main armed personnel whose equipment is at most at this level. Therefore, obtaining weapons from them would allow your own weapons and equipment to surpass those of medium-sized settlements. Those things are also high-end goods that cannot be bought in medium-sized settlements. Chen Yang nodded in realization and awkwardly said, "Thank you, I really didn't know these things before." It seems there are quite a few things you don't know. So, do you also not know that everyone has a limit when injecting enhancement agents? He looked at Chen Yang with some exasperation and asked, "Huh, there's a limit? Why?" Chen Yang really didn't know this, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because everyone's physical potential is different and the degree of pollution varies, there will be deviations in the absorption limits of enhancement agents. Normally, for enhancement agents below the 5th level, as long as there is enough time, anyone can ensure complete absorption. Realizing that Chen Yang was truly unaware, He could only helplessly continue to explain. However, for enhancement agents above the 6th level, complete absorption cannot be achieved merely by relying on time. According to our research and experiments at the Doctors Association, the vast majority of ordinary people in the wasteland, due to severe radiation pollution, have a 5th level as their enhancement level limit. Only a few individuals with exceptionally strong physical potential can break through this limit. Conversely, those who have been exposed to less radiation pollution have higher limits, with individuals possessing a 9th level limit being extremely rare. Therefore, if you plan to use ample food resources to exchange for an overall increase in strength, there are actually considerable limitations. Chen Yang blinked and frowned, saying, "Is it because the body is contaminated by radiation that it can't absorb the effects of high-level enhancement potions? Then, what if we give ordinary people the healing potion first, and then the enhancement potion? After all, the effect of a healing potion is to treat all cellular-level ailments in the body, right?" Hearing Chen Yang's words, He was stunned on the spot. He stared blankly at Chen Yang, momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't quite know how to express his feelings. If he had to sum it up in one sentence, it would be, "What a ridiculous idea. What kind of divine thought is this?" Chapter 90. Relatively precious, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my idea? Chen Yang asked, feeling a bit guilty as he looked at He Jianyan's strange expression. Ahem. Is there a problem? Do you know the value of the healing potion? He Jianyan looked at Chen Yang with a crazy expression and asked, I don't know. I exchanged a total of 2 healing potions from you before, both of which Xiao Lu traded for, but she didn't tell me the exchange price. Chen Yang shook his head and said, as for the enhancement potions above the 7th tier, they all belong to the category of high-level goods. Not only do I not have any stock in my shop, but I don't even have any materials to concoct the potions. Even so, your beautiful confidant has taken nearly 1,000 enhancement potions from me. With nearly 1,000 enhancement potions, there are only 2 healing potions. Do you understand? He sighed and continued. Although healing potions cannot make a person stronger, their ability to treat cellular mutations keeps their value high. Ordinary people naturally do not need healing potions, nor can they afford them. Those who can afford healing potions and also need them are enough to drive up the price. Compared to enhancement potions, the value of healing potions is roughly equivalent to that of a 9th tier enhancement potion. If you were to execute your idea, it would be like using the resources of 2 sets of 9th tier enhancement potions, but only cultivating 1 9th tier enhanced individual. Such extravagant behavior is something even our medical association would never do. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows, finally understanding He Jianyan's meaning. After all, it all boiled down to the fact that the resources in the wasteland world were too scarce. Moreover, what can 9th tier enhanced person do? Faced with ordinary people, a 9th tier enhanced person was indeed a godlike existence. However, compared to an evolved being, even a 9th tier enhanced person seemed like a child. It was simply too costly to spend a large amount of resources to train a 9th tier enhanced person. He took a deep breath and continued, saying that for top forces and those super large factions, only evolved beings were the core and foundation of their power, while enhanced individuals were merely a kind of consumable precious resource. Chen Yang did not ask about the evolvers. After all, he was only a 4th level enhancer. and worrying about such distant issues was quite meaningless. However, listening to He Jianian's musings, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Yang's mind. The high value of various potions in the wasteland world, aside from the intentional control by the Doctors Association, was undoubtedly due to the relatively low production, which must be one of the important reasons. The only explanation for why this seemingly mature potion manufacturing scheme still had relatively low output could only be insufficient raw material supply. That great catastrophe had almost destroyed all the civilizations built by humanity, turning the entire planet into a vast ruin and garbage dump. In this situation, the planet's ecology continued to be completely destroyed, naturally resulting in the extinction of numerous plants and animals. This should be the source of the insufficient raw material supply problem. But these issues did not exist in his world. Despite the 200-year gap, this temporal dimension could only bring differences in the levels of human civilization. The native materials existing on this planet would not change. So, what if he could procure various raw materials needed for the potions from his world? With He Jianian here, there should be no problem with the preparation and manufacturing of the potions, right? His world had not suffered such severe destruction, and looking back 200 years, the number of species that existed was certainly far greater than it was now. Therefore, no matter how one thought about it, procuring raw materials from his world would undoubtedly be much simpler than in the current wasteland world, and the resources consumed would probably be less as well, right? Of course, this also had to consider the differing food value between the two worlds. The objectively existing food exchange rate might smooth out the trade differences in resources. After pondering for a while stroking his chin, Chen Yang realized that he had been so absorbed in thought that he had neglected He Jianian in front of him. Seeing He Jianian looking at him with a strange expression, Chen Yang awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Dr. He, would it be convenient for you to provide me with a list of the raw materials needed to manufacture these potions? Perhaps I can think of a way to address the raw materials." "Oh, do you have other channels for obtaining raw materials?" He Jianian immediately became interested. He was still unclear about the specifics of which raw materials were needed. Chen Yang shrugged. "The list of raw materials can certainly be given to you, because the process of formulating pharmaceuticals is actually very complex and cumbersome. Just knowing the raw materials is not enough. The proportions of various materials in relation to each other, as well as the temperature and environment for mixing and the requirements for other matters, are what truly matter." "It's just that." He Jianian hesitated. "Just what?" Chen Yang asked. "It's like this. Even the same medicinal material can have different effects due to different growing environments. Even if the differences are minor, they can lead to contradictory results in the formulation of medicines. Therefore, the raw materials you obtain through your channels may not necessarily be useful." He Jianian replied, "I see. That's all right. Let's give it a try. After all, you need to conduct various studies, right? The demand for these raw materials must be significant. If they can be used, then use them. If not, it's still fine for your research." Chen Yang said nonchalantly, "All right, I'll prepare a list of the required herbs for you. To be honest, I'm starting to feel a bit fortunate to be working with you. If you can really get a large supply of herbal materials, and if your channels can provide more than just enough food, that would mean a lot to me." He Jianian smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. As time goes on, you'll find that what I can offer you goes far beyond just food and herbs. I assure you that the decision to collaborate with me will be the smartest and most correct decision of your life." Chen Yang smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it." He Jianian nodded seriously. Chapter 91, Painful Growth. When I returned to my own world, it was around 7 in the evening. Despite the successful attack on the Grey Rat Gang, the subsequent takeover of Grey Rat Town and a series of follow-up issues were quite troublesome. Chen Yang cannot throw all the tasks to Li Lu, as many matters need the boss's decision. The positive aspect is that the residents of Grey Mouse Town did not show any resistance to the fact that their situation had changed drastically, especially after hearing Chen Yang announce the new regulations. Almost all the residents of Grey Mouse Town immediately expressed great enthusiasm and heartfelt support for the new rulers led by Chen Yang. This is because Chen Yang not only announced a new management method for Grey Mouse Town as high degree of autonomy, but also declared that the residents would no longer have to pay any food taxes. In other words, from now on, although the base will provide protection and military support to Grey Mouse Town, The town will not need to pay food as tax. Whatever food the residents of Gray Mouse Town obtain will completely belong to them. Therefore, Chen Yang's decision undoubtedly means that the residents of Gray Mouse Town have gained an additional 30 to 40 in food yields. This is a significant increase for any ordinary survivor, although this food originally belonged to them. Under the food offensive, the enthusiasm of the residents of Gray Mouse Town was completely mobilized. Li Lu and others encountered almost no obstacles and successfully completed the overall takeover of Gray Mouse Town, selecting the first administrative personnel of Gray Mouse Town that afternoon. Besides Li Lu as the representative of the base, serving as the mayor of Gray Mouse Town, 5 other individuals were selected from the residents to form a joint meeting for Gray Mouse Town. Additionally, with the establishment of other structures and subsequent personnel selection, the daily affairs of Gray Mouse Town will be categorized and managed by those 5 individuals. If matters arise that may involve the entire Gray Mouse Town, a meeting of the Joint Committee will be held for discussion, with a final judgment and decision made by Li Lu as the mayor. According to Li Lu's estimate, the adjustment and new planning of the management structure for Gray Mouse Town will take about 3 to 5 days to be fully established and operational. The survivors in the wasteland are actually much more compliant than those in Chen Yang's world. In the face of survival pressure, few survivors emphasize so-called individuality or human rights. As long as they can survive, they do not care about anything else. As for the other settlements under Gray Mouse Town, they also became Chen Yang's territory along with Gray Mouse Town. However, the takeover of those settlements was not as smooth as that of Gray Mouse Town. Seeing that Gray Mouse Town was taken over by Gray Mouse D's people, some individuals in those settlements indeed developed inappropriate thoughts. Of course, the survivors of Gray Mouse D would show no mercy or compassion towards such deluded individuals. In such a short time, since Chen Yang arrived at Gray Mouse D, he has changed the fate of everyone there, igniting a renewed sense of expectation and hope for the future among every survivor of Gray Mouse D. In the eyes of these survivors, Chen Yang has become their faith. Naturally, they would not allow anything that could potentially affect Chen Yang's plans to happen. After a few small-scale bloody suppressions, the subordinate settlements finally began to wake up. They started to accept the reorganization from Gray Mouse D without any resistance. On this land, bullets and fists are always more useful than reason. As Gray Mouse Town and the subordinate settlements were incorporated into their sphere of influence, it became quite inappropriate for the base to continue using the name Gray Mouse D. Therefore, after much deliberation, Chen Yang, along with Li Lu and several higher-ranking survivors from Gray Mouse D, decided to officially rename the Gray Mouse D base to Dawn Base, symbolizing a new beginning. From now on, any external affairs involving the base and its subordinate territories would also refer to themselves by the name Dawn. Stretching, Chen Yang looked out the window of his bedroom. The night, which should have been pitch black, was instead filled with the dazzling neon lights of the bustling city. Having killed many and been busy all day, Chen Yang felt an unusual mental fatigue. Particularly, the gruesome scenes of those who died were deeply imprinted in his mind, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he could see them clearly. This state made Chen Yang a bit anxious. Fortunately, he was not living in the wasteland world all the time. Otherwise, he worried that if this killing continued for too long, his mental state might truly deteriorate. If he could repeatedly endure and adapt to this, it wouldn't take long before he could hone a truly resilient mind, right? But this process would likely be very painful. After all, killing was something that he could not find joy in. But regardless of how painful it was, it had to be done. When a person continually grows through suffering, it actually means they are on the path to success. Taking a piece of paper from his pocket, which contained the medicinal materials written by Hijinian, he found a list filled with traditional Chinese medicine names like acanthopanax bark, planago seeds, eukamia bark, dried tangerine peel, and isatis root. What intrigued Chen Yang the most was that Hijinian had specifically marked 2 key medicinal materials, dandelion and sunflower. Due to the cataclysm, sunlight could no longer directly reach the surface, leading to the near extinction of dandelions and sunflowers globally. However, the powerful medicines developed by the Medical Association required dandelions and sunflowers, which caused their value in the wasteland world to reach an extraordinary level. In short, The medicinal materials listed on the paper were not rare goods. After all, the medicinal materials in his world had certainly not been contaminated by radiation, so it was uncertain whether they would be useful. Chapter 92. Personality Clash. After calculating the food reserves, he discovered that following the conflict with the Grey Mouse Party, due to the promise of providing an additional month's worth of food as a bonus to base members, there was a noticeable shortage in the original food supply. Chen Yang directly called Chen Yang, asking him to expand production capacity, doubling the original monthly order demand from 300,000 to 600,000. He mentioned that he would visit Wanghai City next week to ship a batch of food recently produced by Chen Yang's factory. Although Chen Yang was puzzled by Chen Yang's request to expand production within such a short time, he readily agreed. This was because Chen Yang was different from other clients. He was the kind of miraculous client who paid all the goods in advance. For Chen Yang, every order from Chen Yang posed no risk whatsoever. It was purely profit. After all, Chen Yang had no specific requirements for the food itself and adopted a completely laid-back attitude, saying that as long as it wouldn't kill someone, it was a qualified product. Such a request was practically no requirement for a food factory. Therefore, no matter how strange Chen Yang's requests were, Chen Yang wouldn't ask further and would do his best to fulfill them. After hanging up with Chen Yang, Chen Yang felt no drowsiness. The mental fatigue made him eager to vent. As for Li Lu, he had been too busy during the day, only managing to find time to meet with her once in the morning, and had no opportunity from afternoon to evening. Logically, for a normal person, that would be enough. However, with Chen Yang's current 4th-level enhanced body, once the desire arose, it often couldn't be resolved with just 1 or 2 instances. Frowning, he took a cold shower, and just as he stepped out of the bathroom, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone to see a familiar, yet unfamiliar number on the screen. It was familiar because he had firmly etched this number in his mind, so despite having all his acquaintances' numbers saved, this one was not recorded. It felt unfamiliar because this number hadn't called him in over a year. Thus, seeing it suddenly appear on his phone screen made Chen Yang feel a bit dazed. Although not much time had passed, why did it feel like ages had gone by? Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang pressed the answer button, and Feng Jia's voice came through the earpiece. Yangzi, do you have time? I'm at the Muse bar on Deshing Street by myself. Want to come and have a couple of drinks? Her voice sounded a bit lonely. Chen Yang instinctively wanted to refuse, but the words came out of his mouth as if compelled. Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang was momentarily stunned, a hint of self-mockery appearing on his face, but he quickly got dressed and left the house. His feelings towards Feng Jia were still somewhat complex. Although, purely in terms of looks, Feng Jia was not as striking as Shu Ye and Li Lu, and even compared to Lu Charin and Zhou Dandan, there was some distance. However, Feng Jia was his genuine first love. Men often carry some unforgettable emotions and unresolved regrets regarding their true first love. Under the influence of these feelings, men tend to act irrationally when facing their first love. After getting into the car and telling the driver where to go, Chen Yang leaned back in the rear seat, staring blankly out the window. The rush hour had already passed, so despite the traffic being heavy, it was not congested. In a place like the capital, you can never expect the streets to be empty. Even late at night, there are still many young people, excited and reckless, walking down dangerous paths, never hesitating to indulge their bodies. After more than half an hour, the taxi stopped outside the news bar on Dishing Street. In fact, it was not yet the bar's official opening hours, so the news bar seemed a bit deserted and not many cars were parked outside. Chen Yang quickly found Feng Jia at the bar after he entered. He directly sat down next to her and saw that she already had a drink. So he ordered the same drink from the bartender. Pretending to be casual, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Feng Jia replied, "Yeah, I'm feeling down." Chen Yang responded, "Oh, I see. That's not great. What are you planning to do next?" Chen Yang paused for a moment and then asked, "Let's take it one step at a time. The locals in the capital find it hard to appreciate girls like us from outside. If it's just for fun, they're willing, but once it comes to marriage, they all run away faster than the last." Chen Yang was a bit unsure of how to respond. He still had feelings for Feng Jia, but after more than a year apart, those feelings had changed and no longer carried the desire to get back together. Looking at Feng Jia from an objective perspective, Chen Yang realized that although she was a good girl, she was just too pragmatic and too rational. This personality didn't match well with his own. In a sense, he was somewhat of an idealist. So, are you still going to class reunion tomorrow? Chen Yang asked. Are you going? Of course I'm going. Jiang Jinglong called everyone in our class who chose to stay in Beijing to develop. These people can definitely become useful connections in the future. Feng Jie naturally replied. As expected, it's still the same Feng Jia. No changes at all. Chen Yang smiled and nodded, shifting the topic to life and work. He accompanied Feng Jia for drinks until after 9 o'clock, and their small gathering only came to an end when more people began to fill the bar. Since Feng Jia was already slightly drunk, Chen Yang was worried about her safety, so he took a taxi and sent her back to her rented place. It was located in an urban village in the city center. Compared to the prosperity of the capital itself, this place felt like another world. After paying the fare and getting out of the car, he supported Feng Jia, but they hadn't walked far when suddenly 4 men surrounded them. Judging by their lewd demeanor, they were clearly local thugs, and Chen Yang couldn't help but frown slightly, stopping in his tracks. Chapter 93. Yuzhou, although it is one of the top 4 cities in the country, and despite the modernization reaching a truly world-class level, the capital is simply too large. With a total area exceeding 16,000 square kilometers, the area of the urban district alone exceeds 1,000 square kilometers. Over the past few decades of tremendous change, the capital has undergone a complete transformation, renovated inside and out. However, the historical evolution often brings some lingering issues, and various reasons combined have resulted in parts of the urban area, despite its skyrocketing land prices, still having some land that hasn't been truly utilized and developed. For example, the urban village where Feng Jia rents, clearly within the 4th Ring Road, yet it still consists of block after block of small bungalows. The location is quite good, and transportation is very convenient, but the living conditions in these bungalows are really poor, making it difficult to charge a high rent. Therefore, such urban villages are favored by some people, which also leads to a very complex flow of people within these areas. What is more exaggerated is that the urban village itself missed out on the dividends of urban reform and development, and without undergoing old city renovation. The living facilities here are very backward. Although there are no issues with water and electricity supply, over 70% of the streetlights within the urban village are broken, and there are no surveillance cameras installed. It sounds like a breeding ground for crime, and in fact, it is. Each year, around 50,000 criminal offenses occur in the capital, and at least half of them take place in such urban villages. Although the majority of these 50,000 criminal offenses are minor. Serious cases involving loss of life occur only about 200 times a year, but this ratio is still enough to be alarming. Previously, although Chen Yang was aware of these figures, living on campus kept him completely insulated from these dark sides. So he merely listened to the numbers without feeling any particular sentiment. Those things felt too distant, and contemplating them would only waste time. However, now, it seemed that such a crime was about to unfold right in front of him, especially when the 4 men pulled out folding knives from their pockets. TSK, Miss Feng, what a life you lead. We've been waiting for you in the cold wind for hours. And you went out to have fun with a man? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? The leading man said while playing with the knife in his hand. In a mocking tone, Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. His body, enhanced to the 4th level, allowed him to completely disregard such cold weapons. Not to mention that it was just an ordinary folding knife. Even if the man in front of him wielded a large cleaver and struck him directly with force, it would at most leave a white mark on the surface of his skin. Who are they? Do you know them? Chen Yang turned to Feng Jia beside him and asked. The Loan Shark Company. Feng Jia bit her lip, the effects of the alcohol fading a bit, and she looked at the few men with some annoyance and said, I've already explained to you, Li Mengnan is just my roommate. I have no relationship with her at all. If she owes you money, go find her for it. What does that have to do with me? Miss Feng, that's not right. She borrowed money from our company using a copy of your ID and a signed guarantee. Now she's disappeared completely. So who else should we look for? The leading man spat and continued. Stop wasting time and pay up. You wouldn't want us to come to your workplace to collect the debt, would you? Miss Feng, we're still being polite while asking for the debt, but don't think that means we're easy to deal with. If we really get angry, there are no cameras where you live, and we might just do something. Honestly, why don't you just give in? If it's really tough, go work at the place I introduced you to. Just accompany drinks every day, occasionally perform on stage, and you can earn quite a bit each month. You'll be able to pay off the debt soon. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and ignored the leading man, turning to continue asking Feng Jia, "What guarantee letter? Did you act as a guarantor for someone?" "No." Feng Jia gritted her teeth and said regretfully, "Once I got drunk with my roommate in the rented house, and I didn't expect her to deliberately get me drunk. While I was passed out, she secretly took my ID card to make a copy and created some kind of guarantee letter. Without my knowledge, she pressed my hand on it. At that time, I was completely unaware of these matters. A few days later, that roommate disappeared without a trace, leaving 2 months of unpaid rent. I thought she was just behind on rent, but about a month later, these guys suddenly showed up with the so-called guarantee letter demanding that I pay her debt." Chen Yang was even more speechless. "Good gracious. My Miss Feng, you usually seem so sharp. How did you stumble and fall so hard?" Noticing Chen Yang's gaze, Feng Jia couldn't help but blush, looking quite aggrieved as she lowered her head and said, "I didn't expect that roommate to be so unreliable. And I thought we were just having a little drink at home. All girls, nothing could go wrong." "Who knew?" Chen Yang said, casually patting Feng Jia on the butt. Although the two had never had a truly substantial relationship, they had been together for 3 years. And aside from not having gone all the way, they had basically done all the intimate things that couples do. So at this moment, Chen Yang's instinctive action felt very natural. Feng Jia didn't think there was anything wrong, but she asked worriedly, "How are you going to deal with those people? They look so fierce. I reported it to the police before, but it was useless. The police said this is a normal debt relationship, and they can't intervene. At most, if their interest rates are too outrageous, they can limit the interest to what the law allows. But the money that needs to be repaid still has to be repaid." Chen Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. Companies that lend high-interest loans definitely have connections at the police station. As long as they don't go too far, the police won't pay attention. You staying here is just distracting me. Once I finish handling this, I'll come find you." The leading man frowned, although he was quite unhappy with Chen Yang's disregard. Since Chen Yang said he would take over the debt, he could endure it. After all, they wouldn't want to go against money. Those who are out there mixing it up are just looking for some cash, right? Chapter 94. Kill Intent. Although Feng Jia was very concerned about Chen Yang's safety, she also knew that Chen Yang was right. She couldn't help it all and might even have a negative effect. With her hands in her pockets, she looked at the man in front of her and asked, "What is the total debt amount?" The leading man sized up Chen Yang and sneered, "Not bad, bro. To go this far just to sleep with a girl, I admire that. With this kind of money, you could probably sleep in nightclubs for a few months straight without repeating. If you don't know which nightclub is good, I can recommend one to you. I don't have time to chat with you. Just tell me the total debt amount so we can settle this today and save ourselves some trouble." Chen Yang said impatiently. Without Feng Jia by his side, he no longer controlled his emotions deliberately, and the restlessness caused by the killings in the wasteland world during the day began to resurface. "TSK, still a temper, huh? Fine, let's talk about debts. Your girl signed a guarantee and borrowed 50,000 from our company. It's been almost 2 months now, and with principal and interest, it totals 180,000. Pay up." The leading man took out a promissory note and a guarantee letter from his pocket, sneering as he spoke. "Borrowing 50,000 and paying back 180,000 in 2 months? Isn't that a bit excessive for you loan sharks?" Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "Bah, this is the money we earned. Are you talking about being unreasonable with us? Are you crazy? Hurry up. If you have the money, pay it back. If not, just throw that girl into the nightclub we cooperate with to earn money by serving drinks. Stop wasting time here. Do you think we have the leisure to argue with you?" The leading man raised the folding knife in his hand and said fiercely. The other party's attitude made Chen Yang's violent emotions more active, especially since the 4 men kept waving the folding knives in front of him. Although they couldn't pose any real threat, the hostility was too obvious. If Chen Yang hadn't suppressed his instinctive reaction, those 4 men would probably have already turned into corpses. Your so-called guarantee process must have problems, and the interest itself has far exceeded legal standards. I know you have people in the police station, which is why you're so reckless, but this matter could be big or small. If I insist on taking it to court, your connections in the police station will also be afraid of trouble, and in the end, you will still have to act within the limits set by the law. So, how about we each take a step back? Chen Yang said in a deep voice. Step back a little? What does that mean? The leader of the other party frowned and asked. My friend misjudged people and suffered this loss. So let's just take it as a lesson learned. I can repay the principal for her, but I cannot pay the interest. So I will give you 50,000, and you give me the loan note and guarantee letter, and this matter will be considered over. How about that? Chen Yang spoke up. The folding knife kept slicing through the air in front of him, making a certain impulse in his heart increasingly difficult to control. No room for negotiation? Chen Yang took a deep breath, and his pupils began to gradually turn red. Nonsense. Who discussed this with you? Let me tell you, either pay back the principal and interest cleanly, or this matter will never end. Even if it goes to court, it won't help. Even if there is a ruling, so what? We will continue to entangle you, girl. As long as the debt isn't cleared, she can forget about having a good life for the rest of her life. The leader of the opposing group growled. This statement completely unraveled Chen Yang's emotions. He nodded, and his expression returned to normal as he calmly spoke. You just said that there are no cameras here, so no matter what is done, it's hard to leave direct evidence. Is that what you mean? Good to know. My brothers really don't dare to kill, but beating you half to death, or stabbing you a few times to make you stay in a hospital for a few months is still no problem. Don't make it so that in the end, money is paid, but no one benefits. Do you understand? The leader said viciously. You don't dare to kill? But I do. Chen Yang's face suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Before his words had fully landed, he swiftly reached out and grabbed one of the opponent's necks. Then, without hesitation, he snapped that person's neck. In the blink of an eye, he had killed one person, but Chen Yang's movements did not stop. He proceeded to do the same to the other two, breaking their necks as well. In just a moment, 3 out of the 4 opponents had lost their breath, their bodies collapsing weakly, leaving only the leader, who gaped with wide eyes, incredulously staring at the scene before him. You see, wouldn't it have been better to take a step back? You could have gotten the money without losing your lives. Why did it have to come to this? Chen Yang sighed, reached out to pat the shoulder of the leader of the group, and then asked sincerely, Can you tell me in detail about your company's situation? Who else is there? Where do they all live? You must know all of this, right? The leader finally reacted. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and the folding knife in his hand fell to the ground due to his weakened state, as he didn't have the strength to hold it anymore. With a pale face, he said, BB brother, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I promise. I won't cause any more trouble for that girl. Chen Yang said apologetically, but, even if there are no surveillance cameras here, if a murder happens, it would still be a major case. You will definitely be found out. The leader stuttered as he spoke. The fear made it difficult for him to even breathe. He really didn't expect that just coming out to collect a debt as usual would lead to encountering such a ruthless person who would resort to murder over a disagreement. This isn't a movie. What era are we in, and why are there still such desperate criminals around? Chen Yang said, reaching out to grip the neck of the leader. I will speak. I will speak. Chapter 95. Rooting out the problem, Part 1. The situation regarding the usury company the other party belonged to was not complicated. In just a few minutes, the leader had explained everything clearly. After Chen Yang memorized everything, he immediately broke the neck of the leader. Having killed quite a few people in the wasteland world, his emotions were in a state of agitation, and before he could vent, he encountered these loan sharks. To be honest, they were just unlucky. If they hadn't been so aggressive, perhaps Chen Yang's murderous intent wouldn't have solidified. But their attitude was overly aggressive. The key was that threatening remark, which crossed the line in Chen Yang's mind. Even if the court ruled in their favor, it wouldn't matter. They would still relentlessly harass Feng Jia, ensuring she could never escape their grasp for the rest of her life. Because people like them are just like drugs. Once you get involved, it's often impossible to escape. Moreover, they're very familiar with doing similar things and know exactly where the boundaries lie, typically not crossing them. They can completely destroy your life while avoiding too much trouble for themselves. In most cases, at most, they will be detained for 15 days and then released. For such people, going to jail is like an everyday occurrence. A 15-day detention, in their eyes, is equivalent to a 15-day vacation with food and shelter provided. It holds no deterrent effect at all. If this situation continues to develop, Feng Jia's life would be ruined. Of course, Chen Yang could actually take out the 180,000 they mentioned and buy peace with money. For his current wealth, 180,000 is no different from 18. But why should he? These loan shark companies have harmed countless ordinary people. Their semi-criminal lending and collection practices are a major social ailment, and Chen Yang doesn't want to be an accomplice, especially now that he has the ability to confront them. As for whether these four deserve to die, Chen Yang didn't even consider it. Since they were engaged in such heinous business, even if they died, it wouldn't be unjust. In fact, taking such drastic action cannot be considered impulsive. After all, in this country with the largest population in the world, many people go missing every year. If a body isn't found, it's often classified as missing, and from any angle. The police would investigate the case, and the likelihood of suspicion falling on him is minimal. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yang quickly stored the four bodies into the dimensional space. After cramming 4 adult bodies into a little over 1 cubic meter of dimensional space, it felt somewhat cramped. Chen Yang had previously experimented and found that this dimensional space couldn't hold living beings, but anything non-living could be thrown inside. So, while living people couldn't be stored in the dimensional space, dead ones could. Chen Yang did not know what this meant, but vaguely. He had some unclear thoughts that were not very clear at the moment. Since the deaths were caused by direct strangulation, the 4 corpses did not have any real wounds, so there were no bloodstains left. Chen Yang carefully observed the surroundings and found that the only difficult aspect to handle was the traces of footprints. However, the footprints left behind were not a major concern. This was one of the entrances to the previous urban village, where a large number of people came and went during rush hours every day. Therefore, the remaining footprints were quite chaotic. Even if he wanted to collect samples, there was simply no way to start. After confirming that there were no issues, no passers-by around, and truly no surveillance nearby, Chen Yang took a deep breath, hid behind the bushes, and headed to the wasteland world. The dawn base at night was still bustling with activity. The survivors of the Grey Rat D were indeed working tirelessly on the construction of the base, seemingly without distinguishing between day and night, except for necessary sleep and rest. All their time was devoted to building the base. This was more than just the 996 work schedule. It was more like 781. After simply greeting the people he encountered, Chen Yang quickly ran outside the base. Killing those 4 thugs was far from enough. According to the information he had just gathered, the loan shark company had a total of 13 people. Aside from one boss who was the owner of the company, there was also the boss's mistress, who handled the finance and administration. As for the remaining 11, they were all responsible for lending and debt collection. These individuals had very clear divisions of labor. Debt collection was relatively simpler, while lending was a technical job. Due to the diverse sources of lending available today and the intense competition among loan shark companies, those specifically responsible for lending often had to take the initiative to maintain their business. The lenders would even set traps to lure targets into borrowing at high interest rates. Compared to those who were solely responsible for debt collection, they were truly more despicable. Chen Yang's plan is to wipe out everyone from this loan shark company, leaving no one behind. Simply dealing with those 4 debt collectors will not completely solve Feng Jia's troubles. With 4 debt collectors missing, the loan shark company can continue to send other collectors, so only by cutting off the source can it be considered a permanent solution. As for whether the number of people killed would be too many, Chen Yang doesn't care at all. The number of people he has killed by his own hands in the wasteland world today is already above that figure. What does it matter if he kills another 13 scoundrels when he returns to his own world? Just handle it cleanly, leaving no obvious clues or evidence. Chapter 96, Rooting Out the Problem, Part 2. In a residential house in the Tonga district on the outskirts of Beijing, 7 or 8 people are eating takeout barbecue in the living room while drinking beer. Except for 2 rather attractive women, the rest are shirtless men with tattoos. The living room is filled with smoke, and besides drinking and eating meat, there's also a very conspicuous white powder on the table. Dream Nan. This deal is done beautifully. That girl definitely can't pay back the money. When the time comes, we'll take her to the nightclub, and we can at least make several thousand yuan in pure profit every month. A man with a big belly said with a smile. Yeah, The boss is also very satisfied. We'll see how much money Lu Zi and the others can squeeze out of that girl. The boss has already said that no matter how much we get, half of it will be your commission, Dream Nan, and the other half will be for the rest of us. After that girl goes to the nightclub, she will become our regular income. Another man chimed in, but this is still too inefficient. It took Dream Nan 2 months to hook one, and if this continues, life is going to get tougher. Who says it isn't? But there's nothing we can do. The crackdown is strict now, and the boss has emphasized that safety comes first. If life gets tight, we have to tighten it up. The main thing is not to reach into the schools. Life was so comfortable when we could fool those students. Especially those female college students, they were so easy to deceive. After taking them to the nightclub, business was good, and they were willing to spend money on female college students. Now it's not possible. Those who were doing naked loans before are really a bunch of idiots. They have no sense of brotherhood. It's made it impossible for us to carry out our work now. All right, everyone is in a similar situation. And it's not just us. Let's slowly fish for opportunities. We won't starve. The boss will think of other ways. The group was discussing animatedly, while Chen Yang, standing outside the door, listened clearly to their conversation. Originally, he intended to knock on the door and barge in, but just as he arrived outside the residential house, he heard someone inside call out the name Dream Nan. After a brief pause, Chen Yang instinctively stopped his movements and listened carefully for a while, feeling increasingly speechless. The woman referred to as Dream Nan in the house is none other than Li Meng Nan, who previously shared a rental with Feng Jia. She is the one who got Feng Jia drunk, copied her ID, and made the guarantee agreement. No wonder they could directly borrow 50,000 yuan from the loan shark company through such a nonsensical process. It turns out they were fishing. It seems that the 50,000 yuan loan limit was also something Li Meng Nan learned indirectly from Feng Jia. She must have confirmed that Feng Jia could directly take out 50,000 yuan, which is why they set the principle at this standard. Indeed, my previous thoughts were not wrong. All these people deserve to die. None of them are innocent. Chen Yang chuckled coldly and reached out to knock on the door. Although the residential community where this building is located consists of high-rise buildings, it has actually been constructed for quite some time. Despite the complete installation of surveillance facilities, there are still many blind spots in the monitoring areas within the community. Before entering the community, Chen Yang carefully observed the surroundings. With his strong insight and exceptionally sharp perception, he quickly identified all the blind spots without much effort. He then took advantage of the areas not covered by surveillance and entered the community. Instead of taking the elevator, he climbed the stairs and made his way to the door of the residential building. Throughout the entire process, he left no trace of his entry on camera. Who is it? It's quite late. The knocking was a bit forceful, and the person inside clearly showed impatience towards the noise, immediately shouting out, "Delivery! Delivery? We didn't order anything." A confused voice responded, but the door was still pushed open from the inside. Chen Yang tightened the gloves he was wearing and directly twisted the neck of the person who opened the door. In addition to the gloves, he also had plastic bags over his shoes, and he wore sportswear to avoid leaving behind any fabric fibers. On his head was a hat to prevent any hair from accidentally falling out. With the rapid development of forensic technology today, even a single strand of hair left at the scene could be analyzed for corresponding DNA information. Once this DNA information is entered into the relevant department's database, with the increasing interconnectedness of national information networks, it might only take a blood sample taken at a hospital for the relevant information to be automatically compared and filtered out. That would be true invisibility. Therefore, Chen Yang had to be extremely careful to ensure that he left no useful traces, and with the body disposed of cleanly, the operation could proceed without flaws. With the neck of the person who opened the door twisted, the body fell to the ground, unable to support itself. Chen Yang stepped in and closed the door behind him. The few people gathered around the coffee table drinking and eating meat in the living room were momentarily stunned. However, the remaining shirtless man quickly stood up, cursing as he walked towards Chen Yang. "What's your problem, kid? Delivering takeout is one thing, but who let you into the house?" Chen Yang ignored the few men and turned his gaze to the only 2 women in the living room. While casually continuing to choke the approaching men, he asked easily, "Who is Li Meng Nan? Why you? Who are you?" The few companions nearby realized that they had all become incapacitated in the blink of an eye, leaving the 2 women stunned on the spot. I am a friend of Feng Jia, here to help her solve a problem. You imposed high-interest loans on her, which have caused her a lot of distress, so I'm sorry, I'm a rough guy, and other than killing, I can't think of a better solution. Chen Yang smiled and said, it turns out to be Feng Jia's friend? What kind of ridiculous joke is this? Isn't Feng Jia just an ordinary college graduate? How could she know such a terrifying friend? The way to solve problems is to kill. Is this crazy? Is this still the 21st century? Li Mingnan's gaze was blank, feeling incredulous about everything happening before her eyes. Chen Yang did not give her any more time to doubt life. After stating his intention, he swiftly ended her young and confused life. Chapter 97, Rooting Out the Problem, Part 2, Making a dying person understand the reason for their death is a form of consideration based on humanitarianism. Since there were quite a few people killed this time, Chen Yang transported all the bodies to the wasteland world in 2 separate trips. He did not touch anything else in the room, and the thought of taking some valuable items and disguising it as greed never crossed his mind. The sudden disappearance of so many living people would surely lead the investigating police to have many strange assumptions. However, he found and destroyed the corresponding loan records. He did not want Feng Jia to be involved. If the loan records were not destroyed, the police would definitely prioritize investigating those with economic ties to the loan shark company in such a case. After carefully checking the house again to ensure he left no hair or other items behind, Chen Yang quietly left the mansion. The boss of this loan shark company and his mistress lived in another community in the Tongha district. After leaving the current community, Chen Yang followed the same method to make the boss of the loan shark company and his mistress disappear as well. After doing all this, Chen Yang felt surprisingly calm inside, far from the discomfort that had nearly caused his stomach to cramp when he killed for the first time in the wasteland world earlier that day. In just one day, he had completely adapted to the feeling and state of killing, and the speed of his growth was something Chen Yang himself found a bit incredible. Was he naturally cold-blooded? Or was it the influence of the enhancement agents? After all, the enhancement of his body was incredibly comprehensive, likely greatly enhancing his adaptability as well. Although it was a bit unexpected, Chen Yang did not mind. Being adaptable was a good thing. Otherwise, if he still struggled with killing, then having killed over a dozen scumbags in one night would probably require some serious psychological adjustment. It was already late at night, and the subway had long stopped running. Since it was indeed too late, Chen Yang did not go to find Feng Jia, but instead called her after getting off the train to tell her that the problem had been resolved and she no longer needed to worry. Feng Jia was clearly still awake, and it was obvious that Chen Yang's absence from the rental house had caused her significant anxiety, fearing that something had happened to him. At one point, Feng Jia even considered calling the police for help, but after previously reporting the situation, the police had no effective measures against the loan shark's harassment and did not provide any constructive advice, leading Feng Jia to lose trust in the police. So after hesitating, she ultimately did not make the call, waiting anxiously instead. Now she finally received Chen Yang's call. After hearing Chen Yang's assurance on the phone, Feng Jia let out a sigh of relief and asked with concern, "Where are you now?" Chen Yang said with a smile, "Well, all right, let's talk again when we meet tomorrow. I will pay you back the money as soon as possible." Feng Jia spoke up. She misunderstood Chen Yang's way of solving the problem, thinking that he had paid off the money for her. Although this meant she was still burdened with a considerable amount of debt, at least the debts had shifted to Chen Yang's hands. So there would no longer be an issue of compounding interest. Therefore, compared to before, the situation had improved significantly. What money? I didn't give any to the loan shark company. I have a powerful friend who had a good talk with their boss, and he decided to waive all the debts. The person, Li Mingnan, who used your ID and guarantee to secure the high-interest loan, is actually one of their people. The debts you owe are completely a trap. Chen Yang briefly mentioned the real situation. Well, be more cautious in the future. When you're striving alone in the capital, all kinds of ill-intentioned people may appear around you. So you need to learn to protect yourself. All right, I won't chat with you anymore. It's so late, so get some rest early. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he reminded her a couple more times and then hung up the phone. Feng Jia, on the other hand, was listening to the busy tone on her phone, feeling dazed and lost in thought. If it weren't for Chen Yang, she really wouldn't know what to do about this situation. Once the other party started to harass her at her workplace, she would definitely lose her job, and her image in the eyes of her colleagues would plummet. Moreover, this kind of entanglement would clearly not stop as long as she remained in the capital. However, if she were to repay that kind of high-interest loan, she knew that under normal circumstances, it would be absolutely impossible for her to do so. The compound interest on high-interest loans could ruin anyone's life. With her detailed address on her ID card, if the other party was ruthless, they could easily find her hometown and, with a little inquiry, locate her family. By that time, her reputation in her hometown would be completely ruined. If that situation arose, there would be no difference between her and social death. So, it is not an exaggeration to say that Chen Yang's help in resolving this difficulty was equivalent to saving her life, or rather, it was like salvaging her entire life. Yangzi seems to have changed a lot. How do you get to know such powerful friends? To make a loan shark give up on a debt? That must be quite influential in the capital, right? Feng Jia glanced at her phone screen and then looked out at the night sky, continuing to mutter to herself. And he has such a beautiful girlfriend. His girlfriend seems to be the lead actress in a recently heavily promoted drama. She's a star. Why would she be interested in Yangzi? Clearly, after being together for 3 years, I should know him well. Yangzi is a good man, but he's too ordinary and can't give me the life I truly want. But now it seems I've never really seen him clearly. Lost in her thoughts, Feng Jia soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 98. I will compensate myself to you the next morning. Chen Yang was awakened by Zhou Danden's call. For some reason, looking at Zhou Danden's lazy appearance in her home leisure wear, sitting face-to-face with her for a meal gave Chen Yang a vague sense of family life. Chen Yang was eating fried dough sticks and said, I haven't seen what the game is like yet, but with the capabilities of the technical team, the quality should definitely be fine. When the time comes, we can just do a buyout and sell it for, 38 yuan. We're not looking to make a profit. We just want to use this game to open up our company's market on the PC side in advance. Zhou Danden didn't have any unexpected emotions. The company couldn't possibly operate only one game. Given the mysterious technical department's demonstrated capabilities in the unknown world, creating a single-player game would definitely not be a problem. In fact, if it wasn't up to AAA standards, Zhou Danden would be willing to cut off her own head. This kind of admiration even began to show signs of being blind. The staff at Chen Yang Technology and Chen Yang Games basically did not believe there would be any technical issues capable of challenging the company's technical department. All right, I will let the company's people playtest it internally first, and then write some insights from the playtest. When we go for the launch and sales, we will provide explanations in advance to avoid players being completely unaware of the game and not knowing whether to purchase it. Zhou Danden nodded in agreement. You can handle the specific operations. I will just provide the product. Don't worry about any strategy being wrong and causing losses for the company. Our current situation is excellent. Even if there are losses, we can afford them. Moreover, considering the development speed and the insane revenue provided by the unknown world, the only difference for us will be how much we earn, and it's impossible for us to incur losses. Chen Yang said with a smile, Don't worry, if you can hand over the entire company for me to practice, I must live up to your trust. I can't guarantee big achievements, but at least I won't make obvious mistakes. Zhou Danden said seriously, Oh, what if mistakes are made? Chen Yang chuckled as he teased Zhou Danden. If I make a mistake that causes your company to suffer significant losses, I'll compensate you with myself. How about that? Zhou Danden rolled her eyes at Chen Yang and replied irritably, TSK, that's really tempting. Why do I feel a bit looking forward to my company having problems? Chen Yang stroked his chin and said, Go to hell. Zhou Danden pretended to hit him. All right, I'm not messing with you anymore. I have to attend a class reunion at noon, so I'm leaving first. Chen Yang stood up with a smile, affectionately ruffled Zhou Danden's hair, and then ran straight out of the house after putting on his shoes. Zhou Danden pouted, and as the sound of the door closing echoed, a conflicted expression appeared on her face. Supporting her chin with both hands and resting her elbows on the table, she fell into a daze. After Chen Yang left his house, he first called Wu Guangji, learning that Wu Guangji was diligently playing the unknown world in his rented apartment. He asked him to wait at home while he took a taxi to pick him up. Earlier that morning, Feng Jia had sent over the name and address of the restaurant where Jiang Jinglong was treating everyone. Coincidentally, the restaurant chosen by Jiang Jinglong was Mingge, owned by Xiao Junqi. It seemed Jiang Jinglong was planning to spend a lot. According to Feng Jia, There might be around 12 or 13 people attending the class reunion today. With such a large group dining at Mingu, even without ordering any expensive drinks, just the cost of the dishes could easily reach 5 figures. If alcohol expenses were included, it would be quite a lot. However, his relationship with Xiao Junqi was somewhat special now. After giving Chu Xian the potion yesterday, Xiao Junqi had tried to call him that afternoon. But since he was in the wasteland world in the afternoon, his phone had no signal, and he missed her call. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach him, Xiao Junqi sent Chen Yang a message, letting him know that she appreciated the favor and that if he ever needed her help in the future, he could just ask. She would not refuse any assistance she could provide. Moreover, whenever Chen Yang dined at Mingu in the future, he would dine for free. He would also be given the highest priority as a VIP at Mingu. Although he had the right to dine for free at Mingu, Chen Yang did not plan to use it today. If Zhang Jinglong wanted to spend, then let him spend. Their relationship was too strained for Chen Yang to repay kindness with kindness. Of course, after killing so many people yesterday, Chen Yang also reflected on himself before going to bed. Killing was a matter of zero-sum and countless distinctions. He reminded himself to set appropriate boundaries. At least in the current world, his methods of dealing with things could not be too extreme. If one often walks by the river, how could they not get their shoes wet? Moreover, if he became accustomed to solving problems through killing, his thought process might gradually become extreme, which would definitely not be a good thing. Therefore, after self-reflection, Chen Yang set a boundary for himself. In the current world, unless absolutely necessary, he must not casually harbor thoughts of killing. However, if he encountered situations that were absolutely unavoidable, he would still have to kill if necessary. In this world, there were far too many matters where simply relying on so-called laws could not yield just results. The taxi soon arrived at the entrance of the apartment complex where Wu Guangji lived. Chen Yang chatted casually with the taxi driver while waiting for Wu Guangji to come down. At the same time, in the office of the criminal investigation team in Tonghe District, the internal phone suddenly rang. A criminal investigator picked up the receiver, and after listening for less than 2 sentences, his expression turned serious. Understood. Good. We'll organize personnel to investigate the situation right away. Chapter 99. The Strange Case, Captain Wang. What case requires so many personnel? Won't it affect other cases? A beautiful female investigator, dressed in uniform, asked curiously while following a scruffy middle-aged man in casual clothes. The middle-aged man, while walking out of the team, picked at his teeth with a toothpick and casually threw it into a nearby trash can. He opened the door of a police vehicle parked at the entrance of the investigation team and sat in the driver's seat. Get in, we'll talk on the road. The girl pouted and sat in the passenger seat. There were a total of 110 criminal investigators in the Tonghe District investigation team. Under normal circumstances, 2 or 3 investigators working together on a case was sufficient. However, the phone call this morning had mobilized nearly the entire investigation team. Except for those currently handling cases, only essential personnel remained, with the rest being dispatched. It was a group of at least 30 to 40 people. Such a large-scale operation was quite novel in the girl's eyes. Having worked as a civilian staff member in the investigation team for 2 years since graduation, she recalled that the entire team had never mobilized like this before. So she was very curious. Xiao Shun, your application to transition from civilian to frontline should be approved this month. But I still want to say, why would a delicate girl like you want to go to the frontline? It's dangerous work. There's upward mobility in civilian roles too, especially in the technical department. You can achieve merit there as well, so why bother? The scruffy middle-aged man, after starting the car, didn't directly discuss the case, but instead began to chat with the girl in the passenger seat. Captain Wang, don't underestimate me. I had excellent grades in police academy, and even in mixed martial arts, there are few boys who can beat me. If I can't investigate cases on the front line in this line of work, what is the point? The girl pouted. Do your family know about your decision? What do they think? The middle-aged man continued to ask. I haven't told them. If I did, they definitely wouldn't agree. My parents are already worried that I want to find a partner in the future. If they knew I was transferred to the front line, wouldn't they go crazy? The girl stuck out her tongue and then playfully said, Captain Wang, you have to keep it a secret from me. If you run into my parents, please don't let it slip. The middle-aged man turned to glare at the girl before saying irritably, I must have owed you in my last life. Why should I keep your secret? Your parents will find out sooner or later. One T, they blame me when they do. Forget it. Let us talk about the case. The case reported this morning is very bizarre. Otherwise, we wouldn't mobilize so many people. The girl's attention was instantly captured, and her expression turned serious as she prepared to listen. The subject of the case was a loan shark company with a total of 13 people, including the boss, all having criminal backgrounds. The reporter had financial dealings with them, and today was supposed to be the day for settling accounts with the loan shark company. But when the reporter arrived early that morning, he found that everyone was missing. The middle-aged man's expression also became serious as he continued. At first, the reporter didn't think much of it, but when he tried calling everyone at the loan shark company, none of the calls went through, which was clearly illogical. So he reported it to the police. The local police station sent officers to investigate the scene, and the conclusion they reached was quite chilling. The nature of the case seemed severe, which is why it was transferred to us. What conclusion? The girl frowned and asked. The car happened to stop at a traffic light, and the middle-aged man turned to look at the girl, expressionless as he said. According to the conclusions drawn from the local police officers' on-site investigation, among the 13 people at the loan shark company, 9 disappeared from their residences on the spot. The other 4 are also missing as if they had evaporated from the world. The girl instinctively shivered, blinked her eyes, and said, "Evaporated? How is that possible? Could it be that the 4 missing people committed murder and fled? It's unclear. All of this needs to be judged based on the situation at the scene after we arrive. But from what I know now, things are definitely not that simple. Because at the scene, no traces can be found. There isn't even a tiny bit of remains." The middle-aged man shook his head, and as the red light turned green, he stepped on the gas again. After a short while, the middle-aged man brought the girl to an old neighborhood. A few police cars were already parked here in advance, and a cordon had been set up outside the residential building where the incident occurred. The middle-aged man took the girl straight upstairs, arriving at the residence. Seeing a few colleagues from the technical department busy collecting information at the scene, he asked another detective present, "How is it? Any discoveries?" "Captain Wong, this case really has no leads. According to interviews with the people around, it can now be confirmed that at least 7 or 8 people usually live in this house. The situation of the scene also proves that there should have been 7 people dining in the living room at the time of the incident, but we don't know what happened. These 7 people suddenly all disappeared." The detective at the scene looked puzzled and continued. "I have already retrieved the relevant surveillance footage and found no signs of anyone leaving the house, nor any images of suspicious individuals entering. There are also no traces of a struggle at the scene, and my colleagues in the technical department didn't find any additional information. No matter how you look at it, it seems like the 7 people who were dining suddenly vanished." "Vanish? How could people suddenly disappear? They are 7 living people. Where could they possibly go? Keep investigating carefully. So many people suddenly went missing. It's impossible to leave no clues or traces at all. There haven't been any major cases in the past 2 years, and I see you all have gotten rusty." The middle-aged man scolded, causing the detective to lower his head. He then started to patrol the living room with the girl. Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly. The middle-aged man glanced at her and replied impatiently, "What are you thinking? Disposing of 1 body is different from disposing of 7. Not to mention, there's no way the blood could have been cleaned up in such a short time. Let us go check another scene." Okay. Chapter 100. The moment of fan gathering Yangtze. The unknown world is getting more and more addictive, especially after the weekly recharge limit of 10,000. It feels so great to play. I don't even want to sleep anymore, and I'm a bit dazed, always feeling like our world is filled with spiritual beasts. In the taxi, Wu Guangxi said excitedly to Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned, feeling somewhat worried about the mental state displayed by Wu Guangxi. He opened his mouth and said, "Guangxi, games are just for leisure and entertainment. Don't let it ruin your health. If I find out that you're staying up late every day because of gaming, then I'll have to revoke your benefits." Wu Guangxi was startled, shrank his neck, and quickly nodded, saying, "Yangtze, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm not just playing games. I'm also providing reasonable suggestions for our game based on my personal experience. I've already made quite a few relevant suggestions, some of which I think are quite useful. When the time comes, You can give them to the tech team to see if there's room for implementation. After confirming that Wu Guangxi wasn't truly addicted, Chen Yang nodded. Wu Guangxi agreed and nodded vigorously, saying, "That's right, we have to be cautious. Relying solely on the anti-addiction system that limits game time probably isn't enough. Although the game has moved past its wild growth phase and is no longer considered spiritual opium, many people still view it as something negative, so we really need to think things through." "Hey, don't mention it." Wu Guangxi rolled his eyes and continued. "Now that the leaderboard system is up, I can see how many rich players we have in this game. Currently, my account has 2,000 in virtual recharge, and I've invested all of it into boosting my combat power. But guess what? I haven't even made it into the top 10,000 globally. I did make it into the top 10,000 on the recharge amount leaderboard, currently ranking over 6,000. Maybe I don't fully understand some systems, resulting in not spending my money wisely. However, on the leaderboard for the Beijing area, my ranking is much higher. As for the leaderboard for our community, I'm ranked first. TSK, Yangzi, let me tell you, these past few days while playing the game, I ran into a few young girls in the community who also play our game, and their gaze toward me has changed. Seeing the love-struck expression on Wu Guangxi's face, Chen Yang knew he must have taken the opportunity to add the girls' contact information. A strong social experience is a key factor in whether a game can truly become popular. In this respect, the unknown world has handled things very effectively. The leaderboard is categorized, with the largest being the global leaderboard, and the smallest being based on individual phone location, down to local streets and communities. In addition to combat power rankings, rankings for different spirit beasts and recharge amounts are also recorded on the leaderboard. As the game starts and spirit beasts float beside players, their corresponding rankings will be displayed above the spirit beasts' heads if they have a ranking. For example, Wu Guangxi is currently in a game state, and among his spirit beasts, Zhu Yin has the ranking of 8th Zhu Yin in Beijing displayed above its head. As for Bai Zhe, it shows the ranking of 1st in Garden Community Recharge. Considering that powerful players might have many different titles, the spirit beasts floating around players can only show a maximum of 5 at a time. This means that a player can showcase only 5 titles simultaneously, so the choice of which titles to display is up to the player. Even if a player doesn't want to display any titles, they can simply turn off the title system. This also shows that Wu Guangxi is indeed a person who appears honest on the outside, but has a flashy personality inside. He chose his 5 highest ranking titles to display to others. By the way, Yangzi, have you checked her company's forum? One of my great joys right now is reading the various praises from users on the official forum of Chen Yang Technology. I tell you, in such a short time, our company has already cultivated quite a large number of loyal users. Wu Guangxi said, handing his phone to Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked down and found that it was one of the sections in the user forum specifically set up by the company for users to chat. "I'm really impressed with the new product from Chen Yang Technology. That real camera is amazing. I used it for blind dates this week and avoided several disasters. This technology is indeed powerful. A guy I met online sent me photos that looked like he was a celebrity, but after using the real camera for restoration, I immediately cut ties with him. It scared me to death. You all are focusing on the real camera and haven't noticed how great Chen Yang Computer Guardian is? I've only been using it for a short time, but I can already conclude that there is no comparable product on the market. Not even close. I agree with the person above. Ever since I downloaded Chen Yang Computer Guardian, I haven't had any viruses. And my computer is so clean that I don't even see ads. If there are any vulnerabilities, I can fix them with one click, and I don't have to worry about anything. It's so user-friendly for someone like me who knows nothing about computers. I think the most amazing part is that these 2 products are completely free, with no paid services and no embedded ads or bundled software. Is Chen Yang Technology doing charity? A company this good shouldn't go bankrupt due to losses. Dude, you're thinking too much. The recently popular Unknown World is actually a product of Chen Yang Games, a subsidiary of Chen Yang Technology. A friend of mine happens to work at Chen Yang Games, and he said the game's daily revenue has already surpassed 200 million. How could they possibly go bankrupt? That game is indeed incredible. Its technology level is unmatched even by foreign companies. From now on, I'm a diehard fan of Chen Yang Technology. That's a bit excessive. It's still not comparable to foreign technology. When I was studying in Europe, I played games that were much better. The person above is a derogatory term for someone who promotes something for money. Identification complete. Watching the discussion on the forum quickly derail. Chen Yang smiled and handed the phone back to Wu Guangji. The gradual accumulation of these loyal users would become his strongest force in the future. Chapter 101. Classmates reunion. When they arrived at Minggu, it was just noon, and there were still about 10 minutes until the agreed time. Chen Yang and Wu Guangji got out of the taxi. Before they could walk into the store, they saw a Porsche 911 stylishly parked in front of Minggu. The next moment, Jiang Jinglong, wearing large sunglasses, stepped out of the car. He casually handed the car keys to a waiter who approached, instructing him to park the car. And as if he had just noticed Chen Yang and Wu Guangji, he tilted his head and nodded at them. He said, "Come in, don't just stand outside. I've reserved a private room, and the waiter will take you in directly. Don't act like you've never seen the world. It would embarrass me." After saying that, Jiang Jinglong walked straight into Minggu. "What the hell? The only reason I came today was out of courtesy since we're all classmates, and there's no real animosity. Otherwise, who would come to support him like this?" Wu Guangji spat and turned to Chen Yang, saying, "Yangzi, you're a big boss now, just buy a car. That way, this little brat won't look down on you. His Porsche probably isn't even worth 2 million, right? That doesn't even cover half an hour of our game's revenue. Just get a Bentley. It'll scare him to death." Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, and after careful consideration, he indeed felt it was time to buy a car. Taking taxis all the time was not particularly convenient. As for the issue of license plates, there was no need to worry. Although it was difficult to get a license plate in the capital, requiring not only a full social security contribution period but also a lottery system to obtain one. With Chu Xian around, he could definitely get a license plate quite easily. So the only thing left to consider was what kind of car to buy. He would absolutely not consider the Bentley that Wu Guangji mentioned. Although it could be classified as a luxury car, the business attributes of a Bentley were too strong for his liking. Well, he would think about it carefully after the class reunion. Walking into the Min Pavilion side by side with Wu Guangji, a waiter recognized Chen Yang right away. After a brief pause, he didn't disturb Chen Yang, but led him and Wu Guangji to the designated private room before quickly leaving to inform his boss. This was because the boss had shown Chen Yang's photo to everyone last night and instructed them that whenever Chen Yang came to eat, they must let her know. Upon entering the private room, Chen Yang realized that he and Wu Guangji were actually the late arrivals. Even though they had arrived more than 10 minutes early, others had come even earlier. As Jiang Jinglong just entered the private room, those classmates were gathered around him, constantly offering sincere compliments. Although it hadn't been long since graduation, once they entered society, it was a completely different ecosystem from school. Those who chose to stay in the capital had quickly come to understand the harsh realities within just a few months, and naturally, they had a completely different perspective on Jiang Jinglong, whose family was wealthy. Chen Yang and Wu Guangji were the only two who hadn't joined in. Seeing everyone else constantly fawning over Jiang Jinglong, Chen Yang and Wu Guangji simply took their seats. Nothing dramatic happened. The other classmates didn't seem to harbor any resentment towards the two for appearing somewhat out of place. After all, it had been months since they'd last seen each other. Their relationship during school wasn't particularly close, but it wasn't unfamiliar either, barely meeting the standard of ordinary friends, which made the atmosphere of the gathering quite pleasant. Feng Jia arrived the latest, almost right on time for their reservation. The reason was simple. She hadn't slept well the night before, falling asleep in the early hours and having a long series of dreams, which left her feeling unusually tired when she woke up in the morning. As a result, she nearly overslept and rushed to get there, making her appear somewhat out of sorts. The table was almost full, and there happened to be an empty seat next to Chen Yang, so Feng Jia sat down beside him. After expressing her apologies to the others and briefly explaining her tardiness, she leaned in to ask Chen Yang about what had happened yesterday. Everyone at the table were university classmates, so they naturally understood the relationship between Chen Yang and Feng Jia. Seeing them whispering closely together surprised everyone for a moment, and they instinctively glanced at Jiang Jinglong, who had been pursuing Feng Jia for quite some time. They were all aware of that. This made Jiang Jinglong feel quite embarrassed, prompting him to awkwardly change the subject and steer the conversation towards the restaurant. Let me tell you, Even I don't come to this place often because it's really too expensive. The owner has quite a deep background, even in the capital. It's one of the more notable ones. Plus, it's hard to get a reservation here. To let everyone experience something different, I really spent a lot today, Jiang Jinglong said. Indeed, if it weren't for Jinglong treating us, I probably would never have a chance to eat at such a place in my life. Goodness. The prices of those dishes almost scared me to death. A portion of chongting tofu can cost over 200? A male student exclaimed in disbelief. It's a life of the rich. How could we ordinary people possibly understand? Today, we're lucky to be treated by Jinglong. Otherwise, even if I could afford it, I wouldn't dare to come to a place like this. Back in school, I thought at least we graduated from a prestigious university, so we could make something of ourselves. But after actually graduating, I realized how naive that thinking was. In a place like the capital, there are master's graduates everywhere, and undergraduates are practically worthless. What are we? A female student said with a look of realization. This remark immediately resonated with the others, and they began to share their own frustrations about the challenges they faced in their jobs over the past few months after graduation. Hey, speaking of which, I remember that Yangzi got a job at that game company, which seems to be run by Jinglong's family, right? Yangzi is lucky to have landed a job at our classmate's company. At least he doesn't have to worry about being mistreated like we do. A male student wearing glasses suddenly said. He's not there anymore. Chen Yang's work abilities are limited, and he doesn't meet the minimum requirements of my family's company. Although he's a classmate, I can't give him too much special treatment. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain it to the other employees. Managing a company isn't simple. You have to consider many aspects, so I had to let Chen Yang go. I'm sure he understands, Jiang Jinglong said nonchalantly. The other classmates at the table were taken aback, clearly just learning this news, and for a moment, they didn't know how to respond. The atmosphere in the private room became awkward instantly. However, I also told Yangzi that even though I had to let him go since we were all classmates, I couldn't just watch him end up on the streets. So if he genuinely can't find a job, he can come back to me. And I'll definitely arrange something for him, Jiang Jinglong added in a sarcastic tone. Even someone as dull as Chen Yang could sense the underlying tone and attitude of Jiang Jinglong targeting him, causing the awkward atmosphere to linger. The others at the table were unwilling to let Jiang Jinglong's jealousy affect Chen Yang, but they also didn't want to attack Chen Yang just to please Jiang Jinglong. They were all adults, and it was better to avoid offending anyone if possible, regardless of how harmless the other person seemed. That's unnecessary. I have a new job, and am doing quite well at the moment. Chen Yang smiled and patted the leg of Wu Guangxi next to him. Because Wu Guangxi looked displeased, Chen Yang didn't want him to reveal the true situation. He had no other thoughts, just that such class reunions would likely become increasingly difficult in the future, so he hoped the gatherings could remain pure and not lose their essence. A new job? It can't be that you're becoming a kept man, right? Speaking of which, the last time we had dinner, I ran into you and your girlfriend. Didn't she say she was willing to support you? TSK. It's quite a skill for a man to find a woman willing to take care of him. Jiang Jinglong smirked. Huh? Yangzi has a girlfriend again? Where's she from? How did you meet? A female classmate immediately became curious and started gossiping. Girls are indeed naturally more interested in such matters than boys. Ahem, let's not talk about me anymore. It's rare for everyone to gather together. So let's talk about your situations. I was just a nobody in class back in school, and you all know that. Chen Yang put on a look of being unable to withstand it, raised his hands in surrender, and said. The others were originally not very interested in Chen Yang's situation. With a table of more than 10 people sitting together, some would inevitably be perfunctory, while others could become the focus. Throughout his 4 years in college, Chen Yang had never been that focus. Jiang Jinglong once again became the undisputed target for others to curry favor with. The dishes were quickly served, and everyone opened their drinks, chatting and drinking freely, praising the dishes in the restaurant while flattering Jiang Jinglong. This reaction made Jiang Jinglong very pleased, and for a time, he no longer targeted Chen Yang, but enjoyed the compliments like a star surrounded by the moon. Was the purpose of organizing this class reunion just to have people flatter him? Was he that bored? Wu Guangxi asked Chen Yang quietly during a break in eating and drinking. It's possible. Jiang Jinglong was not outstanding in college. Apart from his privileged family background, he was mediocre in all other aspects at school. Now that he had finally graduated, The prominent figures in the class chose to stay in the capital to develop, but they were constrained by reality and could no longer shine like they did in school. On the contrary, Jiang Jinglong could rely on his family's connections to instantly live the life of a truly successful person. This contrast made it understandable that Jiang Jinglong was eager to showcase himself in front of his classmates. Chen Yang whispered, "That's right. Jiang Jinglong is a petty person with a strong sense of jealousy. From what I know about him, he would definitely organize a class reunion just to have others flatter him. He wants to see those impressive classmates from school now, trying to curry favor with him after entering society." Feng Jia, who was nearby, quietly joined the discussion. "Hey, Jia, what are you?" Wu Guangji was taken aback, struggling to understand Feng Jia's reaction. "I've already made it clear with Jiang Jinglong. We are not meant to be," Feng Jia said, sensing Wu Guangji's surprise. "I see, well done. That son of a gun Jiang Jinglong is no good. When we were in school, he used money to get his way. At least 3 or 4 girls I know ended up pregnant because of him. In the end, he just paid for abortions, clearly just wanted to have fun. I was worried you might fall victim to him and suffer for no reason. But given my relationship with Yangzi, I really had no position to advise you, so I'm glad you figured it out on your own." Wu Guangji realized, "I'm not stupid. There's no way I would fall for his tricks. Even though I've been a bit closer to him, I haven't even let him hold my hand. On the contrary, your good buddy Chen Yang, besides not having slept with me, what else hasn't he done?" Feng Jia said, glancing at Chen Yang as she spoke. Chen Yang suddenly felt embarrassed. How did the conversation veer off into this direction? Wu Guangji was also a bit dumbfounded. In his impression, Feng Jia had a somewhat cold personality. Although she had shown great enthusiasm towards Chen Yang's brother during their relationship, there was always a subtle sense of distance that lingered. So, this kind of open conversation had never happened before. What is wrong with Feng Jia? Wait, didn't Feng Jia and Yangzi break up already? Why is her way of speaking now bolder than when they were together? You too. Wu Guangji looked at Feng Jia, then at Chen Yang, with an expression that clearly said, "Are you guys kidding me? We both have nothing going on. We're just friends now, so don't overthink it." Chen Yang said unhappily, "Yes, just friends. But yesterday Yangzi helped me a lot, and I suddenly realized that although we have become friends, Yangzi is still much more reliable than other friends. He is probably the only support I can trust in the capital." Feng Jia said with a smile. Chen Yang couldn't help but gasp, shaking his head with a completely unwilling to agree with Feng Jia's obviously insinuating attitude. This person, falling into a pit once is enough. If one keeps falling into the same pit, it can only mean that the person is too foolish. Saints will not be defeated by the same trick twice. When Chen Yang was still in his youthful, rebellious phase, a sudden knock on the door of the private room interrupted him. Following that, Xiao Junqi entered, accompanied by a head waiter. Jiang Jinglong, who had been basking in the compliments of others, immediately sprang up from his seat upon seeing Xiao Junqi. His face clearly showed excitement, as if he was exceptionally surprised and thrilled by her personal visit. Chapter 103. Who did she come for? Given Jiang Jinglong's status, it was naturally impossible for him to know Xiao Junqi. Although Jiang Jinglong's family-owned gaming company was not small, and his wealth barely surpassed 100 million. In a place like the capital, his family could at most be considered wealthy, perhaps not even meeting the standard of an ordinary rich person. The gap in status between him and Xiao Junqi was as vast as heaven and earth. However, this did not prevent Jiang Jinglong from recognizing Xiao Junqi. The reason he often chose to dine at this restaurant was not that he found the food particularly delicious, but purely because he hoped to find an opportunity to get to know Xiao Junqi. Although the chances were slim, he felt it was worth a try. What if? Since learning about the identity of the restaurant's owner, Jiang Jinglong had been harboring such thoughts. If he could establish a relationship with Xiao Junqi, who knew what kind of impact and benefits it could bring to his family's company. Further, after obtaining a photo of Xiao Junqi through his channels, even disregarding her family background, just her appearance had greatly captivated Jiang Jinglong. Although Xiao Junqi was not exceptionally beautiful, her figure was incredibly alluring. She completely lacked the delicate and slender physique typical of Eastern women, making one unable to resist the urge to have a nosebleed upon seeing her. If he were to hit the jackpot and win Xiao Junqi's affection, leading to a successful marriage alliance with the Xiao family, Then Jiang Jinglong would not only gain a beautiful woman, but also step into the true upper class of this country. With such a broad prospect and enticing potential returns, investing some initial effort was certainly worthwhile. His father was also very supportive of this, even though the costs at the restaurant were somewhat painful for their family. Initially, Jiang Jinglong did not expect such matters to yield quick results. Coming here once or twice a month, he thought he could find opportunities to bump into Xiao Junkie, get familiar with her face, and naturally become friends over a year or two. He never expected that today, merely organizing a class reunion, he would actually see Xiao Junkie come in person. He hadn't even dined at this restaurant that many times, and he was already noticed by Xiao Junkie. Could it be that this young lady from the Xiao family was also interested in him? After all, the head waiter following Xiao Junkie was clearly holding a wine glass and bottle, indicating that they were there to toast. Jiang Jinglong couldn't help but daydream, feeling overwhelmed with happiness. After jumping up from his seat, he hurriedly approached Xiao Junkie with quick steps. As Xiao Junkie walked in with her long legs, she was taken aback by Jiang Jinglong's enthusiastic approach. Blinking her eyes, she asked, "Who are you?" This question left Jiang Jinglong stunned, and he replied in shock, "You don't know me? Why should I know you?" Xiao Junkie was even more surprised than Jiang Jinglong. "You don't know me? Then why are you here to toast in my reserved room?" You're here to toast, right?" Jiang Jinglong realized he seemed to have misunderstood, but he didn't quite understand what exactly he had misunderstood. "I am indeed here to toast, but it has nothing to do with your reserved room." Xiao Junkie had no intention of giving Jiang Jinglong any face, as she genuinely did not recognize him. Her personal visit to toast was, of course, for Chen Yang's sake. However, she had no intention of giving any special treatment to Chen Yang's classmates. After all, on the way over, based on what the staff had said, it seemed Chen Yang was not particularly close to these classmates. At least, Chen Yang's classmates definitely did not know about Chen Yang's unique qualities. Otherwise, in such a utilitarian society, how could they be so indifferent toward him? "You are here to toast, but it has nothing to do with me? Then, is there a friend of yours at the table?" Jiang Jinglong was confused. The table was full of his classmates, and he knew a bit about their situations. None of them could possibly know someone of Xiao Junkie's stature. "Yes, there's a friend of mine at the table." Xiao Junkie glanced at Jiang Jinglong and then directly took the wine glass from the head waiter behind her, walking straight to Chen Yang. With a smile, she said, "Why didn't you notify me when you came here to eat? Don't you consider me a friend?" As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere in the private room changed completely. The other classmates did not know Xiao Junkie's exact identity, but just by looking at Jiang Jinglong's reaction, they could guess that Xiao Junkie was definitely a person of incredible background. However, such a prominent figure, completely ignoring Jiang Jinglong, was smiling and chatting with Chen Yang? Why? Jiang Jinglong's eyes widened in shock, and his brain felt like a muddled mess. He couldn't understand why Xiao Junkie would show such a friendly attitude towards Chen Yang. Moreover, judging by her words, the reason she came to toast was for Chen Yang. These two were from completely different worlds with no intersection at all compared to Xiao Junkie's background. How did they know each other? Noticing the change in the atmosphere of the private room, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. He stood up, lifted his wine glass, and said, "It's just a gathering with classmates. I didn't expect my classmates to choose your place for the dinner. I'm not the one treating, so I didn't want to disturb you. Didn't want to disturb me. Or didn't want me to disturb you." Xiao Junkie said Chen Yang, clinking glasses with him and downing most of the wine in her glass in one go. Then she waved her hand, and the head waiter immediately brought another bottle of wine to the table. "Since it's your classmates treating, I want tea medal. But since you're here, I have to show my appreciation. Otherwise, XIN might complain about me in her heart. So this bottle of wine is my gift. It's a real 30-year Mao Tai. All right, I won't disturb your class reunion anymore. Next time you come to eat here, remember to call me. Otherwise, I'll tell XIN that you look down on me as a friend." After saying this, Xiao Junkie simply nodded to Wu Guangji, who had eaten with her before, and then completely ignored anyone else, turning to leave the private room with the head waiter. The atmosphere in the private room instantly cooled down. Chapter 104, Distort Relationship Chen Yang. he noticed that the way his classmates at the same table looked at him had changed. Xiao Junkie had given him too much face. Not only did she take the initiative to toast him, but she also directly gifted him a bottle of 30-year-old Matai. This kind of vintage Matai was completely different from the Fate Yin sold on the market, with a price of around 20,000 yuan. Was this even a drink meant for sharing? Moreover, Xiao Junkie's affectionate attitude displayed in front of everyone was enough to spark many inexplicable associations in others' minds. Especially since Jiang Jinglong had previously laid out Xiao Junkie's profound background extensively. Everyone in the private room, despite not knowing the specifics about her, had already formed a general impression of her. Therefore, Xiao Junkie's display of such an attitude further shocked the others in the private room, mainly because the contrast was too great. Why would a big shot that even Jiang Jinglong couldn't reach be so close to Chen Yang? I haven't known her for long. She had some issues before, and I just happened to be able to help, so she might be remembering this favor, but we aren't that close. Realizing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Chen Yang could only helplessly explain. However, it was clear that the others did not believe such an explanation. The gathering had to continue. After all, they had only just begun drinking, and they had only eaten half of the dishes. Furthermore, the episode with Xiao Junkie had ignited everyone's gossiping spirit. Unconsciously, the focus of the banquet shifted. It quickly changed from Jiang Jinglong to Chen Yang. Various questions bombarded Chen Yang like a hail of bullets, making him feel quite overwhelmed. Chen Yang doesn't like this change, but he feels powerless to stop it. The deterioration of friendships among classmates is an inevitable issue that arises as they graduate and enter society. During the gathering, Shuya sent him a message asking where he was. Upon reflection, this thought really makes him seem like a scumbag. Jiang Jinglong stopped his sarcastic teasing of Chen Yang and remained quite silent for the latter half of the dinner. Xiao Junkie's statement made him lose face and also prompted him to re-evaluate Chen Yang. Being considered a friend by Xiao Junkie means that Chen Yang is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. So, what has he overlooked? Until the dinner was about to end, Chen Yang had begun to feel impatient dealing with the various awkward conversations from his tablemates, when Jiang Jinglong suddenly asked, "Yangzi, you mentioned you already have a new job? I wonder what it's about." "Not much. I'm also working in gaming." However, at this moment, Wu Guangji, who had already drunk quite a bit, was in high spirits and a bit tipsy. Plus, since Xiao Junkie had specifically greeted him before leaving, he had received quite a bit of attention during the dinner, making him somewhat proud, and he completely forgot Chen Yang's earlier warning. He proudly said, "Yangzi's company is called Chen Yang Technology. You might find the name unfamiliar, but a recently popular game, The Unseen World, is definitely a product of Yangzi's company." "What? The Unseen World? I know that. I'm playing that game, but I didn't open it today for the class reunion." A girl exclaimed, "Me too. As long as the game is running, there's always a virtual spirit floating beside me. The technology is really amazing. If I weren't afraid it would be rude during the gathering, I definitely wouldn't have closed the game." A boy chimed in, sounding thrilled to meet someone familiar in a foreign place. Others joined in, and it turned out that about half of the classmates present had played the game. The other half, who hadn't played it, started asking those who had about it. Soon, those playing the game began to open it one by one, watching the virtual spirit appear in midair, and those who hadn't played were genuinely amazed. When Wu Guangxi got out of the taxi earlier, he had closed the game, and seeing this, he couldn't wait to open it again. As his title 8th, Zhu Yin of the capital was splendidly displayed, the few classmates playing the game immediately gathered around him. "Wow, Guangxi, you're amazing. How much did you spend? How can Zhu Yan's power be so high?" "Yeah, I splurged on a 648, and now I'm only fighting for a district ranking, but you've made it to the capital ranking? Wait, Guangxi, I remember asking you before. Your take-home salary is only around 7,000 to 8,000, right? Where did you get so much money to spend on the game?" Surrounded by several classmates, Wu Guangxi, feeling quite tipsy, laughed and said, "That's old news. I started working at Chen Technology a long time ago, and my salary is much higher now." "You also work at Chen Technology? Wow, that's great. What does Chen Yang do there?" The pronunciation is exactly the same." A girl finally realized something. "What does Chen Yang do?" "The entire Chen Technology is Chen Yang's. As the boss, what does he need to do?" "Of course, he's just counting money until his hands cramp." Wu Guangxi shook his head and said, "You talk too much. Chen Yang lightly patted Wu Guangji on the head and noticed a significant change in the expressions of the classmates in the private room. He couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, with a smile on his face. He said, "It's getting late. Let's wrap it up for today. We can gather again when there's a chance." After saying this, Chen Yang had already pulled Wu Guangji out of the private room. If he continued to stay in the private room and prolong the gathering because of Wu Guangji's big mouth, he was afraid he would end up experiencing the same treatment as Jiang Jinglong did before. The problem is, he actually found that kind of treatment quite unpleasant. If classmates can't interact in a relatively simple manner, then the identity of classmates becomes meaningless. As Chen Yang pulled Wu Guangji out of the private room, the others followed suit without any hesitation. At this moment, Jiang Jinglong finally reacted, and with an expression of disbelief, he also hurriedly followed them out. Chen Yang quickly exited the main door of the men pavilion, just as a nanny car stopped at the entrance. Immediately after, Shuya ran out of the car and, upon seeing Chen Yang right outside the men pavilion, happily took a big step forward and dashed straight into Chen Yang's arms. Surprise! Shuya exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Chen Yang's neck and, unbothered by anyone else, planted a firm kiss on his lips. Chapter 105. The most familiar stranger, Shuya, wasn't wearing any makeup, but her natural beauty was stunning enough to catch attention even without it. Her form-fitting outfit perfectly showcased her well-proportioned figure. She hung directly onto Chen Yang, and their kiss, oblivious to the world around them, naturally drew the attention of everyone else behind Chen Yang. Despite finding the passionate kiss intoxicating, Chen Yang had to gently signal Shuya to pause. After saying this, he quickly pulled Shuya and hurriedly got into the nanny car, not daring to linger at the entrance of the men pavilion. That girl looks so familiar. I've definitely seen her somewhere, a girl attending the gathering murmured. Yeah, I think she looks familiar too. Oh, I remember. She's the new leading actress from that annual blockbuster drama Sword of Justice, which has been extensively covered by the media recently. She's the most talked about newcomer. Another girl suddenly exclaimed. The first girl who had been murmuring paused. Then her expression changed to one of realization, and she vigorously nodded, saying yes. That is why I thought she looked familiar. She must be that leading actress. But today she's not wearing any makeup, so she looks much more casual, yet still so beautiful. Even I, as a girl, am moved. Her name is Shuya, right? I remember that the promotions for the whole drama seemed to revolve around her. The director and the veteran actors all praised her endlessly. My colleagues and I even discussed what kind of background she has. Another girl excitedly joined the conversation. Girls are naturally much more sensitive to situations in the entertainment industry than boys. My colleagues and I also speculated that Shuya might have a big shot backing her like other newcomer actresses, but based on what just happened, it seems like Shuya has an unusual relationship with Yangzi. The first girl said, looking puzzled. Huh? Oh, yes. Then let us just take a taxi and leave. This is the first time he has met Shuya, so his thoughts are a bit chaotic. If Yang Zi already has a girlfriend, what about Mr. Zhou? And that Miss Chu Xin we had dinner with before? TSK. Yang Zi's romantic luck seems to be overflowing. While pondering, she hailed a taxi, greeted her classmates, and left with Feng Jia. The others stood at the entrance of the men pavilion, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. The shock Chen Yang brought them was too overwhelming and frequent. Yang Zi seems to have become a big shot, starting a company and dating a movie star. This is happening to one of our classmates just a few months after graduation. It's truly unbelievable. After a while, one girl smiled and spoke. Another girl chimed in. Everyone echoed, some taking a taxi, others heading to the subway. Soon, they dispersed like birds and beasts. However, each person was thinking about the same question, how to get closer to Chen Yang through their classmates' relationship. The few months since entering society had made them deeply understand that relationships and connections are far more important than ability. Soon, only Jiang Jinglong remained at the entrance of the men pavilion. His classmates were so engrossed in thinking about Chen Yang that they didn't even notice him leaving. Being completely ignored for the first time, Jiang Jinglong showed no emotional fluctuation, as he was also contemplating issues regarding Chen Yang. The unknown world was actually developed by Chen Yang's company. This is truly astonishing, because the mobile game market is limited Every phenomenal mobile game that emerges squeezes the survival space of other mobile games. The amount people are willing to spend on games each month is basically fixed. Once money is spent on one game, it becomes challenging to continue investing in other games simultaneously. Therefore, the survival environment for medium-sized game companies is quite harsh. Once a national-level mobile game appears, it means their revenue will be significantly impacted. After all, medium-sized game companies don't really have many loyal users. Jiang Jinglong felt a bit regretful, turned, and hurriedly left the Min Pavilion. Xiao Junqi stood in her office on the upper floor of the Min Pavilion, watching as Chen Yang and Shuya got into the nanny car, her face reflecting a thoughtful expression. Xin. Aren't they in an ambiguous relationship? Then why would he be willing to find a special medicine that can cure my problem just for XIN's request? Should I ask Xin if she knows? Never mind, that girl seems to be a little star, daring to be so affectionate with Chen Yang in broad daylight. Their relationship clearly isn't afraid of being exposed, so I want to be a busybody. Xiao Junqi shook her head, talking to herself. At this moment, Chen Yang and Shuya were sitting in the back row of the nanny car, having just completed a deep kiss that lasted several minutes. Shuya was clearly moved. If it weren't for the driver still being in the car, she might not have been able to resist taking things further with Chen Yang right then and there. Is Dan at home? Shuya asked, breathing heavily. Yes, Dan has been a bit overwhelmed with work lately. Every day, apart from work, she spends all her time at home reading various management books and attending various online classes and training. Sometimes when I see her so busy, I really can't help but feel guilty. After all, strictly speaking, this means I've made her take over the things I should be doing. Chen Yang nodded. Shuya stared at Chen Yang and said aggressively, all right, but I hope this time you can last a bit longer and not give up after just a short while. Chen Yang said with a smile, arrogant. Who knows who will beg for mercy later? Chapter 106. After becoming powerful, everyone around is a good person. 2 hours later, in the suite of the Hilton Hotel, Shuya looked at Chen Yang with her big, watery eyes, pitifully hugging him. TSK. It seems I can't just have one wife in the future. I need to find several wives. Chen Yang said with a smile, that's a good idea, as long as your future wife doesn't mind. Shuya nodded in agreement and asked, do you mind? Chen Yang suddenly asked. Shuya was taken aback for a moment, then raised her head and stared at Chen Yang seriously for a while before speaking. If it's in the capacity of a wife, then of course I care. If it's in the capacity of a lover, then I don't mind. Chen Yang, isn't what we have now good? You just graduated. And I actually graduated not long ago, too. We're still so young. So why think too much about the future, okay? In our circle, there are very few who get married young. With your abilities now, you definitely won't lack women. While you're young, shouldn't you explore more and see the beauty of the world? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows, then immediately put on a fierce expression and pretended to grit his teeth, saying, all right, Shuya, what scenery do you want to see? Have you found a new love after going to the filming crew? You're crazy. How could I possibly look at someone else when you're so perfect? Shuya playfully hit Chen Yang and said with a teasing expression, perfect? In the future, you'll become even more perfect. Chen Yang murmured. What are you thinking? Seeing Chen Yang in a daze, Shuya couldn't help but ask curiously. Huh? It's nothing, just thinking about the previous class reunion. Back in school, although everyone wasn't very close, the relationships weren't distant either. The atmosphere was quite nice. At least we were all friends. But today, reunion, for various reasons, they learned a bit about my situation, and as a result, the atmosphere changed. How should I put it? I don't like that kind of change. Chen Yang changed the topic and said. This topic resonated with Shuya as well. She sighed and said, this is unavoidable. In life, we are busy and have no leisure. Rolling in the mortal world, there will inevitably be entanglements of interests that are difficult to cut through or sort out. And with the entanglement of interests, there will inevitably be changes in mindset. For example, between you and me, to be honest, don't be angry, although I previously thought you were a good friend. But if it weren't for the matter of this female protagonist, which really moved me and made me feel uncontrollable, I wouldn't have become like this with you. How bold. Are you saying I have no personal charm? Chen Yang pretended to be ferocious and said, all right, I admit I was wrong. Is that okay? Just let me rest for half an hour, and then I'll serve you again. But to be honest, if a man wants to impress a woman, He always needs something that makes her excited enough to abandon her rationality. I like strong people. You have shown me that you are a true, strong person, so I'm willing to submit to you. Shuya did not hesitate to plead for mercy, and then continued, I mentioned to you before, right? I actually graduated from the Beijing Film Academy, but I have no connections. My relationships with classmates were quite ordinary because in our school, those with good resources might be playing the leading female role in their first year, and the competition and comparison among us were quite exaggerated. Although I had excellent grades in my major courses at that time, I naturally couldn't land any real roles due to my lack of connections. It continued like this until graduation, and the interactions among classmates remained distant. Even after graduation, no one had actively contacted me. But just this week, as the publicity for the production team about me became more frequent, those classmates noticed that I unexpectedly became the leading female role in this drama. In just 1 week, everyone who had my phone number actively called me, inviting me to meet up whenever they had time. Saying this, Shuya tightly hugged Chen Yang's neck and continued, You see, everyone is like this. Why do we strive to climb higher? It's because in this society, everyone hopes to rise. When we look up to climb, we can only see others' backs. But if we lower our heads, we can see others' smiling faces. Therefore, as long as we climb high enough, until we reach the highest peak where no one is above us, what we see will naturally be smiling faces. I am somewhat vain, so I actually enjoy the sudden warmth and compliments from those classmates, even though I don't consider them friends. But just for that feeling of being the center of attention, I must work hard to truly stand at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Chapter 107. New Clue Captain Wang. This case is too miraculous. From the current situation, all 13 people from the Loan Shark Company have really disappeared into thin air. In a street-side bun shop, a beautiful female police officer and a scruffy middle-aged man sat opposite each other, each ordering 2 baskets of buns and a bowl of porridge. Simply having lunch. Although it was already past 3 in the afternoon, far beyond lunchtime, the two had been busy conducting on-site investigations and examining all the evidence and clues, which led to them not being able to eat lunch on time. Xiao Shun, people cannot just disappear into thin air, let alone these 13 people disappearing together. I initially thought that maybe this Loan Shark Company offended someone and ran away overnight. But now it seems that this idea is unrealistic. The scruffy middle-aged man shook his head seriously and continued, 9 out of the 13 people disappeared directly from their residences. The community surveillance did not capture any footage related to them. Even if they could avoid the blind spots of the community surveillance and sneak out of the community. The security monitoring outside the community covers all the entrances and exits. However, from the surveillance footage outside the community, we have confirmed that they never left their residences. They are just a group of black-hearted thugs. If they really wanted to run away, it would be impressive enough to avoid the blind spots of the community surveillance. But it is absolutely impossible for them to coincidentally determine the blind spots of the security monitoring outside the community and devise a route entirely relying on those blind spots. At the same time, for the other 4 out of the 13, we successfully found their traces in other surveillance footage from last night. However, once they entered an area without surveillance in the urban village, we lost track of them. If they were to collectively run away, they would need to act separately like this. The beautiful female police officer nodded, puzzled, and said, Yes, Captain Wang. It cannot be that the Loan Shark Company people ran away together. So, where did they disappear? 4 people disappeared in the urban village area, and the other 9 disappeared directly from their residences. This is too fantastical, right? So this is the contradiction. Things that clearly cannot happen are happening now. If we cannot figure out what exactly happened, then this case is likely to become a cold case and be shelved. The middle-aged man said helplessly, Shelved? 13 people are missing, and such a serious case can be shelved? The beautiful female police officer said in surprise. The middle-aged man advised, Captain Wang, I, Shinzi Han, am not the kind of person who gives up easily. Since I have made up my mind to work on the front lines, I will absolutely not back down. If the work isn't challenging, how can it reflect our value? The female police officer patted her high chest and said, All right, since that's the case, you will be in charge of this case. I will have colleagues from the technical department cooperate with you. Although the procedures for you to be transferred to the front lines haven't been finalized yet, it should only take about a week. It's reasonable to adapt to the work in advance. The middle-aged man shook his head. Huh, I am in charge. The case of 13 people missing will be directly handled by me? Isn't that inappropriate? Captain Wong, where are you going? The female police officer was a bit dumbfounded. Despite her enthusiasm and vigor, this case clearly looked like one of those long-standing difficult cases that even seasoned veterans couldn't find any clues. How could a newcomer who had only been in a clerical position for 2 years possibly find a breakthrough? I will handle other cases. There are still a few cases from this year that are pending resolution in our team. This case clearly isn't something our team alone can solve. So let us keep the investigation results and evidence for reporting and put on hold for now, unless the higher-ups pay attention and allocate resources to form a special task force. Otherwise, no matter how closely we follow this case, it will only waste time and energy. It's better to use this time and energy on other cases. The middle-aged man sighed. The female police officer was momentarily stunned and then angrily said, Captain Wong, what you mean is, since the case can't be solved anyway, just pass it to me and find me something to do, right? It just happens that I have this case to handle, so I don't need to take on other cases? Having his thoughts pointed out directly by the female police officer, the middle-aged man couldn't help but show an awkward expression. The female police officer pouted and was about to say something else when the middle-aged man's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone to answer, and within just a few seconds, his expression returned to seriousness. After the person on the other end finished speaking, the middle-aged man hung up the phone and looked at Shun Zihan in front of him, saying, There's new information. Colleagues from the technical department discovered that all the lending records of that loan shark company have disappeared. The paper records were not found, and the computer hard drives have all been formatted. So, this may be a new direction for investigation. The female police officer's eyes brightened, and she asked, Could it be that the borrowers did this? We're not sure. Even if there is that possibility, it still doesn't explain how 13 living people could collectively disappear overnight. It's still a case of neither seeing the living nor the dead. In any case, let us follow this clue to investigate. Otherwise, we won't know what to investigate. Starting today, you will be fully responsible for this case. The middle-aged man instructed. The female detective couldn't help but frown and said, There are new clues, but do I still have to investigate them alone? What use are these clues? If we can't figure out the method of the crime, then everything else is of little significance, so you can handle it yourself. Just report to me in a timely manner if there's any situation. The middle-aged man said nonchalantly. Chapter 108, The Amazing Brain Circuit. Chen Yang was unaware that the case of him wiping out the entire loan shark company had already been directed towards the right investigation path by the police on the very first day after the incident. However, even if he knew, he would have no way to change anything. After all, there were no real evidence or clues left during the crime, and he had tossed all the bodies into the wasteland, so no matter what the investigation revealed, those 13 people could only be considered missing. After messing around with Shuya in the hotel suite for the entire afternoon, they even had dinner delivered to their room by the hotel staff. Therefore, Shuya's current news value was low, and there were no paparazzi trying to secretly follow her. This made their private meeting very smooth and enjoyable. Of course, once the drama was finished filming and officially aired, if it became a hit, Shuya's treatment would surely be different. At that time, it wouldn't be so easy to freely express their youth like they did now. How long will your crew be filming in the capital? Can I visit the set? After having dinner and taking a shower with Shuya, while helping her get dressed, Chen Yang asked. After a whole afternoon of activity, Shuya was completely exhausted, so she naturally had to let Chen Yang take care of her. Whether it was bathing Shuya or helping her dress, Chen Yang found great pleasure in it. Such a flawless woman completely belonged to him, and that sense of achievement and satisfaction was truly intoxicating. Probably around a month? I'm not sure about the specifics. It depends on the director's arrangement. There are a lot of scenes to shoot here in the capital, so a month is the minimum. Of course, you can visit the set, but you have to let me know in advance. Otherwise, the crew won't let you in, Shuya sweetly said. After putting on her clothes, he started to help her with her socks. Visiting the set, wouldn't that let the whole crew know? Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment and asked, It's fine. This industry is much messier than you think. And with my status, be able to take on the role of the female lead, although no one shows it openly. Everyone must be guessing that I have a big shot backing me. Just write that you're here. You can put an end to others' thoughts. You have no idea. We just started filming not long ago, and already some male actors have tried to ask me out. It's really annoying. Shuya pouted and said, Someone dares to bother you? They got some guts. Don't worry, I'll go assert my claim in a few days. Chen Yang frowned. Shuya kissed Chen Yang's cheek and then said, All right, don't be angry. Quickly help me put on my shoes and socks. I have to go. The call was quickly connected, and Chen Yang didn't engage in small talk, directly explaining his situation to Chu Xian. You want to systematically learn martial arts? What is the use of that? If you're worried about safety, just hire a few bodyguards. The safety situation in our country can be said to be the best in the world. A few bodyguards are enough to ensure you don't run into problems. If you're worried about the level of the bodyguards, I can help you contact the military and select reliable ones from retired special forces. Chu Xian felt quite baffled by Chen Yang's request. It's normal to worry about personal safety after getting rich. But the solution she thought of wasn't to hire bodyguards, but to learn some martial arts, which was quite unusual. Relying on others isn't as good as relying on oneself. You don't need to worry. I'm not being impulsive. I really need to learn systematic martial arts. Not the kind of competitive sports fighting, but real combat skills, killing techniques. Do you have any contacts related to that? Chen Yang spoke up. I don't understand you. But if you're saying you don't want competitive sports fighting and instead want to learn real killing techniques, I actually know someone. He currently runs an expensive Sonda training class in the capital. He himself is a retired Special Forces soldier, and the reason for his retirement is that he has too much personality. During a certain mission, he violated discipline and was discharged. Chu Xian's voice sounded a bit helpless. Although she didn't quite understand Chen Yang's request, she saw that he was determined, so she stopped trying to persuade him. Oh, can I say hello to him? The Sonda training class is just for cultivating normal Sonda competition, right? I'm afraid he needs someone familiar to explain it to him before he would be willing to teach me real skills. Chen Yang immediately became interested. All right, I'll have someone give him a call and explain your situation in detail. I'll send you his address and contact information shortly. You could just go find him. Chu Xian sighed and said, Well, thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Chen Yang said with a smile. No need to treat me to a meal. Just remember to visit my grandfather next week. No problem. I definitely won't forget, don't worry. Chapter 109. I hope you won't regret it. Running a training class like this can be quite costly if you rent a storefront within the 4th Ring Road. After all, the space required for a training class is more exaggerated compared to other small to medium-sized businesses. Unless you are going for a high-end route, it is generally more cost-effective to set up outside the 4th Ring Road. When they arrived outside the training class, the main door was wide open. Inside, the lighting was bright, with only a receptionist present and no other staff. Although it was already evening, the busy hours of the training class were clearly just beginning. There was no choice. To keep the business running, preparations had to align with the schedules of the target user group. Such training classes are generally aimed at high-income, white-collar, and gold-collar workers. Additionally, interest classes specifically for children are also a significant source of income. These people typically only have time in the evenings during the week, and even on weekends, many do not want to disrupt the habits formed in their schedules. After getting out of the taxi and checking the name of the training class to ensure he was in the right place, Chen Yang stepped inside. Hello, sir. We operate on a membership basis. If you want to enter, you need to show the corresponding membership card. The receptionist said with a professional smile as she saw Chen Yang walk in. I'm looking for your boss. Can you give him a call? He should know. Chen Yang spoke up. Oh, okay, please wait a moment. The receptionist said, picked up the landline in front of her, dialed a number, said a few brief words, and then hung up the phone. She asked Chen Yang, May I have your name? My name is Chen Yang. Okay, please go in. The boss is in the training area. Just turn right after you enter. Chen Yang nodded and quickly arrived at the training ground. A space of at least 1,000 square meters lay before him. There were a dozen people training, and a few children, probably around 6 or 7 years old, were learning the poses. After scanning the entire area, Chen Yang quickly focused his attention on a man with a buzz cut. The man looked to be around 30 years old, about 1.8 meters tall, with an extremely ordinary appearance. If thrown into a crowd, he would definitely blend in and attract no attention. However, wearing a tank top, his impressively muscular physique was on full display. The reason Chen Yang was attracted to the crew cut man was entirely because, among all the people in the training ground, Only the crew-cut man gave him a sense of danger. His keen perception after the 4th level of enhancement was enough for him to react to similar situations in advance. At the same time, the crew-cut man seemed to have noticed Chen Yang's gaze, suddenly turning his head to meet Chen Yang's eyes. In the next second, Chen Yang noticed a subtle change in the crew-cut man's expression, and his muscles tensed up imperceptibly. After a moment, the crew-cut man seemed to realize something, relax his body, and the wary look on his face disappeared as he walked towards Chen Yang. "You must be Chen Yang, right? My name is Yang Song." The crew-cut man approached Chen Yang, extending his right hand with a stern expression. "Nice to meet you. You should already know my intention, so I will need your help moving forward." Chen Yang reached out and shook hands with Yang Song. Soon after, he realized that Yang Song was intentionally trying to test his grip strength. This was truly a joke. His body, enhanced to the 4th level, had already surpassed the limits of a normal human body in every aspect. He simply didn't understand any combat techniques, so he couldn't perfectly utilize his enhanced physical level in battle. However, if it was purely a contest of strength, how can a normal human possibly be his opponent? Soon, an expression of immense surprise appeared on Yang Song's face. Chen Yang's surprise was not much less than Yang Song's. Goodness, this guy is not a normal human at all? After undergoing 4th level enhancement, his grip strength was only slightly stronger than the other parties. Although he could feel that he had a slight advantage, this little edge was not enough for the other party to concede in the grip contest. "It's really hard to believe. How about we count to 3 and let go together?" Yang Song said with admiration. Chen Yang nodded, listening to Yang Song count to 3 before he directly let go of his strength. The two of them released their hands, which had turned red from each other's grip. After moving his wrist, Yang Song said, "Even in the military, my grip strength is among the best. You, a seemingly frail young man, actually have a slight advantage over me in grip strength." It leaves me speechless. I have had natural strength since childhood, but I just don't know how to use this power, so I want to learn real combat skills from you. Chen Yang nonsensically said, "You've already killed quite a few people. Why do you still want to learn the art of killing?" Yang Song squinted and asked. Chen Yang's body tensed up immediately. He was completely unprepared for Yang Song to be able to tell that he had killed someone. "Don't be nervous. Ordinary people can't tell that you've killed. It's just that I've killed many people, so I'm naturally more sensitive to the aura of my kind. Moreover, your most recent killing should have happened in the last couple of days, right? Otherwise, that killing intent would have dissipated by now." A smile appeared on Yang Song's stern face. Chen Yang was even more shocked. He could tell that the last time he killed someone was just a couple of days ago. "Is he a dog?" "Ahem. Let's talk about something more meaningful. I really don't know how to use my body strength, so I need to learn combat skills. Not the kind of competitive sports, but real fighting, real combat skills. That's why I found a friend, and then the friend introduced me to you. As long as I can learn real skills, the price is negotiable. You don't need to worry about the price. Your friend is already paid for you. However, I need to confirm with you in advance. Do you really want to learn combat skills and not competitive sports? I should remind you that learning real combat skills will be very painful, far from the high-intensity training of competitive sports." Yang spoke up. "I am sure, absolutely and definitely." Chen Yang nodded vigorously. "All right, I hope. You won't regret it." Chapter 110. What kind of monster is this? Chen Yang certainly does not regret it. Under normal circumstances, if he had everything he currently possesses, given his personality, he might indeed indulge in pleasure and spend his life in a life of luxury. He would also heed Chu Xian's advice and hire reliable bodyguards to ensure his safety and have enough protection. But the problem is, he is not in a normal situation, or rather, the circumstances he is facing are not normal. Everything he currently possesses ultimately comes from the support of the wasteland world. And the wasteland world is a place filled with dangers. Without sufficient individual and collective strength, it is difficult to survive in such a world, not to mention establishing a stable supply base for products. Therefore, whether it is the desire for subjective initiative or the demands of objective conditions, he must find ways to strengthen himself. Otherwise, what he currently has could be shattered like a mirage at any moment. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. This has been a truth since ancient times. However, his situation and the resultant obvious thoughts cannot truly be understood by others. Thus, In the eyes of Chu Xin and Yang Song, Chen Yang is indeed a strange person. If you're sure you have no foundation in martial arts, I'll have to start teaching you from scratch. The true art of combat emphasizes a one-strike kill, avoiding any unnecessary complications. The purpose of all techniques is to strike at the enemy's vital points. But there is a prerequisite. You must have a considerable level of skill in martial arts itself. Only then can you accurately find the opportunity to attack the enemy's weaknesses in a rapidly changing situation. As Yang Song led Chen Yang to a corner of the training ground, he spoke, "Everything will go according to your arrangement. Don't worry about my physical condition. No matter how intense the training is, I can endure it." Chen Yang nodded and said, "From your grip strength, I can see some things, but I still need to test you. So let's have a match. I need to see your true level to formulate a reasonable training plan based on it." As Yang Song spoke, he had already walked to a ring in the corner. People in the training area had already noticed Yang Song's actions and immediately began to alert others around them. After a while, everyone in the training area had gathered around the ring where Yang Song and Chen Yang were, all with excited expressions. It had been a long time since they had seen Yang Song personally step into the ring. In this training camp, Yang Song was a legendary figure. Although no one knew his true identity or past, since the training camp opened, Yang Song had been the head coach, and his record was impressive. There were even cases of national-level Sanda athletes being defeated by Yang Song here. Otherwise, the training camp wouldn't be so successful. It was mainly due to Yang Song's reputation. Of course, as the training camp's fame grew and business began to pour in, Yang Song rarely participated in any matches personally. Firstly, as the head coach, he needed to maintain a certain level of mystery, and secondly, there weren't many people worth his effort. Most of those who had the time and interest for Sanda training were amateurs, many of whom didn't even qualify as amateurs, at best being called enthusiasts. Such a group of people surely couldn't pique Yang Song's interest. As a result, Yang Song's strength could only be passed down through word of mouth in the training camp, which both mystified and made those who had never seen Yang Song in action curious about his true abilities. Who is this guy? He looks so young, and he can make the head coach personally step in. He should be very impressive, right? One student discussed with another. "I've been hearing you brag about how amazing our head coach is, but this is the first time I've seen him show any intention of fighting. Soon I'll find out if he is really as exaggerated as you say," the other student said with a skeptical expression. Before the student could finish speaking, Chen Yang and Yang Song on the ring had already engaged in combat. The dull sound of their bodies colliding instantly excited the spectators. The match between Yang Song and Chen Yang looked quite spectacular. Yang Song didn't hold back much. After testing Chen Yang's grip strength and realizing he was at a disadvantage, Yang Song shed all contempt for Chen Yang. Although Chen Yang had expressed his intention to learn combat skills, Yang Song remained skeptical. How could a guy who had obviously killed many people claim he didn't know how to fight? Who would believe that? Anyone who did would be a fool. He had to figure out Chen Yang's true situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to tailor a training program for him. However, as the fight progressed, Yang Song was shocked to find that the other party wasn't lying. He genuinely had no idea how to fight. Yet even so, with just his significant physical advantage, the other party could barely keep up with Yang Song's continuous attacks. The other party didn't only have strength over him. In terms of speed, reaction ability, body coordination, and muscle impact resistance, everything was above him. This discovery somewhat overturned Yang Song's worldview. What kind of monster is this? At the same time, Chen Yang was experiencing similar emotions. Stage 3 enhancement is basically the maximum strength a human can normally achieve. So after 4-stage enhancement, the body naturally exceeded human limits. In reality, during their exchanges, Chen Yang could also sense that in a purely physical contest, Yang Song was indeed not his opponent. Yet under these conditions, Yang Song easily established absolute dominance over him through the precise use of combat techniques. The pressure Yang Song exerted on him during their exchanges was even greater than that imposed by the 5th-stage enhanced person from Grey Rat Town. The problem is, Yang Song couldn't possibly inject any enhancement drugs. I've already leveled up, yet there's still such a big gap? What kind of monster is this? Chapter 111. Based on your opinion, the two who mutually marveled at each other as monsters didn't let the practice match last too long. Yang Song's purpose was merely to clarify Chen Yang's true situation. On the other hand, Chen Yang could only defend against Yang Song's attacks. So when Yang Song decided to stop the practice match, Chen Yang had no ability to change that. As the two separated on the ring, the spectators immediately began to cheer and clap with excitement. In their previous battle, the speed of their reactions had even exceeded the visual capture ability of normal people. The spectators often couldn't clearly see the actions between the two, only catching glimpses of afterimages, which added some mystery to their normal match. It was precisely because of this mystery that the spectators failed to realize that Chen Yang was completely suppressed by Yang Song. In their eyes, the match between Chen Yang and Yang Song was undoubtedly an evenly matched contest. Although it's hard to understand, what you said is indeed a fact. Don't worry, I will create a special training plan based on your characteristics. If all goes well, in about a year, I shouldn't be your opponent anymore. Yang Song ignored the cheers from the crowd and patted Chen Yang's shoulder, saying with a look of contemplation. Chen Yang nodded, not refuting Yang Song's statement. Although he was well aware that as the grade of the enhancement potion increased, even if he couldn't learn any skills, he could easily defeat Yang Song in a one-on-one situation simply by relying on his superior physical qualities. And this time could not possibly last as long as a year. From the combat ability that Yang Song had just demonstrated, Chen Yang was convinced that even if he completed the injection of the 5th grade enhancement potion next, he would still not be a match for Yang Song. By this reasoning, Yang Song's combat capability was indeed astonishing. This guy had managed to achieve a physical strength comparable to that of a 3rd grade enhanced human solely through acquired training. This level could almost be considered the limit of what the human body can achieve through postnatal training. Coupled with unparalleled combat skills and killing experience, Chen Yang estimated that he would need to complete the injection of at least the 6th grade enhancement potion to fight Yang Song. It might even require the injection of the 7th grade enhancement potion. It was uncertain. Are you sure you don't want to learn any competitive sports fighting? To be honest, your physical talent is unprecedented in my experience. As long as your learning ability reaches the level of an ordinary person, you could easily win a world championship in any competitive sports fighting you choose to learn. Yang Song waved his hand, signaling the onlookers to disperse and return to their normal training. As he pulled Chen Yang toward the office, he spoke in a low voice. I'm not interested in that. You may not know, but I started a company and my main business right now is gaming. So compared to achieving success in sports, I prefer the feeling of running a company. Chen Yang said with a smile, I see. That's really a pity. If it were in ancient times, you would definitely become a legendary general known throughout the ages. But in today's era, aside from sports, there isn't much space to leverage such a strong physical talent. Even in the military, there aren't any strict requirements for physical training anymore. After all, under the threat of firearms, no matter how strong the body, it can't stop a bullet. So rather than spending a lot of time and energy painfully honing the body, it would be better to use that time to master various military skills. Yang Song shook his head with emotion and continued, Don't mind me, I'm just a bit envious. Seeing your physical talent, I can't help but feel that if it doesn't get showcased, it's truly a waste. Everyone has different pursuits. I have never liked a life in the spotlight. So participating in competitive sports to win championships and become a sports star holds no appeal for me. I prefer to earn a substantial fortune through managing a company and use the products of the company to influence all aspects of the world. Ultimately, I want to become the most influential person in this world. Chen Yang said with a smile. Yang Song glanced at Chen Yang, not taking his words to heart at all. Using the company's products to influence every aspect of the world? If even the two Jack Moss couldn't achieve it, who would dare to say they could? All right, I won't keep you today. Your situation is too special. So tonight, I need to tailor a training plan for you based on your circumstances. Starting from tomorrow, it would be best if you could come here every day, and it would also be better to fix a time for your visits so that your body can form muscle memory through the training, which will greatly benefit the effectiveness of the training. Yang Song said. Chen Yang thought for a moment. He definitely had to go to the wasteland world during the day. After all, the Dawn base was in dire need of development. Although they had taken over Gray Mouse Town, there was still a medium-sized settlement nearby eyeing them. Once that settlement discovered the uniqueness of the Dawn base, it might develop a strong desire to seize it, just like Gray Mouse Town did. Moreover, the original ruling power of Gray Mouse Town seemed to be an outer force of that medium-sized settlement. He had swept them away. So it was impossible for the medium-sized settlement to have no reaction at all, no matter how one looked at it. Unless there was something urgent to attend to, he had to remain in the wasteland world during the day to ensure the normal and orderly development of the Dawn base. Only when the Dawn base was fully established and everything was on track could he relax his oversight of the wasteland world. Aside from the wasteland world, he also needed to take some time to occasionally show up at the company. So it turned out that he could only come here to learn martial arts regularly at night. How about I come over every night around 8? How long does your training plan usually require to complete each day? Chen Yang asked. Come over every night at 7. The training plans I set for others are usually about 1 to 1.5 hours, but you are different. You are too special, and your physical talent is terrifying. The training volume for normal people is at most just a warm-up for you. So I plan to increase the training intensity while extending your training time. Let's tentatively set it at 4 hours from 7 to 11 every night. And we can adjust the training plan anytime based on your performance. Yang Song suggested, no problem. You are the professional, so I will follow your advice. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Chapter 112. The equipment has arrived when he returned to his residence. Zhou Dandan was still awake. Some sounds could be faintly heard from the bedroom. It seemed Zhou Dandan was attending an online class. Of course, although he felt guilty, it was absolutely impossible for him to help Zhou Dandan with her work. One must have principles and a bottom line. Having said he would be a hands-off manager, he must truly be one. Although it was already quite late, Chen Yang felt quite energetic. The injection of the enhancement serum had gradually reduced his need for sleep. When he first injected the first-tier enhancement serum, the corresponding reduction wasn't very noticeable, but by the time he reached the third-tier enhancement serum, the decreased need for sleep had already become apparent to Chen Yang. Now, with the digestion of the fourth-tier enhancement serum increasing day by day, he only needed 6 hours of sleep each day, just like Zhou Dandan. However, the difference was that Zhou Dandan needed to take a nap at noon to make up for her sleep deficit, while 6 hours of sleep was completely sufficient for him, leaving him feeling refreshed. He wondered if, as the injection levels of the enhancement serum continued to rise, eventually, he would not need sleep at all for his body to rest and recuperate. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean he gained an extra third of his lifespan? Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Lying in bed, he felt like he had forgotten something, but for a moment, he couldn't recall what it was. While pondering and casually scrolling through his phone, he didn't fall asleep until around 2 in the morning. Another benefit brought by the body enhancement was that Chen Yang's control over his body was becoming stronger. This improvement in control allowed him to manage certain states of his body more easily. For instance, when trying to sleep, he wouldn't find himself lying there for half the night only to feel more awake. As long as he intended to sleep, he could immediately control his body and quickly fall into slumber. The next morning, after having breakfast with Zhou Dandan, she left for work while Chen Yang headed to the wasteland world. The people at the Dawn base appeared to be in excellent spirits. Previously taking complete control of Grey Rat Town had inexplicably excited the survivors who originally belonged to Grey Rat D. Greeting these people along the way, Chen Yang went straight to his villa. Li Lu seemed to have just woken up, dressed only in a light garment. As she walked in with Chen Yang, her face instantly lit up with excitement. She rushed forward and hugged Chen Yang, saying, I was just wondering when you'd come over. Doctor He helped us buy some military supplies, and they arrived outside our base last night. The quantity is large and the quality is high. I arranged for people to move all those supplies into our base's warehouse overnight. Do you want to go take a look? Oh, they finally arrived? Let's go check it out. Chen Yang also became excited. Any normal man would find it hard to resist the temptation of firearms. Even in his world, where the entire country had the strictest gun control, toy guns still occupied nearly half of the boys' toys. This shows that the love for firearms is an inherent nature in men. I had previously misunderstood Dr. He. His procurement of this batch of weapons was not through the medium of that medium-sized settlement, but rather directly contacting the arms dealer. No wonder the weapons and equipment had not been shipped yet. Our location is too remote, and it takes a lot of time for the arms dealer to transport the weapons and equipment. Fortunately, our transaction volume is quite large. Otherwise, those arms dealers would definitely have no interest in any dealings. Li Lu wrapped her arm around Chen Yang's, reflecting on herself. Doctor, he had already mentioned this to Chen Yang before, so he understood and nodded, saying, it's not a bad idea to be cautious. In the future, if you encounter anything you feel is off, you must tell me directly. After all, although our Dawn base has been established and the first batch of members are all survivors from the Grey Mouse D, the person I truly trust the most is only you. These words made Li Lu feel incredibly sweet. The hand she wrapped around Chen Yang's arm tightened unconsciously, her eyes sparkling and her face flushed. By the way, why are there suddenly so many more people working on the fortifications at the base? I just glance around on the way here, and there are at least 500 or 600 people busy at our base, right? Are they all hired from Grey Mouse Town? Chen Yang knew that Li Lu had feelings, but he wasn't an animal. When the mood struck, he would indulge without restraint. So he gently patted Li Lu's hand and changed the subject to divert her attention. Yes, everyone took a portion of their salary to hire the people from Grey Mouse Town to help build the base. According to the plan, if new hands weren't hired and only the existing workforce was used for the renovations, it would likely take several months to complete everything. However, after capturing Grey Mouse Town, we might have to face threats from that medium-sized settlement, so it was best to complete the base as soon as possible. I discussed this with everyone, and they all agreed with my idea. Li Lu nodded and said, I will cover the salaries of these people. They are my employees. It doesn't make sense for them to pay out of their own pockets to hire others. Chen Yang said, it's okay, boss. After we take down Grey Mouse Town, everyone can get an extra month's salary as a bonus. Taking out some hired hands from this won't be a burden. Besides, you've done so much for us. It's about time we do something for you. Li Lu pouted and replied, I just provided you with food, nothing else. As for you all, aren't you always working for me now? Just like you've invested yourself in this. Chen Yang joked, it's different. Boss, what you say sounds light and easy, but you know how precious food really is. What we're doing now, actually, we're not really worthy of that kind of compensation. Li Lu bit her lip and said, worthy, not just worthy. If I were in my world and took a few kilograms of rice and flour to the job market for recruitment, wouldn't everyone think I'm crazy? Employees like you, who work hard without complaint, are hard to find even if you search the whole world. Chen Yang silin tli tog. All right, there's no need to discuss this topic anymore. I'm the boss. I make the decisions. If you want to work for me, then manage the base better and truly make this place an oasis in the wasteland. Chen Yang ruffled Li Lu's hair and, while speaking, followed her to the outside of the warehouse. Then Chen Yang saw large stacks of gold bars piled up on both sides of the warehouse entrance.